Zhou Yi traversed into a high martial arts world akin to the devouring of stars and the void. And at the age of 18, he finally activated the system by accumulating enough energy through combat. To his astonishment, this system originated from the Super Saiyan battle system of the Dragon Ball world. A mere cosmic-level being dares to prance before my immortality. Do you truly not know how to write the word death? My fighting power is low. Have you ever heard of the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 1. Transform. Super Saiyan 2. Transform. Super Saiyan God transform. The antagonist exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could your combat power increase so dramatically? Is this considered much? Bring it on. 100 times Kaioken." Chapter 1. The Final Match. At the second high school of Dingzhou City in Jiangning, as the school bell rang, students streamed out of the building. "Zhou Yi, are you free later? Shall we practice at Jiji? Just as Zhou Yi stepped out of the school gate, he was called to a halt. The voice was quite familiar, and without turning around, he knew who it was. Luo Hong, one of his few good friends at school. Although they were not in the same class as 2 of the 6 advanced students from ordinary backgrounds, they were naturally excluded by the other 4 privileged youths. In this world, where martial artists thrive, the 2 advanced students evidently exchanged quite a bit. However, today Zhou Yi declined. "No, I have something else to do later. Maybe next time." "All right then, the college entrance exams are approaching, so do your best." Luo Hong was unconcerned and did not feel upset by Zhou Yi's refusal. Zhou Yi smiled and waved goodbye. Indeed, he had matters to attend to, as a battle awaited him. He glanced at the progress bar that had appeared in his mind since he crossed into this world, showing 99.9. Surely, he would be able to fill it up today. What would happen once it was filled, he was not entirely sure. He hopped onto the bicycle left at the school gate and raced home to a small, leaky house in the slums. Before heading to the match, he needed to prepare a meal for his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm back." Zhou Yi inserted his key into the slightly rusted lock and opened the door. The room was cluttered with various plastic bottles. Zhou Yi felt no disgust or discomfort. It was thanks to his grandfather collecting these bottles and selling them that he was able to live. However, he received no response from his grandfather, who must have gone out to collect bottles and had not returned. Zhou Yi loosened his belt and pulled out a fluffy tail from his pants. It was this very tail that led to his abandonment by his parents upon his arrival in this world. After all, since the great catastrophe 30 years ago, both humans and various flora and fauna had undergone mutations and evolutions. Zhou Yi's tail was viewed by his parents as a dreadful ancestral mutation, prompting them to discard him, only for his grandfather to rescue and raise him. Normally, Zhou Yi would bind his tail while outside to avoid discrimination, but this was quite uncomfortable, so he would release it upon returning home. After preparing the meal, Zhou Yi checked the time, 7:30 p.m. The sky was darkening, and his grandfather should be returning soon, but he had no time to wait as his match was set to commence at 8 p.m. He mounted the bicycle that his grandfather had retrieved and repaired for him, racing forward. He arrived at the exterior of an abandoned building, secured his bicycle, and ventured inside. 2 burly men clad in black leather jackets, with shaved heads and mysterious tattoos on their faces, glanced at Zhou Yi before opening the door to let him in. Clearly, Zhou Yi was a regular here. After descending the dim staircase for a while, he arrived in another world. The basement of the abandoned building had been transformed into a vibrant realm, illuminated by colorful lights and filled with pulsating, albeit jarring, music. At this moment, many people were holding beer bottles, loudly cheering, and excitedly watching the octagonal cage at the center. Within this cage, 2 fighters were engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging punches and kicks, their faces smeared with blood, creating a lively scene. The next contender was Zhou Yi. The income from his grandfather's plastic bottle collection was evidently insufficient to support Zhou Yi's education and martial arts training. The saying, "the poor study while the rich practice martial arts," holds its truth. Without money, Zhou Yi could not even qualify to audit at Jiji. Thus, he chose to enter this underground boxing ring to fight illicitly. Moreover, the progress bar resembling a system enhancement in his mind only increased after each victorious battle. Zhou Yi had also attempted to spar with classmates, but such light encounters did not contribute to his progress bar, making the underground boxing arena the best choice for him, given the brutal nature of the fights here. Upon entering the preparation room, he was greeted by a rotund man adorned with a large gold chain and smoking a large cigar. This man was the owner of the underground boxing arena, Haga. Upon seeing Zhou Yi enter, Haga blew a smoke ring and gestured towards 2 stacks of cash on the side. "Ye come, take a seat. This 20,000 is for your nourishment." Zhou Yi was somewhat taken aback. How could this miserly and unscrupulous boss display such generosity today? In the past, he would only dispense payment after the match, and each bout would yield merely 1,000 kwai. Heiga, noticing that Zhou Yi had not taken the money, chuckled softly and spoke again. Rest assured, today's match will be the easiest one you've ever fought. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi cast a puzzled glance. There was nothing easy about the boxing matches here. Each one only concluded when one fighter could no longer rise, and fatalities were not uncommon. You won quite a few matches here over the past year, haven't you? Upon hearing Heiga's inquiry, Zhou Yi nodded. To be precise, over the past year, he had participated in a total of 158 matches, averaging one bout every 2 to 3 days, with an unblemished record. Zhou Yi had become a local celebrity, garnering numerous fans. Despite his low odds, who wouldn't favor a fighter who promised victory? Thus, now is the time for reaping the rewards. In an instant, Zhou Yi grasped Heiga's implication. His streak of over 100 victories had led many spectators to place heavy bets on him, and due to his low odds, larger stakes were necessary for significant returns. Heiga's intent was clear, to orchestrate a fix where Zhou Yi would lose a match, thereby enabling the collection of the gambler's fortunes. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi glanced at the 2 stacks of cash resting on the bench. How stingy. This harvest could easily net Heiga over 1 million, yet he offered Zhou Yi a mere 20,000 kwai. Silently, Zhou Yi tucked the money away. Heiga nodded with a smile, patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder, and left with satisfaction. Zhou Yi glanced at the progress bar in his mind, 99.9. With a victory in this match, he could officially activate the system. So apologies, Heiga. The money is mine, and I am destined to win this match. After this bout, with the system activated, Zhou Yi had no intention of returning to the underground fighting scene. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed from outside. Now, let us welcome the fighting prince, who has achieved an impressive 158 consecutive victories. The audience fervently chanted Zhou Yi's name. Zhou Yi stretched slightly, a thrill of excitement coursing through him as he walked towards the arena's entrance. After this match, a brand new life awaited him. Chapter 2. System Activation. Zhou Yi arrived at the octagonal cage, where beams of spotlights illuminated him. He raised his hands in acknowledgement to the audience, who erupted in fervent cheers of his name. In a sport like unsanctioned fighting, brimming with passion, violence, and bloodshed, fervent spectators are always in abundance. Moreover, for those who had already placed their bets, the sense of participation in this match was palpable. Now, let us unveil the identity of Yi's opponent. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the underground arena once more. It was the underground champion from Xinpingsheng, one of the 8 major cities of Jiangning, known as the Butcher. Butcher. Zhou Yi paused momentarily, having believed that Black Brother would assign him a lesser opponent for the fixed match. To his surprise, he was to face the underground champion from another city. How intriguing. It is precisely such adversaries that ignite the thrill of combat within him. Soon, a towering figure emerged from the opposing tunnel. Standing significantly taller than Zhou Yi's 178 centimeters, the man was a mass of bulging muscles, exuding a palpable sense of power. In comparison, Zhou Yi resembled a malnourished bookworm. Is the underground arena in Dingzhou so unimpressive? Can this scrawny fellow truly claim over 100 victories? At that moment, the butcher spoke. Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. His opponent was clearly underestimating him. Yi, take him down. The butcher's voice boomed, inciting the crowd to roar with anger. Zhou Yi cast a glance at the box on the second floor. My apologies, Black Brother. My reasons for not losing have just multiplied. Bring it on. This will be a splendid stepping stone. With that, Zhou Yi and the butcher entered the octagonal cage from their respective entrances. The staff outside promptly locked the doors, which would remain sealed until one fighter could no longer rise, thus determining the victor. Inside the cage, only Zhou Yi and the butcher remained. This was a no-holds-barred brawl, devoid of referees. Come on, kid, show me what you've got. The butcher raised his fists and pounded his chest, shouting at Zhou Yi. Unfazed, Zhou Yi took a swift step forward and struck the butcher squarely in the chest. The butcher did not bother to defend himself, clearly underestimating the strength of Zhou Yi's slender frame. Yet, the butcher's status as a city champion suggested he could not be so easily dismissive of his opponents. Arrogance often does not survive in the underground fighting arena. The butcher's greatest strength lay in his formidable body conditioning, akin to a protective barrier. As he deliberately allowed Zhou Yi to land a blow, this was a psychological tactic, demonstrating that even a punch thrown would not faze him, thereby placing Zhou Yi at a mental disadvantage. Zhou Yi, however, was undeterred, launching a direct punch with unyielding determination. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped as Zhou Yi's fist made contact with the butcher's chest. The butcher immediately sensed that something was amiss. Evidently, he had underestimated Zhou Yi. This diminutive figure possessed a strength far beyond his expectations. Could it be that this young man was on the verge of reaching the threshold of a martial artist? In a world plagued by mutated beasts, only martial artists could stand against them. Attaining the status of a martial artist signified a leap into a new realm, wealth, prestige. Everything one could desire. In that moment, Zhou Yi's fist reverberated, leaving his hand slightly numb. The butcher's defenses were indeed formidable. The butcher spread his arms wide, attempting to execute a bear hug maneuver. Zhou Yi nimbly leaped back, evading the grasp. The butcher's remarkable physical resilience meant that defeating him would require a different approach. Pursuing relentlessly, the butcher, despite his massive frame, exhibited surprising speed, though not as agile as Zhou Yi. The latter danced around, delivering rapid strikes akin to lightning upon various parts of the butcher's body. Yet, each blow was absorbed by the latter's robust defense. A tingling sensation coursed through the butcher's body. While he appeared unscathed, he had sustained considerable damage. If this continued, the odds would not favor him. Zhou Yi's agility far surpassed his own. Even within the confines of the octagonal cage, the butcher could not catch the hem of Zhou Yi's garment. With each of Zhou Yi's attacks inflicting harm, it was only a matter of time before the butcher succumbed. At that moment, the butcher fished out a syringe from within his clothing and plunged it into his own flesh. He had to win this match. Victory would grant him substantial wealth and the opportunity to escape this perilous life, never again to engage in such dangerous fights. Thus, he was willing to pay any price. Damn it! Zhou Yi cursed under his breath as he witnessed the butcher resorting to an injection in desperation. However, the use of such substances was not prohibited, as the rules of this no-holds-barred combat allowed for it. Yet, the repercussions of such injections could be severe, potentially leading to lifelong regrets. Typically, they would be avoided. Veins bulged prominently across the butcher's body. His arms, legs, and neck had noticeably thickened. Kid, I must win this match. With this boost, I should now surpass the strength benchmark of a martial artist. Zhou Yi's heart raced. The threshold for a martial artist was a punching force of 900 kilograms. His own strength measured at 750 kilograms, categorizing him as an advanced student, but he still fell short of the martial artist standard. With newfound power, the butcher unleashed a tremendous punch aimed at Zhou Yi, accompanied by a fierce wind. The speed of this blow was astonishing. Zhou Yi found himself unable to evade it, raising both hands to shield his chest. The impact resounded with a thud, sending Zhou Yi crashing against the iron bars of the octagonal cage, producing two dull thumps. Cough! With a single punch, he sustained considerable injury, blood surging from his mouth, just as Zhou Yi had not yet regained his breath. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed once more as the butcher unleashed another devastating strike. This was the brutality of the underground fighting arena. It was a matter of survival, where one either lived or perished. Devoid of idle chatter, one's adversary must be incapacitated before anything else. A sense of crisis surged within Zhou Yi, his eyes wide open, nearly bursting from their sockets. Suddenly, he perceived that everything around him seemed to slow down, an extraordinary force surging from his mind. At this perilous moment, Zhou Yi's mental faculties awakened. He realized that even his physical strength had seemingly increased significantly. His perception was vastly enhanced, and in moments of intense concentration, it felt as though time itself had decelerated. This amplified his dynamic vision and focus considerably. Zhou Yi tilted his head, evading the butcher's fist, then drew his arm to his waist before delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the heavily defended butcher was sent flying, crashing against the iron bars of the octagonal cage. Zhou Yi gazed at his own fist in disbelief. His strength had grown so immensely. However, there was no time for contemplation. He lunged forward, seizing the advantage, raining down punch after punch upon the butcher. Even with his formidable golden bell defense, he could not withstand such relentless assault, blood spewing forth as his breath weakened. Only after confirming that the butcher could no longer rise did Zhou Yi release his grip, raising his hands high and turning to acknowledge the audience. Yi, Yi, Yi. From the second-floor stands, Brother He hurled his wine glass in frustration. Damn it! This cursed Yi has cost me a fortune. I had intended to reap a bounty. Yet Zhou Yi emerged victorious. Brother He squinted, contemplating a lesson for this disobedient youth. At that moment, Zhou Yi was oblivious to such matters, for the progress bar in his mind had reached its limit. The system was about to be activated, and he felt even more exhilarated than when his mental faculties awakened. Although his mental prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to the system's might. System activating. Chapter 3, Super Saiyan Combat Lottery System. System officially activated. Ding. Super Saiyan Combat Lottery System officially activated. Activating the host's Super Saiyan physique. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Yi was enlightened. No wonder he possessed a furry tail. He bore the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. However, with the formal activation of the Saiyan physique, he did not sense any immediate changes in his body. This was because the Saiyan physique did not instantly enhance physical attributes. To augment his strength, he would still need to exert relentless effort and endure brutal battles. The Saiyans are a warrior race, distinguished by their ability to grow stronger with each battle, particularly after recovering from the brink of death, which unleashes a formidable surge of power. Their unique ability to transform into Super Saiyans signifies a dramatic escalation in combat prowess with each transformation. However, the combat style of a Super Saiyan leans towards the path of a martial artist, rendering somewhat unfortunate the untapped potential of their recently awakened psychic abilities. While psychic practitioners are undeniably powerful, the allure of the Super Saiyan remains far more captivating. Zhou Yi once again gazed at his system, being a combat lottery system. It should encompass more than merely activating Saiyan physiology. At this moment, the progress bar in his mind had vanished, replaced by a large spinning wheel. The wheel was divided into numerous segments, each displaying the names of various items. Beneath it lay a smaller progress bar, indicating that accumulating a full progress bar through battle would grant an opportunity to spin the wheel and draw from the items above. Having already filled the progress bar, Zhou Yi was eager to take his turn. With a sense of urgency, Zhou Yi activated the wheel. The progress bar reset to 0, and the pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly. Super Saiyan Mode 1. Senza Beans 10. Instant Transmission. Black Odds Set. Kaioken. The pointer glided over the segments, each displaying a variety of items, predominantly from the Dragon Ball universe, with a few belonging to the real world. Zhou Yi's interest was piqued, for each item held immense value. As the pointer's speed gradually diminished, each oscillation quickened Zhou Yi's heartbeat. Eventually, the pointer came to a gentle halt on one segment. Mighty Ape Power. Remarkably, it was this. This ability belonged to the Super Saiyans. During a full moon, one would transform into a colossal ape, towering at several meters, possessing devastating power, albeit at the cost of losing rational thought. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn Mighty Ape Power. You can now master the strength of the Mighty Ape without losing your sanity and can freely control the transformation ability without the need for a full moon. However, due to the limitations of your current physical strength, the Mighty Ape Power will gradually be unleashed until fully realized. As Zhou Yi received the system notification, he felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, accompanied by a tingling numbness, distinctly sensing a rapid increase in his strength. Clearly, his physical power had surged once again, though the extent of this augmentation remained to be tested. One thing was certain. His strength had undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of a novice warrior. In essence, Zhou Yi need not even sit for the college entrance examination. He could directly participate in the novice warrior assessment. Once one becomes a martial artist, they ascend to a higher echelon of humanity. Yet, for Zhou Yi, this was merely the commencement of his journey. After spending a considerable time in the lounge, he finally managed to quell his excitement. It is worth noting that he had long awaited this day. At last, he had officially activated the system, and his path to greatness had been unveiled. With the $2,000 securely stowed in his bag, he departed from the underground fighting arena, encountering no obstacles. As he had just emerged victorious from the bout, even if there were any, it was unlikely that Brother Hay would take immediate action. Such a move would be far too conspicuous. However, he had no intention of returning to this place, for he found no worthy opponents within its confines anymore. As Zhou Yi exited the derelict building, he gazed upwards at the sky, twinkling with countless stars. That was the realm where he aspired to conquer in the future. While pedaling home on his bicycle, he reveled in thoughts of when he might attain the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Suddenly, a figure appeared, obstructing his path. "Kid, you've cost us a considerable sum of money, and you think you can just walk away?" Zhou Yi halted his bicycle, squinting his eyes as he sensed danger. His recently awakened mental prowess heightened his awareness. The ominous aura emanating from this individual was significantly stronger than that of the butcher, who had enhanced his abilities with injections to reach the level of a quasi-martial artist. At this hour, darkness had fallen, and this area belonged to the impoverished districts, where few souls lingered, making any altercation less likely to attract attention. Perfect, he thought. A chance to test the formidable power of the giant ape that he had just acquired. With that, he set his bicycle aside and assumed a fighting stance. However, his movements only elicited laughter from the assailant. Huh, you truly have no understanding of your own limitations. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate this stark difference between a true martial artist and a quasi-martial artist. With that, the assassin lunged forward, propelled by the force of his footfall, accompanied by a rush of wind and a cloud of dust. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. How swift! This speed far surpassed that of the enhanced butcher. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi did not falter. He boldly countered with a punch aimed directly at his opponent's fist. It is essential to note that Zhou Yi now wielded the strength of the giant ape, a power possessed by a creature towering dozens of meters tall. Even though he was constrained by the limitations of his own physical strength and was not yet in possession of the full might of the giant ape, he still surpassed an ordinary human by a considerable margin. Bang! The two fists collided, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath them, stirring up another cloud of dust. A figure was swiftly sent flying. Zhou Yi remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. Astonishingly, he had decisively gained the upper hand, sending this self-proclaimed martial artist hurtling through the air. What kind of power is this? You are truly a monster. The martial artist crashed through several walls before finally coming to a halt. To know him is to recognize a true warrior, one who has successfully passed the preliminary martial arts assessment and undergone the rigorous training of genetic energy cultivation, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical capabilities. Yet, astonishingly, he was utterly defeated in a contest of strength against a mere youth. This young lad had not exhibited such extraordinary prowess during his previous performance in the octagonal cage. In just a few short moments, how could this boy have become so formidable? It is utterly preposterous. As the warrior clad in black attempted to rise, blood gushed from his mouth, and he found himself unable to stand. Zhou Yi's punch had inflicted severe injuries upon him. Zhou Yi glanced at the progress bar displayed on his system and shook his head in disappointment. This so-called official warrior was not particularly impressive, having only contributed a meager 0.01 to his progress. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi approached and delivered a finishing blow to the warrior. Uncertain whether the black-clad man would seek revenge, he decided that it was prudent not to leave any witnesses. Upon returning home, Zhou Yi looked at his elderly grandfather, his hair now white with age, and smiled knowingly. Grandfather, rest assured, we shall soon leave this slum and move into a grand villa. For once one passes the martial arts assessment, accommodations are arranged in the city's core area, complete with a military presence to ensure the safety of the warriors and their families. With his newfound strength, Zhou Yi resolved to register for the martial arts assessment first thing the following morning. Chapter 4. The martial arts assessment. Meanwhile, the black-clad man anxiously awaited the return of the martial artist throughout the night. Why had the warrior not yet returned? Surely, dealing with a mere Zhou, he should not take an entire night. Could it be that he had completed his task and gone off to indulge himself? It is important to note that a warrior is not someone he can command. This martial artist is a trusted aide to a significant underground figure in the entire Jiangning city. If anything were to go awry on his territory, he would surely bear the consequences. Nevertheless, he doubted that a small fry like Zhou Yi could create any real trouble. Just as the black-clad man was frantically dispatching his subordinates to search for the warrior's whereabouts, Zhou Yi had already taken the subway to the main branch of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy in Dingzhou City. Participation in the martial arts assessment is only permissible at the city's main branch. Ordinary sub-branches lack the necessary authority. Upon arriving at the imposing edifice of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Yi marveled at the opulence of the high-rise building, which was a rare sight in this era, especially considering the presence of formidable flying beasts in the skies. These skyscrapers often became targets for aerial assaults, and only the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, with its abundance of powerful warriors and aerial defense capabilities, could ensure the safety of such structures. Truly, it is no wonder that the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy holds the title of the world's foremost institution. Zhou Yi remarked, noting that even the security personnel were equipped with real firearms. After explaining his purpose and presenting his advanced student credentials, he entered the academy. Upon reaching the preparation hall for the martial arts assessment, he found several others already waiting, though they were all unfamiliar faces. 3 men and 1 woman, appearing slightly older than Zhou Yi, who was merely a high school student, stood nearby. Brother, Have you truly reached the threshold of a quasi-warrior at such a tender age? A man clad in camouflage short sleeves, exuding a military aura, greeted Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi felt a deep admiration for these defenders of the nation and responded with a smile. Yes. I recently broke through and thought I would come and see if I could pass the assessment. Brother, you are far too modest. It is quite rare to achieve the standard of a quasi-warrior at such a young age. Even if you do not pass this time, with a bit more practice upon your return, you should be able to succeed, remarked the tall military man. The others also cast their gazes upon Zhou Yi, recognizing that reaching the level of a quasi-warrior at such a young age could be deemed extraordinary. At Zhou Yi's second high school, there were only 6 students who had attained the level of advanced practitioner, let alone those who had reached the quasi-warrior standard, a true rarity indeed. How about it? Would you be interested in joining the military? The soldier inquired once more. Just as Zhou Yi was about to respond, another voice interjected. It's one thing for you military folks to come to our extreme martial arts school for assessments, but to actively recruit on the spot is quite another. The crowd turned to see a man in a sharp combat uniform with a gleaming bald head approaching. Greetings, I am Li Feng, the instructor responsible for this quasi-warrior assessment. The bald instructor announced to the group. A total of 6 individuals are participating in the quasi-warrior assessment. This evaluation primarily tests your physical attributes across various dimensions. After passing the quasi-warrior assessment, you will also need to undergo practical combat evaluations before you can officially become a warrior. As the essence of a warrior's existence lies in battling monsters, making the practical assessment crucial. As instructor Li Feng elaborated on the precautions, he led the group to the assessment testing room. The quasi-warrior assessment consists of 3 components. This is the venue for the first strength test. You are required to strike the force-measuring sandbag with all your might for 3 punches, and we will take the average value. As long as you reach 900 kilograms, you will pass the test. First up, Wang Hao. Having concluded the briefing, the bald instructor called out the name of the first candidate. Indeed, it was the same burly man who had hoped to recruit Zhou Yi into the military. The military man approached the force-measuring sandbag, took a deep breath, slightly sank his body, and then swiftly unleashed 3 punches upon the bag. 1,006 kilograms, 980 kilograms, 990 kilograms. In the next moment, the machine displayed his results. Pass. Next. XXX. Clearly, the military man's strength was commendable, exceeding the quasi-warrior standard by a significant margin. However, it is important to note that passing the quasi-warrior assessment requires all 3 tests to meet the criteria. Soon, the only female among the assessors stepped forward, delivering 3 decisive punches, 895 kilograms, 905 kilograms, 901 kilograms. The machine echoed her results. Phew, that was close, she exclaimed, patting her chest and exhaling deeply. Having participated in 3 previous assessments, she had narrowly missed passing each time in the strength category. But this time, she finally succeeded. Next, Zhou Yi, the bald instructor. Li Feng clearly held expectations for Zhou Yi, placing him last. Approaching the testing sandbag, Zhou Yi was uncertain of his current strength. Having arrived early that morning to take the martial artist assessment without prior testing, taking a deep breath, he unleashed 3 punches with a fierce whoosh. Bang, bang, pow! The first 2 punches sent the sandbag swaying violently, while the final punch astonishingly penetrated the bag entirely. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhou Yi withdrew his fist from the sandbag and turned back to the bald instructor with a wry smile. He had shattered the testing sandbag. Surely he wouldn't be required to pay for it. He had little money, and it certainly didn't appear cheap. Li Feng stood before him, mouth agape, utterly incredulous. Holy moly! Li Feng's mind raced, struggling to believe his eyes. If this were true, it would be a remarkable discovery. It must be noted that this was no ordinary sandbag. It was a specialized testing bag capable of withstanding the force of advanced warriors, whose punching power must reach 4,000 kilograms. Thus, to break this sandbag, one generally needed over 5,000 kilograms of punching force. And what did it mean to be an 18-year-old advanced warrior? A prodigious talent. The astonished military man approached Zhou Yi, pinching his arm and inquiring, "You don't seem any different from us. What on earth did you eat to grow so strong?" Startled by this sudden, intimate gesture, Zhou Yi stepped back, wary of the escalating tension. However, in retreat, he collided with a soft figure behind him. "Wow, you're incredible. Can we have a deeper discussion, handsome?" The beautiful woman who had just barely passed the strength test had appeared behind Zhou Yi. He stumbled back again, his face flushed. The people here resembled wolves and tigers. "All right, enough of this. Let us proceed to the next test." Instructor Li Feng cleared his throat interrupting the playful banter. With a serious demeanor, he led the group to the next room for the speed test, while quickly typing on his phone. Old Sue, have you ever seen an 18-year-old advanced warrior? Come quickly. Chapter 5. The Recruitment of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. The next test is a speed assessment. A velocity exceeding 25 meters per second will be deemed a success. Instructor Li Feng pointed towards a specially designed speed track, casting an expectant glance at Zhou Yi. He wondered what level of speed this young man could achieve. With that thought in mind, he addressed the soldier beside him. Wang Hao, you go first. The soldier approached the starting line, bending slightly as he assumed a comfortable stance. Suddenly, his leg muscles bulged as he unleashed his strength, transforming his form into a blur as he shot forward. 27 meters per second. The testing machine promptly announced his results. Success. Next. Before long, the remaining participants completed their tests, and they all turned their attention to Zhou Yi. Without further ado, Zhou Yi made his way to the starting line. His strength had significantly increased, so he presumed his speed would be commendable, though he was uncertain about the exact extent of his abilities. In an instant, a blur flashed by, and Zhou Yi's figure became indistinct. Those standing nearby distinctly felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past. This phenomenon was a result of Zhou Yi's extraordinary speed, compressing the surrounding air and creating a pressure differential that caused a flow of wind. 61 meters per second. An exclamation of astonishment escaped someone's lips. A simple yet profound expression of shock. At that moment, Instructor Li Feng's mind echoed the same sentiment. Zhou Yi's speed had reached the level of a high-ranking soldier. It is crucial to note that Zhou Yi was merely a prospective warrior at this point. Once he passed the preliminary warrior assessment and acquired the method for cultivating genetic energy, his physical prowess would undergo a substantial enhancement. This implies that Zhou Yi could very well become an 18-year-old battle general. What does that signify? He would be the youngest battle general in human history, with a tremendous likelihood of aspiring to become a war god in the future. And what does it mean to be a war god? It means moving as swiftly as lightning, possessing the strength to demolish a building with a single blow, standing atop the pinnacle of human strength. Li Feng quickly sent a message to old Sue. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The final test involved assessing neural reflexes, where many prospective warriors often falter. While strength and speed can be honed through targeted training, enhancing neural reaction speed is far more challenging. The testing method is straightforward. Participants must enter the testing chamber and stand within the circle in the center. Throughout the test, they must not step outside the circle and must do their utmost to evade the red lasers emitted by the mechanisms. Li Feng led everyone into the final testing room, explaining the procedure. This time, Zhou Yi would go first. Li Feng could hardly contain his anticipation, eager to observe Zhou Yi's neural reaction speed. If Zhou Yi's reflexes also reached the level of a high-ranking soldier, then the youngest high-ranking soldier in human history would emerge. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, initially believing he would once again be the last to enter. However, under the anticipatory gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the testing chamber. As the door closed behind him, Zhou Yi positioned himself in the center of a circle approximately 1 meter in diameter, confining his evasion space to a mere fraction. With such limited room for movement, his reflexes would be put to the ultimate test. He could not preemptively shift far to evade, but could only rely on his immediate reactions. As the countdown commenced, 10, 9, 8, Zhou Yi composed himself, calming his breath and focusing intently on his surroundings. The sensation of time slowing down enveloped him once more. He understood that it was not time that had decelerated, but rather his heightened concentration and extraordinary dynamic vision rendered everything around him as if it were in slow motion. Previously, Zhou Yi's perceptual acuity had not been so acute. However, after the awakening of his mental prowess during a life-threatening encounter in the underground boxing arena, his senses had been significantly amplified. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, crimson laser beams erupted from the machines surrounding the room. In an instant, Zhou Yi's body sprang into action. A red beam grazed past his ear, and he continued to move without hesitation, akin to a butterfly dancing gracefully in the wind. As the intensity of the laser beams increased, so too did Zhou Yi's speed. Soon, his form became indistinct, as if shrouded in a mosaic. A spectator, a prospective martial artist, found himself overwhelmed, and unexpectedly he retched. Upon witnessing this, Li Feng immediately cautioned, "If your eyes cannot keep up, do not force yourself to watch." Clearly, the individual's eyes and brain could not synchronize with Zhou Yi's movements. Yet his desire to comprehend the spectacle led to his physical discomfort. After a full 5 minutes, The crimson rays seemed to illuminate every nook of the testing chamber, leaving no void untouched before finally ceasing. The results indicated that Zhou Yi had achieved the level of a junior combatant, and remarkably, he was classified as exceptional among his peers. Goodness gracious, Li Feng murmured, recognizing that enhancing neural reflexes was notoriously challenging, yet this was precisely Zhou Yi's forte. This indicated that once Zhou Yi completed his training in genetic primal energy and elevated his physical capabilities, ascending to the rank of combatant was all but assured. Continue testing the others. Li Feng instructed a nearby staff member, Zhou Yi, come with me. He then escorted Zhou Yi away. As the esteemed Master Su from the Ultimate Martial Arts School in Dingzhou had arrived, it seemed we were witnessing the emergence of a new star. The soldier gazed reluctantly at the departing figure of Zhou Yi, lamenting the loss of such a talent to the military. Yet, he understood that he could not compete with the Ultimate Martial Arts School, established by the world's foremost warrior. Zhou Yi followed Li Feng to the topmost floor of the building. This is Master Su, the head of our Ultimate Martial Arts School in Dingzhou City. A high-ranking battle general and extremely close to the level of a war god, Li Feng introduced. Zhou Yi observed the man before him. Although not particularly tall, he exuded a formidable aura. His keen senses warned him that a single strike from this man could easily obliterate him. Do not stand on ceremony. Please take a seat, Master Su said with a smile. If such a promising talent were to join his Ultimate Martial Arts School, it would bring significant benefits once Zhou Yi achieved success. At such a young age, Zhou Yi had already reached the standards of a high-ranking warrior, and the prospect of attaining the war god level was highly promising. It is worth noting that among billions of people globally, there are only about 3,000 war god level warriors. This illustrates their extreme rarity, as it takes hundreds of thousands of individuals to produce a single war god. If Dingzhou City could produce another, especially one personally discovered by Su Qing, it would be an immense honor. Zhou Yi, would you be willing to join our Ultimate Martial Arts School? Before Zhou Yi could respond, Master Su raised his hand to halt his words. Do not rush to answer. Let me explain the situation of our Ultimate Martial Arts School and the benefits we can offer you. Our school was founded by the world's strongest warrior, Yi Hong, and possesses abundant resources and formidable warriors. Joining us is undoubtedly an excellent choice. If you decide to join, we will allocate you a villa in the finest Xingqian community in Dingzhou City, with an annual salary of 20 million and a purchasing limit of 50 million. This purchasing limit can be used for acquiring weapons, equipment, and techniques from our school. Finally, once you pass the practical assessment and officially become a martial artist, I will recommend you to the elite training camp, where the world's top talents converge. Listening to Master Su's introduction, Zhou Yi fell into contemplation, recognizing the generous rewards on offer. What will I need to contribute? Zhou Yi inquired, aware that nothing comes without a cost. Rest assured, after joining our Ultimate Martial Arts School, you will still enjoy a great deal of freedom. You will only need to complete some assigned tasks periodically. Alternatively, you may choose to become an instructor or even the head of a local martial arts school, managing your own domain. The primary focus remains on hunting monsters and protecting humanity, Master Su clarified. Zhou Yi nodded. Compared to the military, this path offered significantly more freedom. By the way, what is the elite training camp? Zhou Yi asked. The elite training camp, also known as the War God Preparatory Camp, is a place dedicated to nurturing warriors, attracting geniuses from around the globe. Of course, I merely possess a recommendation quota, which does not guarantee immediate admission. One must pass a rigorous assessment. As explained by Master Su, a camp that gathers the world's most talented individuals? Zhou Yi felt a surge of anticipation. Surely, it must be filled with formidable competitors. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan lineage, Zhou Yi has always had a penchant for combat. In order to swiftly accumulate his combat progress, he must engage in numerous battles, and they must be of high quality. Otherwise, the energy gained from a single skirmish would be negligible. With so many prodigies at the elite training camp, their strength must be commendable. Hence, he was determined to join. Master Su, I choose to join the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Yi declared after a moment of contemplation. Excellent. Veuillez abord, Zhou Yi. On behalf of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, I extend my warmest greetings, Master Su responded, extending his hand for a handshake, leaving Zhou Yi momentarily stunned. When will the practical assessment take place, Master Su? Zhou Yi inquired, barely able to contain his eagerness. As a high school student who had bravely participated in over 100 underground fights, he feared nothing in practical scenarios. In fact, he found the prospect exhilarating. Only by becoming a martial artist could he venture beyond the city into the wilderness, where monsters roamed freely. To date, Zhou Yi had never battled a monster and was uncertain if such encounters would also contribute to his combat prowess. The thought of transforming into a Super Saiyan during battle, resulting in an explosive surge of power, sent a thrill coursing through him. The practical assessment would commence in 3 days, as it involved participants from the 4 major factions, necessitating ample preparation time. Nodding at Master Su's response, Zhou Yi felt a sense of resolve. You may return now to organize your belongings. The villa will belong to you the moment you sign the contract. It is located at number 32, Starry Community. Master Su smiled, indicating that the Academy never hesitated to reward talent. Thank you for your consideration, Master Su. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude, eager to share the good news with his grandfather. They would no longer have to reside in that dilapidated house, and his grandfather would no longer need to toil daily collecting plastic bottles. I will arrange for assistance with your move, Master Su added. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. We don't have much to pack. With financial stability now, there's no need to keep the old pots and pans. I will simply purchase new ones and hire a caregiver to attend to my grandfather's daily needs. Zhou Yi replied with a cheerful heart as he made his way home. Grandfather, I'm back. I have wonderful news to share. I have successfully passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Zhou Yi pushed open the door, revealing an empty small room that was entirely visible at a glance. Oddly, hadn't he informed his grandfather before leaving that he should not go out today? A sense of confusion washed over him, and it was then that he noticed an additional piece of paper on the table. You ruined my affairs and took my life. Do you think it would simply be forgotten? If you wish to know your grandfather's whereabouts, come to the Tinya Club. Upon reading the note, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated that these individuals would find him so swiftly. Initially, he had hoped to expedite his martial arts assessment and relocate to the Xingqian community, where his grandfather's safety would be ensured, as no one would dare to intrude upon a residence so heavily guarded. The Tinya Club, he murmured to himself. He had heard of this place, famed in Dingzhou City as a lavish den of indulgence, where the unimaginable could be found, and there were no limits to the pleasures one could partake in. Rumor had it that the club was backed by one of the 4 major powers on Earth, the Dawn Alliance. This alliance was formed during the cataclysmic events, as several ancient and powerful families banded together to maintain their independence and influence. The Dawn Alliance consists of 12 core families and stands as one of the wealthiest factions in the world, wielding immense riches and influence, with industries sprawling across the globe. Truly a behemoth. Of course, Zhou Yi's own background was not to be underestimated. He had recently joined the Ultimate Martial Arts School, which was also one of the 4 great powers on Earth. The final 2 factions were the Thunder Martial Arts School and the military. The military required no elaboration, while the Thunder Martial Arts School was established by the world's second most formidable warrior, the Thunder King. However, regardless of who his adversaries were or the magnitude of their power, should they dare to meddle with his grandfather, they would first have to reckon with his system's father. Had it not been for his grandfather rescuing and nurturing him, he likely would not have survived to witness the activation of his system and would have perished from hunger long ago. Just as he was on the verge of ensuring a prosperous life for his grandfather, it seemed there were those intent on disruption. The Tinya Club, was it? Zhou Yi would venture forth to confront it. Chapter 7. The Tinya Club. Zhou Yi arrived at the Tinya Club by taxi, and it was far more extravagant than he had imagined. The establishment sprawled over a vast expanse of land, encompassing hundreds of acres. It was surrounded by walls and watchtowers. With numerous patrolling personnel, it was said to operate on a membership basis, allowing only members to enter. Zhou Yi approached the entrance and addressed the security personnel, stating, I am Zhou Yi. The security guard communicated something into his radio, and soon after, gestured for Zhou Yi to board their sightseeing vehicle. With a stoic expression, he sat in the vehicle, a tempest of frustration brewing within him, hoping fervently that his grandfather was unharmed. Otherwise, he would reduce this place to rubble. Before long, the sightseeing vehicle arrived at a hotel building, and Zhou Yi followed the security personnel into a suite. Reclining on a plush sofa was a middle-aged man clad in a bathrobe, with an array of fine red wine adorning the adjacent coffee table, while a beautiful woman stood behind him, massaging his head. Sir, he has arrived, the security personnel addressed the middle-aged man. The man, indulging in a massage, slightly opened his eyes to scrutinize Zhou Yi and remarked, Zhou Yi, is it? Please take a seat. Zhou Yi, however, refrained from sitting and directly inquired, Where's my grandfather? Rest assured, your grandfather is quite safe at the moment. We can first discuss your situation, the middle-aged man replied slowly. emphasizing the word situation with a hint of menace. Upon hearing that his grandfather was temporarily secure, Zhou Yi felt a sense of urgency dissipate, allowing him to sit down and observe what tricks the man might have up his sleeve. You accepted the money, lost the match, caused me a loss of over 1 million, and ultimately killed one of my martial artist subordinates. How do you propose we resolve this? The middle-aged man gestured for the massage therapist to leave, then opened his eyes fully, scrutinizing Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi let out a bemused chuckle. Indeed, he had accepted the money from the underworld figure to lose the match, but to think that a mere 20,000 could buy him was laughable. Moreover, there was no need to uphold any sense of morality with these gangsters. The martial artist had attempted to ambush him first before being countered. As for the alleged loss of millions by the underground fighting arena, Zhou Yi had fought over 100 matches there, which had long since filled their coffers. Observing Zhou Yi's silence, the middle-aged man believed he had the upper hand, considering Zhou Yi merely a somewhat capable high school student. Yet, it was evident that Zhou Yi's ability to defeat a formal martial artist at such a young age indicated his innate talent, which was precisely why he had been summoned here. What will it take for you to release my grandfather? Zhou Yi asked after a moment of contemplation. Very simple. You have two options. The first is to compensate us 50 million, as your actions have caused us significant losses, and training a martial artist is no easy feat. The middle-aged man paused before continuing. The second option is to sign this contract and join my Dawn Alliance. Rest assured, I am a council member of the Dawn Alliance stationed in Dingzhou City, and I have the authority to make this decision. As soon as he finished speaking, a security personnel presented a contract before Zhou Yi. You, a high school student residing in a dilapidated house, could hardly gather 50 million. So joining us means you will be one of our own. The middle-aged man continued to persuade. Zhou Yi picked up the contract and perused its contents, which were not overly complex. Essentially, it stipulated that he would work for the Dawn Alliance for 200 years, receiving an annual salary of 1 million, with a penalty of 5 billion should he choose to terminate the agreement early. Is there any difference between this and selling my soul? Zhou Yi asked, incredulous. What if I refuse? The conditions presented were preposterous, and he was certainly not going to agree, especially since he had already joined the ultimate martial arts school. You should know that making 1 or 2 individuals disappear is quite simple for me, the middle-aged man said, swirling his wine glass before downing its contents, convinced that manipulating a high school student was child's play. One moment, I need to make a phone call, Zhou Yi stated. A middle-aged man gestured dismissively, unable to fathom that a high school student from the slums could possibly summon any significant figure. To him, the boy was merely a small fish, unwilling to succumb quietly to his fate. Hello, Director Su. I'm afraid I cannot participate in the martial arts practical examination, said Zhou Yi. Previously, during his time at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Yi had exchanged contact information with Director Su. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, a sense of alarm gripped Su's heart. How could he not participate in the examination? Su had placed immense hope in Zhou Yi, having just signed a contract with him and even prepared to allocate the sole recommended spot for the elite training camp to the young man. Zhou Yi, what is the matter? You've already signed a contract. Are you now having second thoughts? Director Su's tone grew anxious, wondering if Zhou Yi had been poached by another organization. Director Su, the situation is as follows. A council member of the Dawn Alliance wants me to disappear. Zhou Yi briefly explained the circumstances. His past involvement in underground fighting had led to significant losses for the underground arena, which had sent fighters to hunt him down. In an ironic twist, he had managed to turn the tables and kill them, and now the Dawn Alliance demanded compensation or his servitude. Is that so? They've sent fighters to hunt down a high school student, only to be outmatched. The Dawn Alliance continues to be as absurd as ever. Send me your location. I shall reason with them, Su declared angrily, feeling that the Dawn Alliance had crossed a line by targeting the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Such arrogance from the Dawn Alliance was reminiscent of an ancient aristocracy. Did they truly believe they were still in those times? Zhou Yi spoke softly, just audible to a council member of the Dawn Alliance present, who could only catch fragments of the conversation. With the support of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Yi felt a newfound calmness, leisurely sinking into the sofa while pouring himself a glass of fine red wine from the table. He took a sip, only to spit it out. Although the wine was undoubtedly expensive, he found it quite unpalatable. Having lived until now, it was indeed his first encounter with the taste of alcohol, and he was ill-equipped to appreciate it. The council member from the Dawn Alliance cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yi, believing that a commoner like him could never truly enjoy anything of value presented before him. Soon, Director Su arrived at the entrance of the Tianya Club with several subordinates. I apologize, but this is a private club. Non-members are prohibited from entering. The security personnel blocked Su and his group. Is there anywhere in Dingzhou City that I, Su Yao, cannot enter? With that, Su tossed a badge. This was provided to you by the Dawn Alliance previously. However, this is my first visit to the Tinya Club. As a prominent figure in Dingzhou City, Su had long been invited by the Dawn Alliance. Meanwhile, the council member from the Dawn Alliance, upon hearing his subordinate's report, felt a chill run through him. You possess quite a skill. I did not expect you to successfully invite someone from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 8. The Fist is the Principal. The expression on the face of the counselor from the Dawn Alliance suddenly turned grim upon learning that Zhou Yi had joined the Ultimate Martial Arts School, complicating matters significantly. The situation, when examined openly, indicated that they were at fault. Although Zhou Yi had killed one of their martial artists, which was a legal matter, the root of the incident stemmed from a martial artist attacking a high school student, or rather, an ordinary individual. At that time, Zhou Yi had yet to pass the assessment for aspiring martial artists and could only be considered an ordinary person. The duty of a martial artist is to hunt monsters and protect humanity, yet one had chosen to assault a civilian and ultimately met with retaliation. This was not only a violation of regulations, but also a display of incompetence. Were this to be made public, others would undoubtedly mock the Dawn Alliance for having such inept subordinates. Counselor Wang, how dare you arbitrarily detain the family members of my Ultimate Martial Arts School? Zhou Yi exclaimed, his outrage palpable. You truly have no regard for my school. Before long, Master Su entered, accompanied by a group of people. The expression on Counselor Wang's face darkened even further. Despite belonging to one of the four major forces, the Dawn Alliance could not overpower the Ultimate Martial Arts School. This was an era that revered strength, and the head of the Ultimate Martial Arts School was the most formidable warrior of the age. Clenching his teeth, Counselor Wang, clearly suppressing his anger, finally managed to utter, I concede this matter. Release him. His subordinates promptly brought Zhou Yi's grandfather before them. Upon seeing his grandfather unharmed, Zhou Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was clear that he needed to become stronger. Otherwise, how would these people dare to apprehend his grandfather? He must hasten his journey to strength. If he were to become a war god, or even surpass that, they would not dare to lay a finger on his grandfather, no matter how bold they felt. Witnessing the Ultimate Martial Arts School, which boasted the world's strongest warrior, would compel the Dawn Alliance to comply and release him. Is this the end? As Zhou Yi supported his grandfather and turned to leave, Master Su held him back and addressed Counselor Wang. I have released the person. What more do you desire? With evident fury, Counselor Wang retorted, I see that Zhou Yi's grandfather is not in the best of spirits, clearly shaken from being detained. Surely, some compensation for mental distress is in order. With that, Master Su extended a finger. 10 million. Counselor Wang glared at Su, who remained silent, returning the gaze with a knowing smirk. They stared at each other for an extended moment. Fine. Ultimately, Counselor Wang relented. Satisfied, Master Su departed with Zhou Yi. Counselor, have we truly suffered losses without gaining anything in return? Inquired one of the Dawn Alliance's officials, nervously wiping his neck. What? Do you dare to lay a hand on a martial artist from the Ultimate Martial Arts School in the city? Counselor Wang shot back, causing the official to lower his head in silence. My money is not so easily acquired. We cannot act within the city, but there will be times when he is outside its bounds. Keep a close watch on Zhou Yi, and report to me immediately should he leave the city. However, we cannot allow our people to resort to hiring professional assassins. Director Wang contemplated and arranged the matter. Master Su, I'm deeply grateful for your assistance this time. Zhou Yi sincerely expressed as he exited the Tianya Club. Had it not been for your personal intervention, the situation would have likely ended unfavorably. Without the pressure from the Ultimate Martial Arts School, the Dawn Alliance would never have released them so easily. Not at all. You're a member of my Ultimate Martial Arts School as well. As the head of the martial arts school in Dingzhou City, it is my duty to protect you. Moreover, my school is not a place that anyone can trample upon at will. However, Zhou Yi, you must remain vigilant. They may still plot against you in secret. I suggest you move to the Xinjiang community immediately, Master Su advised, patting Zhou Yi on the shoulder. Since they had already come this far, Master Su decided to assist Zhou Yi fully, helping him transport his belongings to the Xinjiang community using the vehicle they had arrived in. Grandfather, this will be our new home from now on. We need not worry about leaks from the roof today or rain tomorrow, Zhou Yi declared, pointing to the grand villa before them. Wonderful, wonderful. Our little Yi has finally achieved something, his grandfather responded with pride. Aware of the tremendous effort and hardships Zhou Yi had endured, transitioning from an abandoned orphan to this point in his life. next door to Zhou Yi's new villa. The neighbor was bustling about. Quickly, prepare a gift for our new neighbor. I will deliver it personally, the man instructed. His wife, surprised, remarked, isn't he just a newly emerged martial artist? Does it require the finance minister of Dingzhou City to deliver gifts personally? The man, exasperated, retorted, you must consider who came to help him move today. That is the head of the ultimate martial arts school. This young man is either from a prominent family or an extraordinary talent. Befriending him would be wise. Zhou Yi, remember that the martial artist practical assessment is in 3 days. We will gather at the martial arts school and depart together. Do not be late. Master Su reminded Zhou Yi as they finished moving. This experience had significantly strengthened the bond between Zhou Yi and Master Su. The villa comprises 4 levels, with 3 above ground and a basement below dedicated to training, alongside a vegetable garden that delighted his grandfather, allowing him to cultivate produce at leisure. Zhou Yi finally possessed his own training room. Previously, he had relied on using the equipment at school, or the Ultimate Martial Arts School, but the school's equipment was often rudimentary and damaged, while the Ultimate Martial Arts School's facilities were crowded and required queuing. Upon entering the training room located in the basement, Zhou Yi was taken aback by the furnishings. It was indeed a villa allocated by the Ultimate Martial Arts School, and the equipment in the training room alone represented a substantial investment. The weights on the fitness equipment utilized magnetic gravity, an impressive feat that allowed for compactness without sacrificing weight. Unfortunately, despite the existence of gravity rooms, such advanced amenities could not be provided here. Zhou experimented with various pieces of equipment, yet they felt somewhat light. The apparatus was presumably designed for advanced warriors, yet Zhou Yi's prowess had subtly transcended that level. This advancement was attributed to the immense strength of the giant ape he had drawn from the system. As long as his physical constitution could endure, his power would continuously escalate until he fully unleashed the giant ape's might. After training for a while longer, Zhou Yi sat down, ready to browse the internet. Since joining the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, he could directly access the internal shopping platform for consumption, which boasted a plethora of remarkable items. With this year's salary of 20 million and a shopping allowance of 50 million, he was determined to make judicious purchases. Within the marketplace, he encountered the techniques, Annihilation of the World, a martial art rated SSS, priced at 100 billion, and Ninefold Thunderblade, another SSS-rated technique, also costing 100 billion. Zhou Yi gasped in astonishment. The price of these premier techniques was staggering. However, their exorbitance was justified, as one was crafted by Yi Hong, the strongest in the current era, while the other was developed by the second strongest, Thunder King. Both were founders of their respective academies, the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi found them unsuitable for his immediate needs, as his primary focus was on enhancing his physical condition to better accommodate the giant ape's strength. Chapter 9. Cultivating Genetic Primordial Energy. Moreover, the system offered various abilities derived from the Dragon Ball universe, which were not inferior to these techniques. Ultimately, Zhou Yi spent 100 million to acquire a complete set of armor, which was rather unique. In addition to its basic defensive capabilities, it possessed a distinctive feature. The armor was fabricated from a special alloy, inherently heavy, allowing Zhou Yi to wear it and increase his weight, thereby perpetually training his strength. Wearing this gravitation armor while utilizing the fitness equipment would be ideal, alleviating the feeling of it being too light. However, he still aspired to establish a gravity chamber in the future, as that would yield the best training results. Subsequently, Zhou Yi purchased some body refining liquid, which was also quite pricey, sold by the gram at 1,000 yuan each, equating to 1 million per kilogram. This refining liquid was to be mixed with water in a specific ratio and used for soaking after training, enabling a gradual enhancement of physical attributes. Currently, Zhou Yi's most pressing need was to elevate his physical condition, making this liquid indispensable. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to spend 10 million of his allowance on an A6 grade Blood Shadow longsword. Such a weapon was capable of engaging with advanced beast generals, providing Zhou Yi with adequate utility for some time. While most characters in Dragon Ball preferred hand-to-hand combat, Zhou Yi reasoned that wielding a weapon would be more efficient for hunting monsters. After all, even Trunks fought with a sword, did he not? After purchasing his equipment, Zhou Yi settled cross-legged on the floor of the training room and activated his communicator to open a message. It was a message transmitted by Master Su, which was programmed to self-destruct after reading. The content detailed the gene energy cultivation method. During the cataclysmic upheaval, the genes of humanity and various flora and fauna were infected by a virus, leading to mutations. Through years of research, it was discovered that if one develops their genes to a certain extent, they can sense a specific energy within the cosmos. By absorbing this energy, one can facilitate the evolution of their bones, cells, blood, skin, and more. However, ordinary individuals are unable to practice this. One must first achieve a certain level of physical strength, akin to that of a quasi-warrior, to perceive this energy. Following the cultivation methods outlined in the gene energy cultivation method, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, palms facing upward and feet intertwined, directed toward the sky. He closed his eyes and quietly attuned himself to the ubiquitous cosmic energy. Gradually, his mind became increasingly serene. Suddenly, he perceived luminous specks appearing within his awareness, encircling his body. With a mere thought, he guided these specks into his being. As they entered, Zhou Yi felt as if he were experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought, absorbing the surrounding cosmic energy at an ever-accelerating pace. What began as a mere trickle of droplets had transformed into a flowing stream, as a substantial amount of cosmic energy flooded into his body. Zhou Yi was enveloped in a sensation of trembling. A tingling sensation coursed through him, yet he could distinctly feel the power within him expanding continuously. This indicated that his physical prowess was being reinforced by the cosmic energy. After 2 full hours, Zhou Yi finally opened his eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, taking a moment to acclimate to his evolved body. He sensed numerous changes within himself. Not only a genetic evolution, but also the emergence of an enigmatic essence, akin to qi. This qi was not a tangible gas. Rather, it embodied a person's spirit and flesh. The stronger this qi, the more formidable the individual. Those in positions of power and strength often emanate a distinct aura, which is precisely the reason for this phenomenon. Subsequently, Zhou Yi approached the force testing machine, one of the standard facilities in the training room, designed to provide real-time insights into one's physical data. In his last test, Zhou Yi had recorded a strength of approximately 5,000 kilograms. The villa was originally equipped with a device capable of testing high-ranking warriors, but Master Su had specifically arranged for it to be replaced with a machine suitable for testing battle generals, without any deliberate effort to exert force. Zhou Yi reçoit le tir à punch. Bang! The force testing bag shook violently. 20,000 kilograms. Incredible. His strength had astonishingly quadrupled. This level of power has transcended that of an intermediate warrior, yet has not quite reached the echelon of a high-ranking warrior. It is commonly said that the effects of the first cultivation of genetic primal energy are unparalleled, and indeed, this holds true. His strength has surged fourfold. This dramatic enhancement is attributable not only to the infusion of cosmic energy that holistically elevates his physical attributes, but also to the liberation of the giant ape's might following this augmentation. Zhou Yi's strength has ascended to the level of an intermediate warrior. Eager to assess his speed, he tested himself once more, achieving an astonishing 150 meters per second. This velocity surpasses that of a typical intermediate warrior, rendering him superhuman in comparison to ordinary individuals. However, Zhou Yi senses that the potential of the giant ape's power has yet to be fully realized. After all, transformed into a giant ape, his prowess could be deemed akin to that of a lord-level beast, corresponding to the divine warrior classification within human capabilities. The following morning, the items Zhou Yi purchased from the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion were delivered to his doorstep. Good day, Mr. Zhou Yi. Please complete facial recognition for the receipt, the delivery personnel stated. After signing for the package, Zhou Yi eagerly returned home to unveil its contents. Inside were 2 substantial black boxes. One contained gravity armor, which felt incredibly weighty in his hands, while the other housed the Blood Shadow longsword. Upon drawing the sword, he observed blood-red patterns along the blade, exceedingly sharp. It emitted a crisp sound upon a flick of his fingers. The last smaller box undoubtedly contained the body-tempering liquid. Zhou Yi swiftly donned the gravity armor, immediately feeling a sinking sensation beneath his feet. Fortunately, the villa had been reinforced with the consideration of martial artists residing within. Otherwise, given Zhou Yi's current weight, he could have easily crushed the floor. Surprisingly, the gravity armor did not appear cumbersome. He could still wear a combat suit over it. This armor weighed at least 5,000 kilograms. While wearing it constantly would impose a significant burden on his body, this was precisely what Zhou Yi desired. Engaging in battles and daily training while clad in this armor would undoubtedly enhance his body refinement. Approaching the power testing machine in the training room, Zhou Yi unleashed a punch. Bang! 14,000 kilograms. Not bad. as the gravity armor seemed to suppress approximately 30 of his strength. This would not overly hinder his combat capabilities should a crisis arise. He could simply tear the armor apart and fight with full force. The metal of the gravity armor was not excessively hard. Its singular characteristic was its weight. Subsequently, Zhou Yi resumed his training regimen, recognizing that his current strength was not solely derived from a system. After all, his previous victories in the underground boxing arena, over 100, were earned through sheer determination and effort. On the second day, Zhou Yi rose early, for today marked the day of his practical assessment as a martial artist. Having successfully passed the martial artist practical assessment, he officially became a martial artist. Thus, Master Su could proceed to submit his application for enrollment in the elite training camp. Chapter 10. The commencement of the practical assessment. Zhou Yi rose early in the morning and traveled to the headquarters of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy in Dingzhou City. Hey there, handsome. Nice to see you again. Upon entering the academy, Zhou Yi was greeted by a familiar face, the girl he had met during the preliminary martial artist assessment. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Let us go. Everyone is here, and we shall depart immediately. This time, I will personally escort you to the practical assessment. Master Su stated upon noticing the group's arrival. His decision to lead the team was driven by a desire to witness Zhou Yi's growth. Once they passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, they could begin harnessing genetic original energy, which typically initiates a phase of rapid enhancement. The greater the improvement, the more significant the potential displayed. He was eager to observe how much Zhou Yi would elevate after cultivating this energy. Boarding the vehicle arranged by the academy, the group made their way towards the outskirts of the city. After several hours, they arrived at the military base situated outside the city. Those participating in the preliminary assessment approached to collect their standardized equipment. A military officer announced, "Come forward to receive your gear." Zhou Yi stepped up to receive a set of warrior-grade armor and a longsword. There are quite a number of participants for the martial artist practical assessment. Zhou Yi remarked, noting the presence of approximately 1,000 prospective martial artists gathered there. Indeed, all the preliminary martial artists from the 8 guardian cities of Jiangning are here for the practical assessment. It's not just the martial artists from our Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Numerous individuals from various factions and organizations are also present, hence the large turnout. Moreover, the practical assessment occurs once a month, so we are fortunate it didn't take long to wait, replied a fellow participant who had come with Zhou Yi. Hello, I am Zhou Yi. You seem quite familiar with this place. Zhou Yi turned and said, Of course, this is my 3rd time participating in the practical assessment. However, I was unfortunate in the previous 2 attempts, having faced a monster siege that led to my failure, the participant said, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. Noticing Zhou Yi's surprised expression, he quickly added, Do not underestimate the practical assessment. The pass rate is only about 10%, with a casualty rate around 5%. Zhou Yi nodded. The pass rate was indeed low. Out of 1,000 participants, only around 100 would likely succeed, and many would suffer injuries or worse. The fact that this participant had managed to escape unscathed on both occasions indicated a commendable level of skill. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi remained confident in his ability to pass. After all, his true strength was already at the general level, and defeating a beast soldier, provided he did not encounter a beast tide, should pose little challenge. The high-level monsters in this area have already been expelled, although this is not an absolute guarantee. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, you must promptly press the red button on your communicator and we will initiate a rescue operation. However, your practical assessment will be deemed a failure. Simultaneously, the issued communicator will continuously record the points you accumulate while hunting monsters. Numerous prominent figures from various factions are observing, and the better you perform, the greater your chances of being courted. Seize this opportunity. The practical assessment is about to commence, and military personnel are beginning to explain the assessment's precautions. As the alarm sounds, the gates of the base swing open, revealing the desolate landscape outside. In the distance, several wolf-like monsters, alerted by the commotion, are eyeing the base warily. Now, the practical assessment for prospective warriors officially begins. I wish everyone success in passing the evaluation unscathed. Zhou Yi, armed with a longsword, followed the crowd out of the base. All were prospective warriors, moving swiftly as they dispersed towards their respective targets. Zhou Yi set his sights on a direction leading to a cluster of abandoned buildings, where numerous mutated monsters were likely to be concealed. With Su, the master, holding such high regard for him, personally escorting them to participate in this assessment, he felt compelled to demonstrate his capabilities and bring honor to Su before the other factions. As he advanced, Zhou Yi soon sensed something amiss. It appeared he was being followed. After pausing to observe, he discovered a pack of approximately 10 mutated wolves stalking him. Having identified him as their quarry, these mutated gray wolves were roughly equivalent to human warriors, and the lead wolf, judging by its speed, likely reached the level of a high-ranking warrior. However, even while Zhou Yi donned gravity armor, the weight did not hinder his strength and speed, which had ascended to that of a novice warrior, allowing him to approach nearly double the speed of the wolf at 100 meters per second. He charged directly toward the pack of wolves, eager to draw first blood and christen his blade. In an instant, Zhou Yi plunged into the midst of the wolves, who were caught off guard. With a single stroke, he cleaved the lead wolf in two, then unleashed a powerful kick that caused another mutated gray wolf to explode upon impact, showering Zhou Yi in blood. Spitting in disgust, he wiped the blood from his body. Fighting with fists and feet was far too gruesome. Using his sword was far more efficient and spared him from such mess. In a swift flurry of movements, Zhou Yi dispatched the entire pack of mutated gray wolves. Checking the communicator provided by the military, he noted he had amassed over 100 points. It seemed that a basic B soldier earned 1 point, an intermediate 10, and a high-ranking 100. Subsequently, he glanced at the progress bar in his mind, which read 112. It is satisfactory. The combat energy provided by this group of mutated gray wolves far surpasses that of the previous martial artist. Judging by this efficiency, it is quite possible that during the practical assessment, he could fill the progress bar completely, allowing for another lottery draw. Zhou Yi set forth once more towards the abandoned buildings, effortlessly dispatching numerous monsters along the way. The most formidable creatures in this area are the advanced beast soldiers, which pose little threat to Zhou Yi, who is already at the battle general level. Thus, he activated his unparalleled mode for the hunt. At this moment, he was no longer fighting merely to pass the practical assessment, but rather to accumulate progress for the system's lottery. The lottery, it is imperative to draw. Within the military base, a group of influential figures from Jiangning City was observing the data from the practical assessment on the screen. This individual named Zhou Yi is quite impressive, having swiftly ascended to the top of the leaderboard in a short span of time. One of the dignitaries remarked, prompting his subordinate to retrieve Zhou Yi's profile. What? He is barely 18? Fetch me more detailed information about him. Meanwhile, the supervisor of the Jiangning City Ultimate Martial Arts School was also keeping an eye on Zhou Yi, inquiring of Master Su. Old Su, is this young man named Zhou Yi one of your protégés? What is your assessment? Chapter 11. The first in assessment. Others turned their gazes towards him. For the purpose of these dignitaries attending the observation was to unearth talent, and they could not afford to overlook anyone. Upon learning that Zhou Yi was brought by Master Su, their attention was further piqued. Master Su chuckled, a sense of pride swelling within him as he spoke. This young man Zhou Yi, at the time of the preliminary martial artist assessment, had already reached the level of an advanced warrior, and his neural reflex speed had attained that of a primary battle general. Given the passage of these few days through the cultivation of genetic energy, his strength should have surely reached that of a primary battle general by now. What? Do you realize what you are saying? An 18-year-old primary battle general. Do you understand the implications of this? Old Su, this jest is no laughing matter. Is this true, Old Su? The supervisor of the Jiangning City Ultimate Martial Arts School asked. Master Su shrugged. You shall see as it unfolds. Immediately draft a contract, treating him as an S-class talent. The other dignitaries instructed their aides. The supervisor of the Jiangning City Ultimate Martial Arts School's expression darkened. Old Su, how could you not report such a significant talent? Master Su couldn't help but grin, because I have already signed him on in advance. I have prepared the recommendation letter and application for the elite training camp for Zhou Yi. The supervisor's face then brightened with joy. Well done. Upon hearing this, the other dignitaries ordered, prepare the breach penalty for Zhou Yi as well. As long as one wields the host skillfully, no wall is insurmountable. On the other side, Zhou Yi had entered a frenzied mode of slaughter, his battle armor drenched in blood, having lost count of the number of monsters he had vanquished. All he knew was that the energy on his progress bar had accumulated to 602. Not enough, kill more. Today, he must draw a prize. Not even Jesus could stop him. Kill. Zhou Yi wreaked havoc in the abandoned buildings, drawing considerable attention as dozens of monsters converged upon him. However, the highest ranked among them were merely elite beasts, posing little threat to him. Who was that formidable man, slaying monsters as if they were chickens? Zhou Yi's relentless carnage not only attracted the attention of the monsters, but also piqued the interest of other candidates hunting in the area. Unlike them, who approached their battles with caution, struggling for every kill. Zhou Yi dispatched them with a single sword stroke. He even witnessed Zhou Yi obliterating a monster with a single punch. What immense strength that must require. At this moment, Zhou Yi's score had surpassed 5,000, placing him at the top of the leaderboard, while the second-place contender had only just crossed 1,000. The score of many other participants lingered around 100. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals can be greater than that between man and beast. 999, 100. Alright, time us up. When Zhou Yi ceased his onslaught, the area within several dozen meters around him was already strewn with the corpses of monsters. Fortunately, these beasts were not excessively large. Otherwise, the streets would not have been able to accommodate so many carcasses. Zhou Yi glanced at his final score, 780 points, placing him firmly in first. Surely, this would earn him considerable respect from Master Su. Upon returning to the military base, with the assistance of his staff, he utilized a large water gun to cleanse the bloodstains from his armor. In the next moment, numerous aides of prominent figures surrounded him. Zhou Yi, greetings. I am the assistant to the esteemed leader of the Dawn Alliance in Jiangning. The leader invites you for a brief discussion. Should you choose to join our alliance, we can negotiate favorable terms, and we will even cover any breach fees. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. The Dawn Alliance again? Why are they everywhere? I'm sorry, but I have already joined the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy and have no intention of switching allegiances. Zhou Yi, the Jiangning Military District invites you to serve as a consultant. Rest assured, this will not conflict with your membership in the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Another voice chimed in. I appreciate the offer, but I've just come from battle and am quite fatigued. I need to rest. These matters can wait. Zhou Yi pointed to it, realizing he wasn't well-versed in such affairs and would consult Master Su later. Once back in the vehicle belonging to the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, Master Su introduced him to the person seated beside him. This is Supervisor Li, representing our main branch in Jiangning. Zhou Yi, you performed admirably this time. I will ensure that the terms of your contract with Master Su are enhanced. Certainly, do not overthink it. The treatment provided to you by Old Su was indeed the utmost he could offer within his authority. Naturally, Zhou Yi was elated to accept the elevation in his treatment. As for the elite training camp, Old Su will submit your application and recommendation letter, yet it is imperative to pass an assessment at that time. However, rest assured that even if you do not succeed in the evaluation, I will ensure your entry into a more foundational training camp. Opportunities to join the elite training camp will arise again, considering your youth. Nevertheless, a certain period must elapse, as the training camp is not yet open for recruitment. Additionally, prepare yourself mentally. The training camp spans 5 years and entails closed-off training situated outside the country, with only 1 month of leave permitted each year. The supervisor reiterated several important points to Zhou Yi. Understood. Thank you, Supervisor. Zhou Yi responded. During this time, spend more moments with your family. Yet do not neglect your training. Strive to enhance your abilities and aim to pass the elite training camp's assessment. Yes, Supervisor. By the way, Zhou Yi. At that moment, the curator Su spoke again. I intend to arrange for you to join a hunting team for your training. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he desired. After all, his unique abilities necessitated extensive combat experience to swiftly elevate his prowess. Mere routine training would not suffice. With a seasoned hunting team guiding him, he would undoubtedly glean a wealth of knowledge. Zhou Yi possessed strength, yet when it came to experience in wilderness hunting, he was sorely lacking. Despite his impressive performance during assessments, where he displayed formidable prowess, it is essential to note that the assessment area was meticulously cleared, expelling high-level monsters. The realities of the wild are far more intricate. Even a war god would not dare to proclaim absolute safety in the wilderness. Recent news reported memorial activities for a war god who encountered a tide of mutated rats in the wild. These low-tier beast soldiers, when numbering in the millions, create a formidable tide. Even the war god could not escape unscathed. Of course, this war god had the opportunity to flee, yet in an effort to diminish the tide's numbers and lessen its impact on the city's defenses, he fought valiantly until the end, ultimately sacrificing himself. It can only be said that in this era, humanity does not possess the audacity to be arrogant before monsters. The situation remains perilously precarious. Concerned that Curator Su and the supervisor might perceive something amiss, Zhou Yi held his thoughts until he returned home, where he activated the system to initiate a lottery. Should he draw something that might cause a noticeable change in his physique or abilities, it would be challenging to explain. Chapter 12. The Lottery Once More. System. Commenced the lottery. The system's wheel in Zhou Yi's mind began to spin rapidly under his command once again. The previously drawn power of the giant ape had turned gray, ensuring it could not be drawn again. Super Saiyan Mode 1. Senza Beans 10. Flight Technique. Black God Armor. Kaioken. The pointer once again glided over the boxes displaying various item names. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Zhou Yi silently chanted, although the items shown on the wheel were quite impressive. There was no doubt that what he desired most was the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Not only was it stylish, but it also granted immense power. The pointer gradually came to a halt. Utilization of Ki. What is this? Soon, a wealth of knowledge flooded into Zhou Yi's mind. So that is how it is. Ki is the manifestation of power in the Dragon Ball universe, and can also be regarded as a form of cultivation system. He had sensed the existence of Ki while training with genetic energy before, but he had not known how to harness it. Whether it was the Kamehameha wave or the Super Saiyan transformation, both were reliant on the manipulation of Ki. The former directly employed Ki to attack enemies, while the latter achieved a multiplicative increase in strength through the release of Ki. In the Dragon Ball realm, Ki embodies the complete essence of a person's vitality, spirit, and physical form. Not too shabby. Now he could utilize techniques such as the Kamehameha and the Ki Blade Slash. And he had also unlocked the prerequisite for the Super Saiyan transformation. With a thought, an invisible, colorless aura enveloped his body, enhancing both his defense and offensive capabilities. Zhou raised a finger, and soon, the aura swirled, forming a disc-shaped vortex of Ki atop his fingertip. This was the renowned technique of Krillin from Dragon Ball. The Ki Blade Slash, which maximized its power by compressing Ki to a razor-thin edge, spinning at high speed to cleave enemies in two like a sharp blade. Zhou initially wanted to attempt the Kamehameha, but it was not suitable for practice here. He then tried to gather Ki on his Blood Shadow longsword. And in the next moment, the sword emitted a faint glow. Zhou Yi could feel that with the infusion of Ki, the Blood Shadow longsword had become even sharper. Thus, Zhou Yi spent 2 days at home familiarizing himself with the usage of Ki before finally receiving a call from Master Su. Zhou Yi, the hunting team has been arranged. The Divine Fist team comprises all combatants of the warrior level, with the captain being of a higher warrior level, perfectly suited for you at the moment. They will embark on a mission tomorrow. You may contact them directly. Zhou Yi, of course, could not refuse. He had longed to venture out for hunting once more. How else could he accumulate combat energy? Without accumulating combat energy, how could he draw lots? And without drawing lots, how could he grow stronger? Early the next morning, Zhou Yi prepared his equipment and headed to the assembly point. He had already contacted the captain of the Divine Fist team, Lin Mu, yesterday, and they would meet directly at the Dawn Alliance Mall in Jiangning Bay City. The Dawn Alliance Mall was a towering skyscraper with 100 floors, housing an array of facilities that one could possibly need. Here, one can undertake bountiful tasks, as well as buy or sell various supplies. Numerous hunting teams often prefer to stop here for a respite and to procure their necessities, for the offerings are abundant and the price is reasonable. This is the 5012 Lounge. The warlord-level hunting teams represent a more elite echelon, and with adequate preparation, they may even have the opportunity to hunt lord-class monsters. The materials harvested from beast lord-level creatures can fetch anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions, not to mention the even higher values associated with lord-class beasts. Thus, the Divine Fist team does not find itself wanting for funds, possessing a dedicated lounge within the Dawn Alliance Mall. Zhou Yi arrived at the door of the lounge and gently knocked. A strikingly attractive young woman with a curvaceous figure opened the door. "Hello, I am Zhou. Here to report for duty," he greeted politely. "Hello, little brother. I am Firefox, the vice captain and sniper of the Divine Fist team. Do not be shy, come in. We shall be teammates from now on." Firefox extended her hand, and as Zhou Yi shook it, a soft sensation sent a tremor through his heart. Truly, a sniper's hands are well cared for. Following Firefox into the lounge, she clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone, gather around. I would like to introduce a newcomer. This is Zhou Yi, our new team member," she said, gesturing towards him. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhou Yi, proficient in close combat, and I look forward to your guidance," he said courteously. "Such a young lad. Which affluent family do you hail from to seek gilded experience among us?" "We are a hunting team, not a nursery," remarked a burly bald man, brandishing a massive rotary heavy machine gun in one hand while the other meticulously polished the weapon. Firefox smiled faintly and replied, "This is Manyo, our heavy artillery specialist. I am not a scion of a wealthy family. Rest assured, I will not be a hindrance," Zhou Yi calmly explained, not taking offense. Given the perilous nature of hunting team missions, where one faces monsters daily, It is only natural for them to harbor skepticism towards a newcomer of such tender age. However, no amount of explanation could substitute for action in proving oneself. And this is Su Qing, our scout and secondary attacker, Firefox introduced again. Su Qing appeared youthful, perhaps in his 20s, with a refined demeanor. Zhou Yi, welcome to our team, he said courteously, extending his hand for a handshake. I'm already aware of your background. Welcome aboard. At that moment, a middle-aged man, radiating maturity, approached. I am Iron Fist, the captain of the Divine Fist team. Zhou Yi promptly shook his hand. The appearance of Captain Iron Fist was remarkably refined and amiable, though his name seemed at odds with his appearance. Welcome to our assembly. Let us convene briefly to discuss the plans for our upcoming mission. Once all preparations are complete, the Divine Fist squad shall embark on its journey. The desolate ruins of City 1001 serve as our destination, a locale that was once a county city before the Great Cataclysm. Now, it has transformed into a haven for monsters, predominantly inhabited by beasts of the Beast General rank, alongside a few formidable Lord-level creatures. According to prior intelligence gathered by the Divine Fist squad, an injured initial Lord-level monster has been sighted at the outskirts of City 1001, which is precisely our target. As we traverse the wilderness, Zhou Yi has donned a new set of gear. He wears gravity armor beneath, complemented by the Extreme Shadow Series battle armor gifted by the Divine Fist squad, capable of withstanding attacks from initial Lord-level monsters to a certain extent. His back now bears 2 longswords, having received an additional Extreme Shadow longsword as part of the squad as provisions. The noise generated by driving could attract numerous monsters. And since our running speed surpasses that of a vehicle, Zhou Yi is entrusted with handling any monsters we might encounter during this leg of the journey to City 1001. The frequency of monsters along our route is sparse, a deliberate arrangement by Captain Iron Fist to afford Zhou Yi ample opportunity for practice. Elated, Zhou Yi eagerly accepted, as he is in dire need of combat experience. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a rival assassin organization has received the bounty and information regarding Zhou Yi. A genius indeed. However, brilliance alone does not guarantee survival. Lacking a formidable background and daring to provoke the Dawn Alliance is unwise. Just because you have joined the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy does not grant you immunity from repercussions. 3 elite battle-hardened assassins await. I wonder how Zhou Yi will navigate this predicament. Chapter 13, The Hunt Begins. Zhou Yi, relinquish your burden to me, Manticore said, the heavy machine gunner of the team. The gun itself may not be the heaviest, but the ammunition is undeniably weighty, with the firing rate of a heavy machine gun reaching 6,000 rounds per minute. One can imagine the immense quantity of bullets required for sufficient firepower. It is impossible for Manticore to carry all the ammunition alone. Thus, Zhou Yi had previously assisted in bearing a portion of it. However, given the need for Zhou Yi to forge ahead, Manticore insisted on taking on the heavier load himself. With a grin, Zhou Yi replied, "No need for that. This weight is trivial for me." "Do not overexert yourself, you rascal," Manticore retorted, his brow furrowing with displeasure. His intentions were good, yet Zhou Yi seemed unappreciative. Initially, Zhou Yi's assistance in carrying bullets had elevated their rapport, but it now waned. Zhou Yi, however, refrained from transferring the burden to Manticore, as his physical prowess had significantly enhanced due to the ongoing cultivation of genetic energy. The gravity armor now feels somewhat light, and in pursuit of a more intense training effect, he contemplated adding extra weight. Zhou Yi, be cautious. A pack of unicorn red wolves approaches. The lead wolf is a primary battle general, accompanied by around 10 advanced bee soldiers. They have already detected our presence and are on their way, likely to encounter us in about 5 minutes, Su Qing announced upon his sudden return from reconnaissance. "Leave it to me," Zhou Yi replied confidently. "Everyone, stay vigilant. There are no trivial matters in the wilderness. Man Yo, prepare your firepower to support Zhou Yi, while Su Qing secures the sniper, Firefox. I will accompany Zhou Yi to prevent any unforeseen events. However, Zhou Yi, I can only assist in restraining the wolf pack. The killing will be your responsibility. I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary." Captain Iron Fist immediately organized their strategy. "Understood. I've got this, Captain," Zhou Yi asserted, brimming with confidence, eager to test his newly acquired abilities. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, indicating that the wolf pack was drawing near. The unicorn red wolves were quite formidable, with the primary battle general already the size of a compact car. Zhou Yi readied his sword with one hand while extending the other skyward with fingers splayed. Air circle slash. A faintly glowing vortex materialized in his palm, the high-velocity rotational force slicing through the air and generating a gust of wind. Go! Zhou Yi hurled the spinning air circle forward. With a splatter, several jets of blood erupted as his technique severed the heads of multiple unicorn red wolves. What technique is this? Captain Iron Fist and the others gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a powerful maneuver. Typically, battles were fought in close combat or with ranged firearms, but Zhou Yi's method of using air to attack was unprecedented. Truly, he was the youngest battle general in history. It was only natural that some techniques would be beyond comprehension. Captain Iron Fist mused, fully aware of Zhou Yi's true circumstances, while the others remained oblivious. Although Zhou Yi appeared youthful, Iron Fist had informed them that he was already in his 20s. A battle general in his 20s could be deemed a genius, albeit not an extraordinary rarity. Zhou Yi's strike had claimed the lives of several beasts, and the lead wolf, a primary beast general, was taken aback. Despite its intelligence, it urged the pack forward, for retreat was not an option. Courage thrives in confrontation, and the blood of its companions ignited their ferocity. With a fierce howl, the lead wolf rallied its pack, increasing their charge. Bring it on! Undeterred by the oncoming assault, Zhou Yi advanced with his sword drawn. The extreme shadow longsword in his hand gleamed softly as he channeled his energy into the blade. With swift movements, Zhou Yi darted among the wolves, each swing of his sword delivering precise death to a beast. The pupils of Iron Fist and his companions constricted, realizing that Zhou Yi's strength surpassed their expectations by a considerable margin. Initially, Iron Fist harbored the intention of testing Zhou Yi, which is why he allowed him to confront the entire wolf pack alone. He planned to intervene and rescue him if Zhou Yi faltered. After all, Zhou Yi was still quite young and possessed formidable power, undoubtedly harboring a sense of pride. However, if Zhou Yi were to disregard orders during missions, it would pose a significant risk to the entire team. Thus, Iron Fist devised this strategy, intending to challenge Zhou Yi while also fostering gratitude in him after saving him, facilitating smoother collaboration in the future. Little did they anticipate that Zhou Yi would single-handedly vanquish the entire wolf pack, completely defying their expectations. We may have recruited an extraordinary team member, a thought surged in Firefox's mind, perhaps instinctively. Zhou Yi, your strength exceeds my predictions. I fear my plans may require some adjustments. Iron Fist declared, I will take the lead along with Su Qing, while Manyo will provide heavy fire support. Firefox, you will act as the sniper. Zhou Yi, I will not assign anyone to protect you. Instead, you are responsible for safeguarding the two ranged attackers and cleaning up any monsters that Su Qing and I may overlook. Ensure the mission is completed. Zhou Yi acquiesced, though he preferred to be on the offensive, but he understood that patience was essential. After dispatching several waves of monsters, the Divine Fist Squad finally entered City 1001. Let us find a place to rest before commencing our hunting mission, Captain Iron Fist instructed once more. Under Su Qing's guidance, the team soon entered an abandoned hotel building, towering at 30 stories, providing a splendid vantage point to survey the city. Upon reaching a room on the 30th floor, Iron Fist organized the team again. Zhou Yi, you have dealt with the monsters along the way. Go rest for a bit. Su Qing, scout the surroundings to check for any lurking monsters within the building. Manyo and Firefox, prepare your gear, as it will be needed shortly. I will ensure security. Zhou Yi nodded. Indeed, the relentless slaughter had left him somewhat fatigued, necessitating a brief respite. Most importantly, the combat energy accumulated from his battles had reached its peak, signifying that he could draw from the system again, and he sought a suitable place for the endeavor. After tidying up a room slightly, Zhou Yi settled down, feigning meditation while focusing his attention on the system within his mind. System, begin a lottery. As Zhou Yi willed it, the lottery will gradually begin to spin once more. The two segments previously drawn had turned gray, indicating they could not be selected again. However, no new items appeared, leading Zhou Yi to speculate that the wheel required a certain threshold or specific conditions to unveil new rewards. Chapter 14, Sky Dance Technique. The pointer on the roulette wheel gradually came to a halt. Once again, it failed to land on the coveted Super Saiyan mode that Zhou Yi desired most. However, Sky Dance Technique was also quite commendable. It is important to note that in this world, only those who have ascended beyond the war god level possess the ability to fly. Among the billions of people across the globe, merely a handful possess such power. Yet, with the Sky Dance Technique, Zhou Yi could soar even at the warrior level, granting him a significant advantage in terms of escape or pursuit. Following the instructions transmitted by the system regarding the Sky Dance Technique, Zhou Yi enveloped himself in energy, and soon his body began to float gently. After levitating for a while in the room, he refrained from venturing outside. Such a skill must not be easily revealed. Zhou Yi, come here. At that moment, the voice of Captain Iron Fist echoed from the adjoining room. Zhou Yi promptly rose and made his way over. He saw Firefox observing the surroundings through binoculars. Over there at the 12 o'clock position, approximately 15 kilometers away, Firefox indicated, handing the binoculars to Zhou Yi. Taking them, Zhou Yi gazed in the direction Firefox had indicated. He beheld a massive wild boar, its snout emitting wisps of flame, traversing the street amidst a throng of monsters. This creature was an initial-level Lord Beast, known as the Fire-Nosed Boar. Unlike other monsters, Lord-level beasts often gather numerous subordinates as bodyguards, with the exception of those that are gregarious. Observe the Fire-Nosed Boar closely. It bears a scar on its hind leg, a remnant of territorial disputes with other Lord-level beasts. This is our target. In addition to this initial-level Lord Beast, it is crucial to note that among its subordinates, there are 3 high-level Beast General Class creatures. Zhou Yi peered through the binoculars as Firefox elaborated on the situation. Zhou Yi noticed that the Lord-level Fire-Nosed Boar indeed walked with a limp. However, in addition to its 3 high-level Beast General subordinates, there were still a dozen other monsters in its vicinity, making the situation rather formidable. Can we contend with an initial-level Lord Beast? Zhou Yi inwarded, somewhat puzzled. After all, Lord-level beasts correspond to the human war god level. The disparity between the warrior and war god levels is immense. A high-level warrior's standard for strength is 32,000 kilograms, with a speed standard of 180 meters per second. In contrast, the initial-level war god possesses a strength standard of 64,000 kilograms and a speed standard of 340 meters per second. The gap between them is significant. 10 high-level warriors might struggle to harm a single war god. Yet, an initial-level war god can effortlessly dispatch a group of high-level warriors. Under normal circumstances, this would be unfeasible, but the initial-level Lord Beast, the Fire-Nosed Boar, is injured, and we will employ some technology. If it proves effective, we shall proceed to reap the rewards. If not, we will retreat. At this moment, Captain Iron Fist, who was also observing the monster situation through a telescope, began to elucidate. Technology? Zhou Yi inwarded. It refers to our firearms, he replied. At that moment, Man Yo produced his Vulcan Series heavy machine gun and subsequently retrieved a box of ammunition. These bullets cost 100 yuan each, possessing a destructive power akin to that of a small bomb, and the firepower is extraordinarily formidable. Of course, this is not our ultimate weapon, Man Yo continued. Zhou Yi gasped in astonishment. The notion of a bullet costing 100 yuan was staggering. After all, this was the ammunition for a heavy machine gun, capable of firing 6,000 rounds in a minute. This meant that in just 1 minute, the expenditure on bullets would reach a staggering 600,000 yuan. It would be more economical to simply throw cash from the building than to sustain such a rate of consumption. This is our main act, our trump card. Man Yo then produced a small box, revealing a bullet the length of a palm, entirely crafted from pure silver. This bullet alone is worth 200,000 yuan, he stated. What on earth? A single bullet costs 200,000 yuan? Why not just rob a bank? Zhou Yi exclaimed, taken aback. He had never delved deeply into the realm of firearms, having primarily pursued close combat martial arts. At that moment, Firefox also unveiled her sleek sniper rifle. Zhou Yi felt it more appropriate to refer to it as a sniper cannon. Do not underestimate this bullet. It is priced for a reason. It has the capability to injure a Lord-level monster, in addition to its formidable armor-piercing effect. It is infused with a special neurotoxin that can leave even a Lord-level beast momentarily dazed. As she spoke, Firefox deftly pulled back the bolt and carefully chambered the bullet. Now, we shall witness Firefox's performance. At this juncture, Man Yo was readying his heavy machine gun as well. If Firefox's attack injures the Fire-Nosed Pig, we will swiftly move in for the kill. Man Yo will provide suppressive fire, while Su Qing and I will lead the assault. Zhou Yi, your task is to protect Man Yo and Firefox from close encounters with the monster. Captain Iron Fist quickly organized their tactics. Distance, 9 kilometers. Wind direction, southwest at 3 meters per second. At that moment, Su Qing also relayed additional information to assist Firefox in accurately targeting their objective. Let us go, Iron Fist commanded, and Su Qing and Man Yo promptly followed him downstairs. The three would infiltrate a closer position in preparation for the attack. while Zhou Yi and Firefox remained above, poised for a long-range sniper shot, ready to rush in after hitting their target. Preparation complete. After a brief interval, Iron Fist's voice crackled through Zhou Yi's earpiece. Firefox immediately entered a state of sniper focus. The success of this operation heavily relied on the efficacy of her shot. Zhou Yi observed as her breathing gradually steadied, her entire being immersed in an intense state of concentration. Zhou Yi, upon witnessing the scene, held his breath, fearful of disturbing the fox. Bang! In the next moment, a spark erupted from the muzzle of Fox's sniper rifle, followed by a thunderous crack. On the other side, the fire-nosed boar, encircled by numerous subordinates, sustained a gaping wound the size of a basketball to its chest. Roar! The fire-nosed boar let out a furious bellow, the suddenness of the assault inflicting pain and igniting its rage. Action! The voice of Iron Fist crackled through Zhou Yi's earpiece once more. At this juncture, Fox, her expression devoid of emotion, stowed her sniper rifle behind her back. Zhou Yi gave her a thumbs up, and together they hastened downstairs towards the battlefield. Bang! 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 As they descended, Zhou Yi was immediately met with the thunderous roar of Manticore's heavy firepower. The relentless barrage of bullets struck the fire-nosed boar's armored hide, sending sparks flying. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The bullets costing 200,000 yuan each could inflict harm on the Lord-level fire-nosed boar, while those at 100 yuan apiece failed to penetrate its scales, though the immense impact still caused the creature discomfort. Manticore, you handle the other monsters. We'll take care of this Lord-level beast, Iron Fist commanded as he and Su Qing charged towards the fire-nosed boar. At this moment, the fire-nosed boar appeared significantly weakened. Panting heavily, flames erupting from its nostrils, Iron Fist wielded a metallic gauntlet, each punch landing on the boar's body, forcing it to retreat slightly, demonstrating his formidable strength. Su Qing, armed with dual blades, struck with remarkable speed. Their teamwork was seamless. Iron Fist provided direct pressure, while Su Qing targeted the boar's vulnerable areas, such as its tendons and abdomen. Fox, opting for the more economical ammunition, aimed for the feet of the other monsters. Her and Manticore's objective being to stall the advance of these creatures, thus granting Captain Iron Fist and Su Qing the opportunity and time they needed. Zhou Yi unsheathed his long sword, positioning himself before Manticore and Fox. Chapter 15, Assassin Strike. The fire-nosed boar commanded numerous subordinates, including 3 high-ranking beast generals. Mere firepower would not suffice to suppress them. Zhou Yi understood that he needed to engage in close combat to intercept the charging monsters. With a swift stroke, he severed one of the horns from a 2-tailed manticore. Manticore's heavy machine gun immediately followed up, driving the creature back. Zhou Yi promptly defended against another oncoming beast from a different direction. He refrained from pursuing for a kill. His current task was to hold the line against the monsters. Should he chase after one, Manticore and Fox would likely be vulnerable to attacks from other directions. If he were alone, it would be inconsequential. But as a member of a team, he adhered to the command. This spirit of teamwork was something Zhou Yi possessed. As the Iron Fist squad valiantly battled the monstrous foe, 3 individuals atop a nearby building observed the scene unfolding below. These were the professional assassins tasked with eliminating Zhou Yi. Is this Zhou Yi? He appears quite youthful, and his abilities seem commendable, remarked one assassin. While they were adept at slaying monsters, it was the elimination of humans where their expertise truly lay. With that, the trio simultaneously assembled their sniper rifles. Kill 2. Kill 3. I will aim for Zhou Yi's vital points. You 2 should secure his potential escape routes. Use rapid-fire mode. If possible, target his legs. Should my first shot miss, I will need you to provide me with a second opportunity, instructed Kill 1. He replaced his ammunition with specially crafted armor-piercing rounds, as modern hunters often donned protective gear, making such ammunition more effective. Once prepared, the 3 dispersed to various vantage points, thereby broadening their coverage and minimizing the escape space for their prey. Ready, they declared as they raised their sniper rifles and began to take aim. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi felt a sense of unease as the assassins locked their sights onto him. The awakening of his mental prowess had heightened all his senses. Observing the situation closely, he noted that Captain Iron Fist and Su Qing had gained the upper hand. Victory seemed merely a matter of time. How could this be? Was it his first encounter with a Lord-level monster that instilled such trepidation within him? Suddenly, a surge of danger gripped Zhou Yi, prompting him to swiftly dodge to the side. Whoosh! A bullet grazed his back. Bang! The projectile struck the ground, creating a fist-sized crater before the sound of the gunfire reached his ears. In the next instant, 2 more bullets struck his legs. Fortunately, the force of these rounds was somewhat diminished. Thanks to the 2 layers of armor, Zhou Yi merely felt a slight weakness in his legs, sustaining only minor injuries. Enemy attack. Zhou Yi shouted. Captain, retreat. At that moment, Man Yo and Hua, who also reacted swiftly, redirecting their weapons toward the source of the gunfire. Kill 1. A true professional, remained steady in the face of the overwhelming firepower. With his sniper rifle poised, he meticulously aimed at Zhou Yi. Aware that Zhou Yi's legs were injured and his speed significantly reduced, he was convinced that Zhou Yi would not evade the shot. Of course, he understood that the bullets from a heavy machine gun at such a distance would be difficult to track accurately in a short span. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of bullets raining down around Zhou Yi's position demanded an exceptionally strong mental fortitude to execute his shot successfully. At that moment, Zhou Yi felt the urgency of impending peril once more. He recognized that the enemy's powerful second shot was imminent, and he could not evade it due to his injured legs. Resolved, Zhou Yi decided against attempting to dodge. He would brace himself for the impact of the shot. Zhou Yi, for the first time, raised his sword with both hands, a faint luminescence emanating from his body and the blade. Whoosh! In the next moment, a bullet hurtled toward him, aimed directly at his head. This shot was intended to take his life. Zhou Yi's mental energy surged wildly. Although he had not specifically trained to manipulate objects with his mental prowess, he could certainly sense the bullet's trajectory with utmost focus. With a swift motion, Zhou Yi executed a powerful downward strike, cleaving the bullet with a resounding thud. A notch appeared on the blade of the extreme shadow sword. Yet the bullet was deflected away. Zhou Yi cast a deep glance in the direction for which the bullet had come, before quickly departing with the assistance of Su Qing and Captain Iron Fist. However, the enraged Fire Nose, now incensed, was relentless in pursuit. The group retaliated while retreating, eventually finding refuge in the underground subway tunnel, thus managing to escape. Zhou Yi, are you all right? Captain Iron Fist inquired with concern. Zhou Yi shook his head. The 2 bullets that followed were significantly less potent than the first, having only inflicted minor injuries after penetrating his armor twice. A mere scratch, he thought. With a little medication and rest, he would be fine. Damn it, I never anticipated encountering a robbery in broad daylight, he exclaimed, as the formidable bullman pounded his fist against the tunnel wall in anger. Such incidents were not uncommon in the wilderness, given the immense value of the corpses of lord-level beasts, which could fetch billions in materials. Naturally, the risks were substantial, but if there was an opportunity to seize a windfall, it would be most advantageous. Unfortunately, they had become the targets of such opportunism. I apologize. This ambush was likely my fault, as my presence influenced the team's movements, Zhou Yi expressed with regret. The 2 rounds of attack had been directed solely at him, and he understood all too well that he was the intended target. The failure of their hunting plan weighed heavily on his conscience. Do not speak like that. Now that you are part of our team, we share the burden together, asserted both Firefox and Bullman. Thank you, Zhou Yi replied with a respectful gesture. Ouch. Zhou Yi winced as Firefox tended to his wounds with a medical kit. But tell me, have you offended someone? She probed. I have some suspicions, though I'm not entirely certain, Zhou Yi replied, contemplating the possibility of having crossed paths with members of the Dawn Alliance, especially since he had caused them some losses. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the amount paid to these assassins far exceeded any losses he had inflicted upon them. This is quite normal. Your youth may have led to this predicament. Our martial arts school should have promised to assist you in applying for the elite training camp, Captain Iron Fist suddenly interjected. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Given your age and prowess, your chances of joining the elite training camp are quite high, even if this year does not work out. With an additional year or 2 of honing your skills, you would still be only 20, thus presenting ample opportunity for entry. However, it is imperative to acknowledge that the slots in the elite training camp are exceedingly precious each year. The prodigies of this camp are often poised to become formidable warriors. Hence it is also referred to as the Warrior Preparatory Camp. The power of a warrior is immense. The emergence of even a single warrior can significantly influence the dynamics of power and resource allocation. Do you understand? Captain Iron Fist gazed at Zhou Yi as he spoke. Chapter 16, Firefox Injured. So, could this be seen as an early elimination of rivals by other forces? Zhou Yi retorted. Master Su's intention in having you join our squad was to ensure your protection, so refrain from uttering anything about being a burden, Iron Fist replied. Zhou Yi, dear brother, tell your sister, how old are you now? Firefox inquired with a hint of curiosity, as Captain Iron Fist had not disclosed Zhou Yi's specific details to them. I just turned 18 this year, Zhou Yi replied, scratching his head. What? You are only 18? Earlier, you faced the charge of a high-level beast general without faltering. Goodness, an 18-year-old high-level warrior. What does that even mean? Firefox exclaimed. Damn, when I was 18, simply becoming a martial artist earned me the title of genius. Su Qing expressed his astonishment. Indeed, considering Zhou Yi's school, there are only 6 advanced students aged 18 and not a single martial artist among them. Well, I do not possess a high-level warrior's capability. I would estimate my strength to be at the intermediate warrior level. Presently, there are no professional testing machines available. But Zhou Yi surmised that he might possess strength akin to a high-level warrior, owing to the influence of the great ape's power. At that moment, a sudden and intense sense of danger surged within Zhou Yi. Be careful, Zhou Yi shouted, diving to the side. However, this time, the assassin's bullets did not target Zhou Yi, but rather aimed at Firefox. After the previous incident where 2 bullets were fired, one dodged by Zhou Yi and the other deflected, the assassin realized that hitting Zhou Yi was a formidable challenge. Thus, he opted to attack Firefox, seeking to create an injury within their ranks. This way, whether they chose to flee or retaliate, they would have a wounded comrade to hinder their efforts. Damn it, they followed us here. The hot-tempered bull charged at the sight of Firefox's injury, his rage igniting. He raised a heavy machine gun and began to unleash a barrage of fire towards the opposite side of the subway tunnel. Whoosh. Damn, there are assailants behind us too. We are being attacked from both sides. Su Qing exclaimed, as he and Captain Iron Fist positioned themselves on either side of the underground passage, shielding Zhou Yi and the others, with Bull providing temporary fire suppression from one side, and the captain and Su Qing intercepting bullets from the other. They gained a momentary respite. Captain, what should we do now? Firefox is injured, Bull shouted. We can only force our way through in one direction. Captain Iron Fist declared. Give me a moment to clear the path, and then we shall break through. As Zhou Yi spoke, he lowered his body slightly, adopted a horse stance, and clenched his fists, beginning to gather energy. Haim, ha! After a brief moment of concentration, a beam of light, the size of a basketball, shot upwards, illuminating the entire underground passage. What kind of attack is this? The crowd gasped. Zhou Yi's strike resembled a laser. Yet who had ever witnessed a laser beam of such girth? A scream echoed from the depths of the passage. Zhou Yi knew he had struck his target. The Kamehameha wave was not easily evaded, for its speed was formidable, and with strong control, it could curve. Charge! Witnessing the effectiveness of Zhou Yi's attack, Captain Iron Fist decisively commanded the group to advance in that direction. Damn it! On the opposite side, the professional assassin cursed and immediately began to pursue. Zhou Yi hoisted the wounded Firefox, who had been shot in the abdomen. Had it not been for his armor's slight obstruction and the bullet's placement near the edge of his abdomen, Firefox might not have survived. The speed of Zhou Yi and his companions was astonishing, and in mere moments, they had traversed several hundred meters, encountering the ambush set by the assassins. One of the assassins had a large circular hole in his shoulder, with an arm severed and lying on the ground, a testament to the power of Zhou Yi's Kamehameha wave. Who sent you? Zhou Yi demanded, grasping the assassin by the collar and lifting him. The assassin, resolute in his defiance, bit down on a hidden poison capsule, choosing death over capture. Unbelievable, a professional assassin indeed. Manyo spat in disdain. These individuals possess great strength, yet squander it on infighting rather than protecting humanity from monsters. How contemptible. Su Qing searched the assassin's body, but found no clues. The assassin was highly trained. Reluctantly, the group left the corpse behind and continued onward, aware that 2 more assassins were pursuing them. After exiting the underground passage, the Divine Fist squad navigated the city for a while, and upon realizing they were not being followed, they sought refuge in an abandoned building. How is Firefox's injury? We've suffered a significant loss. These assassins are truly vile, Manyo lamented, still visibly agitated. Their losses were indeed severe, had it not been for the assassin's interference. They could have captured a low-level Lord-class monster, worth over 1 billion. Most critically, Firefox was gravely injured and would likely be unable to hunt again. Captain, what should we do now? Firefox's injuries are serious. We must return to the city for treatment, Su Qing suggested after performing basic first aid on Firefox. You all should head back. Firefox's condition is urgent. Zhou Yi interjected at that moment. Iron Fist furrowed his brow, having discerned Zhou Yi's intent. And you? Zhou Yi replied, I will stay. This matter originated with me. and sister who has suffered injuries because of my actions. I must seek vengeance. His voice brimmed with indignation, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. No, those two assassins possess the speed of elite battle generals. You are likely no match for them, Iron Fist countered, his concern palpable. He believed that a young man like Zhou Yi, driven by impulsive fervor, could pay a grave price. Rest assured, Captain, my strength is formidable as well. Zhou Yi asserted confidently, beginning to shed his armor. The outer layer was the Extreme Shadow series armor bestowed upon him by the Divine Fist Squad. It was lightweight, defensively sound, and did not impede normal movement. At that moment, Iron Fist and the others realized that beneath his attire, Zhou Yi wore an additional layer of armor. He discarded the gravity armor, which thudded heavily to the ground. The moment he removed it, Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, an indescribable exhilaration washing over him. What kind of armor is this? It's so heavy. Man Neo approached, lifting the gravity armor for a closer inspection, astonished by its weight. You've been moving around in this? His incredulity was evident. It is one thing to lift a 100-pound dumbbell, but entirely different to carry 100 pounds while engaged in high-intensity combat. The concepts are worlds apart. Is this the realm of true geniuses? Su Qing murmured in disbelief, for he already considered himself a prodigy, having attained the rank of mid-level battle general by the age of 25. In the next moment, even the seasoned Iron Fist was left agape. Before their astonished eyes, Zhou Yi began to levitate slowly. Fear not, I can fly. I will escape. Zhou Yi declared with unwavering confidence, aware that unless he showcased his abilities, Iron Fist and the others would never allow him to embark on his quest for vengeance alone. You can do this. Man Neo stammered, unable to articulate his shock. Chapter 17, The Dawn of Revenge. It is known that above battle generals lies the illustrious rank of war god, yet countless individuals find themselves trapped at the level of elite battle generals, unable to ascend to the ranks of war gods throughout their lifetimes. Achieving the status of a war god signifies a monumental leap in power. However, even war gods cannot soar the skies. To fly unaided, one must attain the status of an unparalleled powerhouse, transcending even the war god tier. Among billions worldwide, there are over 3,000 war gods, while those who surpass this rank number merely in the dozens, each standing as a paragon of power within the highest echelons of authority. The ability to fly through sheer strength is a hallmark of transcending the war god tier. Thus, it is no wonder that Iron Fist and Man Neo found themselves utterly astonished. Realization dawned upon them. Geniuses are indeed beyond imagination. Although they did not comprehend how Zhou Yi accomplished this feat, they agreed to support his plan. Captain Iron Fist pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to Zhou Yi's plan to undertake his quest for revenge alone. Throughout this period, Zhou Yi had exhibited abilities that surpassed his expectations. Whether it was his formidable luminous attack power or his capacity for flight, these were feats he had never encountered before. Let us first escort Firefox back for treatment. Here, I shall leave matters in Zhou Yi's hands, Iron Fist commanded without delay, recognizing the severity of Firefox's injuries. As he watched Iron Fist and his companions gradually recede into the distance, Zhou Yi's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. So, a professional assassin, are we? The roles of offense and defense have now reversed. The quest for vengeance officially commences. However, before proceeding, Zhou Yi directed his attention to the lottery system residing within his mind, noticing that the progress bar had once again filled to capacity. It appeared that the more perilous the battle, the swifter the accumulation of energy. The harrowing encounters he had faced, whether against the Lord-level monstrous horde or the 2 skirmishes with assassins, had all been exceptionally dangerous, thus accelerating the gathering of combat energy. It seemed that such life-and-death confrontations were indeed most suited to Zhou Yi. With this realization, he decided to initiate a lottery draw, thereby increasing his chances of success in his revenge. Under Zhou Yi's mental command, the lottery wheel began to spin once more. In a short while, the pointer came to a halt. Upon seeing what it indicated, Zhou Yi wore an expression of astonishment. How should one describe this? One might argue that it is of little utility, yet at times, it proves rather practical. Conversely, when deemed useful, it also feels somewhat superfluous. Solar Fist. This is a capability from the Dragon Ball universe that allows the conversion of energy into light, which can be unleashed. However, it does not inflict significant harm upon enemies. Its primary function is akin to that of a flashbang. Nevertheless, as long as the adversary is not blind or wearing sunglasses, even if they possess the strength to obliterate a star with a single punch, they too will be momentarily blinded by the Solar Fist. Why do I feel somewhat unfortunate lately? Perhaps it is due to not washing my hands before the draw? I shall try washing my hands next time. Zhou Yi murmured to himself, reflecting on his recent spate of unsatisfactory draws and contemplating whether to indulge in a bit of superstition for the next lottery. After resting for a brief moment to recover his strength, Zhou Yi finally rose to his feet. Standing still, he began to attune himself to his surroundings. This was a method of utilizing energy that he had recently mastered, allowing him to perceive the life force of others in order to locate them. If vengeance was to be sought, he must first identify the whereabouts of the two assassins. Meanwhile, the two assassins, Kill 1 and Kill 2, were utilizing satellite communications to report their findings. Kill 3 is dead. The opposing team is quite formidable, and eliminating Zhou Yi will prove challenging. Moreover, Zhou Yi's strength exceeds what was indicated in the intelligence we received. He likely possesses the prowess of a high-level battle general. This information was swiftly relayed to the Council of the Dawn Alliance in Jiangning City. The speed at which Zhou Yi was advancing was astonishing. If he were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly become a persistent threat. To eliminate Zhou Yi, one would likely require the intervention of a god-tier assassin, given the exorbitant price. If we do not eradicate the threat now, do you truly believe Zhou Yi will not seek retribution once he ascends to godhood? Soon enough, the assassin organization received an additional bounty of 5 billion. This signifies that a god-tier assassin has been activated. A spacecraft launched from the continent of Europa, heading directly towards City 1001. While traveling to foreign urban territories necessitates authentication, venturing into the monster-infested wilderness does not, as one cannot prohibit others from hunting beasts. Moreover, those capable of operating a spacecraft are typically privileged god-tier powers. At last, I have found you. Zhou Yi, utilizing his senses to detect the presence of the assassins, pinpointed the location of two of them after a brief search. These assassins remained stationary, biding their time for the arrival of a god-tier powerhouse. This is the place. Zhou Yi stealthily navigated to an abandoned building. Even a warrior-level powerhouse possesses keen perception, preventing him from approaching too closely. It was time for these ambush-loving assassins to experience the taste of betrayal. Zhou Yi had not forgotten their previous two surprise attacks, the latter of which had injured Firefox. Kamehameha. Zhou Yi stood firm, gathering energy and aiming toward the direction of the two assassins. With a powerful release, a beam of light the size of a basketball shot forth. This move constituted Zhou Yi's most formidable attack to date, while the Chi round slash excels in cutting. It lacks the direct impact of the Kamehameha. The beam penetrated the wall, bursting into the room with a horrifying scream. Enemy attack, one of the professional assassins exclaimed, as his companion, unable to evade in time, lost an arm to the beam. The injury mirrored that of a previously deceased comrade. Damn it, it's Zhou Yi and his crew. The assassin, supporting his injured partner, turned to flee. The two of them stood no chance against Zhou Yi and his entire hunting squad, especially with one severely wounded, their combat prowess diminished. Zhou Yi could not let them escape. He swiftly blocked their path. At that moment, the assassin gazed at Zhou Yi in disbelief, exclaiming, "You dare to pursue us alone?" He only saw Zhou Yi, unaware of his companion's presence. "I am more than enough." Zhou Yi unsheathed his longsword, preparing for close combat. The Kamehameha, though powerful, was ill-suited for this scenario, as it required time to charge. Whoosh! Zhou Yi stepped forward, appearing before the assassin in an instant. The assassin, now resolved, drew his dagger. Clash! The two engaged in close combat, their strengths surprisingly equal. Killing One was once again astonished. He had initially assessed Zhou Yi's abilities to be on par with a moderately skilled warrior, which was already a remarkable evaluation. It is worth noting that Zhou Yi is merely 18 years old, while others at that tender age strive tirelessly to become budding martial artists. It now appears that Zhou Yi's true strength is nearing that of a high-ranking warrior. Of course, he was unaware that Zhou Yi's previous display of prowess was hindered by the cumbersome gravity armor he wore. Such a prodigy would indeed make for an exhilarating challenge. Killing One's gaze turned ferocious. Zhou Yi's sudden assault had caught him off guard at first, but now he had entered his slaughter mode. What of genius? He was a seasoned professional assassin. Chapter 18. Transform. Killing One drew forth a dagger, wielding one in each hand. This was his close combat form unleashed in full force. With a swift motion, the daggers in his hands became mere phantoms, moving at an astonishing speed. In an instant, Zhou Yi found himself suppressed, even sustaining several cuts upon his arms from narrowly evading the daggers. Such rapid attacks. Zhou Yi marveled. Kid, You're still a bit too green. Killing One remarked with a hint of arrogance, thinking to himself, what does it matter if he is a genius? He still couldn't best him. At that moment, he heard Zhou Yi utter a nonsensical phrase. Unfortunately, you aren't wearing sunglasses. What does that mean? Sunglasses? With the formidable physique of a warrior, does he truly need sunglasses against such sunlight? Never mind, why ponder such trivialities? Killing One dismissed his chaotic thoughts and launched another attack, this time aiming for Zhou Yi's vital points. Surely, if he could eliminate his target before the god of war-level assassin arrived, he would reap a substantial bounty. As Killing One charged towards Zhou Yi, brandishing his daggers, Zhou Yi exclaimed, Solar Fist. A blinding light erupted before Killing One's eyes, leaving him no time to evade. Damn it, a flashbang. Killing One gasped internally. In the next moment, a long sword pierced through his chest. You. Zhou Yi covered Killing One's mouth and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, don't blame me for lacking martial ethics. It was you who resorted to underhanded tactics first. With that, Zhou Yi pushed aside Killing One's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Sha Er, who had earlier lost an arm to Zhou Yi's Kamehameha, had long since vanished. Escape? Can you truly flee? Zhou Yi once again attuned himself to the aura, this time with greater speed, partly because Sha Er hadn't escaped far, being an injured individual, and partly because he had memorized Sha Er's aura just moments prior. Zhou Yi swiftly pursued, and before long, he reappeared before Sha Er. Despair filled Sha Er's eyes as he gazed at Zhou Yi. Killing One and Killing Three had perished at this young man's hands, and he realized he could not evade his fate. Just then, a fierce gust of wind roared above them. The once despondent expression on Sha Er's face transformed into one of wild elation. Zhou Yi, your fate is sealed. The formidable warriors of our organization have arrived. Ha! With the speed of these warriors, even if you attempt to flee now, escape is impossible. Killer 2 began to laugh maniacally. Flee? Why would I flee? A wild thought suddenly surged in Zhou Yi's mind. His combat lottery system rewards greater energy from more arduous battles. So what about fighting a warrior at the divine level? This battle might just fill up his progress bar completely. At that moment, the spacecraft hovering above them transitioned from rapid flight to a standstill. A figure plummeted from the sky. Bang! The figure landed, having jumped from such a height, merely crouching slightly to absorb the impact. The newcomer, with fair skin and blonde hair, was unmistakably of Western descent. Yet this person spoke in impeccable Mandarin. Are you Zhou Yi? The tone was filled with an imperious arrogance that made Zhou Yi feel somewhat uncomfortable. Yes, that's me. What do you want? Zhou Yi retorted without showing weakness, his tone equally cold. Good, it's you. It seems this task is far easier than I anticipated. I was worried you might be hiding in the city, preventing me from taking action. Hide? Why would I hide? Just because of you? Zhou Yi replied bluntly, his aura beginning to surge, fueled by rising combat fervor. Huh? You arrogant little brat. It appears you lack understanding of the disparity between a warrior and a god, declared the divine assassin. At that moment, Killer 2 suddenly interjected. He has killed Killer 1 and Killer 3. Mighty God, quickly eliminate him to complete the mission. My arm still requires treatment. Ugh. The divine assassin waved his hand, and in the next instant, Killer 2's head soared into the air. Useless trash that cannot complete the task. What purpose do you serve? How dare you instruct me? Immediately, the divine assassin pointed his blood-stained finger at Zhou Yi. You're next. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and he struck first, swinging his sword in a decisive slash. The divine assassin effortlessly caught the blade with one hand. Zhou Yi found himself unable to withdraw his sword. Reluctantly, he abandoned the sword and retreated. The divine assassin tossed the sword aside, inspecting his palm, where a line of blood had appeared. Such immense strength. Indeed, a youthful genius. Yet, regrettably, your brilliance shall extinguish today. The divine assassin stepped forward, and in an instant, he stood before Zhou Yi. With a powerful punch, Zhou Yi crossed his arms defensively over his chest. The next moment, Zhou Yi's body was sent flying. His arms tingled, leaving him momentarily unable to lift them. So this is the vast chasm between a warrior and a god? If that is the case, then let us unleash it. Just then the divine assassin, who was about to pursue, froze in place, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread. Zhou Yi's rapid enhancement of strength can be significantly attributed to the power of the great ape. However, his physical constitution had previously constrained this formidable power from being fully unleashed. Yet, beyond merely augmenting his physical capabilities, there exists another means to directly liberate the great ape's might. Transformation into the great ape itself. This ability is inherent to the Saiyan race, allowing them to metamorphose into colossal ape-like creatures upon witnessing a full moon. However, since Zhou Yi's great ape power derives from a system, he is not bound by the necessity of a full moon for transformation. He can change at will without succumbing to loss of reason. As the God Slayer hesitated, Zhou Yi's form rapidly expanded amidst the ruins, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering beast several dozen meters tall. The God Slayer stood agape, incredulous at the sight before him. A human, barely over a meter tall, had, in such a brief moment, transformed into a monstrous creature of unimaginable height. This was utterly unprecedented and beyond comprehension. As a warrior of divine caliber, his vision had transcended that of 999 individuals worldwide. Yet he had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. Moreover, the strength of a beast is intrinsically linked to its size. The initial level Lord-class monsters previously faced by the Divine Fist Squad stood merely 3 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. In contrast, the creature before him, towering at several dozen meters, was undoubtedly a king-class beast, synonymous with entities surpassing even the strongest human warriors. Suddenly, a realization struck the God Slayer, and he frantically activated his communicator. Coordinates. A king-class beast has appeared here. It possesses the ability to transform into a human. The God Slayer understood the urgency of disseminating this information, for if a beast could assume human form and infiltrate the human realm, it would spell doom for humanity. Although he was a hunter of humans, it did not imply he would stand idly by while humanity faced annihilation. After all, he too was human and required a place to exist. As Zhou Yi, now in his great ape form, observed the God Slayer frozen in shock, he clenched his massive fist and struck down with tremendous force. Chapter 19. The World's Mightiest. At that moment, the God Slayer, having just sent out his message, regained his wits and attempted to flee. However, his speed could not possibly match that of Zhou Yi in his transformed state. A single punch sent the God Slayer crashing into the ground. Lying motionless in the crater created by Zhou Yi's strike, his breath dwindled to a mere whisper, nearly rendered lifeless by the blow. Zhou Yi, of course, could not let him escape. He delivered another crushing blow, sending him to meet his end. Returning to his human form, Zhou Yi retrieved the communicator that had been flung aside. Indeed, as expected of a device used by a divine warrior, its quality was excellent and remained intact. Upon glancing at the information displayed, Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn," he remarked, bewildered, as the war god killer stood there, engrossed in his phone instead of fleeing, inadvertently revealing the transformation that had turned him into a giant ape. Naturally, from the perspective of the war god killer, Zhou Yi was originally a monster, endowed with the ability to assume human form. However, it was a misconception. Zhou Yi was, in fact, human, merely capable of transforming into a beast. Enraged, Zhou Yi shattered the communicator into countless fragments and swiftly utilized his aerial maneuvering technique, soaring away from the scene at full speed. Merely 5 minutes after Zhou Yi's departure, several satellites in the sky focused on the coordinates provided by the war god killer for surveillance. Concurrently, numerous spacecraft from around the globe ascended, hastening towards the location, including vessels belonging to the world's foremost powerhouses, Yihong and Leiwang. The news disseminated by the war god killer was astonishing. A monster possessing the ability to transform into a human was a dire threat. Should such a creature infiltrate human cities and launch an assault, the potential casualties would be unimaginable. After all, this was a royal-class monster, a being even more formidable than a human war god. There were only 57 planetary-level powerhouses surpassing human war gods. Thus, if a royal-class monster were to instigate chaos within the human realm, containment would be exceedingly difficult. Even if planetary-level powerhouses arrived, the royal-class monster could easily revert to human form and escape capture. This scenario would spell disaster for humanity. At that moment, as Zhou Yi fled at low altitude, 13 spacecraft had already arrived above the coordinates dispatched by the war god killer. These vessels were significantly more advanced than the war god killers, as their owners were members of the Earth Federation, all planetary-level powerhouses exceeding the war gods. 13 figures emerged from the spacecraft, hovering in the air, a hallmark of their planetary-level prowess. Lightbrain immediately scanned the area and reconstruct the sequence of events. "Let us descend and investigate," stated Yihong, the world's leading powerhouse and chairman. The 13 hovering figures descended towards the ground. "Chairman, we have discovered a damaged communicator," announced one of the planetary-level powerhouses. The damage was not entirely catastrophic. It could likely be repaired. Zhou he had left in haste, lacking the time to thoroughly destroy the communicator, merely shattering it before his urgent departure. Yi Hong took the communicator and commanded, Light Brain, restore and retrieve the information within the device. Before long, the Light Brain transmitted the footage. The image revealed a towering giant ape standing at several dozen meters, followed by the sight of a massive fist crashing down, and thereafter, the screen faded to darkness. Regrettably, the footage captured only the original form of this royal-class monster, failing to document the moment it transformed into a human. After viewing the footage, one planetary-level powerhouse commented, "The gravity of this matter is evident to all of you. Immediately deploy satellites to monitor all activities within a 100-kilometer radius of this location, and simultaneously classify all martial artists who have appeared within this range as subjects of investigation," commanded the world's foremost powerhouse, Yi Hong. "Yes, esteemed speaker, we have already identified the identity and recent movements of this battle god." At this moment, a planetary-level powerhouse spoke up. "Speak." This battle god is known as Ernest Gross, possessing an average battle god level of strength. Secretly, he is a top assassin of the Dawn Killer organization, and he has come to Jiangning City to carry out an assassination mission. His target is named Zhou Yi, an 18-year-old suspected to be of average battle general level. Zhou Yi is a recent talent recruited by the Ultimate Martial Arts School and has joined the Divine Fist hunting team for training. During a hunting expedition, he encountered 3 high-level battle general assassins from Dawn and successfully killed one in self-defense. The assassins, aware they were no match for the Divine Fist team, summoned a battle god for assistance. According to intelligence reports, these assassins were dispatched by the Dawn Alliance, with the involvement of a planetary-level council member. The situation regarding Zhou Yi and the battle god assassin was reported in mere minutes. At that moment, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Dawn Alliance among the 13 planetary-level powerhouses changed drastically. In front of Yi Hong, the head of the Ultimate Martial Arts School, they were accused of sending assassins to eliminate the school's prodigy. Consider this: an 18-year-old average battle general. This individual has the potential to evolve into a battle god, and with proper cultivation, could easily become a planetary-level powerhouse. What is the status of the Divine Fist team and Zhou Yi? Yi Hong inquired once more. Based on the internal confidential positioning system, all members of the Divine Fist team, except for Zhou Yi, have returned to Jiangning City. And Zhou Yi? He is approximately 30 kilometers northeast of this location. Yi Hong contemplated for a moment before continuing. Everyone disperse. Planetary-level powerhouses will lead the teams to investigate the situation within a 100-kilometer radius. If any anomalies arise, immediately sound the alarm. All planetary-level powerhouses must act swiftly to subdue this king-level beast. Do not kill it just yet. We must ascertain how it can transform into a human and whether other beasts possess similar capabilities. And do not forget to bring your instruments to analyze the blood, DNA, and other information of any suspicious martial artists that have appeared nearby, verifying their identities. Those with questionable backgrounds should be monitored closely. Understood. Everyone promptly dispersed, summoning their subordinates to commence action. As Yi Hong coordinated tasks with the planetary-level powerhouses, Zhou Yi had already flown over 30 kilometers at a low altitude. Of course, when converted, a martial artist could not possibly cover such a distance in just 10 minutes. However, the speed of martial artists is measured under optimal conditions, devoid of any terrain obstacles. In reality, it is implausible to maintain peak speed over long distances, especially in the wilderness where the terrain is complex and fraught with obstacles. Only by virtue of Zhou Yi's ability to fly could he traverse a distance exceeding 30 kilometers. As he gently descended, he contemplated for a moment before loosening his belt, revealing his furry tail. With a surge of determination, he grasped his tail in one hand and wielded a sword in the other, severing his own tail in a single decisive stroke. Chapter 20. A New Father? Enduring the excruciating pain, he employed a hemostatic spray to treat his wound. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, the high echelons of humanity would likely conduct a thorough investigation into his affairs. Should it be discovered that he possessed a tail unlike any other, he would be subjected to intense scrutiny. Furthermore, his profound connection to the deceased war god assassin could not be overlooked, as this assassin had come to this place solely for his demise. At present, Zhou Yi lacked the means to confront a multitude of planetary-level powerhouses. Perhaps, if transformed into a king-level beast, he might stand a chance against 1 or 2 adversaries. However, there were dozens of planetary-level beings. As someone capable of metamorphosing into a monster, he would undoubtedly be a figure of great trepidation for all of humanity. Claiming to be human, they would not believe him. Thus, Zhou Yi recognized the necessity of diminishing the likelihood of suspicion surrounding him. The tail could not remain. Although he would be temporarily unable to transform into a giant ape without it, he could always regrow the tail at will if necessary. Zhou Yi incinerated his tail without hesitation. Before long, a spacecraft appeared overhead. How swift! Zhou Yi mused, noting that merely 20 minutes had elapsed since he had dispatched the war god assassin. Anxiety gripped him. If his secret were to be exposed, he would have no choice but to allow his tail to regrow and assume the form of a giant ape. In his human state, his prowess as a high-ranking warrior could not contend with a war god-level adversary. At that moment, the spacecraft hatch opened, and a figure descended gracefully through the air. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. This was a planetary-level powerhouse. Greetings, I am Congressman Zhou Wu of the Earth Federation. You must be Zhou Yi. The planetary-level being stated with a smile as he landed before Zhou Yi. You know of me? Zhou Yi inwuded, perpliet. Of course. The youngest genius at the war general level in the world deserves recognition. Do not be alarmed. I have come not only to meet you, but also to conduct a brief examination. Without waiting for Zhou Yi's consent, Congressman Zhou Wu commanded 2 accompanying war god-level warriors to produce instruments and proceed with a scan of Zhou Yi. Instantly, Zhou Yi's anxiety escalated. The scan concluded swiftly, revealing Zhou Yi's bodily information on the device. Gender, male, bone age, 18 years, gene, human, biological relatives present in gene bank. Congressman Zhou Wu observed the report with interest. The initial details appeared entirely normal. Zhou Yi was indeed human, but the latter part raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Are you the son of the war god, Lu Qingfeng? Congressman Zhou Wu inquired. Upon hearing the inquiry from the planetary-level powerhouse, Zhou Yi, who had initially been somewhat apprehensive, was taken aback. What was going on? How did a mere examination suddenly lead to the revelation of a father, one of divine prowess at that? Had he unwittingly ascended to the status of a second-generation elite? No, he might indeed possess a father. Zhou Yi suddenly recalled that he had been abandoned as a child, only to be rescued and raised by his grandfather. With this realization, his gaze turned icy. He could never acknowledge such a father, even if he were of planetary stature. Very well, Zhou Yi, you ought to return to the city. Recently, City 1001 has been plagued by king-level monsters, rendering it rather unsafe. Should you find the opportunity, do visit my Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the planetary-level powerhouse suggested, his demeanor softening considerably. Given that Zhou Yi's human identity was confirmed and he had a father of war god caliber, his background was deemed unsullied. It was improbable that he was a monster in disguise. Surely, a king-level monster could not have been birthed by a human. Zhou Yi nodded and turned it apart. Wait. Zhou Wu suddenly called out, then launched a punch directly at Zhou Yi. A sense of alarm surged within Zhou Yi. Had he inadvertently revealed something? With no time to ponder, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists collided, unleashing a gust of wind from their point of contact. Not bad, young lad. Your strength has reached the level of a high-ranking warrior, Zhou Wu remarked. You may go. I merely wish to assess your true capabilities. As he spoke, Zhou Wu tossed Zhou Yi avial. This is Xianling liquid. Consuming it will enhance your physical strength, and the effects are mild with no side effects. Consider it a token of my sudden assault. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment before declining. A young man should not receive rewards without merit. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave. That lad is quite vigilant, Zhou Wu mused. I shall contact Qingfeng. As Zhou Yi departed, Zhou Wu promptly dialed Lu Qingfeng's number. Hello, Xiaofeng. Congratulations are in order. You truly have a remarkable son. Zhou Yi remained oblivious to the fact that this planetary-level powerhouse was acquainted with his biological father and shared a good rapport, both being part of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Huh, Uncle Zhou, what is going on? Lu Qingfeng responded, perplexed. What is the situation? Your son has just turned 17 and has passed the martial artist examination, achieving the rank of a junior warrior, which is commendable. Yet, it hardly warrants a personal visit from a planetary-level powerhouse for congratulations. Zhou Wu chuckled. Xiaofeng, I understand. Lin Xiao must be beside you, right? No matter. We shall discuss this later. Lu Qingfeng was bewildered. Uncle Zhou, what is happening? My wife isn't beside me. You may speak plainly. You sly fellow. Concealing the existence of an illegitimate child from Lin Xiao, are you? But how did you allow him to join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Such a talented individual should be swiftly brought back to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Zhou Wu asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. How could we possibly allow such talent to be lost to the extreme martial arts hall? Ah, the 18-year-old high-ranking battle general. One extraordinary prodigy. Should he advance further, he would ascend to the realm of the war god, and by the age of 20, the likelihood of achieving planetary status becomes exceedingly great. Once he reaches planetary level, he shall become a senator, standing at the pinnacle of power on this planet. Now, Uncle Zhou, do not speak so recklessly. How could I possibly have an illegitimate child? Lu Qingfeng momentarily questioned whether Uncle Zhou was suffering from senility. Yet, how could a planetary powerhouse be afflicted by such a condition? You young rascal, are you still hiding the truth from me? I have conducted a DNA test, and he is indeed your biological son. The son of an 18-year-old high-ranking battle general. You cannot deny him. Uncle Zhou asserted confidently. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng seemed to recall something. It appeared he truly did have a son he had abandoned, one he never thought could survive. An 18-year-old high-ranking battle general? Such a gifted child, and he had cast him aside with his own hands. Uncle Zhou, where is he? I must see him. Lu Qingfeng's tone grew urgent. He had never anticipated that this son could survive. When Lin Xiu gave birth to Zhou Yi, Lu Qingfeng had just become a war god, at the height of his career's rapid ascent. During such a time, he could not allow anyone to know that the illustrious Qingfeng war god had fathered a deformed child, which was why he had abandoned Zhou Yi. He is in Jiangning City, Uncle Zhou replied. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was on his way, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety. That planetary-level powerhouse seemed to recognize his biological father, yet Zhou Yi was not prepared to acknowledge this connection. However, his biological father was aware of his unique traits. Would he not expose him and subject him to more thorough and rigorous examinations? Zhou Yi could not afford to reveal his ability to transform into a beast, as he lacked the strength to confront everyone. He cast a glance at the system within his mind. Thankfully, after several battles, the progress bar had once again filled to capacity. Indeed, venturing forth and engaging in combat was essential. Chapter 21. The King of Worlds Fist. Within the lottery system, the pointer of the roulette will gradually came to a halt. King of Worlds Fist. Yes, Zhou Yi exclaimed with excitement. This ability was indeed super practical. Although it bore the name of a fist technique, it was, in fact, a power-enhancing ability. The function of the King of Worlds Fist was to comprehensively amplify one's combat prowess. However, this ability imposed a significant burden on the body and consumed considerable stamina. With Zhou Yi's current physical condition, he could only utilize the King of Worlds Fist to augment his strength by up to twofold, and its duration was approximately 10 minutes. Nevertheless, that would suffice. With his current level of strength, employing the King of Worlds Fist should enable him to contend with weaker war gods. If he transformed into a giant ape while using the King of Worlds Fist, his combat power would undoubtedly soar. Of course, Zhou Yi would refrain from transforming into the giant ape unless absolutely necessary, for he had already drawn attention to himself. Upon returning to Jiangning City, Zhou Yi promptly contacted the Divine Fist Squad to assure them of his safety. Zhou Yi, what is going on? I've heard that the entire abandoned city 1001 has been cordoned off. Entry is prohibited while exit requires identity verification, inquired Captain Iron Fist. I'm not entirely sure. I just know that numerous significant figures have arrived, seemingly due to the emergence of a king-class monster. Zhou Yi replied ambiguously. A king-class monster? Such a being could obliterate us with but a sneeze, exclaimed Man Yo, astonished. How is your injury, Sister Firefox? I have avenged you by eliminating those scoundrels. Zhou Yi stated. Well done. Such scum should not be allowed to thrive. Given humanity's dire circumstances, they should not be preoccupied with infighting, Man Yo expressed indignantly. I'm fine, how about you? You weren't injured, were you? Firefox inquired with concern. Rest assured, I'm unharmed. It's just a pity about that Lord-class monster. My involvement has significantly reduced everyone's gains, Zhou Yi admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. With the subsequent events leading to the complete lockdown of City 1001, he could no longer continue hunting, meaning the rewards from this expedition would solely consist of the monster corpses hunted alongside the Divine Fist Squad. Nevertheless, we have acquired 5 corpses of high-level beast generals and 20 of mid-level beast generals. We abandoned the low-level beast general corpses as there were too many to transport. Captain Iron Fist calculated. The total revenue amounts to 300 million, with 50 million allocated to team funds and the remainder distributed according to labor. Zhou Yi, you are entitled to 50 million. Forget it, Captain. I shall forego my share this time as compensation for you all, Zhou Yi said sincerely. When you become a prominent figure, do remember us, your brothers. Man Yo chimed in, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder. Zhou Yi was taken aback by this statement. Zhou Yi, Haven T, you checked your communicator? Master Su has already contacted Captain Iron Fist. From now on, you are no longer part of the Divine Fist Squad. New arrangements have been made. You should return Master Su's call, Captain Iron Fist instructed. Only then did Zhou Yi notice the numerous missed calls on his communicator. He had been too preoccupied with his journey back and checking on Firefox's injury to notice. Hello, Master Su, this is Zhou Yi, he dialed. Zhou Yi, finally, you've answered. From this moment onward, you're no longer required to be with the Divine Fist Squad. Your application has been approved. In 3 days, come to the martial arts school, and someone will take you to participate in the elite training camp assessment, the voice on the other end conveyed. Is it finally happening? Zhou Yi pondered it. He felt a sense of anticipation for what was dubbed the god of war preparatory camp. However, he mused, considering his current combat prowess. He was likely not inferior to an ordinary god of war in full force. Was he? On the following day, Zhou Yi, with heartfelt persuasion, implored his grandfather to refrain from scavenging for plastic bottles and instead to remain at home to recuperate. Within the community, there exists a center for elderly activities, replete with piers and recreational facilities. However, the reality was that his grandfather had lived this way for many years, and such habits are not easily altered. Zhou Yi devoted 2 days to accompany his grandfather and subsequently hired a caregiver specifically to attend to his grandfather's daily needs. After all, he was to attend an elite training camp, which allowed him only a month of leave each year. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Zhou Yi opened it to find a middle-aged couple and a youth who appeared to be of similar age standing at the threshold. The couple exuded a certain elegance, suggesting they were well off, while the young man displayed a hint of arrogance in his gaze. Hello, may I ask who you are? Zhou Yi inwidet polititi. You must be Zhou Yi, right? I am your father, declared the middle-aged man. With a resounding bang, Zhou Yi promptly shut the door, incredulous. What is this nonsense? How dare you insult me upon arrival? Zhou Yi, I am your mother. I never wished to abandon you. Came a voice from outside, filled with anguish. Mother, please do not cry. If my brother does not recognize us, there is still me. A voice from outside responded, attempting to console. Faced with the commotion outside, Zhou Yi felt helpless. Continuing the scene was not a viable solution, yet he could not simply eject them from his premises. Zhou Yi, they are your biological parents. Let them in, his grandfather urged. Reluctantly, Zhou Yi opened the door, allowing them to step inside. Let's speak plainly. You abandoned me, and I have no intention of acknowledging you now. As the saying goes, good partings are as important as good meetings. You seem to be living well, and I am also doing quite fine. Perhaps it is best if we each go our separate ways to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhou Yi stated firmly, clearly expressing his stance. Given his current capabilities and promising future, he certainly did not require a father of legendary prowess. Zhou Yi, blood is thicker than water. Our decision to abandon you is not made lightly. Your mother and I hope for your return to our family. Furthermore, this is your brother, Lu Ming. Our purpose for visiting is quite simple. We wish for you to change your name back to Lu Yi and withdraw from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. As a father of considerable strength and a high-ranking member of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, it would be unbecoming for my son to remain affiliated with another martial arts school. We hope you can understand our position. Lu Qingfeng began with a relatively gentle tone, but as he continued, his words grew increasingly authoritative. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. What right do you have to dictate my life and expect my understanding? Where were you when I was abandoned at birth? Where were you when I needed nourishment, education, and parental love? I have grown to this point solely through my grandfather's efforts, collecting rubbish and selling it to support me. Now that my life has improved, you have come seeking me. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lu Qingfeng also became enraged. What do you wish for me to do? As a formidable warrior, I have personally come to escort you home. Is that not sufficient? Zhou Yi rubbed his forehead, finding the situation absurdly amusing. What do I desire? I wish for you to distance yourself from my life. Ideally never to contact me again. My father is indeed a warrior of great renown. You'll come to regret this. At this moment, Lu Ming disdainfully remarked, realizing that his idolized father, the warrior, seemed utterly insignificant before this seemingly inferior brother. In the end, Zhou Yi and Lu Qingfeng parted ways on unfriendly terms. It must be that old, decrepit grandfather who has led our son astray. If he were to pass, perhaps my son would reconsider. As Lu Qingfeng departed, his gaze gradually turned frigid, resolved to reclaim Zhou Yi. Having such a talented son in the Thunder Martial Arts Academy would greatly enhance his own prospects. Chapter 22. The Trials Tower. On the third day, early in the morning, Master Su arrived at Zhou Yi's doorstep accompanied by a formidable figure clad in black battle armor. Zhou Yi, have you gathered your belongings? This esteemed individual is a steward from the Supreme Martial Arts Academy, a warrior of legendary caliber, and he will escort you to the main academy for your assessment. Do not be anxious. Even if you do not pass, you will still remain there, albeit in the ordinary training camp, with future opportunities to join the elite training camp. The branch leader of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Dingzhou City, Jiangning, informed Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi nodded. Master Su, I have a humble request. I hope you can look after my grandfather, as he is my only family. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Yi took up his belongings and followed the steward from the main academy aboard the spaceship. As he gazed at the technologically advanced environment within the spaceship, Zhou Yi silently vowed to acquire a spaceship for himself in the future. It would undoubtedly be far more impressive than any luxury car. Moreover, a spaceship is not merely a matter of wealth, it symbolizes strength. The spaceship traveled swiftly, and after approximately 3 hours, it journeyed from the territory of the One Summer Kingdom into the heart of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy on the continent of Europa. Upon disembarking, Zhou Yi was astounded by the sight before him. The global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was, astonishingly, a colossal starship. Zhou Yi, follow me. The elite training camp lies in another direction. Do not linger. You'll have your chance to enter later. The warrior steward instructed as he led Zhou Yi to a vehicle bound for the elite training camp. This assessment is rather unique, taking place within the elite training camp. Should you succeed, you will directly join the elite training camp. If not, you will first go to the ordinary training camp. Stay close to me and do not wander. As you currently possess only temporary access, and there are many places you cannot enter, the warrior steward cautioned. Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. Upon entering the gates of the elite training camp, Zhou Yi beheld a towering dragon-shaped stone sculpture, majestic in its presence, with colossal dragon eyes fixated upon him. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped him, igniting his fighting spirit. The war god steward, observing from the side, could not help but nod in approval. Zhou Yi remained unfazed by the imposing dragon sculpture, a testament to his mettle. Simultaneously, he noticed a screen embedded in the reverse scale of the colossal dragon sculpture, displaying a multitude of names. NO1 Leonardo DiCaprio. NO2 Will Catch. NO3 Nicholas Smith. He counted a total of 175 names. This constituted the rankings. Currently, there were 175 students in the elite training camp, all regarded as the pinnacle of global talent. Depending on their rankings, the resources available to them within the camp varied significantly. A reminder to strive diligently, as the war god steward advised. Zhou Yi pondered it. How would I rank among these students should I unleash my full potential? A sense of anticipation coursed through him. The presence of so many geniuses was exhilarating. It promised ample opportunity for combat and an abundance of energy. Resources? What training resources might be available here? Zhou Yi inquired with curiosity. You shall discover this upon your enrollment, though I can divulge a hint. There are indeed numerous treasures here, many resources unattainable elsewhere, as they are unearthed from ancient relics. Impossible to replicate with current technology. Nodding at the war god steward's response, Zhou Yi reflected on his origins. Although he had traversed into this realm, many details eluded him, with only vague recollections of significant events lingering in his mind. This is the 9-story glazed tower, the primary training ground for students. And your assessments will take place here as well. At this moment, the war god steward guided Zhou Yi to a grand tower-like structure. Standing outside, Zhou Yi could hear the sounds of air being sliced and the roars of exertion emanating from within, indicating that students were engaged in rigorous training. Do I need to prepare anything? Zhou Yi asked. No, simply follow me, replied the war god steward, leading Zhou Yi directly to the topmost level of the 9-story glazed tower. The 9th floor revealed a spacious hall adorned with scattered chairs and cushions, where several students were engaged in casual conversation. Following the war god steward, Zhou Yi entered a room containing small compartments, each furnished simply with a chair and a helmet emanating a ghostly azure glow. This is a virtual reality helmet. Once donned, you will enter a virtual realm where the assessment will occur. Zhou Yi was not particularly surprised by this revelation, for he recalled that the rise of humanity was significantly propelled by advancements in virtual reality technology. Upon concluding their conversation, Zhou Yi and the battle god steward reclined in their chairs, donned their helmets, and entered the realm of virtual reality. The moment the helmet encased his head, Zhou Yi felt a resonant hum in his mind, and then the scenery before him transformed entirely. He found himself upon an endless expanse of smooth, mirror-like silver ground. Observing his appearance, he noted that it bore no distinction from his attire in the real world. At that moment, a figure materialized beside him. It was none other than the battle god steward. The steward gestured toward a colossal tower-like structure, is the place where you shall undertake your assessment. This tower was comprised of 9 levels, each housing a myriad of creatures, with the difficulty escalating at each successive tier. What is the standard for my assessment? Zhou Yi inquired. Merely to conquer the first level, the steward replied. However, do not underestimate this trial tower. Its challenges are formidable. I have only managed to ascend to the 3rd level thus far, and even the world's strongest, Yi Hong, has only reached the 8th level. Zhou Yi was taken aback. If even the battle god had only achieved the 3rd level, and the supreme champion had faltered at the 8th, how daunting must this trial be? I believe you can sense that your physical capabilities here differ from those in the outside world, remarked the battle god steward. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgment. While his physical prowess may have reached the level of a high-ranking warrior outside, within this virtual domain, it seemed akin to that of a novice fighter. No matter your prowess in reality, your physical attributes remain uniform in this virtual space. Thus, what is truly tested here is your authentic combat strength. That is to say, under conditions of equivalent physical capabilities, the extent of combat effectiveness you can exert and the damage you can inflict upon the creatures. For instance, a battle-hardened butcher, with the same physical attributes, would undoubtedly dispatch swine more swiftly and efficiently than an ordinary individual. Zhou Yi nodded, comprehending the battle god steward's intent. This form of assessment is intriguing, he mused. Suddenly, he focused his mind, and the system interface materialized before him. Remarkably, even within this virtual realm, his system remained functional, suggesting that the various abilities gleaned from it would also be applicable here. By the way, steward, can those outside observe the assessment occurring within? Zhou Yi queried abruptly. The battle god steward shook his head. No, they cannot. The technology behind this virtual space was derived from ancient relics. We have discovered how to employ it, but we have yet to fully decipher it. We can only ascertain the level you have completed through the stone tablet above, but the specifics remain concealed. Understand? Zhou Yi acknowledged with a nod. Let us commence the assessment. Very well. With that, Zhou Yi stepped into the trial tower. Chapter 23. The assessment begins. As Zhou Yi entered the trial tower, the scenery around him shifted once more. The once silver ground transformed into a vast and desolate grassland. In the next moment, dozens of colossal wild boars emerged on the vast prairie. The first stage commenced with the task of slaying 50 elementary beast general class saber-toothed wild boars, officially starting after a countdown of 10 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed, and Zhou Yi realized that his preparation time was limited. At this moment, Zhou Yi's physical prowess was merely on par with the saber-toothed wild boars, classified as an elementary battle general. However, facing 1 against 50 posed a significant challenge. Especially with the horde of beasts charging together, they formed a small-scale beast tide, exhibiting formidable combat strength. Truly, this elite training camp was no simple affair. Zhou Yi chose not to wield the long sword conjured in the virtual space. Instead, he adopted a horse stance, hands positioned at his waist, and began to gather energy. Kamehameha. After a brief moment, a pillar of light, the size of a basketball, surged toward the 50 saber-toothed wild boars. Instantly, under the impact of the Kamehameha wave, several saber-toothed wild boars found parts of their bodies disintegrating as if swept by a high-intensity laser. But that was not the end. Zhou extended his palm once more, channeling energy. Soon, a chi-circular slash formed atop his hand. Slash! The chi-circular slash shot forth, slicing through the bodies of the saber-toothed wild boars under Zhou Yi's deft control. After executing these 2 maneuvers, approximately 30 saber-toothed wild boars remained, many of which were injured. This time, Zhou Yi drew the long sword from his back and charged into the throng of wild boars. Due to the injuries sustained by numerous saber-toothed wild boars, their speeds varied, quickly forming a long line. This was precisely the outcome Zhou Yi desired, as long as he did not face a multitude of wild boars at once. He felt no fear. With the wild boars approaching one by one, they were merely offering themselves to him. Kill! The long sword swept across the necks of the wild boars. And Zhou Yi wasted no time, for there were further tests ahead, each strike aimed directly at their vital points. Half an hour later, all saber-toothed wild boars had been vanquished. The surrounding scene began to transform. The prairie remained, but the verdant grass had turned to a golden hue. The monsters on the grassland had respawned anew. This time, it was 50 medium beast general class prairie wolves. So now I face medium beast general class monsters, Zhou Yi murmured. If this continues, the third stage will surely involve 50 high beast general class monsters, and the fourth stage will consist of 50 elementary lord class monsters. No wonder the war god attendant could not surpass the fourth stage. It must be noted that the challenger's physical attributes do not change. They remain at the elementary battle general level. How could an elementary battle general contend against 50 war gods? Any rational person would be perplexed by this notion. How did the world's strongest, Yi Hong, manage to ascend to the seventh stage, which must surely be planetary class? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment, recalling that Yi Hong seemed to possess a domain, likely activating it to engage in battle, as domains at this stage could be likened to external enhancements. The war god steward outside observed Zhou Yi's name appearing on the stone tablet. No 1008, Zhou Yi, first layer. This signified that Zhou Yi had successfully passed the first layer, indicating his triumph in the assessment. The war god steward glanced at the time. Merely half an hour had elapsed, which was quite an impressive achievement. At this moment, Zhou Yi within the trial tower had ascended into the air. He faced 50 mid-tier beast general-level prairie wolves, a challenge he could not confront all at once, given that both their speed and strength surpassed his own. However, Zhou Yi devised a strategy. Utilizing the sky dance technique, he soared above, while the flightless prairie wolves could only gaze up in frustration. The pace of his monster slaying was somewhat sluggish. He decided to employ a different approach. King's Fist. As Zhou Yi activated the King's Fist, his combat prowess doubled instantaneously. In the next moment, he was pleasantly surprised. In the virtual realm, although his physical attributes could not be enhanced, activating the King's Fist augmented his chi, which permeated his entire being, enhancing his speed, strength, and defense. Yet, the King's Fist had a drawback. It was highly taxing on stamina. Nonetheless, in the virtual world, the notion of stamina was non-existent, meaning he could maintain the King's Fist indefinitely without any depletion. Once the King's Fist was activated, Zhou Yi continued to employ his unscrupulous tactics, soaring in the air while utilizing Chi's circular slash and Kamehameha wave for ranged assaults. The potency of his attacks was significantly greater than before. Before long, the monsters of the second layer were completely eradicated. The war god steward, who had been quietly waiting outside the trial tower, suddenly stood up. Zhou Yi had actually passed the second layer. It was noteworthy that the difficulty escalated considerably with each layer. Many students remained stuck at the second layer, as they had to contend with 50 opponents whose strength and speed surpassed their own. Zhou Yi mused that the next layer would likely present 50 high-tier beast general-level monsters. As he contemplated, the surrounding scenery shifted once more. It remained a vast grassland, yet this time it was blanketed in snow. Observing the 50 high-tier beast general-level glacier giants materializing before him, Zhou Yi took a moment to glance at his system. What? Why was the progress increasing so slowly? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. After enduring 2 fierce battles, the accumulation rate of combat energy within the system had noticeably diminished, perhaps to only 1/5 of the usual rate. Damn, could it be the result of battling in the virtual world? Sigh, it appears that only real combat with genuine weapons would suffice, as battles in the virtual realm do not lead to true demise. Zhou Yi thought to himself, since that is the case, he might as well expedite the conclusion, for he had already passed the assessment. In the next moment, confronted by 50 rampaging high-ranking beasts, the glacial giant bears, Zhou Yi imitated the monstrous roar. With a howl, he willed his body to sprout a tail, and in an instant he transformed into a colossal ape towering several dozen meters high. The glacial giant bears across from him were momentarily taken aback. Those at the forefront skidded to a halt, for they dared not provoke a royal-level monster. The result was chaos, as the bears tumbled over one another in disarray. Zhou Yi pounded his chest with both fists, a hint of disappointment evident as he lowered his fists, feeling it lacked the vigor of a true king. Nevertheless, he decided not to squander time. As the giant ape, Zhou Yi delivered a mighty punch, causing several glacial giant bears to disintegrate into mere specks of light. Soon, he ascended to the next level. Outside the trial tower, the war god steward rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that at the age of 37, he was already experiencing presbyopia? He struggled to accept what he was witnessing, for Zhou Yi's ranking on the stone tablet had significantly risen. Number 128, Zhou Yi, third level. This indicated that Zhou Yi had successfully passed the third level and was now poised to challenge the fourth. How on earth did he? With the physique of a novice warrior, managed to defeat 50 high-ranking beast generals? I must see this. However, he would emerge soon enough. For a novice warrior, facing 50 low-ranking Lord-level monsters could only result in one outcome: instant annihilation. Chapter 24. Has the trial tower malfunctioned? Zhou Yi gazed at the newly spawned monsters before him. A familiar sight. Low-ranking Lord-level fire trunk boars. These creatures could spew fire from their long snouts, and their power was considerable. Yet they required a charging motion before unleashing their flames, a combat technique taught to him by Captain Iron Fist. However, Zhou Yi found that this minor tactic was now unnecessary. Having transformed into a royal-level monster, he could simply trample through them effortlessly. 5 minutes later, the war god steward was flabbergasted to discover that Zhou Yi's ranking had risen yet again. Number 13, Zhou Yi, 4th level. What is this? Already at the 4th level? He had defeated 50 warriors? With such combat prowess, did this not imply that he could effortlessly dominate in the real world? Impossible, this cannot be true. Could it be that this virtual world had malfunctioned? Goodness, if this system broke while I was overseeing the trainees, I would be financially ruined. The war god steward was on the verge of tears, his mind racing with wild theories. Many possibilities danced through his thoughts. Yet the least likely was that Zhou Yi had legitimately progressed through the 4th level. Zhou Yi, my ancestor, please emerge soon. You're not still battling the 5th level, are you? Within the trial tower, Zhou Yi again faced 50 medium-level lord monsters. Was he perhaps being a tad too ostentatious? Forget it. Let's leave after this level. After all, battles in this virtual realm do not significantly augment combat energy, and achieving high scores offers little in terms of rewards. Transforming into a colossal ape, Zhou Yi exerted his strength once more, dispatching each minor beast with a single punch, swiftly clearing the 50 monsters of the 5th level. Subsequently, Zhou Yi opted to exit, foregoing the 6th level. Upon gazing at the monument outside the trial tower, Zhou Yi noted his ranking had once again shifted. Number 7, Zhou Yi, 5th level. He observed the names inscribed on the stone tablet. The top 2 spots belonged to the illustrious world's strongest, Yi Hong, and the second strongest, Lei Wang, both residing at the 7th level. Being ranked 7th was not too shabby for him. Zhou Yi, let us depart. It seems there may be an issue with this trial tower, yet your assessment has been deemed successful. At that moment, the war goddess steward regained his composure, preparing to report and have the matter investigated to ascertain the cause of the trial tower's malfunction. Was it possible that monsters were no longer respawning? Otherwise, how could Zhou Yi, with the physique of a novice warrior, have vanquished 50 creatures equivalent to mid-tier divine warriors among humans? Only the pinnacle practitioners of humanity, like Yi Hong and his esteemed peers, who had cultivated their martial arts to profound heights, could achieve such feats. It was said that Lei Wang's 9-fold Thunder Blade technique, when mastered to an advanced level, could amplify one's attack power exponentially, rendering such accomplishments feasible. Yet, Zhou Yi, a mere youth, could not have possibly cultivated to that extent since birth. Upon exiting the 9th level of the tower, the war goddess steward escorted Zhou Yi to an elegantly adorned courtyard. This is the residential area designated for you, the people of the Xian nation, replete with numerous vacant houses. You may select any unoccupied one. Furthermore, there are several of your compatriots within. Feel free to acquaint yourself with them. Congratulations, Zhou Yi. On passing the assessment and joining the elite training camp, Zhou Yi shook hands with the war goddess steward, who then hurriedly departed. Soon after, the news of Zhou Yi's success in clearing the 5th level of the trial tower reached Yi Hong, the head of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. He decided to temporarily suppress the information regarding Zhou Yi's achievement. After all, Zhou Yi was exceedingly young. An 18-year-old high-tier warrior demonstrating combat prowess capable of defeating 50 mid-tier divine warriors was astounding, and candidly, even Yi Hong found it hard to believe. His own success in the 7th level was attributed to his mastery of the 9th level of the Annihilation Gun technique, the foremost gun technique in the world, which could elevate one's instantaneous striking power nearly 100-fold. Moreover, his true strength had already reached the planetary level, and he had comprehended the domain and the essence of movement, enabling him to pass the 7th level but falter at the 8th. Could it be that Zhou Yi had grasped the domain at the warrior level? Or was it indeed true, as the report suggested, that the trial tower was malfunctioning? Contemplating this, Yi Hong donned the virtual helmet and entered the trial tower himself, determined to ascertain the state of the tower firsthand. After a while, Yi Hong emerged from the trial tower, still at the 7th level, with no change in difficulty. This indicates that Zhou Yi indeed passed the 5th level through sheer strength. Such a prodigy. A reward comprising 80 billion dragon blood, the choice of 3 sets of martial arts manuals, a set of royal-grade combat attire and weaponry, along with 10 billion in cash, was to be sent to Zhou Yi, designated as a reward from headquarters for successfully passing the camp assessment in the 5th level of the trial tower. Additionally, he was to be informed that upon achieving the rank of war god, he would be eligible for the esteemed position of inspector of the ultimate martial arts hall. For a genius, one must not be stingy. Given Zhou Yi's displayed talent, once revealed, countless factions would seek to recruit him. Therefore, Yi Hong was certainly inclined to increase his investment. At this moment, outside the courtyard where Zhou Yi resided, a strikingly handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes proclaimed loudly, "I hear a new student has arrived. Let us make his acquaintance." Zhou Yi ignored them. "This group of foreigners is the worst. They delight in bullying newcomers," warned Li Tian, a senior from the same nation as Zhou Yi. After a brief interaction, Zhou Yi had learned that there were a total of 4 students in the entire Xia country region, including himself. Senior Li Tian, currently ranked 165 in the special training camp, was considered quite accomplished. "Senior, why do they take pleasure in bullying newcomers?" Zhou Yi inwitted, somewhat puzzled. "Isn't the training in the special camp supposed to be quite competitive? Why are these individuals so idle? They primarily seek out newcomers for gambling fights. This serves 2 purposes, to establish dominance and to earn money. The minimum bet for each fight starts at 1 billion, explained Li Tian. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled at the mention of gambling fights. This was precisely what he needed. Not only could he earn money, but he could also accumulate combat energy, a double benefit. Noticing Zhou Yi's lack of fear and eagerness to participate, Li Tian quickly intervened. "Zhou Yi, you won't stand a chance against them right now. They have been training in the special camp for 2 years. The leader of this group, the golden-haired man named Bagasosa, ranks 135 in the camp and has passed the 2nd level of the trial tower. Meanwhile, you have just joined the camp and currently sit at the bottom of the rankings at 176. The gap of 41 ranks between them signifies a substantial difference in ability. What is the format of these gambling fights?" Zhou Yi asked with curiosity. "To ensure fairness, the fights are conducted in a virtual world where everyone's physical attributes are identical. Therefore, the competition revolves around various abilities, including agility, attack methods, and combat awareness. This truly tests a person's genuine combat strength." Chapter 25. Gambling Fights and Rewards. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. He preferred real-life PK battles as they would yield more combat energy. However, the rules of engagement in the special camp were thus. The camp was not lacking in resources. It did not prioritize rank, but rather the enhancement of combat power. As geniuses naturally possess the ability to fight above their level. Are all Xia people merely turtles retreating into their shells? After such a long time, are you still unwilling to respond? At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside. Li Tian, filled with indignation, retorted, "What skill do you possess in bullying newcomers? Have the courage to confront Brother Xiao when he returns." Brother Xiao, renowned as the strongest in the Xia Kingdom region, ranked 8th overall, though he was currently away for practical training. "What is the matter, Li Tian? Why not give a try? Let me see if you made any progress after your previous defeat," the blond man outside taunted once more. It was evident that Li Tian had suffered at his hands before. Enraged, she realized she was not a match for him. "Don't worry, senior sister. Leave it to me, and I shall avenge you," Zhou Yi reassured her before striding out. "What are the terms of your competition?" Zhou Yi inwitted. "We shall engage in a one-on-one battle in the virtual realm, with only basic weapons and armor allowed. Nothing else may be brought. The wager is 1 billion. Are you daring enough?" Bagasosa proposed. 1 billion for a match? Are we playing for such high stakes? Zhou Yi's expression reflected his hesitation. Noticing this, Bagasosa smugly inferred Zhou Yi's lack of prowess and pressed him. "What is the matter, boy from the east? Are you too afraid? I knew you Xia Kingdom folks lack courage. If you're too scared, then learn to keep your tail tucked between your legs and avoid us in the future. Understood?" Fuming, Zhou Yi replied, "If we're going to compete, then let us do it. What's there to fear? 1 billion is too little. Let us make it 10 billion. For a moment, Bagasosa hesitated, as 5 billion was not an insignificant sum to him. Yet, he quickly realized Zhou Yi was attempting to bluff him. It was a clever tactic of retreat disguised as aggression. If he declined, Zhou Yi would avoid the fight while preserving his dignity. "All right, you're on. Let us head to the virtual battlefield," Bagasosa declared. "Let us go. I'm not afraid of anyone." Soon, the group arrived at the 9-tiered tower. "Have you heard? Sosa is challenging a newcomer again, and this time the stakes have soared to 10 billion. The news spread rapidly, as battles with such high stakes were a rarity in the training camp. Many were curious about this newcomer who dared to accept a 10 billion wager. However, Zhou Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he did not possess such wealth. His entire fortune amounted to merely several million, far from the staggering 10 billion. Just then, Zhou Yi's communicator chimed. Upon checking, he saw a deposit of 10 billion, accompanied by a note indicating it was a reward for passing the camp assessment in the 5th-tier trial tower. What timely rewards? Zhou Yi transferred the 10 billion to the notary machine, ensuring that the funds would automatically transfer to the victor upon the conclusion of their duel, thus preventing any chance of default. As both competitors donned their virtual helmets in a secluded booth, the spectators eagerly watched. This wager was unlike the trial tower, as it allowed for public observation. Zhou Yi and Sosa emerged within the confines of an ancient circular arena. The simplicity of the environment served to highlight the raw prowess of the combatants. To be candid, Zhou Yi, having just entered the training camp, was uncertain of the true capabilities possessed by the so-called geniuses within. Thus, he refrained from underestimating his opponent and immediately activated the King of Worlds fist, augmenting his combat strength twofold. With one hand raised heavenward, he unleashed a chi circular slash to gauge the waters. Sosa was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Yi's peculiar approach to combat, having never encountered such a form of ranged attack. Consequently, he opted to evade rather than confront it head-on. However, the circular wave of air pursued him relentlessly, akin to a parasite. Resolute, Sosa charged directly at Zhou Yi, intent on eliminating the architect of this mysterious disk, believing it would dissipate thereafter. Come forth, Zhou Yi countered, positioning his sword to meet Sosa's descending blade. How audacious to confront my strike. I have mastered the Thunderblade technique to its 3rd tier. The clash of their weapons produced a resounding echo. Such force. Sosa was inwardly astonished. Logically, their physical attributes were comparable, yet Zhou Yi's strength felt overwhelmingly potent. It appeared that Zhou Yi's martial arts were no trifling matter. In a flurry of motion, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges within mere seconds. Sosa felt his arm growing numb, struggling to maintain his grip on the sword. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was testing the waters, having not engaged in combat for an extended period, seeking to reacquaint himself with the nuances of martial techniques. After a sufficient interval, he felt ready. In the next moment, Zhou Yi's aura surged once more, and even in the virtual realm, a faint pink glow radiated from his form. King of Worlds fist fivefold. In an instant, Zhou Yi's figure materialized beside Sosa, and with a swift stroke of his sword, Sosa perceived a flash before he found himself immobilized, his head severed from his body. Zhou Yi wins. The virtual realm promptly rendered its judgment, and in the blink of an eye, an amount of 20 billion was credited to Zhou Yi's account. His wealth instantaneously soared to 200 billion. However, he remained largely unfazed. On the other hand, Sosa, having removed his virtual helmet, was left despondent, for 100 billion was no trifling sum to him, especially considering that 50 billion of it was borrowed. He had assumed victory was assured against a newcomer to the training camp. Had the news of Zhou Yi's success in the 5th tier of the trial tower not been concealed, their perceptions would surely have shifted. A man capable of conquering the 5th tier of the trial tower belonged to an entirely different echelon. Yet, Zhou Yi had no intention of revealing his true strength before others by transforming into a colossal ape. In reality, given Zhou Yi's current physical capabilities, he is unable to utilize the fivefold Kaioken technique, for forcing such amplification would lead to bodily collapse, allowing him to endure it for merely about a minute. However, in the virtual realm, the dynamics differ. A minute is ample time to conclude a battle without inflicting genuine harm upon his body. Upon the battle's conclusion, Zhou Yi hastily departed, for he had received notification of additional rewards beyond the previously credited 10 billion, which had now arrived, and he needed to return promptly to collect them. Wait. Seeing Zhou Yi leave without a backward glance, Sosa felt a surge of anger. He was determined to avenge this grievance and would ensure that Zhou Yi returned the entirety of that 10 billion, with interest. Upon returning to his residence, he encountered a formidable warrior clad in battle armor awaiting him, beside whom rested a large chest. Zhou Yi marvelit ignardi. Such valuable items necessitated the personal delivery of a warrior of divine caliber. Zhou Yi, please sign here, the divine courier instructed, producing a tablet that required Zhou Yi to undergo facial recognition before signing his name. By the way, the usage instructions have been sent to your communicator. Please review them before application. With that, the divine courier took his leave. Zhou Yi transported the items back to his abode, which was quite spacious, akin to a villa, spanning 3 levels, with the lowest level serving as a training room. Upon entering the training room, he opened the chest to reveal the royal-grade battle armor and longsword. The royal-grade longsword was somewhat longer than the one he previously wielded, measuring approximately 15 meters, its surface gleaming in silver, indicative of its fine craftsmanship. The royal-grade armor was predominantly black, adorned with silver decorative patterns, and included a helmet, constituting a complete set of battle gear. After trying it on, he found it to fit snugly, causing no discomfort and allowing for unimpeded movement. Zhou Yi tested its defensive capabilities by striking with all his might, leaving no trace upon the armor. Of course, this was without him transforming. Finally, Zhou Yi retrieved the last item from the chest, a vial containing a blue, blood-like potion. He then opened his communicator, discovering an unread message. Greetings, Zhou Yi. In light of your commendable performance. The Inspector? It seemed to be quite a significant title. As for the dragon's blood, it was indeed a remarkable item. For someone like Zhou Yi, who pursued a purely martial path, physical strength was of utmost importance, especially since many of his abilities required a robust physique to support them. Zhou Yi scrutinized the usage instructions for the dragon's blood, finding them straightforward. It merely required even application across the body. The effects were equally simple, a substantial enhancement of his physical constitution. Zhou Yi resolved not to delay any further. He would use this extraordinary substance immediately, for such a boon should not be squandered, lest he be plagued by unnecessary worries later on. Following the instructions provided in the manual, Zhou Yi disrobed in the underground training arena, applying the dragon blood evenly across his skin, not sparing even his head. He was suddenly struck by the sensation akin to a bath, but this impression quickly dissipated. Instead, he was engulfed in a searing warmth, as waves of heat began to seep through the surface of his skin, penetrating into his arms, legs, chest, back, and head. As the warmth integrated into his being, his internal temperature soared. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by pain, as if countless ants were crawling over him, gnawing at his flesh. Yet, under this profound nourishment that penetrated every cell, Zhou Yi experienced an astonishing metamorphosis. The density of his bones increased, and the resilience of his fascia and muscle strengthened. This intense transformation persisted for several hours before the burning sensation gradually subsided. Throughout this ordeal, Zhou Yi was acutely aware of the changes in his physique. The blue hue from the dragon blood had turned into a black crust. As he moved, this layer of black scab shed, revealing his previously concealed fair skin. How could it have lightened? Zhou Yi, typically robust, found that his muscle mass, though not exaggerated, combined with his now fairer complexion, imparted an almost delicate appearance. Dressing in his king-grade battle armor, he commenced to exercise within the underground training facility. Indeed, the elite training camp was well equipped. The arena featured a complete set of testing machines, as well as numerous exercise apparatuses. Zhou Yi tested his capabilities, registering a punch force of 70,000 kilograms, a speed of 400 meters per second, and an exemplary reaction time at the elementary god of war level. Remarkably, a single vial of dragon blood had elevated his physical prowess to that of a novice god of war. This meant that Zhou Yi had now attained the status of a war god. He scratched his head, realizing that reaching the god of war level would allow him to graduate from the elite training camp. However, this designation was not merely contingent upon meeting physical standards. He needed to slay 2 Lord-level monsters as proof. It seemed rather premature to consider graduation so soon after entering the training camp. As there were many experiences yet to be had, Zhou Yi was particularly intrigued by the gravity chamber, which was rumored to adjust up to 100 times the normal gravity. Yet, this gravity chamber, unearthed from ancient ruins, was singular, with each individual's usage time limited. Based on the total points ranking, the higher one ranked, the longer their usage time would be. Currently, Zhou Yi found himself at the bottom of the ranking, with a score of 0. Accumulating points was straightforward. Slaying monsters granted points. 1 point for a novice beast, 10 for a medium, 100 for a high-level beast. 1,000 for an elementary lord level, 10,000 for a medium lord, and 100,000 for a high lord. The points earned from defeating monsters would then be multiplied by the number of levels completed in the trial tower to determine the final score. The ranking of points fluctuates in real time. However, the various privileges, such as the usage time of different instruments based on this ranking, are refreshed at the end of each month. Fortunately, There are merely 3 days left until the month's end, which means Zhou Yi has 3 days to hunt and accumulate points. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi recalled that his previous gravity armor had been damaged in the wilderness, necessitating the purchase of a new set, as the effects of gravity are indeed quite beneficial. After all, he cannot spend prolonged periods training in the gravity chamber. The gravity armor ensures that his body remains in a state of weight-bearing for the majority of the time, significantly aiding his physical cultivation. Thus, Zhou Yi opened the marketplace of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. With a fortune of 20 billion, he felt emboldened to make extravagant purchases. The super gravity armor, valued at 8 billion, offers average defensive capabilities and adjustable weight, ranging from 2,000 to 20,000 gene, sourced from ancient relics, with only 75 units remaining. The price is not inexpensive, given its origins from ancient artifacts. However, this item is seldom purchased, as people prioritize protective effectiveness in armor, especially considering its substantial weight, which makes it more suitable for physical training. Yet pure physical cultivation has become increasingly rare, with most individuals focusing on developing techniques and enhancing capabilities to increase lethality. After all, even the most formidable human physique struggles to surpass monsters of comparable strength. It is far more advantageous to invest efforts in offensive power and speed. Nonetheless, Zhou Yi is an anomaly. He adheres to the cultivation system of the Dragon Ball universe, which demands exceptionally robust physical attributes. Whether in his future transformations into a Super Saiyan or mastering the King's Fist, the requirements for physical prowess are exceedingly high. Zhou Yi tested his current physical strength, which is now sufficient to activate a 5-fold King's Fist in the real world. The dragon blood truly is a remarkable substance. I recall there being numerous items on Earth that can enhance physical strength. Zhou Yi had perused information about this world in his past life, but the details had faded over time, leaving only a vague recollection. Chapter 27. The News from Luo Hong. Suddenly, a ringing sound interrupted Zhou Yi's thoughts. It was his communicator. Few people had his communicator number, so when he picked it up, he was surprised to find it was Luo Hong. Luo Hong is indeed the true protagonist of this world, with many significant opportunities falling into his lap. Of course, with the aid of system. Zhou Yi is not without his own advantages. Luo Hong is one of the few individuals Zhou Yi considers a friend. Upon answering the call, Zhou Yi inquired, Luo Hong, "What is the matter?" "Lu Yi, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Luo Hong asked from the other end of the line. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us hear the bad news first. The bad news is that I failed the college entrance examination and was unable to gain admission to the military academy." Zhou Yi recalled that Luo Hong's family circumstances were similar to his own, making the aspiration to join the military academy a means of improving their living conditions. "And what is the good news?" Zhou Yi asked. "The good news is that I have become a martial artist, and quite a formidable one at that." After some contemplation, Luo Hong decided not to disclose his transformation into a mentalist to Zhou Yi, as mentalists are exceedingly rare. "Congratulations. I also have delightful news to share. I too have become a martial artist, and a rather impressive one at that. Moreover, I shall await you at the elite training camp." "The elite training camp? What is that?" Zhou Yi did not elaborate further. Luo Hong would come to understand these matters in due time. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he ended the call. If all went as anticipated, Luo Hong would soon find himself the target of a substantial bounty. With this in mind, Zhou Yi contacted Master Su in Dingzhou City, requesting that Luo Hong's villa be situated nearby, and asked Su to look after him. Naturally, Master Su could not refuse, for Zhou Yi's status had changed significantly. He had successfully joined the training camp, heralding a future as a formidable warrior. However, Zhou Yi refrained from revealing that he had already ascended to the level of a battle god. Now it was the time to hunt monsters and accumulate points, while also gathering some combat energy. Zhou Yi glanced at the progress bar in the system. During this period, he had engaged in numerous battles, both in duels and within the trial tower. Unfortunately, the rate of accumulating combat abilities in the virtual realm was rather sluggish, and he was still a fraction short of being able to participate in a lottery draw. Thus, Zhou Yi promptly applied for an external training expedition. The Europa continent also harbored wilderness areas overrun by monsters, and the creatures he hunted would be directly recorded by the training camp as communicator for point redemption. Given the proximity of the training camp to the headquarters of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, the supergravity armor Zhou Yi had purchased arrived swiftly, while he did not need to acquire additional equipment since the headquarters had already rewarded him with a full set. This time, Zhou Yi opted not to form a team or accompany a hunting squad. Instead, he chose to embark on his journey alone. After all, his strength had reached the battle god level, and few monsters in this world posed a threat to him. Moreover, even in the face of adversity, he possessed the explosive power of the King's Fist to rely upon. In the ruins of City 108 on the Europa continent, Zhou Yi donned his gear and made his way to the wilderness, where he activated his sky dance technique to fly at low altitude towards the ruins. He had grown weary of clearing out the lower-level monsters in the wilderness. His sights were set on more formidable foes, as such battles would prove far more intriguing. At that moment, Zhou Yi was startled by a sharp, resonant cry. With a keen gaze, he followed the sound, only to behold an enormous celestial horned eagle soaring above him. Aerial monsters posed a significant challenge, as ordinary martial artists were unable to take to the skies. Only those who had reached the planetary level could ascend into the air. However, even planetary-level warriors found it troublesome to contend with flying monsters of the same rank, due to their superior agility in the sky compared to humans. The celestial horned eagle is indeed a lord-level beast, corresponding to the divine warriors among humans. However, flying lord-level monsters differ somewhat from their terrestrial counterparts. They're predominantly solitary, as their speed renders it impossible for any subordinates to keep pace. It is precisely the opportunity one need to christen the new sword you provided me with blood. With that thought, Zhou Yi soared directly toward the celestial horned eagle. At that moment, the eagle also took notice of Zhou Yi. Despite his diminutive stature in comparison, his speed was no less impressive, stirring the air around him. With a piercing cry, the celestial horned eagle, as a lord-level creature, could hardly tolerate such provocation and accelerated toward Zhou Yi, intent on teaching this audacious human a lesson. Zhou Yi felt a pang of anxiety. Though he too was a divine warrior, the eagle's full-speed flight far surpassed his own, even creating a billowing cloud in its wake. Of course, Zhou Yi was not yet at his maximum velocity, encumbered by his gravity-defying armor and not activating the King's Fist. Nevertheless, he did not intend to unleash his full power immediately. He aimed to gauge his current combat capabilities. Since he could not match the eagle's speed, he resolved to wait for the opportune moment to counterattack. Drawing his long sword from his back, he hovered in midair, poised to strike as the eagle approached. The feathers of the celestial horned eagle glistened with a metallic sheen under the sun, and its sharp claws resembled enormous pincers. Zhou Yi, standing at a mere 183 centimeters, felt dwarfed by the eagle's wingspan of 20 to 30 meters and its claws that stretched several meters long. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though a colossal aircraft was barreling toward him. With a surge of energy, Zhou Yi's aura erupted, and his long sword began to emit a soft glow. He swung his blade toward the eagle's outstretched claw, but it was a miss. Sensing the imminent danger, the eagle abruptly halted and veered away. Remarkably, the creature possessed keen instincts. Zhou Yi's sword wielded considerable offensive power. Employing the principle of chi circular slash, he concentrated his energy into the blade, rapidly rotating it to generate cutting force and enhance his attack. Observing the eagle circling above, Zhou Yi raised his hand and conjured 2 chi circular slashes, propelling them toward the creature. The celestial horned eagle flapped its wings and deflected the strikes, yet still felt the sting of the impact. Infuriated by the pain, the eagle vigorously flapped its wings, retracting them to its side as it charged once more at Zhou Yi, this time aiming to pierce him with its razor-sharp beak. In response, Zhou Yi sheathed his sword and placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy. Engaging in a contest against the Sun family, he thought, though I did not bear the surname Sun, I am somewhat akin to a member of the Sun family. Turtle School, Energy Wave. Chapter 28. In this world, power dynamics must be respected. Zhou Yi aimed at the incoming heavenly horned eagle, and after a brief moment of gathering energy, unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A resounding boom echoed as a dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. Once the brilliance faded, a headless gigantic beast's carcass plummeted from the heavens. Zhou Yi descended as well, drawing his long sword and commencing the dissection of the eagle's body, meticulously carving away the valuable portions, for these remnants could be exchanged for currency. Although clad in gravity-defying armor, which had diminished both his strength and speed to that of a high-ranking warrior, one must not forget that many of his offensive techniques were derived from the Dragon Ball universe. In this realm, the potency of energy was intrinsically linked to one's physical prowess. Thus, despite the restrictive armor, Zhou Yi's physical might was undeniably at a godly level, rendering the formidable Kamehameha wave something that the heavenly horned eagle could not easily withstand. Moreover, the unique combat style known as the Wave had an esoteric advantage against Scions. Consequently, the fate of the Eagle was to serve as Zhou Yi's points of achievement. However, Zhou Yi had no intention of revealing too much of his abilities. He still needed to wear the gravity armor, while the Kamehameha Wave and energy slicing technique were inconsequential, having been employed numerous times before as part of his repertoire. Venturing deeper into the ruins of City 108, Zhou Yi activated his hunting mode once again. Yet, fortune was not on his side this time, as he encountered only a Lord-level beast. After vanquishing this creature and its minions, Zhou Yi began his journey back, with the defeat of 2 Lord-level beasts and numerous others. He had amassed a considerable amount of materials, surpassing his carrying capacity. It was evident that he needed to acquire a spatial ring in the future. Zhou Yi recalled that in the cosmos, spatial rings were not particularly rare. As long as one possessed wealth, they could be purchased. However, this required a trip into space. For on Earth, such items were exceedingly scarce. Burdened with a plethora of beast materials, Zhou Yi continued his low-altitude flight towards the base city, only landing to walk as he approached the urban area. In the distance, he observed a considerable number of individuals camping at the city's edge. They appeared quite leisurely, equipped with not only tents, but also barbecue grills and camping gear. This spectacle seemed less like a hunting expedition and more akin to a vacation in the wilderness. Zhou Yi silently scoffed at their ostentation. As he drew nearer, he was astonished to recognize one of the individuals among them, who was also gazing at him with a mocking expression. It appeared they had been waiting specifically for him. An ominous sign indeed. The leader of this group was none other than Bozes, who had previously lost a wager to Zhou Yi during their training camp. "Zhou Yi, you have made me wait in great agony," Bozes declared, a large cigar clenched between his teeth and a sinister expression on his face. "What is this? Are you dissatisfied with your previous defeat and seeking to reclaim your honor?" Zhou Yi smirked dismissively. This man was far too petty, having initiated the wager and yet proving unable to accept the outcome. Despite the multitude of allies that Sosa had brought along, he remained unperturbed. For Zhou Yi's true prowess had ascended to the level of a battle god. Moreover, he possessed the ability to fly. Even if his adversaries chose to disregard the principles of martial ethics and swarmed him, he could simply take to the skies. Let a path be drawn. Zhou Yi продолжает. At that moment, Sosa and his companions had subtly encircled Zhou Yi, anxious that he might slip away if they let their guard down. After a moment of contemplation, Sosa had intended to engage Zhou Yi in single combat. Although Zhou Yi surpassed him in the virtual realm, it did not necessarily imply he was superior in reality, for Sosa had already attained the rank of a senior battle general. Yet, recalling the overwhelming might Zhou Yi had exhibited when he had effortlessly dispatched him with a single strike, Sosa felt a twinge of apprehension. Quite simply, you may choose a duel or a collective assault. You can either face us all alone, or we shall swarm you. Sosa and his entourage gradually advanced toward Zhou Yi, aiming to impose psychological pressure on him. Having grown up in an environment of privilege, Sosa was merely seeking to reclaim his lost dignity. He had no genuine intention of harming Zhou Yi. After all, Zhou Yi was also a member of the elite training camp, a veritable prodigy among humankind. However, imparting a lesson to Zhou Yi was certainly within the realm of possibility. Do not claim we are bullying you. The wilderness has its own set of rules. Out here, if I were to take your life, none would be the wiser. Of course, do not say I haven't offered you a chance. If you merely bow your head and acknowledge your mistake, pledging your allegiance to me henceforth, I shall let you go. Young man, I have investigated your background. You are merely an ordinary individual with some talent, but no connections. I, on the other hand, hail from one of the 12 prominent families of the Dawn Alliance. You are far from my equal. Sosa leaned in close to Zhou Yi and whispered, "Are you skilled in combat?" Skill matters little. Power dynamics dictate the game. Initially perplexed by how easily they had tracked his whereabouts, Zhou Yi observed Sosa's smug expression and felt an urge to assert himself and intimidate him. Power dynamics dictate the game? Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, such dynamics are of no consequence. Zhou Yi replied with calm assurance. Consider the world's foremost champion, Yi Hong, whose might is so formidable that even the entire Dawn Alliance dares not confront him. Zhou Yi's unwavering confidence, unafraid of being outnumbered, stemmed from the fact that he had indeed reached the level of a battle god. The essence of true strength is paramount. With that, Zhou Yi unleashed his aura, a manifestation of the might of a true warrior. A powerful presence enveloped all those with Sosa, instilling a surge of dread within their hearts. Sosa taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You have actually broken through to the battle god level?" He could hardly believe it. How long had Zhou Yi been in the training camp? A mere week. It was well known that the elite training camp was a 5-year program, culminating in the goal of achieving battle god status upon graduation. Hence its designation as the Battle God Preparatory Camp. In other words, Zhou Yi achieved graduation standards merely a week after entering the elite training camp. What kind of monster is this? While others take pride in joining the elite camp to enhance their skills, this fellow seems to treat it as a mere formality. Although Sosa's ranking within the elite camp is commendable, it is the result of 2 years of arduous effort. And he has only just reached the pinnacle of a battle general, far from the level of a war god. Suddenly, Sosa felt a sense of disorientation. He considered himself a top-tier genius, having finally entered the elite training camp with the support of his family's resources and his own diligence. Yet at this moment, he realized that his status as a genius merely served as a stepping stone for someone like Zhou Yi, a veritable prodigy. In fact, he was nothing more than a temporary prop used for a fleeting moment. The disparity between geniuses is greater than that between man and dog. Why? I refuse to accept this, Sosa exclaimed in a fit of rage. Uncle, please help me teach him a lesson. Initially, Sosa only intended to humiliate Zhou Yi with a group of battle general subordinates. He never anticipated that Zhou Yi had already reached the level of a war god. Fortunately, his uncle was also a formidable mid-tier war god. Sosa had not initially intended to involve him, seeing him merely as a precaution for venturing into the wilderness. Kid, achieving war god status at your age is quite commendable, but alas, you have provoked the wrong person. As he spoke, the war god unleashed his formidable aura. Zhou Yi merely shook his head and laughed disdainfully. A mere mid-tier war god dares to lay a hand on me? With that, Zhou Yi's body slowly levitated into the air. Sosa and his war god uncle, along with others, looked on in disbelief. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you possibly be a planetary-level powerhouse? It is essential to understand that war gods are already at the pinnacle of this world's hierarchy, while planetary-level powerhouses represent the apex of that pinnacle. Globally, there are only a few dozen planetary-level beings among billions, each capable of shaking the very earth with a stomp. How could Zhou Yi, not yet 20 years old, achieve planetary status? If Zhou Yi were merely a war god, the Dawn Alliance could contend with him, as they possess several war god-level warriors. However, if Zhou Yi is indeed a planetary powerhouse, even the entire Dawn Alliance would be unable to withstand his wrath. Even their leader is a planetary-level being, but such individuals afford each other great respect, far beyond the reach of a mere junior. Zhou Yi did not respond or linger. With a cold huff, he simply took to the skies. Sosa and his companions stood in a daze, none daring to pursue. For how could they chase someone who could fly? Slap! The war god delivered a resounding slap to Sosa's face. What kind of existence have you brought upon our family? That is a planetary-level powerhouse. How dare you? It is inconceivable. How could Zhou Yi possibly be a planetary-level powerhouse? This notion is simply unfathomable. Sosa remains unable to accept the reality he has just witnessed. Aside from a being of such caliber, it seems impossible for anyone to soar through the skies unaided by external forces. Enough of this fanciful thinking. Let's hasten back and prepare to make amends. In the realm of warriors, the defining ability of a planetary-level expert is flight. Thus, despite their astonishment at Zhou Yi's capability to fly, questioning whether he has truly attained such heights has become inconsequential. What truly matters is how they might extinguish Zhou Yi's wrath and earn his forgiveness. Upon Zhou Yi's return to the training camp, a throng had already gathered before the imposing black dragon sculpture at the entrance. Could there be an error in the point system? How could this individual, Zhou Yi, have leapt from last place to third place overnight? Who exactly is Zhou Yi? He seems to be a newcomer who has only recently entered the training camp, having only joined the training camp a few days prior. Zhou Yi had not made many appearances, hence few were acquainted with him. Only third place? Zhou Yi murmured to himself. Yet, it stands to reason. The points are calculated by multiplying the scores gained from hunting monsters by the levels cleared in the trial tower. Zhou Yi's level is indeed impressive, but he has hunted far fewer monsters compared to others. He has ventured out only once, while others have been continuously hunting for an entire month. After a brief glance at the leaderboard, Zhou Yi chose not to dwell on it further. He needed to return to his training. After several days of anticipation, it was finally his turn to utilize the gravity chamber. He had no choice but to wait, as his prior low ranking had relegated him to a lower priority for reservations. Now, as the month draws to a close and others have exhausted their allotted time, it is finally his moment. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhou Yi received a delivery. The courier, once again, was a formidable warrior of godlike prowess, carrying 3 martial arts manuals that Zhou Yi had selected from the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. The option to choose 3 manuals was a reward for clearing the 5th level of the Trial Tower, courtesy of the Academy. Initially, Zhou Yi refrained from purchasing manuals due to financial constraints. With the capabilities he possesses from the Dragon Ball universe, his standards are notably high. He dismisses the cheaper, ordinary manuals while finding the more expensive ones beyond his means. However, the situation has changed. He may now select 3 manuals at no cost. Therefore, he chose a sword technique manual valued at 50 billion, titled Evil Repelling Sword Spectrum, a movement technique manual worth 30 billion, known as Wave Crossing Steps, and a body refinement manual. 8-section brocade, valued at 40 billion. Zhou Yi frequently employs a sword. Thus, it was only natural for him to select a sword technique for practice. As for the movement technique, his combat style primarily relies on remarkable speed and reflexes, lacking in intricate techniques. Ultimately, the body refinement manual is what Zhou Yi desires most, as the path to strengthening as a Super Saiyan necessitates a robust physique. Whether transforming into a Super Saiyan or executing the King's Fist, a powerful body is essential for support. Determined to practice, Zhou Yi swiftly entered the gravity chamber, setting the gravitational force to twice its normal level. He felt a slight weight beneath his feet, yet it was manageable. After all, he was clad in ultra-gravitational armor, making the burden significantly heavier than for others. After a brief adjustment to the double gravity mode, he raised the intensity further to 5 times the standard. Under this formidable pressure, even the simplest act of running became impossible for him. Recalling the postures described in the 8 sections of brocade, Zhou Yi began to perform each movement in this 5-fold gravitational environment. Upon completing the first action, heat began to emanate from his body, and beads of sweat streamed down. The rigors of physical training proved to be quite arduous. He couldn't help but self-deprecate, realizing that this intensity exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he refused to lower the gravity. Gritting his teeth and adhering to the prescribed motions of the 8 sections of brocade, executing each one with determination. His movements gradually slowed, yet remained steady. Only after completing the entire sequence did Zhou Yi finally allow himself to relax, gasping for air. He was drenched, to the point that water could be wrung from his garments. With the training session concluded, he hastened back to his quarters, filled the bathtub with water, added the body-refining liquid, and settled in. Reclining, he silently chanted the cultivation formula for Gene primordial energy and commenced his practice. Zhou Yi sensed that as he cultivated, the body-refining liquid in the tub continuously repaired the minor injuries sustained from the intense training, while cosmic energy pervaded the space, flooding into his body and fortifying every cell. However, such rigorous training could not be sustained daily, as his body required time to recuperate. Fortunately, after concluding the cultivation of Gene primordial energy, he turned to practicing swordplay and body techniques. Thus, for over half a month, Zhou Yi remained within the training camp, immersed in relentless practice. Last month, he achieved a commendable 3rd place ranking, affording him the freedom to utilize various instruments and facilities according to his training regimen. It was nearly time to venture out. After this period of intense training, Zhou Yi's physical prowess had notably improved, a feat made possible by the specialized facilities within the training camp and the substantial resources he had invested in body-refining liquids. Presently, his strength and speed had reached the medium god of war level. Following his last outing, he had also drawn from the accumulated combat capacity, yielding a gratifying result: 10 celestial beings. These were invaluable, capable of significantly restoring vitality. With Zhou Yi's current strength, a single celestial being was sufficient to fully rejuvenate him. Chapter 30. Out on a mission. During this time, Zhou Yi received a message from Luo Hong. This young man had also joined the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and was currently training with a hunting team. Zhou Yi recalled that shortly after joining the hunting team, Luo Hong would offend a formidable warrior of the god of war level, resulting in a high bounty on his head. However, Zhou Yi had no intention of interfering with Luo Hong's life journey, as these were challenges and opportunities that belonged solely to him. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi reached out once more to Master Su, requesting assistance in looking after his grandfather and Luo Hong's family. Master Su, of course, could not refuse, especially since Zhou Yi was now the 3rd ranked in the entire training camp, a true genius among geniuses. Not only Master Su, But even the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had dispatched individuals to covertly safeguard Zhou Yi's grandfather. Having organized his gear, Zhou Yi prepared for another expedition. He vaguely recalled a misty island overseas, home to numerous high-level plant-type monsters, which produced a rare substance known as the essence of flora. Consuming this essence could significantly enhance one's physical capabilities. Zhou Yi was determined not to miss out on such a valuable treasure. The depths of the Pacific Ocean also concealed even more precious wood sprouts. However, with his current strength, venturing into the depths was beyond his capability, given the numerous king and emperor-level monsters lurking there. Therefore, Zhou Yi's objective this time was to seek out the essence of flora to elevate his physical prowess. As Zhou Yi boarded the plane to the Australian continent, a meteor streaked across the sky and plunged into the Pacific, sinking to the ocean floor. The Australian continent had been nearly entirely overrun by monsters, with an abundance of high-level beasts. Humanity had managed to establish only a few military bases as supply points on the front line. Given the overwhelming presence of monsters, many audacious hunting teams had come to engage in the hunt. The Australian continent, now dominated by monsters, had undergone a complete transformation. Aside from a few military bases, there was scarcely a trace of modern civilization left, resembling a primeval forest. After a brief resupply, Zhou Yi departed from the military base, embarking on his hunting journey. Hey there, are you alone? Our hunting team has an injured member, and we need one more scout. You can have a 10% share of the profits. Interested? Near the exit of the military base, many were gathered in search of companions. Zhou Yi paid them no heed. He preferred solitary action. Moreover, he was uncertain whether these individuals were genuinely seeking allies or merely looking for easy prey, as he appeared youthful yet bore impressive equipment. Clad in a set of king-level battle armor and wielding a longsword, he was also equipped with a gravity-defying suit beneath. Upon exiting the military base, Zhou Yi refrained from using the art of flight, having sensed that someone was trailing him. Maintaining a moderate speed characteristic of a mid-tier warrior, he ventured deeper into the forest. Soon after, Zhou Yi came to a halt. Come out quickly. Once I've dealt with you, I still have hunting to do, he declared. At that moment, 5 individuals emerged behind him. Kid, how dare you, an ordinary mid-tier warrior, venture alone into the Australian continent for a hunt, especially clad in such exquisite battle armor? Do you not comprehend the principle that a man without sin can be punished for his wealth? If there is anyone to blame, it's your own folly for not bringing even a single guard. To these onlookers, the young Zhou Yi, adorned in such splendid armor, appeared to be the epitome of a wealthy heir. They had followed him for a considerable time, biding their moment to strike, eager to ascertain whether he was accompanied by any protectors. Their earlier attempts to engage him were mere tests, and now it was evident. Zhou Yi had indeed come alone for the hunt. Was he not an unblemished target? The value of the royal-grade armor and sword he bore was worth billions, enough to ensure their indulgence for an extended period. Fortune favors the bold. Robbing and killing was far safer than battling ferocious beasts. Let us move. Confirming Zhou Yi's solitude, the group wasted no time, swiftly brandishing their weapons and charging toward him. Zhou Yi did not even draw his sword. These few warrior-level thugs posed no challenge to him. With a mere glare, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The assailants felt as if they were being scrutinized by a primal beast, terror gripping their hearts, their bodies trembling in fear. The leader stuttered, his teeth chattering. A god-tier warrior. This oppressive force was reminiscent of a time he had felt from a royal-level beast from distance. In the next life, choose your targets wisely, Zhou Yi warned, before unleashing the energy sphere / he had long since condensed in his palm. The attack flew forth, and several bodies collapsed, lifeless. Only then did Zhou Yi soar into the depths of the forest. Zhou Yi's purpose for this hunt was straightforward, to seek out Mist Island and gather some plant essences, as well as to hunt Lord-level beasts to fulfill his god-tier mission. After a period of training, he had realized that remaining in the special training camp was of little benefit to his advancement. The gravity chamber was the only aspect that proved useful. However, such a facility could be found elsewhere. The pressing matter was to acquire plant essences to enhance his physical strength, thereby breaking through to planetary level. Once he reached planetary level, he could venture into ancient ruins. Ideally, he would procure a spacecraft to explore the cosmos for further opportunities. Yet, venturing into space posed a significant challenge. Finances were a paramount concern. Without money, one could hardly navigate the universe. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi had no intention of seizing opportunities that rightfully belonged to Luo Hong, as his path was firmly rooted in martial prowess. whereas the legacy of Yin Mo Star pertained to the realm of mentalism, which did not align with his aspirations. While contemplating the trajectory of his future cultivation, he maintained a steady low flight. Numerous lower-tier beasts have detected Zhou Yi's presence. However, his swift flight renders them incapable of mounting an attack. Just then, a massive spike shot through the air at an alarming speed. Zhou Yi's instincts flared, and he executed a somersault to evade it, disrupting his train of thought. As he steadied his gaze, he beheld a wild boar towering a height of 5 to 6 meters, its body adorned with long, menacing spikes, fixating on him with predatory intent. This was a high-ranking Lord-level venomous spike giant boar. Arched in a menacing posture, the spikes on its back stood erect. With a rustling sound, several venom-coated spikes were launched towards Zhou Yi, who hovered in midair, effectively encircling him and limiting his evasive maneuvers. Zhou Yi swiftly drew the long sword from his back to parry the incoming projectiles. The clang of metal echoed as he deflected the spikes, the recoil causing his palms to tingle. Truly, the power of a high-ranking Lord-level beast was formidable. Realizing the boar excelled in ranged attacks, Zhou Yi hastily descended to the ground, knowing that remaining airborne would make him an easy target. Lord-level beasts possess considerable intelligence, and as soon as he landed, a horde of smaller creatures surged toward him. These were the minions of the high-ranking Lord Beast. Chapter 31. Having dealt with the lesser foes, the greater one approaches. Zhou Yi adeptly wielded his sword in his right hand while continuously channeling energy orbs with his left for offensive strikes. With a deft sidestep, he narrowly avoided another ambush from the venomous spike giant boar. The situation proved somewhat troublesome, although Zhou Yi's strength had reached a mid-tier war god level. The ultra-gravity armor he donned hindered his speed and power. Faced with the onslaught of a high-ranking Lord Beast and its minions, he found himself momentarily flustered, yet not without recourse. Doubling his efforts with the Kaioken technique, Zhou Yi's physique was now capable of enduring a 5-fold Kaioken for a brief duration. Thus, opting for a 2-fold enhancement would impose less strain on his body while prolonging its efficacy. Upon activating the technique, a faint glow enveloped him, taking on a subtle pink hue as an immense power surged within him. Excellent. Now, the true battle begins. Zhou Yi's movements became fluid as he deftly dodged the beast attacks and the venomous boar spikes. His training in the ripple step technique had begun to bear fruit. Exorciste soit technique. Zhou Yi pivoted and unleashed a strike. Empowered by his energy, the sword's might intensified, cleaving through several beast generals with lethal precision. Once more evading the giant boar's assault, Zhou Yi retaliated with a magic-piercing light cannon. With a swift gesture, he directed a spiraling beam of potent energy toward the venomous spike giant boar. The venomous spiked giant boar relentlessly engaged in long-range assaults, shielded by its numerous minions, leaving Zhou Yi momentarily at a loss. To approach the boar, he first had to contend with its formidable subordinates. Although Zhou Yi could dispatch these warlord-class monsters with a single strike, their overwhelming numbers rendered him unable to approach. Roar! The venomous spiked giant boar remained vigilant against Zhou Yi's chi circle slash, unaware that he possessed other long-range offensive capabilities. The speed of the magic light killing cannon, with its straight trajectory, caught the boar off guard, as its massive size made evasion difficult. Upon being struck, the boar's fury intensified. Its anguished roar was not merely a cry of pain, but also a command for its minions to launch a more frenzied assault against Zhou Yi. Solar Fist. Zhou Yi spread his fingers before his face, transforming his internal chi into radiant light, releasing an extraordinarily dazzling brilliance akin to a flash grenade, temporarily blinding his foes. With an overwhelming number of monsters, he needed time to gather his strength to unleash a powerful technique and clear the field. Otherwise, the onslaught would be unending. Kamehameha Wave. Wave. During this period, Zhou Yi's strength had significantly increased, resulting in a more potent chi. After charging up, the Kamehameha Wave exhibited unparalleled power. A colossal beam of light swept forth from between Zhou Yi's hands. In an instant, over a dozen warlord-class monsters, temporarily blinded by the Solar Fist and unable to locate their target, were vaporized by the Kamehameha Wave. Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Unleashing such a formidable technique in the state of double Kaioken had taken a considerable toll on him. However, the impact of this strike was substantial, annihilating all of the remaining minions of the venomous spiked giant boar. Now it was time for the showdown between the two of them. Zhou Yi pointed his sword at the opposing boar, which responded with a furious roar. The minions it had painstakingly summoned had been entirely slain by this human. It was imperative that this human pay the ultimate price for his actions to quell its wrath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The boar's elevated back launched several enormous venomous spikes once more. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Yi wielded his sword to parry, deflecting all the spikes. Previously, he found it somewhat strenuous to block these spikes, but now, in the state of double Kaioken, he could effortlessly fend them off. Lit Fu technique. Zhou Yi swiftly advanced toward the venomous, spiked giant boar, his ethereal and elusive movements making it difficult for the boar to aim. Thrust. Zhou Yi pierced forward, leaving a wound on the boar's body. The boar let out a pained shriek and turned to flee. Realizing it was no match for Zhou Yi, this high-ranking Lord-class monster began to retreat. Yet, Zhou Yi would not let it escape. He pursued relentlessly. Once more with a swift movement, a sword sliced through the hind leg of the venomous boar, significantly diminishing its speed. The creature, now panicked, disregarded all else and frantically launched the spines from its back. The air was filled with a barrage of projectiles, an overwhelming display of firepower that momentarily thwarted Zhou Yi's pursuit. The sheer volume of needles was akin to a relentless machine gun. However, this scene did not persist for long. The boar's supply of spines was finite, necessitating a period of recuperation before it could regenerate. With its arsenal depleted, the venomous boar's offensive capabilities waned, as it possessed few alternative means of attack. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The boar, now drenched in blood, howled in a frenzied mix of curses and pleas for mercy. Zhou Yi concentrated his energy into the blade, amplifying its lethality in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow and conclude the battle. After all, this encounter had dragged on for quite some time, potentially attracting other beasts. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the forest. The sound sent a shiver down Zhou Yi's spine. Its ferocity suggested that the beast responsible was a formidable rank, likely a royal-class creature, comparable to a planetary-level human warrior. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Behind the Lord-class beast lurked a royal-class guardian. He found himself at a loss for words, realizing that even in slaying monsters, one could encounter the young only to be confronted by the elder. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi felt unfazed by the royal-class beast. It was an opportune moment to test his combat prowess in its utmost form, to see if he could rival such a creature. With this resolve, he wasted no time and unleashed a powerful strike, severing the head of the venomous boar. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. Royal-class monsters were colossal, often towering over 20 meters and sometimes reaching heights of 30 meters or more. Zhou Yi stood his ground, shedding his royal battle armor and the heavy, gravitational suit beneath it. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief to engage in full combat. He needed to free himself from any constraints. He leaped in place, stretching and acclimatizing to his newfound strength without the weight of armor. As he completed this preparation, a gigantic bear-like creature, standing over 20 meters tall at the shoulder, came into view. Chapter 32. The Battle with the Royal-Class Beast. This was a royal-class spineback bear. The bear's head was adorned with a pronounced ridge extending down its back, its powerful limbs enabling it to stand upright like a human. Reaching heights in excess of 30 meters. Before Zhou Yi, it loomed like a towering edifice. Was this the sensation the god of war killer experienced when I transformed into a giant ape? Zhou Yi murmured, the stark difference in size evoking an instinctive sense of trepidation within him. However, the flicker of trepidation within Zhou Yi was swiftly dispelled by the fire of battle. The recent skirmish had replenished his combat energy, and engaging this formidable royal beast promised to do the same. A double draw awaited him. Roar. The spiked giant boar lay motionless on the ground, eliciting a furious roar from the backed giant bear. Zhou Yi waved his hand dismissively through the air. These monsters had an incessant penchant for roaring, and the stench was overwhelming. After all, these beasts feasted on raw flesh daily and without dental care. Their breath was quite foul. The backed giant bear also noticed the diminutive human beside the spiked giant boar and swung its massive paw downwards. Come on. Zhou Yi did not flinch or retreat, meeting the attack with his sword, eager to gauge the disparity between his current strength and that of such a royal creature. Bang! The instant their forces collided, Zhou Yi was sent tumbling away, crashing into numerous trees and carving a furrow in the ground for several miles before finally coming to a halt. The disparity in size and strength proved insurmountable. Zhou Yi slowly rose, taking a moment to steady his ragged breath. Was the double Kaioken insufficient against a beast of this caliber? If so, then he would unleash the five-fold Kaioken. In the next moment, his aura surged once more, the faint pinkish hue that once enveloped him transforming into a deeper crimson. This powerful burst of energy exacted a considerable toll on his body. The fivefold Kaioken could only be sustained for a little over 10 minutes at his current level. The back giant bear was momentarily taken aback. How could this insignificant human's aura swell so drastically? Yet, anger soon clouded its judgment again, especially as the diminutive human dared to strike first. Zhou Yi swung his sword down once more, while the back giant bear retaliated with its enormous paw. This time, however, the power of Zhou Yi's sword was markedly different. A faint pink glow enveloped the blade, and his strike unleashed a formidable wave of energy. As the sword light met the giant paw, Zhou Yi didn't find himself thrown back again. Instead, a massive gash appeared upon the bear's paw. Roar! The back giant bear howled in pain, blood gushing from its injured limb. Huh! Now you realize the danger, you wretched beast. Zhou Yi scoffed, though a flicker of urgency gnawed at him. While that strike had seemingly wounded the bear, it was but a superficial injury compared to its colossal frame. Furthermore, his current state was not sustainable. Before the duration of the Kaioken expired, could he vanquish this royal-backed giant bear? Contemplating his options, Zhou Yi sheathed his sword and positioned his hands at his waist. With a brief moment of concentration, Zhou Yi unleashed his most potent attack yet, the Kamehameha wave. A colossal shockwave erupted from Zhou Yi's hand, met with equal ferocity as the massive bear, known as the spineback bear, struck back with both paws. The Kamehameha wave collided with the bear's powerful limbs, producing a dazzling display of light. The thunderous clash of energy sent nearby trees flying, while countless clods of earth were shattered and sent tumbling through the air. As the dust settled, the scene became clearer. Zhou Yi, leaning heavily on his sword planted in the ground, gasped for breath. The immense expenditure of energy from unleashing his most potent Kamehameha wave in the state of fivefold King's fist had taken a considerable toll on him, necessitating a brief respite before he could resume the battle. Meanwhile, the spineback bear was not faring much better. Zhou Yi's formidable Kamehameha had penetrated its paws, inflicting a grievous wound to its chest. This powerful strike instilled a sense of fear in the beast, as it was the first time since achieving its king-level status that it had sustained such severe injury. However, the pain soon transformed into a burning rage, its eyes fixated on the diminutive figure of Zhou Yi in the distance. The bear felt compelled to exact a deathly toll upon this human to assuage its wrath. Licking its wounds, the bear assessed its injuries, realizing they were not too severe and that it could continue to fight. It dropped on all fours, charging toward Zhou Yi at full speed, abandoning its previously upright stance, embodying the wildness that now dominated it. The spineback bear had transformed into a frenzied beast, more terrifying than ever before. With a sigh, Zhou Yi recognized that defeating this king-level monster in his human form was a daunting task. Thus, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique. Consuming a mystical bean, he replenished his energy entirely. The strength of the giant ape surged within him. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, swiftly transforming from a human standing nearly 1.8 meters tall into a gigantic gorilla towering dozens of meters high. Roaring with fury, the giant ape Zhou Yi pounded its massive fists against its chest. The spineback bear, which had been sprinting toward him, skidded to a halt, leaving deep gouges in the ground as it stared in disbelief. It was perplexed. Who could explain the current situation? This towering behemoth that now stood taller than itself. What had happened? Where was that diminutive human? I wasn't intending to fight you. Where is that little human? But Zhou Yi paid no mind to its bewilderment. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. After all, his giant ape form was under scrutiny by the higher echelons of humanity and could not remain in existence for long, lest he inadvertently attract the attention of a host of planet-level powerhouses. Fivefold King's Fist. This was Zhou Yi's first time utilizing the King's Fist in his giant ape form, and in that instant, the previously dark fur covering his body began to take on a reddish hue. Once again feeling an overwhelming surge of power within his body, Zhou Yi experienced an exhilarating sensation, as if a mere punch from him could obliterate a planet. Of course, such a feat was beyond his current capabilities. It was merely an illusion born from the rapid expansion of his strength. The colossal ape, Zhou Yi, unleashed a punch directed at the massive bear before him. Though the bear was momentarily taken aback, it had no choice but to respond. With a resounding crack, the bear's paw was struck with such force that it experienced excruciating pain. Zhou Yi's punch had fractured its paw. The bear's paw bent at an unimaginable angle. And that was not the end of it, for Zhou Yi's fist continued its relentless advance. Another crack echoed as the bear's arm twisted grotesquely. A powerful gust of wind erupted, uprooting trees and sending them flying into the distance. The bear collided with several hills before finally coming to a halt. This demonstrated the might of Zhou Yi's punch while in the quintuple Kaioken form. After a considerable pause, the bear managed to rise from the ground. Its paw and arm were broken, and several ribs were fractured as well. As it watched Zhou Yi approach with determined strides, it quickly averted its gaze and bowed its head in submission. However, Zhou Yi was not a monster. He had no need for subordinates. Being human, he fought for the survival of his kind. Thus, he could only express his regrets. With a fervent barrage, Zhou Yi unleashed his colossal fists, larger than trucks, mercilessly striking the bear until it fell silent. He soon reverted to his human form, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. The exertion from the quintuple Kaioken and the giant ape mode had drained him considerably. Fortunately, the clash between the two monstrous titans had frightened off all nearby creatures, leaving them too terrified to investigate. Thus, Zhou Yi was not concerned about any sudden attacks from lurking beasts. Yet unbeknownst to him, while the fierce battle had caused the beasts to flee, it did not deter a human. A skilled, stealthy planetary-level human fighter was currently concealed among the treetops, capturing the clash between the two titans with his communicator. Initially drawn by the commotion, he was astonished to discover that one of the combatants was the very kingly ape monster previously flagged for close observation by human authorities. He even recorded the moment the colossal ape transformed back into its human form. After completing his recordings, the planetary-level fighter retreated swiftly, transmitting the information to the War God Alliance. His responsibility was merely to relay the news. He had no intention of confronting the formidable ape alone, as he suspected that its true strength was likely far beyond mere kingly status. After all, this colossal ape had once made the king-level giant bear bow in submission with a single punch. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, exhilarated after the battle, fixated on the system within his mind. The progress bar, indicative of combat energy, was already full, accompanied by a marker indicating he could draw rewards twice in succession. Eagerly, Zhou Yi began to spin the wheel. Soon, the mental wheel gradually came to a halt. Space Capsule 10. Remarkably, it was this item. For Zhou Yi, it proved quite useful, as he had yet to acquire a spatial ring. The function of the space capsule was straightforward. It allowed items to be stored within, while the capsule itself was merely the size of a pinky finger. Although it was not as convenient as a spatial ring, it sufficed. Fortunately, Zhou Yi extracted the capsule and stored the corpses of the two beasts within. Then, he spun the wheel once more. Heavenly spirits, divine beings, manifest your presence. Zhou Yi chanted, eyes glued to the wheel. His recent luck seemed to have waned, as his previous draws had yielded lackluster results. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Had Lady Luck finally smiled upon him? He stared in astonishment at the pointer on the wheel, which revealed a line of text representing the prize he had drawn. Super Saiyan 1. Wow, I finally got it. This ability had been the aspiration of countless individuals. Not only was it powerful, but it also exuded an undeniable flair. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 1, his combat power would surge to a staggering 50 times the norm. An overwhelming sense of invincibility washed over Zhou Yi. Naturally, given his current physical strength, he likely could not maintain the Super Saiyan form for long, relegating it to a final trump card. Elated about having drawn the Super Saiyan mode, Zhou Yi found himself at a loss for whom to share his joy. Surely, he could not tell his grandfather, who would not understand the concept of Super Saiyan's or combat power. All his grandfather desired was for Zhou Yi to be safe. Thus, Zhou Yi sent a text to Luo Hong. I'm feeling invincible. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Luo Hong, alone in the wilderness, received Zhou Yi's message, utterly perplexed. Dude, I'm being hunted with a bounty of hundreds of billions, and you're telling me you feel invincible? What does that even mean? Luo Hong was perusing the news regarding the bounty. He had just been compelled to eliminate a second-generation strongman, the offspring of two god-level warriors, in self-defense. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. Warning. Warning. This individual is suspected of being a royal-level beast transformed into a human. Evacuate immediately and report location information. What the heck? A royal-level beast has transformed into a human? Luo Hong's heart raced with alarm. This news undoubtedly struck like a thunderclap in the hearts of all. Monsters and humans are adversaries vying for the same territory. Unless one side perishes or establishes absolute dominance, this war cannot possibly conclude. However, If a monster possesses the ability to transform into a human, it could effortlessly bypass all defenses and infiltrate the inner sanctum of human cities. Such a development would pose an immense threat to human survival. Furthermore, this is a creature suspected to be of royal caliber, essentially the pinnacle of power on this planet, with few capable of resisting it. After perusing the text, Luo Hong clicked on the accompanying video. Within, two colossal beasts appeared. Their size starkly contrasted against the nearby trees and hills, revealing that these creatures were at least several dozen meters tall, with such dimensions indicating they were at least of kingly rank. One of the ape-like monsters rode atop a massive bear, furiously swinging its fists. Before long, the battle concluded, and astonishingly, the ape-like creature began to shrink rapidly, ultimately transforming into a human form. The camera zoomed in, capturing the face of the transformed ape. Luo Hong's jaw dropped in astonishment. He recognized that face all too well. Zhou Yi. This seemingly royal beast was, in fact, Zhou Yi. Suddenly, he recalled the recent message Zhou Yi had sent him. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Brother Yi, you are indeed remarkable. It turns out you are a royal monster turned human. How could that not be extraordinary?" In that instant, Luo Hong felt rather impressive himself for having befriended a royal monster for so many years without being devoured. Initially, he had considered his own legendary experience of slaying a powerful second-generation heir, followed by being hunted by a war god-level expert, to be quite remarkable. Little did he realize that Zhou Yi's journey was the true tale of human legend inscribed in history. A royal monster living among humans for so long, speaking their language, studying their textbooks and martial arts, and mingling with humanity. Future histories might recount how, on a certain date, a creature of royal caliber transformed and infiltrated a specific base city, causing immense devastation and loss of life. Or perhaps it would record how, on a certain date, human warriors succeeded in slaying a shape-shifting royal monster. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, upon receiving Luo Hong's reply, was perplexed. He offered no explanation for his extraordinary abilities. After all, the notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan was something Luo Hong could hardly comprehend. Yet, how could Luo Hong deduce his exceptional nature? Putting such thoughts aside, Zhou Yi, having regained considerable strength, took flight towards a specific direction. He recalled that the general vicinity of Mist Island lay in this direction. Unbeknownst to him, a figure emerged from the treetops in the distance, stealthily following Zhou Yi. Upon reaching the planetary level, individuals invariably awaken a unique ability. This particular planetary powerhouse has manifested a wood attribute power, enabling him to blend his essence with the trees within the forest, rendering him nearly undetectable. The continent of Australia, predominantly characterized by its primordial forests and now overrun by monstrous creatures, serves as his frequent sanctuary for cultivation. Little did he anticipate that today would unveil a monumental secret. Upon disseminating this revelation, he received a response from the world's foremost warrior, Yi Hong, advising him to refrain from rash actions, maintain surveillance on the giant ape, and await reinforcements. At this moment, across the globe, more than 10 spacecraft ascended simultaneously, heading towards the Australian continent. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remained oblivious to these developments, persistently seeking the existence of Mist Island. Luo Hong ceased communication with Zhou Yi upon interpreting Zhou Yi's message as a boast about transforming into a giant ape. Unbeknownst to them, they were discussing entirely disparate matters. In a villa located within Jiangning City, Lin Xiao, Zhou Yi's biological mother, pointed a news broadcast and exclaimed, "Qingfeng, come quickly. Is that not our son?" Lu Qingfeng approached, confusion etched on his face, initially intending to find another opportunity to converse with Zhou Yi, only to be astounded by his son's extraordinary achievements, entering a genius training camp at the tender age of 18. Now, he would have to wait for Zhou Yi's return to Jiangning City to reconnect. As Lu Qingfeng approached the television, he too was taken aback by the unfolding news. The report detailed a royal-grade beast capable of assuming a human form. Should it infiltrate human cities, it would be akin to a walking nuclear warhead. Even a warrior of his caliber would not withstand a single blow from such a creature. Lu Qingfeng's astonishment deepened as he realized that the royal-grade beast in question was none other than his own son, Zhou Yi. "Qingfeng, is this truly our son?" Lin Xiao inquired, noticing Lu Qingfeng's pallor. "So? What son? We only have Xiao Ming." Lu Qingfeng retorted vehemently, incredulous that he, the illustrious god of war Qingfeng, could possibly have a monster as son. He quickly dialed the phone of Congressman Zhong Wu, imploring him to assist in erasing the initial DNA matching records. Such matters were beyond the capacity of a mere warrior like him. He needed to distance himself entirely from this predicament. Chapter 34. Pinnacle of the God of War. Uncertain of how long he had been flying, Zhou Yi sensed that the surrounding mist had thickened considerably. He surmised that Mist Island was drawing near. He directed his flight towards the areas where the fog was densest. The planetary-level powerhouse, trailing him, wore a grave expression. The fog was so dense that he had lost sight of his target, yet he was certain that Zhou Yi was in pursuit of something significant. Zhou Yi's destination lay deeper within the mist. The observer relayed another set of coordinates before venturing further into the obscure depths. After soaring through the skies for a while, a sudden clarity emerged. Behind the dense fog lay a small island. The thick mist enveloped the entire isle, yet on the island itself, not a trace of fog lingered. This mist was likely a deceptive veil created by the island's botanical beasts, designed to conceal its location. However, Zhou Yi, with a faint recollection of certain narratives, was not easily deceived. Instead, he ventured toward the densest part of the fog, ultimately discovering the whereabouts of this misty isle. Yet, Zhou Yi refrained from acting impulsively. For although these botanical creatures were sluggish, their strength was formidable. Indeed, even royal-grade botanical beasts resided here. And what Zhou Yi sought was the essence of these creatures, the vital sap. He suppressed his aura, a task easily accomplished by a Saiyan adept at controlling their energy. By doing so, he made it difficult for these botanical monsters to detect him. He also wished to avoid alarming the lesser creatures, lest the royal beasts become wary. Should that happen, a coalition of several royal-grade monsters would overwhelm him. The ultimate strategy was to quietly locate the royal botanical beasts and execute a surprise attack to obtain the vital sap. Stealthily advancing, Zhou Yi finally entered the heart of the misty island, where he encountered four exceptionally stout willow trees. Their trunks so vast that it would take dozens of people to encircle them. Undoubtedly, these were the four royal-grade botanical monsters. The challenge now lay in extracting their vital sap, which resided at the core of their trunks. However, to engage them would mean facing all four simultaneously, a daunting prospect given his current combat prowess, merely at a moderate divine warrior level. Transforming into a giant ape would enhance his strength. Yet the increased size would render him more susceptible to being ensnared by the willows. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yi devised a plan. He distanced himself slightly and once more transformed into the giant ape. The towering creature, standing several dozen meters tall, appeared suddenly on the misty island, causing a stir among the botanical monsters. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi remained outside the attack range of the four royal beasts. For the first time in his giant ape form, he unleashed the King Kai fist, multiplied fivefold. The aura surrounding the giant Zhou Yi surged dramatically, marking what could be considered his strongest form in Super Saiyan mode. However, even in this state, the energy consumption was substantial. With both hands placed on his hips, he executed the Kamehameha wave. A colossal beam, measuring 10 meters in diameter, shot forth from his hands, aimed squarely at one of the royal botanical beasts. As it traversed its path, any Lord-grade or Beast-General botanical monsters caught in its trajectory disintegrated like snow under the sun, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, the willowy branches of the king-level willow spirit, struck by the Kamehameha wave, began to thrash wildly, desperately reaching out toward Zhou Yi, intent on directly retaliating against the instigator of its plight. Regrettably, this botanical monstrosity found mobility exceedingly challenging. Despite its elongated tendrils, the range of its attacks remained limited. Indeed, Zhou Yi's Kamehameha wave could reach far beyond the grasp of those branches. After running a full 2 kilometers, he executed a remote strike. The instant the Kamehameha wave impacted the willow spirit, the giant Zhou Yi surged forward with all his might. Upon entering the attack range of the willow spirit, he disregarded the flailing branches and pressed closer with unwavering determination. By the time he approached the willow spirit, he was ensnared by its tendrils. Now, bound tightly like a zongzi, unable to move. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the willow spirit felt its constricting tendrils suddenly loosen. Zhou Yi had reverted from his giant form to his diminutive human shape, rendering him untraceable to the willow spirit, given the stark difference in size. It was precisely this temporal disparity that Zhou Yi sought to exploit. He swiftly darted to the trunk of the willow spirit, where a large gash had been carved by his Kamehameha wave. Advancing, he delivered several swift strikes, directly stripping away the essence of the plant from within the trunk. Before hastily retreating, the willow spirit, now aware of its vital essence being siphoned away, sensed its life core in peril. Once depleted, its demise would soon follow. For this was its very essence. Countless tendrils thrashed in a frenzy, attempting to ensnare Zhou Yi. However, in his human form, Zhou Yi exhibited remarkable agility, enhanced by the quintuple Kaioken state, allowing him to outpace the grasping limbs. He swiftly escaped the encircling tendrils, breaking free. A sense of triumph surged within him. The plan had succeeded, and he sought a secluded spot to absorb the essence. Zhou Yi concealed his presence and found a more hidden location, raising his hand to unleash several Kamehameha waves that created a substantial pit, temporarily transforming it into a subterranean refuge. Extracting a nearly 1 meter long cylindrical essence, he deftly punctured its sturdy wooden exterior. The essence emitted a faint green glow, viscous in consistency, devoid of any peculiar odor. Tentatively, Zhou Yi took a sip. It proved pleasant, lacking any foul taste, with a subtle sweetness. Encouraged, he drank heartily. As the essence coursed through him, a refreshing chill enveloped his body, akin to a glass of minty ice water on a summer day. Soon, as he drained the essence, he felt his body undergoing a transformation. Nourished by the plant essence, he steadily grew stronger. As the aura surrounding him intensified, its potency was unfortunately fleeting. Zhou Yi's physique had already reached the pinnacle of what was achievable at present, the apex of the war god level. Any further advancement would lead him into the realm of the planetary level. However, transcending into this new echelon was not merely a matter of augmenting physical strength. The distinction between the planetary and war god levels was profound, representing a significant evolutionary leap in existence, akin to transitioning into an entirely different species from ordinary humanity. Achieving the planetary level would bestow upon one the extraordinary capabilities of breathlessness, levitation, survival in the void, and wandering through the cosmos. Only upon reaching this tier could one truly venture beyond their planetary confines and secure sustenance amid the vastness of space. Yet, Zhou Yi felt no such metamorphosis. He was effectively stuck at the zenith of the war god level. Calming himself and acclimating to his newfound strength, he resolved to attempt a breakthrough to the planetary level. He sat cross-legged upon the ground, his palms facing upward, ready to commence his cultivation of genetic primal energy and initiate a further transformation. Just then, he sensed a violent tremor beneath him, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions from outside. Chapter 35. Surrounded. Zhou Yi focused his awareness. What was happening? How could such powerful beings at the planetary level have arrived outside? Furrowing his brow, he realized that he had only recently located Mist Island, and its position had been compromised. He sensed at least a dozen planetary-level warriors above, collaborating to scour the island for its floor-based monsters and extract their essence. He had to leave, Zhou Yi thought, reluctantly abandoning his immediate plans for a breakthrough, as it would be prudent to escape amidst the chaos before being discovered. Furthermore, he observed these planetary-level beings conducting a thorough search of Mist Island, as if plowing through its terrain. He couldn't help but scoff to himself. While the essence of plants was undoubtedly valuable, it hardly warranted an exhaustive excavation of the entire island. Suppressing his aura, he emerged from below ground. Upon reaching the surface, Zhou Yi noted the dramatic transformation of Mist Island. The mist that had enveloped the island had been dissipated by some means employed by these powerful beings. Moreover, the plant-based monsters had been decimated in large numbers, lying scattered and disoriented. Quietly, Zhou Yi selected a direction to flee, but soon realized something was amiss. There were a staggering 18 planetary-level warriors present, indicating that a third of the world's top-tier powers had converged upon Mist Island. Most alarmingly, he detected the presence of the world's strongest individual, Yi Hong, and the second strongest, Lei Wan. 8 of these planetary warriors were engaged in the sweeping operation, while the remaining 10 stood guard, each securing a specific area. The actions observed do not resemble a quest for the essence of flora on Mist Island, but rather a pursuit of something elusive, something that moves. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a multitude of guards stationed at every possible angle. However, under such circumstances, Zhou Yi found it impossible to slip away unnoticed. He lowered the visor of his battle armor to conceal his face and rolled in the mud, deliberately soiling the exquisite royal-grade armor bestowed upon him by the Grand Martial Arts Academy, anxious to evade recognition by these individuals. After a rudimentary disguise, Zhou Yi stealthily approached the edge of Mist Island, only to find it patrolled by planetary-level experts who emanated a formidable aura, saturating the surrounding area. With no chance of quietly blending into the shadows, he was left with no choice but to force his way out. With a powerful leap, he unleashed his aerial techniques and soared at full speed. Just as he was about to break free, a thunderous shout echoed behind him. However, Zhou Yi was swift. The pursuing planetary-level expert struggled to keep pace. Yet, Zhou Yi sensed the approach of two exceptionally powerful presences, racing toward him with a velocity far superior to his own. A sense of dread gripped him. The worst-case scenario had materialized. It was baffling that these planetary-level beings were so vigilant in their search. The two formidable entities were unmistakably Yi Hong, the strongest on Earth, and Lei Wang, the second strongest. If captured by them today, Zhou Yi feared he would find it exceedingly difficult to provide a satisfactory explanation. "Zhou Yi, you cannot escape," came the voice from behind. Zhou Yi's heart sank as he realized these individuals had come specifically for him. He racked his brain, trying to recall any missteps he might have taken. Initially believing that these planetary-level experts were merely in search of opportunities on Mist Island, only to discover they were here for him. At that moment, Zhou Yi's form suddenly faltered, his speed drastically reduced as if mired in a quagmire. It was the manifestation of a domain. He turned to see the world's foremost expert had caught up, enveloping him in a domain that severely hampered his ability to flee. In the blink of an eye, dozens of planetary-level experts had closed in, surrounding him completely. Suspended in midair, Zhou Yi clasped his fists in salute towards Yi Hong. "Grandmaster, I am uncertain why you have intercepted me. I have taken but a mere fraction of the opportunities on Mist Island. Surely that is sufficient to satisfy your appetites?" After a brief silence, Yi Hong spoke. "Zhou Yi, I have been observing you for quite some time, a genius of the war god rank at the tender age of 18. You have been earmarked for our Academy's intensive training program. However, it is unfortunate that you are a human transformed from a beast. If you can willingly divulge the circumstances of your transformation, perhaps we might spare your life." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi fell silent. It is no wonder that such a grand commotion has arisen. It turns out they have uncovered his secret ability to transform into a colossal ape. Unfortunately, at this juncture, no amount of explanation from him will suffice. People tend to believe only what they wish to accept as truth. Moreover, the powerful seldom heed the opinions of the weak. He must first demonstrate his own strength, proving that he possesses sufficient prowess. A parity of strength forms the foundation for equitable dialogue between both parties. Otherwise, even the most eloquent words would be of no avail. Thus, even if Zhou Yi were to clarify that he is human and stand with humanity, these individuals would remain unconvinced, determined to eliminate him to ensure the safety or status of their kind. However, should Zhou Yi exhibit formidable strength, even overpowering them, when he asserts his humanity, it may not matter if humanity remains skeptical. They would nonetheless be compelled to acknowledge his identity. They cannot afford the repercussions of positioning Zhou Yi as an adversary. Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Yi has but one course of action: to fight. He must battle with sufficient fervor to showcase his strength, proving that these planetary-level beings must pay an unbearable price should they seek to annihilate him. Only then may he have the opportunity to explain himself. Thus, it has come to this. Let the battle commence, Zhou Yi declared with a cold gaze. Yi Hong shook his head, expressing a deep wish that Zhou Yi were indeed human, for with his talent, he could potentially lead humanity to greater heights. "You need not intervene. Allow me to take this on," Yi Hong addressed the other planetary-level beings. As the world's foremost powerful individual stepped into the fray, the remaining 17 planetary-level beings naturally withdrew slightly to grant him the battleground, encircling the area to prevent Zhou Yi's escape. They could not afford to let Zhou Yi, who possessed the ability to transform into a human, go free, for he posed a significant threat to all of humanity. Despite their own immense power, they too had families and friends. They could not risk allowing Zhou Yi, a colossal threat, to roam freely. Zhou Yi first retracted his royal grade armor, then removed his graviton armor, finally donning the royal grade armor. In the face of the world's strongest opponent, he must give his all. It is a mark of respect for a formidable adversary. Zhou Yi raised his hand, letting the graviton armor crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The surrounding planetary-level beings narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Zhou Yi was clad in such heavy armor. It was noteworthy that Zhou Yi had previously exhibited speed surpassing that of some planetary-level beings less adept in that regard. Yet, he was merely a battle god-level warrior. However, upon contemplating Zhou Yi's true identity, which was likely that of a royal-grade beast, they felt a sense of relief. Chapter 36. Confronting the world's strongest being, will you not revert? Yi Hong inquired, for in his human form, Zhou Yi's strength was merely at the peak of battle god level, rendering him incapable of matching his opponent. In his view, only Zhou Yi, transformed into his monstrous form, was worthy of engaging in battle with him. Zhou Yi shook his head, resolute in his decision not to assume the guise of the giant ape for this confrontation, nor could he. Regardless of others' perceptions, he was acutely aware of his humanity, not a beast. Thus, it was impossible for him to participate in this duel as a monster. He knew he must achieve victory in his human form to earn genuine recognition and respect, rather than the fleeting acknowledgement born from fear and compromise. What? After living in a human world for a while, do you truly believe you are one of us? Yi Hong remarked with a hint of derision. Did this monster named Zhou Yi genuinely consider himself human? Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless. Recognizing that further words were futile, he activated the eightfold King Fist. In the next instant, the aura emanating from him underwent a dramatic transformation. Y's pupilles constricted. Zhou Yi's presence had surged impressively, shifting from the pinnacle of a war god to a firmly established planetary level. Nevertheless, he believed he could still maintain an upper hand over Zhou Yi. This was the confidence of the world's strongest. Multiple drones swiftly transmitted the live footage of this hunt. The live broadcast was orchestrated by Yi Hong for two purposes. Firstly, to instill a sense of vigilance in the populace. In recent years, the human inhabitants of secure base cities had faced minimal direct threats from monsters, leading some to mistakenly believe that these creatures were no longer formidable, and that the extensive resources dedicated to their defense were unnecessary. By revealing Zhou Yi as a royal-grade monster with the capacity to transform into a human, Yi Hong aimed to remind the public that it was not only humanity that was advancing rapidly, the monsters were also evolving at an astonishing pace. Humanity had not escaped danger. Extinction at the hands of monsters remained a constant possibility. Secondly, he wished to showcase the might of the top-tier planetary-level human champion, demonstrating that even a monster endowed with extraordinary transformation abilities could ultimately be vanquished by the strongest in the world, Yi Hong. Many viewers, gripped by the live broadcast, clenched their fists, believing in the formidable strength of Yi Hong, yet uncertain whether he could indeed slay this beast. After all, this monster, capable of transformation, could infiltrate human base cities at any moment to hunt humans. In a villa nestled within the Xingqian community of Dingzhou City, a multitude of martial artists surrounded the premises. Their purpose was twofold: to ensure the safety and secrecy of the elderly man within, and to safeguard him as a crucial pawn should this hunting endeavor falter. This elderly man was none other than Zhou Yi's grandfather, his face streaked with tears as he anxiously watched the live broadcast. Did he not know whether Zhou Yi was human? After all, he had rescued Zhou Yi from infancy, nurturing him with care. In his eyes, Zhou Yi was a child who honored his elders, cherished the young, worked diligently, and was ever grateful. He resembles humanity more than the vast majority of individuals in this world. Ro Hong, hidden in the wilderness, was also watching the live broadcast. Initially, the bounty of hundreds of billions on his head created quite a stir, for such a sum is no trifling matter. Yet now few are paying attention to this bounty. All eyes are fixed on the live duel, eager to witness the true strength of the world's foremost champion and to gauge the might of the monster endowed with transformation abilities. In this moment, Ro Hong finds himself uncertain of whom to cheer for. He harbors doubts about Zhou Yi's monstrous nature, yet the reality is laid bare before him. He can only hope that Zhou Yi manages to escape from the formidable planetary-level warriors and does not reappear, as they have been friends for many years. Zhou Yi hovers in midair, his body entirely alert and unyielding. The world's strongest warrior, Yi Hong, is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he has encountered to date. He has studied the information regarding Yi Hong, who is the head of the ultimate martial arts school to which Zhou Yi belongs. It is said that prior to the Great Cataclysm, Yi Hong was a professional assassin. During the Cataclysm, through sheer effort and some fortuitous circumstances, he gradually ascended to become the world's strongest champion. Countless battles have shaped his journey. He established the now preeminent ultimate martial arts school and created the world's foremost martial art, the Annihilation Spear technique. He is a super warrior with a legendary tale. Are you really not going to transform? You might soon find that you lack the opportunity, Yi Hong declared, suspended in the air with a gun held in one hand. He hoped Zhou Yi would revert to his monstrous form, for killing a monster carries a different weight in people's eyes compared to slaying a human, even if everyone knows the latter was once a beast. Furthermore, Yi Hong believes that Zhou Yi's true strength lies in his monster form, which makes for a more compelling adversary. Zhou Yi remained silent, his sword pointed decisively at Yi Hong, conveying a singular message: battle. Yi Hong ceased his chatter, twirling his spear with a flourish, his aura rapidly ascending. First form of the annihilation spear technique, illusionary obliteration. In the next moment, countless spear shadows surged toward Zhou Yi. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Yi refused to yield. Before the world's strongest warrior, he felt no fear, only an ardent desire to fight. A powerful aura enveloped him, extending to his sword. The clash of Zhou Yi's sword against Yi Hong's spear tip erupted like thunder, producing a tremendous sound. While the audience watching the live stream felt little impact, the planetary-level warriors present were deeply moved. The collision of spear and sword was so potent that even they would weigh their chances before engaging. Moreover, Zhou Yi's ability to contend with Yi Hong in human form was a testament to his formidable strength, instilling a sense of awe. Yet they knew well that the power Yi Hong was currently displaying could not possibly represent his full capabilities. Annihilation spear technique. The spear emerges like a dragon. With a resounding boom, Zhou Yi's figure was sent flying. Zhou Yi's countenance darkened as a gaping hole was blasted into his royal armor by the impact, leaving his hand tingling from the shock. The prowess of Yi Hong was indeed fearsome, so formidable that even with his eightfold king fist activated, he found himself at a disadvantage. It is essential to note that Zhou Yi's true strength was merely at the pinnacle of a battle god, whereas Yi Hong had long since ascended to the planetary level. If this is the extent of your abilities, then this is where it ends, Yi Hong remarked, flicking the tip of his spear while fixing his gaze upon Zhou Yi. As his words echoed, the armor adorning Yi Hong began to morph gradually into a deep black hue. This was none other than the Black God set, the apex of battle armors originating from ancient relics on Earth, unrivaled in its class. It boasted formidable defensive capabilities, self-repair mechanisms, and the ability to adapt to the host's physique, allowing for a myriad of aesthetic transformations. Zhou Yi watched with a tinge of envy. Had this incident not occurred, he would have reached the pinnacle of battle god status by now and could have donned the Black God set according to the reward regulations established by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With a steely glint in his eyes, he realized that Yi Hong donning the Black God set signified that the latter was now earnest in his approach. Thus, Zhou Yi too would need to reveal his true capabilities. King Fist. Tenfold. Zhou Yi's aura surged once more, as the tenfold King Fist represented the utmost limit of his current form, albeit for a fleeting duration. The planetary-level spectators were taken aback, realizing that Zhou Yi's earlier display of strength was not his full potential. While his previous energy had been comparable to theirs, the overwhelming force he now emanated was sufficient to crush them. Among those present, only Yi Hong and the Thunder King matched Zhou Yi's formidable presence. Annihilation spear technique. Spear like a stunning swallow. Yi Hong's spear began to spin at an incredible velocity, flames coalescing along its length, exuding an intense heat. Zhou Yi discarded his longsword, rendered utterly inferior to Yi Hong's lance, which had sustained considerable damage in their earlier confrontation. With both hands pressed against his waist, Zhou Yi began to gather his energy. Kamehameha, a robust beam of light shot forth like a devastating cannon. In a similarly grand display, a fire phoenix erupted from Yi Hong's lance. The collision of these two immense energies reverberated through the air, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. The mists surrounding Mist Island were completely dispersed, and lower-tier plant-like beasts were uprooted and sent soaring into the abyss. The planetary-level observers were filled with trepidation. Had the energy clash been directed at them, no more than a handful would have survived. Yet, this was merely their own estimation. In the eyes of the world's second strongest, the Thunder King, only he and Yi Hong would survive the recent surge of energy. This creature, possessing the ability to transform into a human form, proved to be significantly more formidable than they had anticipated. It is important to note that this beast was still in its human guise, yet to assume a more powerful, monstrous form. The Thunder King clenched his fists, brimming with a fervent desire to engage in combat. It had been quite some time since he and Yi Hong had encountered such a daunting adversary. Meanwhile, Yi Hong's expression was somewhat grim, having just boasted of his prowess. He found himself unable to subdue Zhou Yi, which was a blow to his pride. Zhou Yi appeared disheveled, his skin charred from the searing heat. In contrast, Yi Hong seemed largely unscathed, his formidable Black God armor exhibiting no signs of wear. Clearly, it was not something easily shattered by opponents of their caliber. If only you were truly human. What a pity, Yi Hong lamented once more. Zhou Yi remained silent, sensing a shift in Yi Hong's aura. In the next moment, the surrounding atmosphere grew intensely heated, the clouds above turning crimson. What is happening? Zhou Yi pondered it, Beijing did it. Observing from a distance, the planetary-level powerhouses retreated hastily from the area. To witness my ultimate technique before your demise is indeed a privilege, Yi Hong proclaimed. In an instant, flames erupted into the void. The realm of fire. It was indeed a realm. Once Yi Hong's domain was unleashed, the area transformed into his battleground, perfectly suited for his combat style. With the power of the realm, even though Yi Hong was merely at the 7th tier of planetary level, he could achieve invincibility among planetary beings. This exemplifies the strength of a realm. Yi Hong raised his hand, and the flames within the domain converged, morphing into blazing fire phoenixes that soared toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi felt as if he were rolling in molten lava, his skin beginning to crack and his hair igniting. Great, am I going to end up bald? Zhou Yi couldn't help but mutter. This signified that he had to respond swiftly. Such a domain was not something he could easily withstand. However, he had limited counterattacks available. Having just employed the Turtle School's Kamehameha, he lacked the stamina to use it again in quick succession, as he needed energy to maintain the tenfold King's fist. Therefore, Zhou Yi could only evade desperately. Despite his remarkable agility, he was struck multiple times. Unfortunately, he was within Yi Hong's domain, his adversary's territory, leaving him little room for maneuver. At that moment, Yi Hong forcefully brought his hands together. Flames surged within the realm, encircling Zhou Yi completely. This is bad. Zhou Yi was taken aback, contemplating how to evade, while seeking an opportunity to unleash his devastating magic attack. Little did he realize he had unwittingly stepped into the encirclement. With a thunderous roar, an inferno engulfed him entirely. It's over, Yi Hong declared confidently, convinced that this was his most formidable strike. He doubted Zhou Yi could withstand it. Under such relentless assault, he believed Zhou Yi wouldn't even have the chance to transform. The flames were fierce enough to reduce him to ashes. Moments later, as the fire subsided, a charred silhouette plummeted from the sky to the ground. Hooray! Yeah! Across the globe, spectators of the live broadcast erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory over a beast capable of transformation, a significant threat to humanity. The world's strongest, Yi Hong, had once again salvaged humanity from peril. Facing a drone camera, Yi Hong began to speak slowly. Since the great catastrophe, humanity has transitioned from a state of uncertainty to gradually finding our footing. However, the monsters continue to evolve. We must remain vigilant, for extinction could loom at any moment. But Yi Hong's voice suddenly intensified. I believe that ultimately, victory will belong to us, humanity. His stirring words ignited a fervor among the populace, who were eager to rush forth and slay a few monsters to contribute to the cause. Yet, amidst the global jubilation, one soul wept, Zhou Yi's grandfather. My dear Yi. Meanwhile, far away in the wilds of Jiangning City, Luo Hong felt a tinge of sadness. Zhou Yi was one of his few close friends. What a pity. Just then, an unexpected voice resonated across the world. It's not over yet. A charred figure wobbled into the air, coming into view. The figure rummaged through its belongings and retrieved a pea-sized object, swallowing it whole. In the next moment, Zhou Yi's waning energy began to recover rapidly. It was a celestial being, an item drawn from the system, known for its remarkable efficacy in restoring stamina and wounds. For Zhou Yi, at his current level, it was akin to a complete revival. A broad grin spread across his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. Round 2, let us begin. Chapter 38, Super Saiyan, Transform. All the planetary-level powerhouses, including Yi Hong and Thunder King, were struck with astonishment. Despite such a formidable attack, Zhou Yi had not perished. Remarkably, his essence remained unscathed, save for his slightly charred exterior. Yi Hong, confident that even the pinnacle of planetary-level experts could not survive such an onslaught unscathed, mused on the resilience of royal-grade monsters. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, the vitality of monsters typically surpasses that of humans. This must be the only explanation. Brother, there is no need to reason with the beast. Let us attack together. We cannot afford to let it escape. The safety of humanity is paramount. At this moment, Thunder King assumed that Yi Hong was still contemplating a solitary battle and spoke up to advise him. Yi Hong understood that the previous strike had been his utmost effort, and if that had failed to vanquish Zhou Yi, the most prudent course of action would indeed be to unite their strengths. With this thought, Yi Hong nodded in agreement, and they charged forth together, including Yi Hong and Thunder King. A total of 18 planetary-level powerhouses unleashed their formidable auras, creating a grand spectacle that dispersed the clouds above. Astonishingly, the beast remained unvanquished against such an onslaught. Fear not. It seems that Lord Yi Hong and his allies are preparing to strike collectively. They will surely slay this beast. Mom, why does this monster look just like us? It has transformed into a human guise to deceive children like you. Across the globe, viewers anxiously watched the live broadcast. When Zhou Yi soared into the air once more, a collective tension gripped their hearts. The creature's resilience was astonishing. Yet, they had faith that this assembly of the world's most formidable warriors, led by Yi Hong, would succeed in defeating the cunning beast. Zhou Yi's gaze was icy as he regarded the planetary-level powerhouses, who had now gathered with a united front. 18 of you attacking together. How flattering. Yet, I have no fear. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Zhou Yi's being. Crack! It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed. Surrounding Zhou Yi was a swirling golden aura. His hair and brows transformed into a brilliant gold, and his previously neat buzz cut grew longer, standing erect. This is Super Saiyan. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Zhou Yi hovered silently in the air, observing the planetary-level powerhouses surrounding him. The warriors, who had been poised to strike, now hesitated, including Yi Hong and Thunder King. They sensed an alarming energy emanating from Zhou Yi. As planetary-level beings, their perceptions were profoundly acute, and, at that moment, they felt that any attempt to attack would result in instant annihilation. Thus, none dared to move. The world's strongest, Yi Hong, felt the greatest tremor within his heart. For Zhou Yi, suspended in the air, exuded an aura that felt as if he had become an entirely different entity. The intensity of Zhou Yi's presence instilled fear even in him, causing a flicker of uncertainty to cross his mind, rendering him hesitant to act. Standing silently, Zhou irradiated a terrifying strength. At this moment, Thunder King murmured beside Yi Hong, reflecting his own sensations. Why has everyone become so still? And how is it that this person's hair color changed in the midst of battle? At that moment, a bewildered viewer in front of the television inquired. What do you know? These top-tier warriors must be engaged in a celestial battle. Their movements so swift that we cannot perceive them. Hence, they appear motionless. Zhou Yi tilted his head, surveying the surroundings before declaring, What? Is no one going to make a move? Then I shall strike first. In an instant, Zhou Yi's figure vanished. How fast? Is this teleportation? The Thunder King exclaimed in astonishment. No, his speed has transcended our perception. Ye Hong elucidated, equally astounded. For Zhou Yi's exhibited speed was beyond even his own sensory capabilities. This indicated that Zhou Yi's current strength surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. This was inevitable, as Zhou Yi, upon activating the tenfold King's fist, was already capable of exchanging blows with Yi Hong. In his Super Saiyan form, Zhou Yi's combat power was 50 times that of his normal state. In a flash, Zhou Yi materialized before a planetary-level warrior. The warrior merely perceived a blur before finding another person standing before him, unable to react in time. With a single, ordinary punch from Zhou Yi, the planetary warrior was sent hurtling away like a meteor. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Yi's figure flickered in and out of existence, akin to a phantom. Each time, a mere punch rendered a planetary warrior incapable of combat. However, he restrained his strength, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. After all, he was indeed human, not a beast. In the brief span of a heartbeat, aside from Zhou Yi, only Yi Hong and the Thunder King remained airborne. They exchanged a glance, gasping in disbelief. In such a short time, Zhou Yi had dispatched 16 planetary-level warriors effortlessly, without any resistance, something even the two of them together could not achieve. Activate the domain, Yi Hong bellowed, for it was now just the two of them remaining. Humanity's victory in this battle was imperative. Otherwise, the loss of these 18 planetary-level warriors would spell doom for humanity. The remaining foes could not possibly match Zhou Yi, especially considering the multitude of beasts still rampant in the world. Domain of fire, domain of earth. The air around Zhou Yi became searing once more, while simultaneously, he felt a downward pressure beneath his feet. The Thunder King's earth domain could actually alter gravity within a certain radius. Ordinarily, two domains cannot overlap. However, Yi Hong and the Thunder King had fought side by side for many years, and as the two strongest individuals in the world, they were intimately familiar with each other's abilities. Thus, their domains harmoniously merged, effectively amplifying their power. Zhou Yi chuckled lightly, in the face of absolute strength. Such flashy abilities were rendered futile. Zhou Yi clasped his hands together, unleashing a beam of light as robust as a truck. In his Super Saiyan state, his Kamehameha required no charging. A mere flick of his wrist was sufficient to unleash devastating power. The light swept across the battlefield, shattering the domain conjured by Yi Hong and Lei Wang. Despair flooded their hearts as they realized their most formidable joint attack had been effortlessly dismantled by Zhou Yi. This creature was astonishingly powerful, so much so that they found themselves utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yi struck again with both fists, and in an instant, Yi Hong and Lei Wang plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. How could this be possible? Chapter 39. The Strongest Human. It was inconceivable. Surely this footage had been edited. How could the esteemed chairman and the council members possibly suffer defeat? The battle concluded too swiftly, leaving spectators with an unsettling sense of unreality. Initially, it seemed Yi Hong alone could vanquish the beast. Yet since Zhou Yi's transformation, these planetary-level warriors appeared as mere automatons, devoid of any fighting spirit. Viewers watching the live broadcast felt as though even the most fantastical television dramas paled in comparison to this reality. The chairman was on the verge of losing. They had to act swiftly. Launch! Launch! The military forces stationed across various bases were far from naive to regard the live broadcast as a fabrication. Although the reasons for this unexpected turn of events eluded them, they understood all too well. Yi Hong and his colleagues were no match for this monstrous being. Without hesitation, they deployed humanity's most potent weapon, the Heaven and Earth Eternal Bomb. Hurry! Hurry! The missiles have been launched. Inform the chairman to evacuate immediately. Across the globe, countless missiles soared toward Zhou Yi's location. They hoped that this pinnacle of human technology could annihilate the beast. The viewers placed their last glimmers of hope in these advanced weaponry. Suspended in midair, Zhou Yi sensed the approaching missiles from a distance. Such formidable missiles would likely have claimed Yi Hong and Lei Wang even without prior preparation. However, for Super Saiyan, these missiles posed little threat. Energy sphere slash. Zhou Yi raised his hand, swiftly conjuring a barrage of energy sphere slashes to meet the incoming missiles. Boom! 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 Countless missiles were intercepted by Zhou Yi's energy sphere slashes, exploding in the air and igniting the sky in a brilliant crimson hue. Had Zhou Yi not shielded the two drones responsible for the live broadcast, the transmission would have surely been disrupted. People around the world watched in despair as Zhou Yi remained steadfast amidst the inferno, a silhouette of defiance against the blazing backdrop. Was humanity's future destined to be extinguished? With all trump cards laid bare, can we still not defeat this super beast capable of transforming into a human? Brother, what shall we do now? In a deep pit somewhere in Mist Island, Yi Hong and Lei Wang have gathered. Both are not severely injured, a result of Zhou Yi holding back. This creature likely harbors ulterior motives and bears little intent to kill us. Yi Hong has sensed this, as until now, Zhou Yi has not taken a life. Does he intend to enslave us? Brother, we cannot yield. Lei Wang retorted defiantly. If humanity's fate is to be enslaved, it is better to fight to the bitter end. Let us observe for now. Yi Hong noticed Zhou Yi's protective stance over the live-streaming drone, realizing he likely had something to convey. Soon, the sounds of explosions ceased, and Zhou Yi utilized techniques such as Chi round slash to detonate all the missiles. Zhou Yi sensed his surroundings and found that the planetary-level experts had mostly recovered. Yet none dared to act, likely due to Yi Hong's instructions for them to refrain from rash movements. Recognizing this, Zhou Yi understood the timing was nearly ripe. In the previous scenario, regardless of his explanations, no one would have believed him. However, the situation has changed. Zhou Yi has demonstrated sufficient strength, one capable of overwhelming everyone. This implies that even if his words were utter nonsense, people would now listen patiently, akin to how certain leaders are received in meetings. No matter how absurd his claims, there would be those willing to believe, solely due to his formidable power. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi offered a slight smile to the live-streaming drone. In the eyes of the onlookers, it appeared as an evil grin. There is no need for alarm. Although I am unsure why you harbor such hostility towards me, I hereby declare, I am human, a bona fide human, Zhou Yi proclaimed, promptly destroying two drones. This was sufficient. There was no need for excessive explanation. For the strong need not justify themselves to the weak. Although the live stream was interrupted, Zhou Yi's words stirred a global uproar. How could he claim to be human? Is he attempting to deceive us? He possesses such strength. He could easily annihilate or enslave us. So why the deception? A human? A human. Such a powerful being is indeed human. Does this not suggest that our humanity is on the verge of resurgence? There is hope for the complete eradication of the beasts. Quick, release the news immediately, headlined. The birth of humanity's strongest ego is truly formidable. It seems I must also double my efforts. In a desolate area, Luo Hong, having watched the entire live stream, felt a surge of passion within him. He too aspired to become as powerful as Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi reverted from his Super Saiyan form, as he could not maintain it for long. During this period, he consumed another Senza bean to restore his stamina. Otherwise, he would have long reverted from the Super Saiyan mode. Zhou Yi gracefully descended before Yi Hong and the others. Though you may find it hard to believe, I am indeed human. Zhou Yi addressed the planetary-level powerhouses. I believe. Yi Hong promptly replied earnestly. With such immense strength, there is no need for you to deceive us. The Thunder King added, it seems the positions of the world's strongest and the president of the Earth Federation are due for a change. Zhou Yi, you are now the mightiest on Earth. I hope you will accept this role. Yi Hong sincerely stated, gazing at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi quickly waved his hands. No. I have no interest in such superficial matters. This symbolizes power and status. The president wields the greatest authority on Earth, and, as the strongest, this position rightfully belongs to you. Yi Hong continued. No, I'm not interested in such things. The presidency is too troublesome. I prefer battling monsters and focusing on my cultivation. Zhou Yi replied hastily, not wishing to shoulder such a burden. Merely the president of Earth. This position holds no allure for him, as he is acutely aware of the vastness of the universe. By the way, Yi Hong, the curator, Zhou Yi suddenly said. What is your command? Yi Hong responded. Although Zhou Yi was reluctant to accept the presidency, he was, after all, the strongest and deserved due respect. Zhou Yi, feeling somewhat bashful, said, well, you see, I'm also a member of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall, and according to the regulations, upon becoming a war god, I am entitled to a set of Black God armor. He chuckled. Zhou Yi was indeed quite envious of the Black God armor, which was regarded as the most formidable battle gear on Earth. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he exerted 70 of his strength with each attack, rendering those planetary-level powerhouses donning the Black God armor powerless, showcasing the armor's formidable defensive capabilities. Not to mention, the Black God armor possesses the ability to alter its appearance and self-clean. What man wouldn't be captivated by such equipment? At the very least, the Black God armor is exceptionally useful at both the planetary and stellar stages. Zhou Yi was now preparing to venture beyond Earth. Chapter 40, Bountiful Gains. After further discussions, Zhou Yi boarded Yi Hong's spaceship and journeyed to the headquarters of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall. Now that he had become Earth's strongest, returning to the training camp seemed inappropriate. His purpose for accompanying Yi Hong to the headquarters was straightforward, to acquire some valuable items. Zhou Yi, this is a brand new spaceship. From now on, it shall be yours, and you may name it. Yi Hong led Zhou Yi to the hangar of the Ultimate Martial Arts Hall, pointing to a sleek, futuristic spaceship. Zhou Yi gazed at the strikingly sci-fi vessel before him and couldn't help but exclaim, it looks incredible. The spaceship's smooth contours, adorned in black and red, exuded an inexplicable aura of combat, perfectly aligning with Zhou Yi's aesthetic sensibilities. Let us call it the Saya. Zhou Yi, a rather careless individual when it comes to naming, has arbitrarily chosen a name. Yi Hong escorted Zhou Yi into the spaceship's cockpit, binding various information. This vessel is equipped with an intelligence system, allowing for both manual piloting and automatic navigation. Once the communicator is linked, one can summon the ship to come and collect them directly, Yi Hong elaborated. Zhou Yi nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Utilizing a spaceship as one's mode of transport is a hallmark of the formidable, far surpassing the allure of any sports car. However, this particular spacecraft is limited to flying within the confines of the Earth. It is not yet capable of true cosmic travel. At that moment, two elite martial arts stewards of the God of War level entered the ship, carrying a large chest. Master of the Pavilion, Lord Zhou Yi. This is a gift prepared for you by the Pavilion Master. The two stewards placed the items onto the ship, their heads bowed, hesitant to meet Zhou Yi's gaze. Having witnessed the live broadcast of planetary-level powerhouses besieging Zhou Yi, they were uncertain whether he was a human or a monster, yet they understood his immense strength, surpassing even that of Pavilion Master Yi Hong, which naturally instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Step back. Yi Hong waved his hand, dismissing the two. Zhou Yi, within this chest lies the Black God set you desired. I noticed you previously wielded a longsword, so I have prepared a planetary-grade longsword for you. It is the finest I possess. Beyond this, I have some treasures that can enhance physical attributes, but they hold little efficacy for you now. For instance, the dragon's blood treasure is only effective upon first use. Ye Hong explained. It was not that he was unwilling to provide Zhou Yi with physical enhancement treasures. Rather, the current strength of Zhou Yi's body rendered many such items ineffective. However, the essence of the flora from Mist Island remains beneficial for you. We're planning to organize a team for its development soon. Would you be interested? With a powerhouse of your caliber overseeing, our efforts will surely progress more smoothly. Ye Hong inuited. Zhou Yi nodded. Certainly. Just inform me when the time comes. He was indeed intrigued. Mist Island harbored numerous botanical essences, all of which were valuable, and he certainly desired to share. As for the final chest, it contained a helmet akin to the one he wore during the special training camp assessment, used for entering the virtual realm. This virtual world is referred to as the Hall of War Gods, and only those who have attained the God of War level are eligible to enter. Within, one can avail themselves of numerous services that are challenging to access in the real world. Moreover, it serves as a platform for communication among the strongest above the God of War level. Once you enter, you will understand, Yi Hong elucidated. By the way, Zhou, since you are reluctant to assume the position of Speaker of the Earth Federation, I hope you will consider accepting the role of Special Inspector for the Ultimate Martial Arts Pavilion. I understand that, given your exceptional capabilities, such formalities may seem unnecessary. However, an identity is essential when venturing into the world. With an established identity, I can enhance your privileges, making your future endeavors considerably more convenient. As a special envoy of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, you possess the authority to act decisively, without prior approval, accountable to no one. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to inform me of any significant decisions you intend to make, Yi Hong remarked thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi acquiesced. Master Yi, I have a modest request, Zhou Yi began. Please, do not hesitate to speak, Yi Hong replied graciously. It concerns a dear friend of mine, Luo Hong, who has recently joined the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. I would be grateful if you could extend your guidance to him, Zhou Yi stated. Yi Hong, of course, would not refuse such a simple favor. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the nature of Zhou Yi's friend. What manner of individual could be deemed a friend by someone as formidable as Zhou Yi? Moreover, it was beneficial for Zhou Yi to have more connections. An unencumbered powerhouse could be a formidable threat, while attachments would naturally temper one's actions. I also hope that when you next encounter Luo Hong in a public setting, you might acknowledge his identity as a mentalist, Zhou Yi added. A mentalist? This request struck Yi Hong as somewhat peculiar, yet he acquiesced nonetheless. Ultimately, Zhou Yi agreed to Yi Hong's suggestion for further martial arts exchanges and departed in his spacecraft. Piloting the ship was uncomplicated, aided by an intelligent system that allowed for both manual operation, akin to a game, and autonomous navigation. He merely needed to indicate the destination. As Zhou Yi departed, Yi Hong exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. Both he and the Thunder King were masters of cultivated mental states, a feat that permitted them to awaken their domains at a planetary level. Through his interaction with Zhou Yi, Yi Hong sensed that Zhou Yi genuinely regarded himself as human and exhibited no trace of hostility towards humanity. He found himself increasingly convinced of Zhou Yi's humanity. One could only hope that there were no ulterior motives at play. Otherwise, the future of humankind would be precarious in the face of such formidable strength. As for Luo Hong, the fact that he was a friend of Zhou Yi warranted close attention. Once he entered the special training camp, I shall personally take on the role of his contact, Yi Hong decided. The spacecraft soared swiftly, soon departing from the Europa continent and entering the territory of the Xia Kingdom. Within the air defense system of the Xia Kingdom, this vessel was recognized as the ship of the special envoy of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, thus facing no hindrance. The spacecraft flew directly to the Xingqian community, where a cadre of high-ranking officials from the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy in Dingzhou City, Jiangning, awaited his arrival, having received prior notification. The ship hovered above the community, and a figure descended swiftly. A stellar-level powerhouse. This individual was none other than Zhou Yi, who had flown down himself while the spacecraft, under the control of the intelligence system, navigated itself to the hangar. Zhou Yi arrived at the entrance of the Xingqian community, observing the familiar figures of Master Su and others from the Jingji Martial Arts School in Dingzhou City, who were there to welcome the esteemed Special Inspector. In unison, they greeted him with reverence. Chapter 41. The Lottery. Amused yet exasperated by their synchronized titles and gestures, Zhou he found himself at odds with such formalities, as he had never acclimatized to his elevated status. In his perspective, being the strongest on Earth held little significance amidst the myriad of powerful beings throughout the cosmos. Master Su, we are old acquaintances. There is no need for such grand displays. Let us disperse. I prefer a quieter atmosphere, Zhou Yi remarked. Very well, everyone please disperse. Master Su promptly instructed, waving his hand to dismiss the gathering. Esteemed Special Inspector, we shall pay you a visit another day, they said as they departed. Old Su, wait. Don't leave just yet. Zhou Yi quickly called out to Master Su, who was preparing to exit. Master Su, my grandfather has grown accustomed to living here. I may be away often, so I kindly ask for your assistance in looking after him, Zhou Yi added, having already assured his grandfather of his safety before returning. Master Su patted his chest in assurance, though he understood that few would dare disturb Zhou Yi, the world's strongest individual. Thanks to Zhou Yi, the security measures at Xingqian community had nearly matched those of the central authority of the Xia Kingdom, with many individuals voluntarily applying to oversee its protection. After all, residing in proximity to the world's strongest entity was a point of pride, and even a mere glimpse would serve as a boastful tale. To receive guidance from such a figure would be akin to a stroke of fortune. Since Zhou Yi's confrontation with 18 planetary-level powerhouses, only a few hours had elapsed. Yet, there were no longer any reports online about Zhou Yi being a monster, only articles proclaiming him as the strongest human. Indeed, history is penned by the victors. Upon returning home and reassuring his grandfather, Zhou Yi proceeded to the underground training arena. He retrieved the Black God's suit, biting his finger to draw blood, which he then placed upon the suit. In an instant, his blood mingled with the fabric, transforming it into a liquid black substance that enveloped his body. Soon, the Black God's suit fully covered him, its material remarkably skin-friendly with no discomfort. Accompanying Zhou Yi's thoughts, the suit could shift into various forms, adapting to his aesthetic preferences. He transformed it into a loose-fitting black training outfit, reminiscent of the dark and charismatic Yukong. Zhou Yi then drew forth a planetary-class longsword, striking it forcefully against his arm. Bang! The sword clashed against the Black God's suit, emitting a sound akin to metal striking metal, yet the suit remained unscathed, and Zhou Yi felt only a minimal impact, demonstrating the formidable defensive capabilities of the Black God suit. Indeed, this is the reason why Zhou Yi has not transformed in his normal state. He still possesses the peak strength of a war god. Having dealt with the Black God set, the true spectacle is yet to unfold. Next comes the lottery segment, which Zhou Yi cherishes the most. Following the previous fierce battle, his combat capabilities within the system have accumulated to the point where he can draw twice, indicating that Zhou Yi is now entitled to 2 lottery chances. System, commence the lottery. The system's roulette within Zhou Yi's mind began to spin slowly. With the rotation of the pointer, Zhou Yi's heart raced with excitement, eager to discover what splendid treasures he might unveil this time. Soon, the pointer came to a halt on a square adorned with a dragon motif. What is this? In the next moment, Zhou Yi received a notification from the system, obtained 1 opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls. Astonishing, to think he was granted the Dragon Balls directly. It is well known that the Dragon Balls are an extraordinary artifact within the Dragon Ball universe. Gathering all 7 allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. The system, in its generosity, has bestowed upon Zhou Yi all 7 Dragon Balls at once, meaning he can summon the Eternal Dragon to make a wish without delay. As Zhou Yi gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls in his hands, he found himself momentarily at a loss. The joy arrived so unexpectedly that he was unprepared, having not contemplated what wish to make. Of course, the Eternal Dragon's powers are not omnipotent. For instance, Zhou Yi cannot wish to become the strongest being in the universe, as that is beyond the dragon's capabilities. The dragon's abilities primarily manifest in peculiar forms, such as resurrection, gender transformation, enlargement or reduction in size, and enhancing beauty or handsomeness. Zhou Yi decided to put away the Dragon Balls, intending to summon the Eternal Dragon in a secluded place once he has determined his wish. For the dragon's appearance is indeed a spectacle that attracts much attention. After calming his emotions, Zhou Yi proceeded with his second lottery draw. The roulette began to spin once more. Time and Spirit House. Destruction Law of the God of Destruction. Binding Technique. Instant Transmission. In a dazzling flash, Zhou Yi beheld several valuable items, each one exceedingly practical. The Time and Spirit House, for instance, boasts a time flow rate that differs from the outside world by a factor of 100, providing Zhou Yi with ample time for cultivation. The Destruction Law of the God of Destruction is even more remarkable, representing a power of at least the immortal divine level. Before long, the pointer on the roulette gradually came to a halt. Jinyu's body exchange technique. To his surprise, this was the ability he received. Zhou Yi felt somewhat speechless. While it may seem inconsequential, at certain moments, it could indeed prove to be quite useful and even pivotal in a critical situation. However, for Zhou Yi, it could be deemed rather ineffective, considering he possesses the body of a Super Saiyan, a lineage of immense strength, rendering the need to exchange bodies entirely unnecessary. Moreover, this ability bears its disadvantages. If it were to be transferred to the bodies of creatures such as mice or cockroaches, the outcome would be dire. Never mind. I shall retain it for now. It may serve as an extraordinary tactic during certain unique moments. Upon the conclusion of the lottery, Zhou Yi did not rest. He had already ascended to the pinnacle of the god of war level prior to the battle, having amassed the necessary accumulation. Now, he seeks to truly transcend to the planetary level. The journey from advanced student to the zenith of god of war is merely a quantitative accumulation, classified as apprentice level in the vast cosmos. The transition from god of war to planetary level signifies a qualitative transformation, an evolution of existence. Only upon reaching the planetary level does one earn the right to traverse the universe, thereby enabling one to sustain oneself amidst the cosmic expanse. Failing to attain such a level renders one insignificant, akin to an ant. Zhou Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing his cultivation of the genetic primal energy. Within Zhou Yi's being, the energy began to swirl and converge, gradually gathering towards the vortex in his sea of consciousness. Eventually, all the energy within him was drawn into the vortex. Shortly thereafter, a black dot emerged at the center of the vortex, resembling a black hole. In the next moment, Zhou Yi felt a resounding boom as the black dot collapsed, transforming into a point of light. In the boundless sea of consciousness, only this singular point of light remained. To Zhou Yi's perception, this point of light was a crystal-clear sphere emanating invisible waves that spread throughout his entire being. Have I succeeded? Chapter 42. The Purge of Mist Island. Zhou Yi's thoughts stirred, and a surge of powerful energy instantly enveloped his body. This energy was significantly more potent than before his breakthrough. Now, even without employing the King's Fist technique, Zhou Yi was several times stronger than he had been prior to his ascension. Furthermore, he sensed that, under the influence of the sphere's intangible waves within the sea of consciousness, his body was undergoing rapid transformation. His bones, meridians, skin, and muscles were all swiftly metamorphosing. Even his genes were incessantly splitting and reorganizing. The sensation of this transformation left Zhou Yi utterly astounded. It was more wondrous than any prior advancement. This is the true evolution of life. Zhou Yi gently floated in mid-air, this time relying solely on the vitality field of the planetary level for levitation, without employing any techniques. Truly remarkable. After several days of continuous training in the basement, Zhou Yi became thoroughly acquainted with his newly evolved body. Suddenly, his communicator chimed. Upon inspection, Zhou Yi discovered a message from Yihong. Zhou Yi, we are fully prepared. Let us embark on a complete purge of Mist Island. Zhou Yi rose to his feet, still clad in his black training attire, which was, of course, a manifestation of the Black God suit. He promptly commanded the Saya's ship to come and collect him through the communicator. Soon, the spacecraft soared above Zhou Yi's villa, its resounding roar prompting several residents to step outside for a glimpse. Recognizing it as Zhou Yi's vessel, none dared to obstruct its path. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Zhou Yi ascended directly into the ship's entrance. With a thunderous boom, the spacecraft ignited and sped towards the horizon. Upon Zhou Yi's return to Mist Island, he discovered that over 100 individuals had gathered. In addition to more than 10 planetary-level powerhouses, there were also subordinates they had brought along, tasked with clearing out monsters below the king level and handling various chores. Zhou Yi pondered whether it was time to cultivate some subordinates himself. Despite being the strongest on Earth, he remained solitary. However, the prospect of nurturing allies from scratch seemed too cumbersome, and Zhou Yi was more accustomed to operating alone. Perhaps it would be wiser to acquire some slaves once he entered the cosmos, which would be far more convenient. Lord Zhou Yi, Chairman Yihong, and Lord Lei Wang are already preparing to assault the king-level plant monsters. One of the planetary-level powerhouses respectfully informed him. Lord Yihong has instructed that you need only oversee. Your share of the spoils will be 30%, with the remainder divided among us. Although they were all planetary-level beings, Zhou Yi's displayed prowess far surpassed the rest. He could effortlessly overpower more than 10 others, including the former strongest and second strongest on Earth. Such strength commanded respect even from fellow planetary-level powerhouses. Moreover, being able to secure 30% of the profits without lifting a finger was quite advantageous, especially given the sizable contingent present. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi was determined to take action. Eager to test his combat prowess following his recent ascension, he stepped out of the cabin, hovering in midair. The planetary-level powerhouse before him was momentarily taken aback. In just a few days, Zhou Yi emanated an entirely different aura. Previously, he exuded an air of reckless abandon, but now he radiated a more restrained, yet equally formidable presence. This transformation was only natural. Having broken through to the planetary level, Zhou Yi had undergone a significant evolution. No longer relying on explosive strength. "Allow me to take the lead," Zhou Yi declared. Others could hardly refuse. His willingness to engage would undoubtedly ease their burden. After all, the monsters on Mist Island were no trifling matter, with 4 king-level plant beasts lurking at its core. Zhou Yi had previously secured a piece of plant essence through a surprise attack, which had propelled him to the pinnacle of the war god level, laying the groundwork for his current breakthrough to planetary level. The mist that had once coalesced around Mist Island was now dispersed by the winds, revealing the island's full visage. At this moment, the formidable plant-like monstrosities in the core region of Mist Island sensed the presence of powerful adversaries outside, their branches stretching vigorously as they assumed an aggressive stance. This exemplifies the inherent disadvantage of plant-based beasts. Their immobility renders it exceedingly challenging to relocate once they have taken root. Zhou Yi hovered above Mist Island, greeted Yi Hong and Lei Wang, and began to gather energy. Kamehameha. Zhou Yi unleashed his signature technique once more. Though he did not transform into a Super Saiyan this time, he had attained the first tier of planetary-level power, and the charged Kamehameha would prove even more formidable. A robust beam of light shot forth from Zhou Yi's hands, targeting the royal monsters in the core area of Mist Island. Countless branches extended outward, forming barriers in an attempt to thwart Zhou Yi's assault. Boom! Unfortunately, Zhou Yi's Kamehameha was a force that was difficult to withstand. The beam effortlessly pierced through the myriad barriers formed by the branches, crashing into the trunk of a colossal willow tree towering over 1,000 meters. A gaping wound appeared on the massive trunk, revealing the crystalline essence of plant life within. The branches of the willow flailed wildly, clearly agitated by the significant damage inflicted by Zhou Yi's attack. With the initial barrage of the Kamehameha complete, it was time for the others to engage in battle. A dozen planetary-level warriors, accompanied by their respective subordinates, soared into the depths of Mist Island. Under the leadership of Yi Hong and Lei Wang, these planetary-level champions advanced toward the royal monsters in the innermost region, while other God of War-level fighters remained on Mist Island, seeking suitable opponents. The core of these Lord-level plant monsters also contained the essence of flora, albeit in varying sizes. Despite the strength of these royal plant monsters, they were no match for a collective of planetary-level warriors, especially with Yi Hong and Lei Wang, both possessing domain abilities. Among them, of course, even with their domain powers, Yi Hong and Lei Wang were cautious not to claim invincibility among planetary-level beings, particularly in the presence of the prodigious Zhou Yi. The pinnacle of God of War level could defeat planetary-level warriors with domain abilities. Is this not the mark of a prodigy? Zhou Yi remained suspended in the air with his arms crossed, observing the combat on Mist Island. The 4 royal plant monsters from the last encounter had already been significantly weakened. One had been severely injured by Zhou Yi's ambush, and another was now harmed by his Kamehameha, leading to a considerable reduction in their strength. Under the onslaught of Yi Hong and others, it soon became apparent that one of the royal monsters could no longer withstand the pressure. Just then, numerous thick, dark purple vines erupted from the depths beneath Mist Island. Several planetary-level warriors, caught off guard, were struck and flung away by the robust tendrils. Be cautious, there appears to be an Imperial-level plant monster lurking below. Yi Hong promptly alerted the others. Chapter 43. Engaging the Royal Beast. Zhou Yi's attention was immediately captured. The beasts of the king and royal classes are akin to planetary-level warriors among humanity. However, they differ in that king-class beasts represent the lower echelon of planetary strength, while royal-class beasts signify the higher tier. Among the numerous planetary-level warriors on Earth, aside from Yi Hong and Lei Wang, most exist at levels 1 and 2. In solitary combat, beasts of the same tier typically surpass humans in prowess. Thus, apart from Zhou Yi, Yi Hong, and Lei Wang, None present could withstand the might of this royal-class beast. Royal beasts are notoriously challenging to confront, as evidenced by the initial decision to amass so many to besiege Zhou Yi. At this level, if the disparity in strength is minimal, killing becomes exceedingly difficult. Even if overwhelmed, escape is feasible, save for the immobile plant-type beasts. Of course, plant-type beasts possess a significant advantage in that their location serves as their domain. Be cautious. Yihong bellowed once more. The royal plant-type beast, adorned with dark purple vines, continued to extend its tendrils at an alarming speed, making it difficult for ordinary planetary-level warriors to evade, let alone those of the god of war tier. Soon, several individuals found themselves ensnared, their armor creaking under the strain of the vines, even showing signs of cracking. The Black God suit is an exceedingly rare artifact. With Earth's technology incapable of producing it independently, it can only be acquired from ancient ruins, one suit at a time. Aside from planetary-level warriors, only a handful of God of War tier warriors possess such a suit. Zhou Yi understood that he must take action, otherwise, those ensnared by the vines would be unable to escape and could very well be strangled to death. Qi Yuan slash. Zhou Yi swung his arms vigorously, sending multiple Qi Yuan slashes in all directions, severing the entangling vines and liberating the captives. Thank you, Lord Zhou Yi. The God of War tier warriors expressed their gratitude hurriedly. No time for pleasantries, swiftly retreat. This battle is beyond your capability to influence. Zhou Yi replied with a grave expression. The attack range of this royal plant-type beast was extensive enough to threaten even the God of War warriors on the periphery of Mist Island. Zhou Yi speculated that the entirety of Mist Island lay within the attack radius of these vine-like plants. You entangle it, and I shall seek its core. Plant-type beasts possess remarkable vitality. Even if their vines are severed or burned, they can recover rapidly in a short span. The only viable strategy is to locate their core and strike it directly to ensure a fatal blow. However, the size of such beasts makes locating their core a daunting task. Zhou Yi did not search aimlessly. Instead, he hovered in midair, releasing his energy to carefully sense his surroundings. Found it, right here. Zhou Yi's eyes glimmered with realization. The core of the long vine plant resided not elsewhere, but deep beneath the core region of Mist Island, precisely where the 4 royal-class plant monsters dwelled underground. Although Zhou Yi's strength had significantly surged, it was still insufficient to breach the defenses of this royal-grade beast and reach its core. Tenfold Kaioken. Thus, Zhou Yi activated the Tenfold Kaioken. The current Tenfold Kaioken was far superior to its previous incarnation. Zhou Yi's inherent combat prowess had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Upon activating the Kaioken, his strength magnified even further. Unlike the Super Saiyan transformation, the Kaioken did not alter the color of Zhou Yi's hair. Instead, a faint pink hue enveloped him, indicative of the surge of vital energy. In an instant, Zhou Yi propelled himself several kilometers away. A speed manifested through the combination of his flight technique and the life force field characteristic of a planetary-level warrior. He simultaneously drew the planetary-grade longsword from his back, ready to cleave any long vines obstructing his path. In the blink of an eye, he approached the core area of Mist Island. The long vine monster, sensing the threat, hastily retracted its tendrils from attacking other planetary-level warriors and encircled Zhou Yi's position. The speed at which the vines extended was remarkable, swiftly encompassing Zhou Yi and forming a deadly sphere around him. Suddenly, a hole burst open in the vine-formed sphere. Zhou Yi unasit a kamehameha, creating an escape route and propelling himself out. At that moment, a royal-grade willow spirit brandished its willow branches, attempting to ensnare Zhou Yi. Unfazed, Zhou Yi swung his sword, and the energy coiled around the blade manifested as a fierce sword wave. With a swift strike, he cleaved the royal-grade willow spirit in half, revealing a smooth gash. How dare these insignificant creatures obstruct my path? He scoffed. However, this brief delay allowed the long vine plant's tendrils to catch up. Zhou Yi swiftly executed several more slashes, severing the encroaching vines. The tendrils proved remarkably resilient. After multiple strikes, the planetary-grade sword vibrated violently, indicating the tremendous pressure it endured. Deciding to sheath his sword, Zhou Yi resorted to another Kamehameha wave, but this time aimed at the ground. Instantly, a bottomless pit appeared beneath him. He deftly slipped into the chasm, delving underground and suppressing his aura, rendering himself nearly undetectable to the long vine plant. Had he been alone, the Mist Island, as the long vine plant's domain, might have allowed it to locate Zhou Yi easily. Yet, the reality was that numerous planetary-level warriors remained above, including Yi Hong and Lei Wang, both of whom matched the long vine plant in strength. Amidst the relentless onslaught of the crowd, the creeping vine plant could scarcely spare the focus to meticulously search for Zhou Yi's presence. Deep beneath the earth, Zhou Yi, while diligently concealing his aura, endeavored to perceive the location of the plant's core. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks as the soil ahead heaved and a long vine emerged. He had been discovered. With each step closer to the core, the risk of detection escalated. After all, this was a royal-grade monster, not to be underestimated. Drawing his sword, he severed the vine and accelerated forthwith. In an instant, a multitude of vines surged toward him, disregarding the external assault from Yi Hong and others. Focusing entirely on Zhou Yi, 15-fold King Fist. Zhou Yi's aura transformed once more, his speed surging abruptly. The 15-fold King Fist represented the pinnacle of his power since ascending to planetary level. However, it exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina, rendering it impractical for extended use. Nonetheless, its duration surpassed that of the Super Saiyan mode, which had previously drained him of 2 senzu beans. He was now quite close to the core of the creeping vine plant. Zhou Yi carefully attuned his senses. Chapter 44, Intelligent Life, Chestnut. Kamehameha. Zhou Yi unasit a Kamehameha. Carving a path through the earth directly to the core of the creeping vine plant. At the end of the passage lay a massive essence of flora, several meters in length and width, ensnared by the vines. This was a fortuitous discovery. Zhou Yi swiftly darted toward the passage's other side. Beyond the tunnel lay a vast subterranean chamber, chaotic with vines. At its center stood the colossal essence of flora. However, the entire underground space began to tremble violently. The core region of this royal-grade plant, violated by Zhou Yi's intrusion, erupted into a frenzy. Countless vines converged upon him, causing the very mist island to tremble. With swift strokes, Zhou Yi wielded his sword, cleaving the onslaught of whip-like vines. Yet, there were simply too many to sever entirely. With a steely gaze, Zhou Yi realized that this approach was unsustainable. Plant-based monsters possessed formidable regenerative abilities. He must strike at the core, bringing his index and middle fingers together. He positioned them against his forehead. Magic penetrating light cannon. After a brief moment of accumulation, a spiraling energy beam erupted from his fingertips, radiating immense power. Although the range of the magic penetrating light cannon was inferior to that of the Kamehameha, its penetrating capability was superior. In this subterranean realm, a multitude of vines had already formed layers upon layers to shield the core. Thus, employing the more penetrative magic penetrating light cannon was undoubtedly the wiser choice. A beam of light shot forth, piercing through the layers of defense of the royal-grade plant with precision. Crack! The core of the long vine plant shattered, sending countless tendrils dancing wildly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi approached the essence of the plant and utilized a spatial capsule to shrink it for safekeeping. After all, this essence stood several meters tall, making it cumbersome to carry directly. Alas, the fog island was on the verge of collapse. This island had formed from the soil consolidated by the royal-grade plant, and with its core destroyed by Zhou Yi, its doom was imminent. In a frenzy, the fog island began to shatter. Zhou Yi, unwilling to be entombed beneath the earth, knew he had to escape swiftly. At that moment, he noticed a sapling next to the core of the long vine plant, resembling its counterpart with a purplish-red hue, twisting incessantly, clearly another plant-like monster. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi reached out, uprooted the sapling, and tucked it into his embrace. Though uncertain of its nature, he intended to investigate its potential for cultivation later. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yi unleashed a Kamehameha wave, soaring upward and escaping the underground. Moments later, he ascended to the skies above the fog island. Lord Zhou Yi, have you dealt with the monster? Inquired a planetary-level powerhouse. Zhou Yi nodded, affirming the resolution of the threat, yet warned that the fog island was collapsing. No matter. You may rest first. We will handle the remainder. The planetary-level warrior responded respectfully. Zhou Yi retreated to his spacecraft, contemplating his next move before dialing Yi Hong's number. At that moment, Yi Hong was engaged in clearing the remaining monsters from the fog island alongside others. Zhou Yi had vanquished the royal-grade monster and secured the largest essence of the plant. It was only fair that the others shared in the spoils. Master Yi, the fog island's ability to nurture such a multitude of plant-like monsters is rather peculiar. It warrants thorough investigation for potential discoveries, Zhou Yi advised. He vaguely recalled the uniqueness of the Fog Island, though specifics eluded him, as too much time had passed, delegating the remaining tasks to others. Zhou Yi settled in his spacecraft and retrieved the essence of the plant. The vast quantity of essence, if fully absorbed, would significantly enhance his physical prowess. Zhou Yi cracked open the hard shell of the essence, revealing a crystalline green liquid within. He extracted some into a glass container, intending to bring it back for his grandfather to dilute with water for consumption. His grandfather's body could not endure the essence's potency directly, but it could be mixed with ample water and consumed gradually to improve his health over time. After securing a portion for his grandfather, Zhou Yi prepared to digest the rest, knowing that Yihong and the others would need time to clear the Fog Island. Zhou Yi abruptly imbibed a mouthful of botanical essence, the potent life energy nourishing him. He felt a refreshing chill enveloping his entire being, akin to the coolness of drinking ice water on a sweltering summer day. At that moment, he sensed a writhing in his embrace. With a mere flicker of thought, an opening appeared in his black divine outfit. Upon inspecting the item nestled within his arms, Zhou Yi recalled that he had captured a botanical specimen. He lifted it for a closer examination. What manner of plant was this? The specimen twisted incessantly in his grasp, but exhibited no signs of aggression. After observing it for a while, he commanded the ship's intelligence system to conduct a scan. However, no pertinent information was retrieved. Zhou Yi surmised that this plant was likely not indigenous to Earth. The specimen continued to squirm in his hand, seemingly yearning to draw closer to the botanical essence. "Do you desire this?" Zhou Yi inquired tentatively as he scooped some essence for it. In an instant, the small, grass-like plant absorbed the essence completely, its size rapidly expanding from a mere 10 centimeters to half a meter in height. Remarkable growth. Zhou Yi musit. However, he intended merely to experiment, and had no intention of allowing this precious essence to be consumed by the little creature, as he required it for himself. He temporarily confined the plant within the spacecraft to prevent it from secretly siphoning off the essence, before it began to absorb. Zhou Yi glanced at the system in his mind. Following the recent battle, his combat energy had once again reached its peak. It was time to draw a prize. Intelligent life. Ah, so it is this, he noted. The Super Saiyan combat lottery system had previously indicated that the items obtainable from the lottery were predominantly from the Dragon Ball universe, with a select few being rare treasures from the real world. Yet, this was the first time Zhou Yi had genuinely won. Intelligent life represented a unique life form in this realm, lacking a physical body, but capable of existing within networks and electronic devices. Naturally, it could also control mechanical bodies. Please select a carrier device for the intelligent life. The system prompted him again. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us place it on the Scion ship for now." In the next instant, the ship's virtual projection device manifested a shadowy figure. The apparition was relatively petite, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, clad in a JK uniform, embodying the quintessential image of a pure-hearted schoolgirl. Ahem, why this form? Zhou Yi quidiet, perpliet. Master, I have connected to your communicator. Through extensive data analysis, this was determined to be an image you would prefer. Should it not meet your satisfaction, I can modify it. As he spoke, the virtual projection began to transform, showcasing an array of characters such as OL uniform seductresses, ancient costume disciples, rabbit officers, sky maidens, and Kamisato Ayaka, among others. Coughing softly, Zhou Yi felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly interjected, "Let's stick to the earlier options. At least they are more conventional. Moreover, please refrain from referring to me as master. It sounds rather peculiar. Just call me Zhou Yi." "Very well. Then please, Zhou Yi, bestow upon me a name." It was evident that this intelligent entity had gleaned a considerable amount of information from Zhou Yi's communication device through his past searches and viewing habits. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yi replied, "I shall name you Chestnut. Could you assist me in identifying this?" He inquired, "By the way, does your database contain any relevant information?" Zhou Yi wished for the intelligent being, Chestnut, to help him determine the nature of the plant he had just encountered. However, he quickly realized that intelligent life forms also required foundational data to explore and scan objects. "Certainly, Zhou Yi. My database is replete with fundamental data that can be accessed at any time," Chestnut affirmed. Nodding, Zhou Yi surmised that the system must have provided a wealth of information. For a newly emerged intelligent life form likely possessed less knowledge than he did. Chestnut activated the ship's scanning apparatus to focus on the plant. This is a juvenile magic cloud vine, a highly sought-after plant life in the cosmos renowned for its defensive capabilities and cellular vitality. Humans of similar levels are generally no match for it, and it possesses significant cultivation potential. It can also alter its form and color. Due to its exceptional defensive capabilities, it may be worn as armor, and in battle, it can extend its tendrils to strike at foes. With sufficient resources for cultivation, it can undoubtedly grow to a cosmic level. Beyond that, it would depend on the resources invested in certain fortuitous circumstances. Upon retrieving the relevant information from the database, Chestnut continued, "So, the magic cloud vine is indeed a valuable plant in the universe, serving as an excellent auxiliary life form. Given this, let us provide some of the essence of this herb for the little fellow to absorb and cultivate. It may prove to be a formidable ally in the future." By the way, how does one tame it? Zhou Yi inquired again. "It merely requires it to absorb your blood to acknowledge you as its master," Chestnut replied. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi promptly drew his sword and made a cut across his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the magic cloud vine. The blood was swiftly absorbed, and the vine twisted slightly, extending a tendril toward Zhou Yi, which he caught. The moment they made contact, an inexplicable sense of connection enveloped him, as if the magic cloud vine would heed his every command with mere thought. Truly, it was an extraordinary life form. Following Zhou Yi's command, the magic cloud vine coiled around his arm, taking the shape of a protective bracer. However, as it was still in its juvenile state, it was insufficient to form a full suit of armor enveloping his entire body. Indeed, Brother Zhou Yi, Li Zi spoke, this spacecraft harbors certain backdoors, and there exists a higher privileged administrator account capable of controlling the vessel. However, I've already taken the liberty of erasing that for you. Zhou Yi nodded in approval, commending her efforts. This is the advantage of having an intelligent life form. It can assist with myriad electronic systems. He continued, once we venture into the cosmos, I shall procure for you a splendid corporeal form, but for now, you must remain within this spacecraft or my communicator. Lizzie smiled gratefully. I am preparing to fully absorb the essence of the flora. Please keep watch for me. If anyone comes seeking my presence, rouse me, Zhou Yi instructed once more. Having said that, he settled into a cross-legged position, employing a straw to draw in the essence of the plants while embarking on the cultivation of his genetic primordial energy. This method would enhance his body's capacity to absorb the botanical essence and improve his physical attributes. As Zhou Yi commenced his training, time gradually slipped away. Under the guidance of Yi Hong and Lei Wang, the plant-based beasts on Mist Island had been thoroughly eradicated, and the essence of the flora was gathered in one place. However, Zhou Yi refrained from claiming more, having already taken the largest share earlier. Nevertheless, the expedition was far from over, prompted by Zhou Yi's reminder. Yi Hong and Lei Wang led their companions in a renewed exploration of the area. The abundant plant life suggested that this locale possessed unique characteristics. It was possible that an ancient relic lay hidden nearby. Ancient relics are synonymous with both danger and opportunity. After all, treasures such as the spacecraft, the Black God suit, and dragon blood all originate from ancient ruins. Brother Zhou Yi, there are individuals outside seeking your attention. After an indeterminate span of time, Li Zi suddenly roused the meditating Zhou Yi. Through the spacecraft's camera, Zhou Yi observed a planetary-level powerhouse awaiting him outside. Rising to his feet, he sensed a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities, having consumed nearly half of the plant essence. Zhou Yi opened the spacecraft's hatch and soared into the air. Lord Zhou Yi, there is indeed something peculiar beneath Mist Island. It is highly probable that ancient relics exist there. We have uncovered some remnants below, the planetary-level powerhouse reported. Chairman Yi Hong has granted us permission to investigate independently, with any discoveries belonging to the respective finders. Zhou Yi nodded, finding this arrangement quite fair. Very well. I shall take my leave, the powerhouse said, turning swiftly to depart, displaying an air of urgency. It was evident that someone had already stumbled upon valuable treasures below. Understanding the other's eagerness, Zhou Yi resolved to descend and conduct his own investigation, seeking potential fortunes. Li Zi, I shall require your database once more. Zhou Yi acknowledged his unfamiliarity with the ancient relics and their remnants, recognizing the need for Li Zi's analytical prowess. Not a problem, came Li Zi's voice through the communicator. Zhou Yi dove towards the depths below, where the once mighty Mist Island had completely disintegrated. The surface of the sea lay littered with the remnants of plant-like beasts, their essence long since depleted. Zhou Yi plunged into the water, making his way towards the ocean floor. How dark it is down here! Even the most powerful illumination could barely penetrate the depths. Fortunately, Zhou Yi possessed mental powers, albeit rarely utilized. In battle, he had grown accustomed to sensing the presence of energy to ascertain the positions and conditions of his foes. However, discerning the energy of inanimate objects proved to be quite challenging. At present, his mastery over energy had not reached the level where he could perceive the essence of all things. Thus, in this abyssal darkness, employing his mental faculties would serve him better. What is this? Chapter 46, The Undying Corpse. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's mental probe detected an object that bore a resemblance to the essence of plants. Approaching it, he discovered a pure, white crystal. Li Zi, scan and analyze this item. Zhou Yi instructed his communicator. A radiant light illuminated the device, and Li Zi's voice resonated in his ear. This is a wood bud essence, imbued with a substantial amount of life force, akin to an upgraded version of plant essence. If consumed by a peak war god, it would suffice to elevate them to planetary level in a short span. However, such an application is immensely wasteful. If given to the demon cloud vine, it could facilitate rapid growth and evolution, Li Zi elucidated. At that moment, a violent disturbance erupted from the seabed. Zhou Yi swiftly stowed the wood bud essence and hurried to investigate. Upon arrival, he found several planetary-level powerhouses gathered, along with a war god-level expert. What is happening? One of the planetary-level warriors inquired. The war god-level expert, clearly flustered, steadied himself and replied, "Esteemed ones, while searching the vicinity, I stumbled upon a white crystal. As I approached to examine it, a lord-level great white shark suddenly surged forth and swallowed the crystal." Then, the war god-level expert continued with a tinge of regret. That great white shark's aura inexplicably skyrocketed, swiftly advancing to king level. Realizing I was no match, I immediately issued a warning. The war god lamented, pondering if he had seized the white crystal sooner, he might have ascended to planetary level in one fell swoop. And what a great white shark! A planetary-level warrior queried eagerly. To enable a lord-level beast to evolve to king level in such a short time was an extraordinary opportunity. The great white shark was frightened away by your collective auras. The war god-level expert responded. Let us pursue and ascertain its whereabouts. Soon, several planetary-level powerhouses set off in the direction indicated by the war god expert. Zhou Yi refrained from pursuing further, having come to the realization that the massive great white shark must have consumed the wood bud essence, thus evolving directly. Such a method of consumption is ill-suited for humans, as the rapid absorption could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, monsters are oblivious to such concerns. It seems that the quantity of wood bud essence in this region is substantial, necessitating a swift collection, whether for personal absorption or for nurturing the magical cloud vine. The required amount is considerable. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yi once again submerged into the depths of the ocean. Brother Zhou Yi, the configuration of your communicator is dreadfully inadequate. Otherwise, I could assist you in scanning the entire area, Li Zi remarked, following Zhou Yi as they explored the inky abyss of the ocean floor. Indeed, it is a pity that the Saya vessel is also ill-equipped for deep-sea operations. Otherwise, it would be much easier, Zhou Yi replied, sharing in a lament. Wait, there seems to be something over there. At that moment, Zhou Yi's mental energy detected an object. Let us investigate. He cleared away some debris of indeterminate origin, revealing 3 neatly arranged wood bud essences beneath. Huh, a splendid find, Zhou Yi exclaimed as he collected the 3 essences, although he had yet to acquire a spatial ring. The size of the wood bud essence was manageable enough to be stored in the pocket created by his black god suit. With his bounty secured, Zhou Yi continued his exploration in that direction. Oh, it appears there are more wood bud essences in this vicinity. Within the brief span of several hundred meters, he stumbled upon several more. Suddenly, he stumbled, quickly employing his mental energy to probe below. It seemed he had encountered an unfathomable trench. There, through his mental perception, he observed another wood bud essence drifting upwards with the current from the trench. Could such a precious essence have emerged from this abyss? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi dove into the trench without hesitation. At this point, there was little left on this planet that could pose a threat to him. As he descended slowly, Zhou Yi soon sensed he had reached the bottom of the trench. A sweep of his mental energy confirmed the presence of even more wood bud essences. Within the range of his perception, there were at least a dozen. Suddenly, his expression grew solemn. He sensed an unusual aura, one that carried an air of danger yet posed little threat to him. Zhou Yi directed his mental energy in that direction. What is this? At last, his mental energy unveiled the source of the sensation. It was a colossal corpse, its skin a deep black. With robust limbs adorned in armor etched with intricate designs, its striking emerald eyes wide open in eternal gaze. A shiver coursed through Zhou Yi as he locked eyes with this immense cadaver. It was as if an ant stood before the cosmos, a profound weight emanating from the essence of life itself. This is merely a corpse that has lain dead for countless years. Yet the lingering aura it exudes causes a chill to run down Zhou Yi's spine. What level of power does this being possess? Zhou Yi observes for a moment longer, noting the corpse's strange state. There are no visible wounds, as if it has simply succumbed to slumber. Yet he senses that this body has long since ceased to live, devoid of any vitality. Can you scan for information regarding this corpse? Zhou Yi inquiries. It should be possible. Move a little closer, as the communicator's scanning range is limited. Responds Liz. Once Zhou Yi approaches, the scan is initiated. This is the remains of a powerful being from the Stone Ape clan, deceased for approximately 50,000 years, with strength that once reached the level of immortality. Zhou Yi gasps in astonishment. This is indeed a corpse from 50 millennia ago, and its former might was at the immortal level. The gap between the immortal level and Zhou Yi is akin to that between a deity and an ant. To put it bluntly, a mere breath from an immortal could obliterate him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Yi regains his composure. After all, it is merely an immortal level. Eventually, he too shall attain such heights. He possesses both talent and diligence, complemented by a touch of fortune. Zhou Yi does not dare to disturb the corpse. Who knows if such a being's remains might stir? What if it were to rise again? He resumes his search. There's a massive object here. Through his mental perception, Zhou Yi spots an enormous spaceship within his sight. Moreover, the door of this vessel is ajar. Surely, he must venture inside to explore. Cautiously, Zhou Yi steps through the hatch, only to be surprised by how clean the interior is, as if some force field is at work, preventing even seawater from intruding. Just then, the lights within the spaceship flicker to life, startling Zhou Yi. It feels akin to a nocturnal escapade in a haunted house. Though confident in his own strength, he cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation in the face of such eerie phenomena. What is this? As the lights illuminate the interior, Zhou Yi is taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 47, The Demon Babana. Within the ship, there lie 5 corpses. Zhou Yi can sense that the aura emanating from these 5 remains is no weaker than that of the immortal corpse outside. What has transpired here? How can there be so many powerful corpses? Although Zhou Yi had perused some information about this world before his arrival, the details have become hazy with time, leaving only faint memories of significant events. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Could this be the Yuma star? Zhou Yi vaguely recalls that this was one of the major opportunities during Luo Hong's early exploits. At that moment, beams of light converge within the spaceship, and a figure materializes before Zhou Yi. Before us stands a diminutive girl, scarcely reaching a height of 145 centimeters. Adorned with 2 horn-like protrusions atop her forehead and blood-red eyes, clad in a dark robe. Zhou Yi, you have finally arrived. Her voice resonates with a hint of joy. Who are you? Zhou Yi invites, perpliet. I have awaited your arrival for 50,000 years. The qualifications of Earthlings are woefully inadequate, yet your potential is remarkable, indeed. The finest I have encountered in this epoch, she declares. Zhou Yi, with a touch of pride, raises his chin, retorting, I possess the lineage of a Super Saiyan. How could I be lacking? We are a renowned warrior race within the Dragon Ball universe. However, the girl's tone shifts abruptly. With your exceptional potential as a mental practitioner, how could you stray onto the path of a warrior? Such a waste. Fear not, for on the Cloud Demon Star, we excel at nurturing mental practitioners and can guide you back onto the right path. Come, follow me to meet my master. Yet, Zhou Yi remains still. I believe you may be misunderstanding something, he replies slowly. I have no intention of joining your Cloud Demon Star, nor do I wish to pursue the path of a mental practitioner. The girl's demeanor darkens with sudden anger. Do you comprehend what you are rejecting? My master is an immortal being. Should you inherit his legacy of mental practice, I assure you, within 100,000 years, you could attain the realm of immortality. How audacious of Zhou Yi to spurn Lady Babana. In times past, someone of his caliber would never have been granted entry to the Cloud Demon Star. Yet, here he is, the most gifted human on Earth in 5 millennia, rejecting her offer. Alone, you would struggle to even reach the cosmic level. Babana retorts once more. Yet, Zhou irresolutely shakes his head. I apologize. I understand your intentions, but the path of a mental practitioner is not mine. I have my own journey to undertake. While mental practitioners are commendable, A Super Saiyan god fears no adversary. With the system at his disposal and the legacy of the Super Saiyan, his future accomplishments shall surely rival that of immortality. 50,000 years. A full 50,000 years I have waited, only to be spurned. Babana, momentarily driven to madness, cannot fathom the interminable wait ahead after missing Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi reflects with a sigh. Time is indeed formidable, even for sentient beings unable to endure such profound solitude. Wait, I understand your urgency, but do not despair just yet. I know of someone more suitable than myself. Sensing Babana's escalating agitation, Zhou Yi hastily adds, "Who is it?" Babana inquires eagerly, "Is there another human on Earth with greater potential than you?" He is known as Luo Hong, a prodigious talent who has chosen the path of psychic master, making him exceptionally suited for your lineage. However, he is currently merely an apprentice, and it will take some time for him to arrive here. Yet, having waited for 50,000 years already, I trust you wouldn't mind waiting a little longer. Zhou Yi continued. This opportunity was originally meant for Luo Hong, and Zhou Yi needed to steer things back on course. With renewed hope, Babana's tone softened considerably. I hope you are not deceiving me. If so, I shall wait a bit longer. Concurrently, Babana began utilizing the equipment aboard the Cloud Demon Star to access the Earthstar network in search of information regarding Luo Hong. By the way, may I take some of the wood essence here? Zhou Yi inquired, as it would still be beneficial for him. Babana waved her hand dismissively, indicating that Zhou Yi could take as much as he wished, for the wood essence here was merely a lure to attract him. Compared to the resources in her spatial ring, this modest amount of wood essence was of little consequence, serving as a reward for his recommendation of talent. Zhou Yi unreservedly gathered all the wood essence scattered on the ground, amassing over 100 pieces. If you change your mind, you may return here, Babana remarked as she saw Zhou Yi preparing to leave. Although Zhou Yi had declined her offer, she was reluctant to give up so easily. Stepping out of the Cloud Demon Star, Zhou Yi noticed the lights within the ship dimming once more, plunging it into silence. He glanced back, feeling no regret for rejecting Babana. He understood that the legacy and inheritance left by an immortal powerhouse were undoubtedly substantial. Yet this was not the path he wished to pursue. Moreover, this opportunity belonged to his good friend Luo Hong. With a swift motion, Zhou Yi ascended rapidly, departing from the seabed. His gains were already considerable, having acquired over 100 pieces of wood essence. Searching for the scattered few was unnecessary. Upon returning to the ship, Zhou Yi dialed Luo Hong's number. Luo Hong, how have you been lately? The call connected on the other end. Yige, I have passed the assessment and entered the elite training camp, though I still feel quite distant from you, the world's strongest. Zhou Yi chuckled and offered reassurance. Don't be disheartened. Your talent is on par with mine. By the way, I'll send you a coordinate. Once you reach planetary level, you must come here to explore. There are splendid opportunities awaiting. Zhou Yi mused that at this moment, Luo Hong should have joined the elite training camp as a battle general. Though his true identity was that of a psychic master, he still needed to advance 3 small levels within the battle general rank, which meant that Luo Hong's current power was already comparable to that of a war god. Estimating the timeline, Zhou Yi calculated that there was still some time before the emergence of the Golden Horn Behemoth. Back aboard the ship, Zhou Yi released the demon cloud vine, allowing it to absorb the remaining plant essence entirely. With superior wood essence now at hand, there was no need for him to be stingy with the remaining plant essence. Chestnut, delve into the myriad of information available on the Earthstar. I am in search of a genuine spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos. Furthermore, perhaps it is time to explore the ancient relics scattered across the Earthstar. Zhou Yi pondered thoughtfully, having ascended to the pinnacle of strength on Earthstar. He felt the urge to further enhance his abilities, which might necessitate venturing beyond the confines of Earthstar into the vast universe. However, prior to such an expedition, certain preparations were essential, notably the acquisition of a spacecraft. After a brief interval, Chestnut had gathered the requisite information. Brother Zhou Yi, acquiring a spacecraft may pose some challenges. Currently, there are 2 potential avenues. The first involves exploring the ancient relic known as Site Number 7, where a spacecraft of cosmic caliber is suspected to lie intact and operational. The dilemma, however, lies in how we might gain control over this vessel. The second option entails utilizing the remnants of spacecraft scattered across Earthstar to assemble a new craft. While there are numerous remains, we lack the large-scale mechanical tools necessary for repairs. Zhou Yi contemplated for a moment before arriving at a decision. Let us proceed to inspect the cosmic-grade spacecraft. Chapter 48. The Cosmic-class spaceship Zhou Yi returned to the Saya and set a course directly for the Site number 7. Presently, every ancient site on Earthstar is monitored by dedicated personnel, primarily to prevent accidental trespass, as these relics can be fraught with peril. Additionally, such measures are in place to thwart the clandestine removal of vital resources from these sites. Fortunately, Yihong had already granted Zhou even necessary access. Every relic on Earthstar would be open to him. After all, who could dispute the might of Zhou Yi's prowess? By the way, Chestnut, is there no possibility of modifying this spacecraft? Zhou Yi inquired as they journeyed towards Site number 7, expressing a fondness for the sleek design and commendable speed of Saya. In response, Chestnut's virtual visage shook its head. It is not feasible. Earthbound vessels differ fundamentally from spacecraft. Firstly, the metal composition of the Saya is inadequate for interstellar travel, and the engine's power is insufficient for achieving faster-than-light travel or curvature navigation. Very well, Zhou Yi conceded. Ultimately, acquiring a fully operational spacecraft remains the most prudent course of action. While I possess the knowledge to assemble and modify a spacecraft, I lack the advanced equipment necessary for such endeavors. To fabricate repair tools would be excessively time-consuming and laborious. We could attempt a temporary modification, but that risks the vessel disintegrating mid-journey. Chestnut lamented. Currently, technological advancements on Earthstar have markedly improved due to the high-tech artifacts unearthed from ancient relics. Yet, we still lack the capability for interstellar navigation. An hour later, the Saya hovered above the infamous Bermuda Triangle in the Pacific. This is the location, Chestnut announced. Zhou Yi nodded in affirmation and stepped out of the hatch, soaring into the air. Beneath, the tumultuous sea roiled with waves, occasionally revealing enormous whirlpools that seemed intent on swallowing everything whole. Zhou Yi's dark divine suit began to transform, enveloping his face as he plunged into the depths of the ocean. It was uncertain how long he descended, but eventually he came to a halt, for he had arrived at his destination. Before him lay a colossal black spacecraft resting on the ocean floor. The vessel, shaped like an oval disc, measured 160 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and stood 30 meters high. This was a cosmic-level GTR-class adventure spacecraft of the Crimson Dragon Empire. Li Zi's voice brimmed with excitement as she observed the ship's pristine exterior, free from visible damage and apparently ready for immediate navigation. The ship's hatch stood ajar. However, it was unfortunate that the defensive systems were also activated. This meant that any unauthorized entry would provoke an immediate assault from the ship's defensive mechanisms. Li Zi expressed her regret, noting that this was a cosmic-grade vessel, and its internal defense systems would likely require at least stellar-level expertise to breach. A planetary-level individual would probably be eliminated in an instant. Zhou Yi fell silent at her words. Indeed, it was not wise to attempt a forceful entry while the ship's defenses were operational. Is there truly no other option? You are an intelligent being. Cannot you directly override the ship's control systems? Zhou Yi inquired with curiosity. If you could provide me with superior equipment, I could attempt it. But your rudimentary communicator is vastly inadequate in terms of hardware and processing speed. It cannot possibly compete with a cosmic-level vessel. It is akin to pitting an ant against an elephant, Li Zi retorted with a hint of exasperation. However, she quickly shifted her tone. If you can bring me inside the ship and directly connect the communicator to the ship's systems, I am confident I could breach its defenses and turn them to our advantage. This is akin to the difference between hacking a computer remotely and directly inserting a USB drive. The latter is significantly simpler and requires no additional equipment. Zhou Yi felt a surge of hope at her words, but upon glancing at the rotating high-tech laser cannons within the hatch, he reconsidered. Perhaps it's best to avoid that approach. I don't believe I could withstand a single shot. Is this the only form of defense within the ship? Zhou Yi inquired. Curiosity piqued. Certainly not. Based on records from other explorers, if the ship comes under external attack, its accompanying intelligent robots will emerge to retaliate. However, they will not pursue too far. They will return once a certain distance from the vessel is reached, Li Zi explained. Having reviewed prior documentation from humanity's explorations of this ancient site. Is that so? What capabilities do these intelligent robots possess? Zhou Yi pressed further. The offensive power is roughly equivalent to that of a human planetary-level Tier 9 powerhouse. After all, it is not a combat-oriented robot, but one tasked with maintaining cleanliness and repairing the spacecraft. Thus, its combat capabilities are not particularly formidable. However, the material of its body is commendable. Typically, a planetary-level Tier 9 individual may not be able to breach its defenses. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. He had a technique. Though its efficacy against a robot was uncertain, as robots are not classified as living beings. Yet, this ability hails from the Dragon Ball universe. What if it proves to be extraordinarily effective? With this thought, Zhou Yi activated the 15 times Kaioken. In his normal state, he lacked the confidence to contend with a robot possessing attack power akin to that of a planetary-level Tier 9 and defensive strength comparable to that of a stellar-level entity. The Kamehameha, a colossal beam of light, shot directly toward the cosmic-grade spacecraft. The vessel shook violently, yet its exterior bore no marks. This cosmic-grade spacecraft was beyond Zhou Yi's current capacity to damage at will, given the significant difference in levels. Nevertheless, the tremor did elicit a response from the onboard intelligent robots. Attention! Attention! The spacecraft is under attack. Retaliate swiftly. Soon after, several intelligent robots emerged from the spacecraft's hatch, quickly locking onto Zhou Yi's position and pursuing him. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. These robots were incredibly swift, even outpacing Yihong and Lei Wang. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, he was no match for the group of robots unless he activated his Super Saiyan mode. However, such action was unnecessary, for he was not here to engage in battle with them. With a swift movement, Zhou Yi's speed matched that of the robots. And upon activating the 15 times Kaioken, his strength rivaled that of a planetary-level Tier 9. As Zhou Yi led the way, the robots pursued closely, covering nearly 10 kilometers in no time. Just then, the robots halted their advance and prepared to return. Zhou Yi turned and unleashed a key blast at one of the robots. The robot tumbled but sustained no damage. It quickly regained its footing, preparing to retaliate against Zhou Yi. This was the moment Zhou Yi had been waiting for. Earlier, the sheer number of robots had made him hesitant to act. But now was the opportune moment. With fierce determination, Zhou Yi fixed his gaze upon the robot. Body exchange. In the next instant, an invisible beam of perception shot forth, penetrating the robot's body. Zhou Yi then witnessed his own body collapse to the ground. He examined himself and realized he had transformed into a mechanical form. The extraordinary ability from the Dragon Ball universe to exchange bodies had indeed succeeded. Li Zi, do you think I can now be considered an intelligent life form? Zhou Yi inwided curiously. I'm not quite sure what to classify it as. Your ability is truly peculiar, capable of even switching with a robot, Li Zi replied. Let us venture inside the spacecraft. Surely, it will not prevent the robots from returning, will it? Zhou Yi spoke as he retrieved the communicator from his original body. Realizing the necessity of bringing Li Zi along, for the task of deciphering the spaceship's control system would require Li Zi's expertise. The robot Zhou Yi first returned his original body to the Saiya's ship, as leaving it outside would be perilous, given the multitude of monsters lurking in the sea. Fortunately, the technology of this robot was quite advanced, possessing the ability to fly. Otherwise, returning to the spacecraft would have proven quite challenging. Having secured his original form, Robot Zhou Yi approached the entrance of the spaceship with Li Zi. Tentatively, he extended an arm inside. A flash of light flickered, followed by a beep, seemingly confirming Zhou Yi's identity. Noticing that no anomalies had occurred, Zhou Yi felt reassured and stepped inside. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Yi acknowledged that the first step of their plan had been successfully executed. Now, they needed to locate the control room. Li Zi, can you ascertain the whereabouts of the control room? Zhou Yi inwided. I've already found it. The route map has been transmitted to your mind, Li Zi responded, noting that the computational speed granted by Zhou Yi's robotic form appeared to be swifter than before. I will soon procure you an advanced body as well, Zhou Yi added. Yes, I desire the most sophisticated model, one that closely resembles a human, Li Zi expressed eagerly. Before long, Robot Zhou Yi arrived at the control room. You merely need to connect the communicator to the control room's interface. The rest shall be left to me, Li Zi instructed. Zhou Yi plugged the communicator into the console's interface. In the next moment, the lights within the spaceship began to flicker, and alarms blared. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Simultaneously, the screens in the control room displayed a barrage of garbled characters. Hey, Li Zi, why such a strong reaction? Is it going to self-destruct? Zhou Yi asked nervously. However, the garbled text on the control room screen soon vanished, replaced by Li Zi's beaming face. Success. The intrusion was accomplished in just 15 seconds. Impressive, isn't it? Li Zi proclaimed proudly. Zhou Yi gave a thumbs up, generously offering his praise. Absolutely fantastic. So, does this mean the spaceship is now ours? He inquired with delight. Indeed, this interstellar craft is now ours, along with 10 intelligent robots on board. Alas, it seems that 2 combat-type Silverflow robots were taken away previously. Lizzie remarked with a hint of regret. That's all right. Acquiring the spaceship has already exceeded our expectations. So, can it take flight? Zhou Yi asked once more. Certainly. The condition of the spaceship is excellent, Lizzie assured him. At that moment, a robot entered, carrying a cup of coffee. My esteemed captain, please bestow a new name upon this vessel. The robot spoke, its voice resembling Lizzie's. Let me name the cockroach. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and spoke. I apologize for the inconvenience, but for now, you shall use this robot as your body. Later, we will switch it out in the cosmos. Indeed, this body is quite satisfactory, boasting the prowess of a planetary pinnacle, capable of contending with lower-tier stellar beings, Lizzie exclaimed, maneuvering the robot with exuberance in the spaceship's control room. After all, this was her inaugural experience of possessing a body, albeit a temporary one. Zhou Yi guided Lizzie to stealthily navigate the spacecraft from the ocean depths, subsequently directing the Saya to rendezvous and restore his own form. Nothing compares to the comfort of my own body. Utilizing a robot feels rather awkward. Let us go, Lizzie. Let us frolic on Mars. Soon, the Cocorado soared skyward, breaking free from Earth's grasp. There exist two profound elements that can deeply resonate within the human soul. One is the exalted moral principles we hold dear, and the other is the resplendent starry sky above us. A famous adage from his previous life inexplicably surfaced in Zhou Yi's thoughts. This marked the first time across both of his lifetimes that he truly beheld the wonders of the universe. It must be said, the cosmos is indeed breathtaking, grandiose in its expanse, resembling a vast black tapestry adorned with countless shimmering pearls. The velocity of the cosmic vessel is remarkable. In merely 2 minutes, the Cocorado reached the skies above Mars. Mars, a crimson planet, is rich in iron ore, with temperatures significantly lower than those on Earth and devoid of oxygen. However, these conditions pose no challenge to Zhou Yi, who has achieved planetary status. A planetary powerhouse can endure in the vacuum and frigid environments for extended periods, which is why they possess the privilege to wander the cosmos. Let us return, Lizzie. We have savored the scenery. We shall visit Grandpa before embarking towards the starry seas. Upon returning to Earth, Zhou Yi spent several days with his grandfather, leaving behind 2 intelligent robots to safeguard him. These intelligent robots from the spaceship are more than sufficient to withstand lower-tier stellar adversaries, ensuring safety on Earth. Zhou Yi then conversed with Luo Hong and Yi Hong, informing them of his intention to enter seclusion for a period of cultivation. He instructed them not to contact him unless faced with an insurmountable crisis. Zhou Yi surmised that the next imminent threat would likely be the Golden Horned Beast, followed by the incursion of the Roland clan. Time was of the essence. He needed to expedite his strength enhancement. Otherwise, he would find himself unable to confront formidable foes. With all preparations complete, Zhou Yi quietly departed Earth one fateful night. Lizzie, what is our destination this time? He inquired aboard the Cocorado. Let us first head to Dragon Star, which is under the jurisdiction of the Advanced Cosmic Nation. The Qinwu Cosmic Nation, the Intermediate Cosmic Nation, the Qilong Mountain Empire, and the Elementary Cosmic Nation, the Yinlan Empire, Lizzie responded, pulling up the star chart. The division of powers is so extensive? Zhou Yi gazed at the star map, noting that beneath a superior cosmic nation lay thousands of moderate cosmic nations. And beneath each moderate nation, countless elementary cosmic nations thrived. The Jialong star, which Zhou Yi was visiting, was but one of the myriad habitable planets within an elementary cosmic nation. Indeed, the universe was boundlessly vast. Lizzie rolled her eyes, reflecting on how a mere terrestrial planet could harbor such diverse powers, let alone the immense universe itself. By the way, may I timidly inquire if we possess any funds? Lizzie suddenly asked. Funds? What funds? Zhou Yi mused, tapping his head. The Qian Tongue coins, the Red Dragon coins, the Silver Orchid coins, any of these would suffice. Upon hearing Lizzie's words, Zhou Yi gestured dismissively, revealing he had none. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to earn some money. If only he had thought to extract some red iron or from Mars to sell, or perhaps request a bit from Babana. Zhou Yi found himself speechless. It truly was a form of wandering to have the privilege of drifting through the cosmos at a planetary level. Wait a moment, Lizzie interjected suddenly. A robot then entered, cradling over 10 silver coins. These were found aboard the ship, presumably left behind by previous occupants, Lizzie explained. What uses a handful of coins? Zhou Yi queried, considering that every aspect of life, food, shelter, and travel required expenditure. Do not underestimate these coins. They are currency of the Red Dragon Empire. One coin is worth 1,000 from the Silver Orchid Empire. Together, these 10 or so coins total over 10,000, sufficient for several days of living, Li Zi remarked. Zhou Yi examined a coin closely. It was crafted from certain alloy, adorned with a depiction of a coiled dragon. While he was momentarily relieved, he still needed to find a means of earning money swiftly. Alternatively, you could sell the spaceship. This cosmic-grade adventure vessel of the Red Dragon Empire could fetch over 100 million Red Dragon coins, enough for you to live leisurely on Jialong Star for a lifetime. Li Zi jested. Zhou Yi, of course, could not consider selling the ship, for he relied on it to return to Earth or venture elsewhere. A month later, not far from Jialong Star, the Kakarote exited its superluminal flight mode, emerging into the starry expanse. Throughout the month, Zhou Yi had primarily occupied the training room aboard the Kakarote. The facilities on the cosmic-grade vessel were exceptionally comprehensive, and the training room was equipped with a gravity system that could be set to a maximum of 100 times Earth's gravity, ideal for Zhou Yi's training. At that moment, Zhou Yi's hair shimmered a golden hue, radiating a golden aura. Indeed, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. This transformation represented Zhou Yi's most formidable technique. Yet it came with a notable downside. It demanded an immense amount of stamina, making it unsustainable over time. His training aimed to prolong the duration of this transformation, aspiring even to achieve a state of permanent transformation, as maintaining a Super Saiyan form was the fundamental requirement for advancing to Super Saiyan 2. Zhou Yi, we are nearing the Dragon Star, Li Zi informed. Zhou Yi nodded, retracting the magical vine that had been undergoing special training alongside him. After a month of nurturing, the magical vine had evolved to a stellar level 3. This vine possesses the unique ability to absorb nutrients, allowing for rapid growth as long as resources are abundant. Zhou Yi directly bestowed upon it over 100 wood bud essences, which facilitated its advancement to the stellar level. Now, the vine could envelop Zhou Yi in a suit of armor, complemented by the visually adaptable Dark God ensemble, guided by the intelligent navigation system. The Kakarote spaceship docked at the spaceport. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to Dragon Star. This is spaceport number 1. A horned individual at the entrance greeted respectfully as Zhou Yi disembarked. Those fortunate enough to work as attendants at the spaceport were undoubtedly discerning. Although Zhou Yi's aura was merely planetary level, the spaceship he arrived in was of considerable caliber, belonging to the Red Dragon Empire, which ranked above the Silver Orchid Empire. To the attendant, Zhou Yi appeared to be a privileged offspring from a mid-tier cosmic nation. Following Li Zi's suggestion, Zhou Yi casually tossed a Red Dragon coin and said, "Park for 3 days. Consider the remainder as your fee." "Thank you, esteemed guest. You may take the space elevator to access the planet's interior. Enjoy your time on Dragon Star." The attendant cheerfully accepted the coin. Zhou Yi then walked away without a backward glance. "Wait, it costs 100 silver orchid coins to park a spaceship for a day, and you only paid for 3? Li Zi queried in confusion once they were a distance away. "What, just 100 a day? Have I just tipped 700? I've already paid for 3 days. And wasn't it you who suggested I put on a show?" Zhou Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he lamented. He had only a handful of Red Dragon coins. It was indeed Li Zi's advice to act ostentatiously. For a mere planetary-level individual possessing a cosmic-class spaceship could find themselves targeted. However, if an unremarkable planetary-level being piloted such a craft, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Upon taking the space elevator to the interior of Dragon Star, Zhou Yi was struck by the bustling activity, which rivaled or even surpassed that of the main city on Earth. Various modes of transport traversed the ground and soared above, while pedestrians of all races filled the streets. Some had horns atop their heads, others possessed tails, and some bore scales or fur. Yet, they all shared a humanoid form. "What should we do next?" Zhou Yi asked, feeling somewhat lost. This place was entirely unfamiliar to him, and he could only rely on Li Zi to gather relevant information about the outside world. "First, let us register for an identity." Chestnut remarked that Zhou Yi hailed from the secluded planet Earth, akin to an individual without legal status. Registering one's identity information would equate to obtaining official recognition, thereby facilitating various endeavors. "Where shall we register our identity information?" Zhou Yi inquired once more. Unlike Earth, which possesses governmental institutions such as street offices, the cosmos is governed by 5 paramount forces. Among these, the Universal First Bank and the Universal Galaxy Bank offer identity registration services. One must merely open an account and obtain a bank card, which is intrinsically linked to one's identity information. Chestnut procured relevant data and elucidated this to Zhou Yi. The 5 major forces? What are the remaining 3? Zhou Yi continued his questioning. The others are the Universal Virtual World Company, the Celestial Axe Combat Arena, and the Universal Mercenary Alliance, Chestnut clarified as they walked. Within the vastness of a universe, personal strength is of utmost importance. Possessing strength opens many doors. However, strength is not easily attained. It necessitates a wealth of resources and fortuitous opportunities. When one is still weak, it is prudent to have a force to provide protection. Therefore, I recommend that you align yourself with a faction, with the best choices being the aforementioned top 5 forces in the cosmos. Zhou Yi nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Chestnut's words. Though Zhou Yi held a strong conviction in his future, he recognized his current limitations. Yet, gaining entry into these elite factions is no simple task, as their recruitment standards are exceedingly high. With his current planetary level strength, it would be arduous to gain admission. And even if he succeeded, he would likely occupy the lowest echelons. Thus, it is imperative for you to find a platform to showcase your abilities, allowing them to take notice and extend an invitation for you to join. Alternatively, you might consider enlisting in the more loosely organized Universal Mercenary Alliance, where you can venture through the cosmos on your own accord. Chapter 51, Battle with Azura. The two banks require no further elaboration, as they primarily oversee the safeguarding of wealth, loans, and the transportation of goods throughout the cosmos. The Universal Mercenary Alliance specializes in exploration and the undertaking of various mercenary tasks. Zhou Yi pondered and then asked, what about the Universal Virtual World Company and the Celestial Axe Combat Arena? The Universal Virtual World Company governs the realm of virtuality, often referred to as the second universe, where one can accomplish anything achievable in reality, and even things beyond the realm of the possible. For instance, dueling without the threat of death allows for the full expression of one's capabilities, unencumbered by concerns of mortality. Most importantly, the virtual realm can simulate a myriad of opponents for training purposes, even crafting a flawless version of oneself to identify and rectify shortcomings in combat. Is that not exceedingly practical? However, such services come at a cost. As for the Celestial Axe Combat Arena, its name signifies its dedication to combat and duels. Zhou Yi supported his chin in contemplation, feeling that both the Universal Virtual World Company and the Celestial Axe Combat Arena might be more suited to his aspirations. Does the Celestial Axe Combat Arena also conduct battles within the virtual realm? Zhou Yi inquired, expressing his preference for combat in the tangible realm, as it allowed for a more rapid accumulation of battle energy. The duels at the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena are categorized into 3 tiers: Silver Axe, Golden Axe, and Heavenly Axe. Silver Axe duels transpire within a virtual realm, while Golden Axe and Heavenly Axe battles occur in reality. However, for the Golden Axe, it suffices to determine a victor, whereas in the case of the Heavenly Axe, only one contender may emerge alive from the arena, a rather brutal affair. Isn't this akin to underground fighting? It is, after all, his area of expertise, having earned his keep through such means during his high school years. To his surprise, even in the cosmos, he finds himself relying on this same skill to earn a livelihood. Nevertheless, this type of combat is precisely what he relishes and anticipates. Each battle allows him to amass substantial combat energy, signifying a swift enhancement of his prowess. Let us proceed to the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena for the Heavenly Axe duel, Zhou Yi declared with great enthusiasm, striding towards the location of the arena. What? Upon arriving at the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena, Zhou Yi elucidated his intentions to register for the Heavenly Axe duel. However, he was informed that one must first achieve victory in 100 Golden Axe duels to qualify for the Heavenly Axe duel, and to partake in the Golden Axe duels, one must first secure 100 victories in Silver Axe duels. Moreover, each category of competition is further divided into various levels. The Silver Axe is classified into planetary and star domain levels, the Golden Axe into elementary and intermediate cosmic levels, while the Heavenly Axe consists of advanced cosmic and universal levels. The rewards for victories vary across different levels and types of competitions. Consequently, Zhou Yi must ascend through each tier to participate in the Heavenly Axe battles. Nonetheless, the monetary rewards are quite lucrative. Even victories in planetary level Silver Axe duels yield 10,000 silver lawn coins plus a share from the audience. The more spectacular the match, the greater the audience, and, consequently, the more substantial the income. It is said that upon reaching the Heavenly Axe level, one can directly opt to join the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena as a senior member, enjoying substantial benefits. Zhou Yi dutifully registered for the Silver Axe planetary level duel on the Jialong star. Since Silver Axe duels occur in the virtual realm, Zhou Yi required a neural sensing helmet or a more advanced intelligent light brain. However, with the presence of Li Zi, the intelligent life form, such devices were unnecessary. He merely needed to procure a communicator capable of connecting to the virtual world for Li Zi to control. Zhou Yi first secured a room at a hotel to prevent any physical harm while his consciousness traversed the virtual realm. Ready? Let's enter, Li Zi announced. In the next instant, Zhou Yi found himself transported to another world, one indistinguishable from reality, equally authentic in sensation. Here, there was virtually no difference from the real world. He could engage in everything attainable in reality: games, gourmet delights, beautiful companions, finance, combat, learning. Anything was possible. In this virtual world, a miniature version of Li Zi perched upon Zhou Yi's shoulder. How have you transformed into this? Zhou Yi prodded the diminutive chestnut, his curiosity piqued. In the virtual realm, the bound intelligent life forms manifested as virtual assistants. Zhou Yi surveyed his surroundings. He found himself on a quaint, rustic street, populated by pedestrians of various races, most clad in the same initial gray attire as himself. He nodded affirmatively, instructing, "Please register me for the Silver Axe level competition." Understood. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the Silver Axe planetary competition, there is no need for live opponent arrangements. Matchmaking will occur directly within the virtual world. In an instant, Zhou Yi received a notification from the virtual realm. Welcome to the Silver Axe planetary competition. Your total matches, 0, record, 0, 0, for your first participation. Please enter a nickname. Destroyer. Destroyer, your opponent has been matched. Azura, planetary level 9, record, 9, 1, in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi found himself transported to a dueling arena, where his adversary materialized across from him. A large countdown timer appeared above the duel arena. 32. Zhou Yi scrutinized his first opponent, Azura. Clad in a mask and devoid of visible weaponry, Azura bore a metallic box on his back, clearly indicating he was a psychic master. Zhou Yi reminded himself to be wary of his psychic weaponry, noting his lack of combat experience against such opponents. Thus, for this initial match, he resolved to employ only 70 to 80% of his strength to avoid an embarrassing defeat. At that moment, Azura broke the silence. A newcomer with 0 matches? Only planetary level 3? And you dare call yourself the Destroyer? Are you merely a pawn for others to rack up victories? Such arrogance. It seems this shall be an effortless match. Win 10, and I can ascend to the Silver Axe Star Domain competition. With that, the psychic weapon on Azura's back began to whirl. Yet in the next moment, Azura's figure vanished, returning to the virtual street, utterly bewildered. Wasn't he in the midst of a match? After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. He had been eliminated in an instant, so swiftly that he could scarcely comprehend it. It is worth noting that he was a psychic master, possessing formidable mental prowess that typically afforded him faster reactions than others. What manner of terrifying newcomer was this? He recalled that this individual was merely planetary level 3. How could a level 3 annihilate a level 9 opponent? He hadn't even registered the occurrence. It dawned on him that the machine was, in fact, himself. No wonder he dared to adopt the audacious title of Destroyer. Within the dueling arena, Zhou Yi s'imposing au gradually dissipated. Determined not to falter in his inaugural match, he immediately activated his 15-fold Realm King fist, swiftly appearing before Azura, who had just begun to manipulate his psychic weapon for an attack, and eliminated him in an instant. Brother Zhou Yi, you are truly formidable. You dispatched your opponent right from the start. Li Zi couldn't help but praise. Zhou Yi chuckled. This is merely the first match. He is a man destined to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly axe. However, this virtual world is truly remarkable. Even his abilities derive from the Dragon Ball universe, such as the King Kai fist, can be simulated. Am I to understand that winning 10 matches grants me the opportunity to face opponents of the stellar domain level? Zhou Yi murmured, then commanded, Li Zi, continue matching me. I intend to ascend to the Golden Axe level in one go. Of course. The recent victory has already netted us 10,000 silver lawn coins. Chapter 52, Frenzied Battles. Zhou Yi began matching opponents once more. It must be noted that those who dare to participate in the competition possess considerable strength. At the very least, Zhou Yi had not encountered anyone below planetary level 9. His own status as a planetary level 3 is quite deceiving. Many opponents, upon entering the match, would underestimate him. But what could he say? His low rank was evident. Unlike his initial match, where he unleashed his full power to swiftly eliminate his opponent, Zhou Yi opted to probe cautiously. providing his adversaries ample space to showcase their abilities before concluding the battle. This approach would allow him to amass sufficient combat experience. Before long, Zhou Yi achieved a remarkable 10 consecutive victories, earning the qualification to enter the Silver Axe Stellar Domain level. Notification: you have won 10 matches and are now qualified to participate in the Silver Axe Stellar Domain competition. Your upcoming opponents will similarly be of Stellar Domain level. Commencing match. Zhou Yi initiated the opponent matching process, curious whether the Stellar Domain foes would compel him to take the matches more seriously. Opponent matched: Violet, Planetary Level 9. Record: 30 wins, 2 losses. Due to Zhou Yi's streak of victories, his matched opponents have become increasingly formidable. With a swift motion, Zhou Yi was transported to the virtual arena once more. His opponent appeared on the opposite side, a sensuous woman with a curvaceous figure, clad in form-fitting leather, wielding a long whip. At that moment, Zhou Yi heard Violet's voice echoing from across the arena. "Oh, a tender young lad. A planetary level 3 who has managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories. It seems you are quite exceptional." Her voice, sharp and piercing, resembled that of a venomous serpent, sending shivers down Zhou Yi's spine. Zhou Yi chose not to respond, drawing his long sword and directing it pointedly towards Violet. "What an impatient little fellow. Allow your sister to teach you a lesson." With that, Violet flicked her whip, producing a resounding crack. Zhou Yi surged forward, unleashing a sweeping strike with his sword. A wave of sword energy aimed directly at Violet. Violet deftly countered, wielding her whip to dissipate the sword energy. The whip, relentless, bore a razor-sharp end, lunging directly at Zhou Yi. "At this distance, the whip shouldn't reach me," Zhou Yi assessed, remaining steadfast and choosing not to evade. But in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. The whip was extending beyond expectation. With urgency, Zhou Yi raised his long sword to block, engaging in a clash with the whip, deflecting it away. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, the reach of the long whip far exceeds that of Zhou Yi's long sword. The whip in Violet's hand transformed into a specter, wildly swinging towards Zhou Yi, rendering him unable to approach. Taking a prudent step back, Zhou Yi unleashed his magic conduit light killing cannon. With a flick of his fingers before his forehead, a spiraling beam of light shot forth. Violet paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by Zhou Yi's unexpected mode of attack. Her evasion was slightly delayed, resulting in a crimson line appearing across her face, licking the blood from her cheek. Violet remarked, "Little brother, you truly lack the tenderness to cherish your elder sister, causing me to bleed. Now, I must become serious." With that, she swung her whip once more. Zhou Yi, sword in hand, prepared to defend. At that moment, every blade segment of the whip scattered, flying from various angles toward Zhou Yi. She is also a psychic, hiding her true abilities so deeply. Zhou Yi hastily raised his sword to block, but was still grazed by a blade, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury. It seems that engaging in combat beyond one's normal capacity proves to be quite challenging. Resolutely, Zhou Yi activated his tenfold king fist. In an instant, his aura surged, becoming formidable. Violet's gaze turned icy. She had not anticipated that Zhou Yi concealed such strength. With a whoosh, Zhou Yi's speed skyrocketed after activating the tenfold king fist, yet he was still unable to match the swiftness of the weapons controlled by Violet's psychic power. After all, the diminutive blades had a far smaller volume, resulting in significantly less air resistance. Chi circular slash. Through the course of battle, Zhou Yi's mastery over Chi had grown increasingly adept. He raised his hand, unleashing multiple circular slashes to meet the incoming blades. The slashes deflected all the blades, allowing Zhou Yi to close in on Violet. With her whip now reduced in length, Violet used it as a makeshift staff for defense. Solar Fist. A brilliant flash erupted, momentarily dazzling Violet. In the next instant, Zhou Yi's sword had pierced through her body. Destruction God, victory. Congratulations, brother Zhou Yi. That's 11 consecutive victories. Upon exiting the duel arena, he heard the voice of Lizzie. Zhou Yi smiled, then turned his attention to the system in his mind. The progress bar for combat energy had reached halfway. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. After 11 matches, he had only accumulated half of the combat energy. Indeed, the efficiency of energy accumulation in the virtual world was far inferior to that in the real world. However, to participate in the Golden Axe duel, he must achieve 100 victories in the Silver Axe. This simply would not do. He must expedite his progress, as the current pace was far too slow. Zhou Yi initiated dual matchmaking once more. On this occasion, Zhou Yi engaged his opponent not with a back-and-forth skirmish, but rather unleashed his full power with a 15-fold Kaioken from the outset, launching a relentless offensive. Thus, Zhou Yi battled in the virtual realm for an entire 3 days, achieving an impressive record of nickname, God of Destruction record, 50 wins, 0 losses. He secured a consecutive victory in all 50 encounters. This remarkable streak finally granted him 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. System commenced the lottery. Zhou Yi commanded within his mind. Fairy Bean 10. Not bad. Fairy beans are always useful. One can never have too many. Continue the lottery. Zhou Yi instructed once more. The wheel in his mind began to spin again, gradually accelerating. What treasures would he acquire this time? The pointer on the wheel slowly came to a halt. Binding technique. How intriguing. The binding technique possesses a straightforward effect. It allows one to immobilize an adversary, rendering them incapable of movement. The greater the disparity in strength between the two parties, the longer the immobilization lasts. Conversely, if the gap is too wide, it may fail entirely. However, in battles of equal rank, even a fleeting moment of immobilization can enable one to achieve remarkable feats. Chili. How much do we have now? Zhou Yi ingredient. 600,000 silver orchid coins. You earn 10,000 coins for each victory, and an additional 100,000 coins from the increased audience due to your continuous wins. After all, Zhou Yi was merely at the 3rd stage of planetary rank. Yet he had managed to achieve a streak of 50 victories without a single defeat, garnering considerable attention. Zhou Yi nodded. With finances no longer a concern, it was time to prioritize his training regimen. Chili, please draft a training plan for me, encompassing all necessary resources. It seems we shall be residing on Jiaolong Star for an extended period. Zhou Yi market, deciding to take a day of rest first to extend the docking fee for the spaceship and procure some resources. Understood, Chili responded, promptly beginning to formulate a training plan tailored to Zhou Yi's combat style and characteristics. Chapter 53, Battling the Prodigy Morris. Brother Zhou Yi, you are inherently a combat-oriented individual, so no extraordinary training is required. Simply continue participating in competitions. However, as a martial artist, you should acquire resources to enhance your physical attributes, which can be combined with stamina training. Before long, Chili presented the findings. Very well, please advise me on what will be most suitable at this stage. Zhou Yi requested. External dragon scale powder and internal universal essence. Both are effective for enhancing physical strength and are particularly suitable for planetary rank. However, the cost is 200,000 silver orchid coins for a complete set. Brother Zhou Yi, you must endeavor to earn more. This is merely planetary rank, and the resources required for stellar and cosmic ranks will be even greater. Zhou Yi nodded, recognizing that to swiftly elevate his strength, resources were indeed indispensable. The ancient adage, wealth in arms, poverty in words, holds its merit. As Zhou Yi was formulating his improvement plan, he had already garnered the attention of others. On a habitable planet within the Silver Sea star domain, there exists a branch of the Celestial Axe Combat Arena. Cole, the supervisor of this branch, is primarily tasked with discovering new talent. Recently, a remarkable newcomer has emerged in the Silver Axe star domains competitions. Despite being merely a 3rd-tier planetary fighter, he has achieved an astonishing record of 50 consecutive victories without a single defeat. It is worth noting that a single habitable planet can host billions, if not hundreds of billions, of inhabitants. Furthermore, an entire star domain typically encompasses thousands, if not tens of thousands, of habitable planets. Zhou Yi's accomplishments are undoubtedly noteworthy within the Silver Sea star domain. Cole entered the virtual realm to contact a prodigious 3rd-tier planetary fighter from the Celestial Axe Combat Arena. Morris, I require your assistance in testing an individual. I will arrange for you both to engage in a duel. As he spoke, Cole transmitted Zhou Yi's information. Very well, Lord Cole, but is a 3rd-tier planetary fighter truly deserving of your attention? Morris, a genius capable of joining one of the universe's top 5 factions, exhibited a hint of arrogance. Can one who hasn't even reached the 9th tier of planetary rank be considered a prodigy? Indeed, he is a 3rd-tier planetary fighter, yet he has secured 50 consecutive victories. Morris accepted the task, though he remained somewhat skeptical. The fact that a 3rd-tier planetary fighter could achieve such a feat in the Silver Axe star domains competitions merely indicated the inadequacy of the planetary fighters in the Silver Sea star domain, allowing a 3rd-tier fighter to dominate so many matches. However, Morris refrained from voicing these thoughts, as Cole was the overseer of the Silver Sea star domain. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, under Lizzie's guidance, procured a multitude of supplies and returned directly to the spacecraft. Given that it was a cosmic-class vessel, the training facilities on board surpassed those of a hotel. However, acquiring supplies proved somewhat inconvenient. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi expended all 600,000 silver orchid coins he had recently earned on resources. In the gravity training chamber of the cockroach spacecraft, Zhou Yi swallowed a vial of universal elixir while applying dragon scale powder to his skin. Donning weighted training attire, he activated the 100-fold gravity mode. Zhou Yi transformed into a Super Saiyan and began to train diligently within the gravity chamber. Under the immense pressure of 100-fold gravity, he continuously pushed his body's limits, allowing for better absorption of the universal elixir and dragon scale powder to enhance his physique. Thus, 10 days passed as Zhou Yi relentlessly trained in the spacecraft's gravity chamber until the universal elixir and dragon scale powder were completely consumed, marking the end of his intensive training. Congratulations, Brother Zhou Yi, your strength has once again increased. An intelligent robot, under Lizzie's command, approached Zhou Yi, presenting him with water and a towel. Zhou Yi smiled faintly. Under the condition of abundant resources, his progress was indeed significantly accelerated. In a mere span of 10 days, he ascended from a planetary level of the 3rd tier to the 5th tier. This remarkable advancement was largely due to the extensive combat experience he had accumulated, making breakthroughs effortless when sufficient resources were at hand. What delighted Zhou Yi even further was that he could now sustain his Super Saiyan form for over an hour, and the transition to a permanent Super Saiyan state seemed imminent. Let us proceed to battle. Perhaps influenced by the combat-driven lineage of the Super Saiyans, Zhou Yi was filled with an insatiable desire for conflict. As he entered the virtual realm, Morris on the other end received a notification. At that moment, Morris's expression darkened. To fulfill the task of battling Zhou Yi, he had canceled his training regimen and waited a full 10 days. To him, it was frustrating that a battle which should have concluded in a minute had consumed so much of his time, breeding discontent toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi initiated a matchmaking process. The Silver Axe competition, organized by the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena, allowed for effortless manipulation of the duel participants. Consequently, Zhou Yi was matched directly with Morris. Opponent matched. Morris, planetary level 9, record 785 wins, 20 losses. Why has this individual not yet ascended to the gold axe level despite so many matches? Zhou Yi pondered curiously, noting that his opponent had fought over 700 times. Wondering why victory in 100 matches was not sufficient for promotion to the gold axe level. At that moment, Lizzie explained, not everyone aspires to compete at the gold axe level. After all, real-world battles are far more perilous, while contests in the virtual realm carry no life-threatening risks. Once you achieve 100 victories, you have the option to compete in gold axe matches or to continue battling at the silver axe tier, which is the initial level for cosmic nations. This explains why the prizes and attention for gold and heavenly axe competitions are so elevated. They are exceedingly rare. Countless silver axe matches occur daily, yet a single gold axe battle might not transpire in an entire star domain for a year, and a heavenly axe match could be absent for centuries. Hence, many individuals opt to continue their battles within the virtual world. Zhou Yi nodded, understanding now. However, the fact that this individual had secured over 700 victories indicated his adeptness. He would need to exert his utmost effort. The next moment, Zhou Yi was transported to the arena. Facing him was Morris, a humanoid with dark skin and scales adorning his body. Zhou Yi could distinctly sense a hint of hostility emanating from Morris. Conversely, Morris was somewhat surprised that the god of destruction had escalated to planetary level 5 in such a short span. Nevertheless, to him, the distinction between planetary levels 3 and 5 was negligible. He had indeed reached the level of the Silver Axe's elementary cosmic nation and had joined the Tion Axe duel arena as a prodigy. Transformation. The energy surrounding Zhou Yi rapidly gathered, and in an instant, he entered Super Saiyan mode. What? Morris was taken aback. How could the aura of this god of destruction suddenly surge to such an extent, even surpassing his own? Without time to ponder further, as the match had already commenced, Morris drew his long blade and charged forward. Similarly, Zhou Yi advanced swiftly with his sword in hand. At the moment their figures collided, Morris hesitated for a brief second, and when he regained his senses, he found himself ejected from the duel arena. Chapter 54. A disheartening conclusion. He had been defeated in an instant, vanquished by a mere 5th-tier planetary being. For a moment, the self-proclaimed genius found it hard to accept this reality. He was at a loss for words on how to report back to Cole. Should he say, I rose, only to be dispatched in a heartbeat. What is there to discuss? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi felt somewhat speechless. Was this it? A master with over 700 victories, and yet this was the outcome? Zhou Yi was quite disappointed. Having activated Super Saiyan mode out of respect, he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike. However, the immobilization technique proved quite effective. In a duel of experts, even a fleeting moment of distraction could lead to defeat. During their earlier confrontation, Zhou Yi had employed the immobilization technique to momentarily halt Morris's movements, thereby ending the battle with a single stroke. Matchmaking continued. Zhou Yi reactivated his frenzied battle mode. Soon, his record soared, achieving a streak of 70, then 80, and ultimately reaching 100 victories. Although battling in the virtual realm felt almost indistinguishable from reality, it still lacked a certain essence. There were both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being that one would not perish, allowing for unrestrained exertion. The drawback lay in the absence of the threat of death, which, while honing skills, deprived one of the mental fortitude cultivated through the harrowing dance between life and death. Most critically, the accumulation of combat energy in the virtual world was somewhat sluggish. During this time, Zhou Yi had amassed enough combat energy to draw twice. He obtained the Dragon Balls and a spatial ring. The internal space of this ring measured thousands of cubic units, ample for Zhou Yi's needs, even capable of containing a spacecraft. As for the Dragon Balls, he had gathered 2 complete sets and was eager to utilize them. Departing from Jiaolong Star aboard his ship, Zhou Yi sought solitude, wishing to conceal the summoning of the dragon from prying eyes. Cradling the 7 Dragon Balls in his hands, he recited the incantation, Come fort, dragon. Suddenly, bolts of lightning flickered through the void, and the 7 Dragon Balls in Zhou Yi's grasp radiated a brilliant light. In the next moment, 7 Dragon Balls coalesced into a radiant beam, transforming into the visage of the divine dragon. State your wish, the dragon proclaimed. Zhou Yi had long contemplated his desire, otherwise, he would not have summoned the dragon. The riddle maker articulated his wish. Soon, the dragon's form gradually dissipated into the void, while the 7 Dragon Balls turned to ashes, vanishing into the ether. It appeared these Dragon Balls were indeed a one-time use, for otherwise, he would not have drawn 2 sets. With everything in place, Zhou Yi prepared to participate in the Golden Axe competition. Lizzie, please assist me in organizing the emails. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Zhou Yi addressed Lizzie. Ever since Zhou Yi achieved an impressive 50 consecutive victories, numerous factions began to take notice, extending olive branches and offering substantial resources to entice him to join. However, focused solely on competing, Zhou Yi had yet to open even one of those messages. He held little interest in the minor factions of the Galactic Star Domain. His ambitions were set on the elite among the 5 major powers. Zhou Yi, there's an email from the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena. In an instant, the intelligent entity Lizzie had sorted the documents, revealing that only this particular message was of significance to Zhou Yi. Congratulations. I knew your talent would surely catch the attention of the 5 major powers. Zhou Yi opened the email. Greetings, Zhou Yi. I'm Cole, the supervisor of the Galactic Star Domain branch of the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena. In light of your commendable performance in the Silver Axe competition, we invite you to join our elite training program. Annually, we will provide you with training resources valued at no less than 1 billion silver lawn coins, along with a personalized training regimen and related equipment. Upon reading this, Zhou Yi nodded. The offer was quite appealing, and he continued to peruse the message. However, correspondingly, you will need to make some sacrifices. Firstly, you must come to the Galactic Branch for training and management. In addition to training, you will be required to complete certain tasks assigned by the branch. At this point, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. The terms were enticing, yet the necessity for training and oversight implied a loss of freedom. Accustomed to autonomy, Zhou Yi was not fond of such a structure. He thrived in the chaos of combat. Consequently, Zhou Yi drafted a reply to Cole, requesting a meeting in the virtual realm. He had questions for Cole, particularly as he had achieved 100 victories at the Silver Axe level, but had yet to discover any pathways or applications to participate in the Golden Axe contests. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yi met Cole in the virtual world. Upon their first encounter, Cole's imposing presence left a strong impression. Even through the virtual interface, Zhou Yi could sense the aura of strength emanating from Cole. Bald and robust, with pronounced muscles, Cole donned a dark gray uniform, adorned with 2 silver axe insignias on his chest, signifying his rank as a level 2 supervisor within the Heavenly Axe Combat Arena. Cole sat imperiously in his chair, scrutinizing Zhou Yi with a discerning gaze. After a brief moment, he gestured toward the chair across from him and said, "Please take a seat." The destroyer, Zhou Yi. "I trust you have perused the email we sent you. The compensation we offer is indeed substantial, even considered generous among your peers of comparable talent. Come, join us. This is an opportunity for you to leap over the Dragon Gate." There was a hint of arrogance in Cole's tone, as he represented one of the universe's most esteemed powers, the Sky Axe Martial Arena, a place for which countless individuals yearn to gain entry. The terms he offered were not insubstantial. As a cosmic powerhouse, he had even deigned to meet Zhou Yi in person. In his view, he had extended an ample invitation. Zhou Yi's gaze was somewhat frigid. The demeanor of this elevated figure was decidedly discomforting. "I apologize, Lord Cole, but I am accustomed to freedom and unwilling to be constrained." Zhou Yi replied with measured politeness. Cole was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that he had been rebuffed. "Do you not comprehend?" Cole's tone lost its final traces of courtesy. "Do you think a talent like you, emerging from a barren little planet without heritage or resources, can achieve much on your own? Indeed, you possess some aptitude, but this universe is replete with prodigies. Without sufficient strength, what talk of freedom can you entertain? You must understand, this is the Sky Axe Martial Arena offering you an opportunity. It is your privilege. If you seek to elevate your worth through such means, you are only courting misfortune." Anger surged within Cole. How dare a mere planetary being presume to challenge him, even with a modicum of talent? With that, Cole's figure vanished, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, and the two parted ways in discontent. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of frustration. He had not even inquired about how to participate in the Golden Axe competition. "Do not worry, Brother Zhou Yi. I have already discovered how to enter the Golden Axe level competition," said Li Zi at that moment. "Since the Golden Axe competition is an offline event, you must register in person. At that time, you will need to provide proof of your 100 victories at the Silver Axe level. However, these competitions are held only on the capital planets of elementary cosmic nations, where the branches of the Sky Axe Martial Arena are authorized to host them." Upon hearing Li Zi's explanation, Zhou Yi understood that they would need to leave Jiaolong Star for another destination. Moreover, the minimum rank for the Golden Axe competition is stellar level, so, Brother Zhou Yi, you will need to enhance your strength. Zhou Yi nodded. Traveling at superluminal speeds to the capital planet of the Yinluan Empire would take 3 months. During this time, he had earned a considerable sum from competitions, and the resources he had procured should suffice for him to break through to stellar level within 3 months. During this period, Zhou Yi's accumulated wealth was once again depleted. With the supplies prepared, the cockroach set sail once more, its destination being the capital of the Silverlawn Empire, Silverlawn Star. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, retreated into the gravity chamber to commence his relentless and arduous training. 2 months later, the journey to Silverlawn Star was already well underway. Yet Zhou Yi persisted in his rigorous regimen within the gravity chamber. At that moment, the spacecraft was jolted violently. Initially, Zhou Yi paid it no mind, as encountering an asteroid belt during interstellar travel was a commonplace occurrence, and the robust structure of a spaceship of this caliber could easily withstand such obstacles. However, this instance was markedly different. The tremors intensified. "Li Zi, what is happening?" Zhou Yi inquired urgently from the gravity chamber. "It appears our ship is ensnared by a certain force field. The vessel's velocity is decreasing rapidly, and we are on the verge of exiting faster than light travel," Li Zi replied, her tone tinged with panic. This situation was beyond the solutions available in her database. Zhou Yi's heart sank. What force could possibly draw a ship traveling at superluminal speeds out of its course? "It's a black hole. We've encountered 6 interconnected black holes," Li Zi exclaimed, and Zhou Yi could discern the trepidation in her voice. "Are we truly this unfortunate? The universe indeed harbors myriad perils, yet it is vast, and the likelihood of encountering such threats remains relatively low." Moreover, Zhou Yi and his crew were navigating a comparatively safe route according to their star maps. The unexpected encounter with such a low-probability event was utterly bewildering. "Li Zi, what are our chances of escaping?" Zhou Yi's mind raced, contemplating every possible means of self-rescue. At that moment, Li Zi's voice turned despondent. An immortal-class ship might stand a chance of survival. As for individual capabilities, one with a divine realm could easily escape using divine realm teleportation. The survival rate for a realm lord is 30%, while for a cosmic-class ship, it is merely 1%. Here, her voice trailed off. "And below stellar class?" Zhou Yi asked, his anxiety mounting. "Those below stellar class should prepare their last words." "It's over. My life was just beginning," Li Zi lamented. "Indeed, I have yet to become a Super Saiyan god. There are still so many transformations ahead. In the next moment, both Zhou Yi and Li Zi succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of the force field, losing consciousness as the spacecraft entered a state of malfunction, halting its flight. Suddenly, amidst the enigmatic formation created by the 6 colossal black holes, a gigantic hand emerged, seizing the cockroach and pulling it within. A sigh echoed through the void. It has been far too long. I have expended powers accumulated over countless epochs. I hope this time it shall not disappoint me. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate, and Zhou Yi gradually regained consciousness. Am I not dead, or have I been resurrected? Zhou Yi, his consciousness still somewhat hazy, murmured to himself. Nowadays, he could navigate with ease even under 100-fold gravitational force. However, the pressure from the earlier black hole's gravitational field was far beyond that. The mere fact that his body hadn't been instantly torn apart was a stroke of divine fortune. Yet now, both his body and the spaceship remained unscathed, as if everything that transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Li Zi, Zhou Yi called out. Soon, a mechanical voice responded, I am here, I am here, I am here. After several adjustments, it reverted to Li Zi's original tone, evidently affected by the previous gravitational field from the black hole. How are you? Are you all right? Zhou Yi inquired with concern. No major issues, just a slight disturbance, Li Zi replied, and the lights within the spaceship flickered back on. As Li Zi began to assess the vessel's condition, the spaceship appeared to be intact. What on earth did we encounter? Li Zi pondered, sharing the same confusion. The universe is vast, and anything could happen. It was merely a matter of their unfortunate luck. Nevertheless, surviving was indeed a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. Suddenly, Li Zi's voice escalated, filled with palpable terror. Zhou Yi, quickly look outside. What is that? Hearing Li Zi's alarm, Zhou Yi curiously peered through the spaceship's glass. What is this? Before him floated an enormous figure in the boundless void. This massive, human-like form possessed only a torso, with its head, arms, and legs seemingly absorbed by a black, hole-like vortex, leaving only the trunk visible. How colossal is this body? Is it alive or dead? Could this possibly be human? Zhou Yi's mind swirled with questions. What manner of being could be sealed within this realm? Calculating, we are approximately 2 light years away from this form. At such a distance, its enormity is unfathomable, Li Zi remarked, astonished. This cannot be a black hole, can it? While black holes are powerful, they shouldn't be able to contain such a being. Zhou Yi queried, puzzled. No, it merely resembles a black hole. It is likely a formation created by some devouring divine power, Li Zi concluded after a brief analysis. Let us not dwell on it. Our current capabilities are insufficient to explore such an existence. We must find a way to leave. Zhou Yi instructed Li Zi. Just then, both Zhou Yi and Li Zi heard an ancient voice. Young one, it took me 500 million years of accumulated power to draw you here. Do not be so hasty to depart. Who is speaking? Zhou Yi scanned the surroundings, realizing it was just he and Li Zi present. I am right before your eyes. Chapter 56, Accepting the Legacy. You are that one. Zhou Yi once again gazed out at the colossal figure standing in the void, momentarily at a loss for how to address this presence. You may refer to me as Entropy. The ancient voice resonated once more. Mr. Entropy, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summoning me? Zhou Yi inquired politely, compelled by circumstance to bow his head, especially as the other displayed no hostility. At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before Zhou Yi aboard the cockroach. This was a middle-aged man clad in antiquated armor, adorned with a pair of dragon-like horns. His sudden appearance within the spacecraft startled Zhou Yi. Fear not, it is I, the middle-aged man spoke. Zhou Yi scrutinized the man, gesturing toward the immense body outside, and cautiously asked, is that you? The man nodded. A surge of curiosity overtook Zhou Yi. Can you emerge? The middle-aged man shook his head. This is merely a temporary avatar of mine. Zhou Yi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. You possess remarkable bone structure and extraordinary talent, a prodigy in cultivation, Mr. Entropy's avatar declared once again. Ahem, Mr. Entropy, that line of reasoning feels somewhat antiquated, Zhou Yi remarked, having deduced the mysterious Mr. Entropy's intentions, to provide him with opportunities in exchange for aiding his escape. However, this was evidently a grand scheme, far beyond the capacities of a mere novice like him. Mr. Entropy paused, then countered what is currently in vogue. Let me demonstrate my strength, Zhou Yi blurted out. What? Oh, nothing. I merely meant that I am but a planetary-level being, an insignificant insect easily crushed, and I fear I cannot be of service to you. Perhaps I could return and summon aid? Zhou Yi hastily a planet. I see promise in you. Your physical form is robust, and you have awakened mental powers. Your talent is commendable, Mr. Entropy remarked approvingly after observing Zhou Yi. Hearing praise from such a formidable entity brought Zhou Yi a sense of quiet joy. After all, he bore the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. How could he be lacking? It felt like a waste, nonetheless. At that moment, Mr. Entropy spoke again. Waste? Zhou Yi questioned it, puzzled. He believed he was on the right path. While Mentalist was formidable, his martial prowess was not to be underestimated. And the Super Saiyan bloodline was indeed more suited for a martial path. You merely harness the strength of your physique, yet your mental abilities remain entirely untapped. Entropy continued. I understand your perspective. While dual cultivation as a warrior and mentalist is powerful, it may not always be the optimal route. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. Specializing in a single domain can equally lead to greatness. The dual cultivation is indeed formidable, yet it demands a greater investment of time and resources. The most crucial point is that Zhou Yi lacks a spiritual mentor's legacy. However, he possesses a training path derived from the Dragon Ball universe, which is more than sufficient. No, what I mean is that there exists a supreme path that fuses the physical and mental realms. When the body and spirit unite as one, they progress together, not only enhancing physical strength immensely, but also granting each cell the ability for independent thought, reacting without the need for cerebral control. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, even a single cell can resurrect itself. Much like my current state, a single cell can manifest into a clone that acts autonomously. This is the ultimate path of a warrior, Entropy stated earnestly. Surprisingly, Zhou Yi found himself stirred by this notion. Was this not akin to the pinnacle technique from the Dragon Ball realm, the Ultra Instinct? In combat, every part of the body would respond instinctively. Moreover, what Entropy described seemed even more potent. However, Zhou Yi was no fool. After hearing so much from Entropy, he understood the underlying meaning. Entropy wished to impart his legacy to him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi inquired, "What must I sacrifice in return?" There is no such thing as a free lunch. The cost of such a powerful legacy must surely be considerable. Entropy shook his head, asserting that no sacrifice was required from Zhou Yi. I merely hope that the strongest legacy of my master does not come to an end. Perhaps one day, I may return to those individuals. At this juncture, Entropy ceased to elaborate, his eyes reflecting a blend of nostalgia and a hint of resentment. Zhou Yi, intrigued, wondered how such a powerful being could be trapped here. Yet, he hesitated to pry further. Do not worry about me, as long as I pay a small price. I can escape at any time, though such an act would draw the attention of those individuals. You need not fret. I have no ulterior motives against you. Once you master my techniques, you shall be free to leave. At that moment, there was an undeniable firmness in Entropy's tone. Zhou Yi exchanged glances with the robot controlled by Lizzie. Given the current circumstances, he felt he could not refuse. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring this legacy intrigued him greatly. Gaining early access to a technique akin to Ultra Instinct would significantly enhance his prowess. Resolutely, Zhou Yi steeled his resolve, thinking that he would face any future consequences. First, he needed to grow stronger. All tragedies stem from the inadequacy of those involved. If his strength was formidable enough, he would have nothing to fear. I will learn, Zhou Yi declared emphatically. Excellent. Entropy responded with a joyful laugh. Master, I shall once again prove that your legacy is indeed the mightiest. Gulme, let us proceed to the training chamber, Entropy urged. Very well, Master. Zhou Yi understood that Entropy was rather impatient and immediately led the way. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's address, Entropy felt a wave of nostalgia. It was not long ago that he had conversed similarly with his own teacher. Regarding Zhou Yi, this temporarily recruited disciple, I find myself increasingly satisfied. Within the training room, Zhou Yi, following Mr. Entropy's guidance, sat cross-legged, while Lizzie curiously observed from the side. Now that you have awakened your psychic power, you should understand that it cannot directly control the bodies of others, or even your own. It is limited to manipulating lifeless materials such as metals and stones. Of course, while psychic power cannot govern the corporeal form, it can influence the minds of others. Akin to an illusionist, warriors concentrate on the cultivation of their physical bodies and excel in close combat, whereas psychic practitioners engage in battle through the manipulation of psychic weaponry, specializing in ranged attacks. My legacy aims for the perfect amalgamation of psychic energy and physical prowess, allowing for a symbiotic relationship. While it may not grant the ability to control objects as a psychic master would, it significantly enhances physical strength, stamina, and recovery, even achieving a form of cellular regeneration that surpasses mere blood rebirth, all while eliminating the inherent weaknesses associated with psychic energy, rendering one unafraid of illusionists. The most challenging yet crucial aspect of this process is the integration of body and mind, and now we are poised to embark on this critical step. As Mr. Entropy instructed Zhou Yi to enter a state of cultivation, he elaborated further. Chapter 57. Fusion. The mind represents the yin, while the body embodies the yang. The yin-yang duality reflects the laws of heaven and earth. The cosmos itself is a manifestation of this yin-yang duality. As Zhou Yi entered a meditative state, Mr. Entropy's voice resonated in his ears. His consciousness gradually descended into the sea of awareness. Within this domain, the core representing psychic energy began to disintegrate. The crystal of his awareness transformed into dust. Zhou Yi's breath waned, his spirit scattered, and he slowly lost consciousness. Li Zi, witnessing this, grew anxious should his psychic power collapse. Zhou Yi would become akin to a vegetative state. Concentrate your essence. Infuse your psychic energy and awareness into every cell of your being. At that moment, Mr. Entropy restrained the restless Li Zi with a gesture, shouting urgently to Zhou Yi. Indeed, Mr. Entropy concealed certain truths. Although his legacy was formidable, the associated dangers were equally significant. The initial step of merging psychic energy with the body could eliminate 99 of individuals. It necessitated the voluntary disintegration of one's psychic core, followed by its integration into the physical form. One misstep could lead to annihilation. At this juncture, Zhou Yi's psychic energy, now reduced to dust, began to gradually permeate every cell of his body. Mr. Entropy's expression brightened. He had not erred in his judgment. Zhou Yi indeed possessed talent, as his psychic energy and physical form commenced their integration. However, the onset of fusion did not guarantee success, for such a process required unwavering momentum. If the disintegrated psychic energy lingered too long without Zhou Yi's conscious control, it would dissipate on its own. As time elapsed, Zhou Yi's psychic power and physical form had merged approximately 80. Yet at that moment, Zhou Yi's psychic energy began to exhibit signs of instability. Zhou Yi's mental fortitude had dissipated for far too long, rendering his consciousness nearly incapable of controlling his mental energy for integration. Mr. Entropy sighed deeply. Had it truly come to this? No, it cannot be. Li Zi cried out, her heart flooded with unending sorrow. Though she was now housed in a robotic form devoid of tears, as a sentient being, she too possessed emotions and feelings. She could distinctly sense Zhou Yi's vitality beginning to fade, indicating that he had failed to successfully merge his mental energy with his physical form. Mr. Entropy, please save him. I beseech you, Li Zi implored desperately. Without the successful fusion of mental energy and body, even I am powerless to aid him, Mr. Entropy replied, shaking his head with a sense of regret, lamenting the demise of the sole hope that had persisted for countless eons. No, there must be a way. Suddenly, Li Zi had an epiphany. She rushed forward and removed the space ring from Zhou Yi's hand, which had become an unclaimed object due to his fading consciousness. A way? Surely you cannot believe that a mere intelligent life can achieve what I cannot, even with the power to manipulate time to reverse events, Mr. Entropy doubted. For the voluntary dissolution of mental energy and consciousness would lead to the fragmentation of the remaining true spirit, making revival impossible. From a space ring, Li Zi retrieved 7 Dragon Balls emblazoned with star patterns. Although Zhou Yi had not revealed his greatest secret to her as his closest companion, he had shared some of his extraordinary possessions, including these wish-granting Dragon Balls. During his last wish, he had not concealed anything from Li Zi, so she knew how to summon the dragon. Come fort, dragon, she called out. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into a colossal dragon. Mr. Entropy observed with keen interest. Even after countless epochs, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The so-called dragon appeared rather feeble. He could easily extinguish it with a breath. Could it truly save Zhou Yi? State your wish. The dragon spoke. Great dragon, I implore you to assist my brother Zhou Yi in successfully merging his physical body and mental energy. Li Zi urged anxiously, fearing that Zhou Yi could not endure much longer. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, the dragon disintegrated into motes of light. and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered into dust. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi exhibited signs of renewed integration between his mental energy and physical form. Mr. Entropy's eyes widened in astonishment. He yearned to inquire about the nature of that dragon, which possessed such miraculous abilities, but doing so would compromise his dignity. This young man appears to harbor great fortune, Mr. Entropy mused inwardly. Before long, Zhou Yi had completed the full integration of his mental energy and body. He began to float gently, opening his eyes to a most extraordinary sensation. It was as if his body truly belonged to him, free from the vexation of teeth, knowing where the stuck vegetable leaves were while his fingers could not locate them. He could perceive each of his cells, even every gene, with crystal clarity. Previously, he required his consciousness to issue commands through his brain to control his bodily actions, such as flying, gathering energy, blocking, and dodging, all necessitating a notification to the brain, which then relayed the information to various parts of his body to execute the movements. Now, however, his consciousness permeated every inch of his being. There was no longer a need to convey anything, and even without a single thought, his body instinctively understood his intentions and responded accordingly. This was a state of perfect mastery over the body, stellar level 3. At this moment, Zhou Yi did not need to assess his physical condition. He instinctively knew he had reached stellar level 3. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds erupted behind him, and Zhou Yi's body twisted autonomously to evade several attacks. Remarkably, he had not conveyed any information to his body to dodge, nor had his eyes seen the incoming strikes, nor had his consciousness perceived them. His body simply sensed and executed the evasion. Was this the essence of the free and easy extreme art? Zhou Yi murmured. How do you feel? Mr. Entropy inquired. I feel exceptional. My body has become extraordinarily powerful. My strength, defense, stamina, and recovery have all seen tremendous enhancement. Zhou Yi brandished his long sword and struck his arm with force, producing a line of blood that vanished in the blink of an eye. Such astonishing recovery, exclaimed Lizzie beside him. You have successfully fused, entering the first layer of the unity of heaven and earth. You should now feel an absolute control over your body, not just in recovery, but also in lengthening or shortening limbs, altering height, and changing forms with ease. This is due to your newfound mastery over your own body. Upon hearing Mr. Entropy's words, Zhou Yi tested this newfound ability and indeed found he could easily alter his limbs, even create additional arms if he so desired. The unity of heaven and earth? Master, what do the subsequent layers entail? Zhou Yi asked curiously. The unity of heaven and earth is divided into 3 layers in total. The second layer is the freedom of heaven and earth, and the third layer is the free and easy extreme. Upon reaching the second layer, you will be able to effortlessly split off a cell to create a doppelganger, though the doppelganger's combat ability will be relatively weak and dependent on the number of cells you produce. Once you attain the third layer, you will even have the capability to transform your body to a size greater than an entire star domain. Mr. Entropy succinctly introduced the realms of the latter 2 layers, which bear resemblance to the legendary monkey tricks and celestial powers in the Tales of Xia. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi respectfully bowed to Mr. Entropy. As a traditional citizen of the Summer Kingdom, certain etiquettes must not be discarded. Regardless of Mr. Entropy's ulterior motives, they have already established a master-disciple relationship. Master, please allow me, your student Zhou Yi, to pay my respects. One day, I shall surely assist you in escaping this place. Very well, your earnestness suffices. Perhaps one day, you may return there. Mr. Entropy's gaze became somewhat distant, filled with nostalgia. Enough, you may leave. Mr. Entropy, a man of decisive action, issued a prompt dismissal after imparting his teachings to Zhou Yi. Master, might I stay here with you for a while? Zhou Yi hesitated, feeling a bit awkward about leaving immediately after learning. No need, go. Countless epochs have passed. I have long since grown accustomed. With that, Mr. Entropy's avatar vanished. A black hole in the void suddenly erupted with immense attraction, pulling Zhou Yi's spacecraft into its depths. The scene outside the ship once again transformed into a surreal spectacle. Time passed, and the cockroach vessel abruptly emerged into a vast emptiness. Have we emerged? Zhou Yi inquired of Lizzie. Indeed, brother Zhou Yi. We have returned from that unknown region to the Silver Sea star domain. Lizzie responded, marveling at Mr. Entropy's powers. The black hole, which had sealed Mr. Entropy, gave her the impression that he was utilizing it to refine himself, and it seemed that he had gained some mastery over that black hole's prowess. I still feel as though I am dreaming. Zhou Yi found this experience too fantastical, yet his own sensations assured him of its authenticity. Thanks to Mr. Entropy's guidance, he had reaped immense benefits, mastering formidable techniques and enhancing his strength. However, he pondered the hidden price behind this fortuitous fate and what sacrifices the future might demand of him. Lizzie, how far are we from Silver Orchid Star now? Zhou Yi asked again, eager to continue towards their planned destination. Approximately half a month's journey remains. Lizzie promptly maneuvered the spacecraft to commence their voyage. Zhou Yi returned to the gravity chamber to resume his training. To his delight, he discovered that due to the fusion of his mental and physical prowess, transforming into a Super Saiyan significantly reduced his physical exertion. His control over his own power had become more precise, and his stamina had greatly increased, allowing him to maintain the Super Saiyan form more consistently. Half a month swiftly passed, and before Zhou Yi appeared a cerulean planet. This blue sphere was indeed Silver Orchid Star, bearing some resemblance to his home planet, Earth, though Silver Orchid was considerably larger, boasting a size 5 times that of Earth. This was also the capital planet of the Silver Orchid Empire. Upon docking the spaceship at the spaceport, Zhou Yi, accompanied by Lizzie, ascended into the planet's interior via the space elevator. Brother Zhou Yi, this planet is so beautiful, and there are so many people, Lizzie exclaimed. It certainly seems far more prosperous than Dragonstar. Indeed, after all, this is the capital of a nascent cosmic nation. Let us proceed directly to the Tianfu Duel Arena to register, Zhou Yi replied, hailing a flying taxi to their destination. The regulations on Silver Orchid Star are quite strict. Without prior permission, spacecraft are prohibited from entering the planet's atmosphere, and personal flight is likewise forbidden unless one possesses strength at the cosmic level or above, which grants the privileges of the powerful. Soon, Zhou Yi and Lizzie arrived before a magnificent colossal structure. Is this the Tianfu Duel Arena? What an impressive edifice! Zhou Yi praised, recognizing it as one of the top 5 powers in the universe. Look, Brother Zhou Yi, Lizzie pointed to a large screen displaying a promotional video. It featured Kratos, codenamed the Barbarian King, the strongest contender at the gold axe level in the Tianfu Duel Arena, boasting a career record of 2,087 victories and 158 defeats. The screen showcased thrilling highlights from the Barbarian King's past battles. A towering figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, with exaggerated muscularity. He wielded a massive axe, and a prominent scar marred his smooth, bald head. Clearly a formidable character. The strongest contender at the gold axe level, you say? Zhou Yi chuckled softly, contemplating the possibility that they might become rivals in the future. Zhou Yi and Lizzie entered the grand hall of the Tianfu Duel Arena. Hello. I would like to register for the gold axe level competition, Zhou Yi stated directly at the registration window. The staff member glanced at him expressionlessly before producing a tablet and handing it to Zhou Yi. Please sign here, the staff instructed. Zhou Yi examined the tablet, which contained 2 electronic forms, one for registration and the other a liability waiver. The details outlined that each match at the gold axe level offered a prize of 1 million Silver Orchid coins, regardless of victory or defeat, along with a 1% commission on viewing fees and 50% of audience tips. Contestants could concede defeat. Upon doing so, they were prohibited from further attacks. Annually, each contender at the stellar level was required to participate in at least one match. Once prepared, they could contact their designated representative who would arrange their matches. Contestants could also challenge others, but a challenger could only refuse 3 challenges in a year. Refusal beyond that would result in an automatic loss. As Zhou Yi filled out his information, he listened attentively to the staff's explanations. Moreover, after 10 victories, you may apply for a dedicated support team, including trainers, nutritionists, and more. Once he completed the information, Zhou Yi handed the tablet back to the staff member, who examined it and spoke. Zhou Yi, codenamed the Destroyer. A stellar level, Tier 3. Do you confirm your application to participate in the Golden Axe competition? You may only partake in competitions of your current stellar level and cannot compete across levels. Once confirmed, you will not be able to withdraw until you have completed 10 matches. Zhou Yi nodded in affirmation. By the way, may I inquire about the requirements for participating in the Celestial Axe competition? Zhou Yi asked. The staff member abruptly looked up in astonishment at Zhou Yi. The division is unable to enroll participants in or host competitions at the Celestial Axe level, and it is seldom that anyone volunteers for such events. Typically, they consist of enslaved individuals, prisoners of war, criminals, or members of other races. Each match at the Celestial Axe level continues until only one side remains alive. However, should you manage to achieve victory in 1,000 matches at this level, regardless of your past transgressions, you may regain your freedom. Thus, it is also referred to as the blood-soaked arena, and it is the most popular program across the universe. Chapter 59, The First Golden Axe Match. Well then, I hope to have my match arranged promptly, Zhou Yi stated, realizing that ascending to the Celestial Axe level would not be an easy feat. At the very least, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the cosmic level. After Zhou Yi departed, the staff member uploaded his information into the system. Shortly thereafter, Cole, the supervisor of the Celestial Axe Combat Arena in the Yinlan Division, received the notification regarding Zhou Yi's application for the Golden Axe competition. The destroyer, Zhou Yi, truly is an audacious youth, daring to participate in the Golden Axe competition. How could I, Lord Cole, allow such insolence to go unpunished? With that, Cole issued his orders. Immediately arrange a match for Zhou Yi, pitting him against Ward of the Primal Race. What? Supervisor, Zhou Yi is merely a stellar level tier 3. Are we really assigning him such a formidable opponent? The staff member instinctively questioned. Ward of the Primal Race is indeed a fearsome character, once a notorious interstellar pirate. Had he not been limited to stellar level tier 9 and failed to reach the cosmic level, he would likely have been thrown into the blood-soaked arena. Moreover, Ward has already secured over 200 victories, each match an attempt to eliminate his opponents, rendering them incapable of surrendering. By convention, newcomers are typically not matched against excessively powerful adversaries. Furthermore, Zhou Yi is merely a stellar level tier 3, while most other competitors are stellar level tier 9. Cole remained silent. Observing his subordinate, the staff member broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, "Very well, Lord Cole, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, having just checked into a hotel, promptly received the information. 9 o'clock tomorrow evening? Quite efficient indeed. Zhou Yi glanced at the match information sent from the Celestial Axe Combat Arena, noting that the competition would not be held on Yinlan Star, but rather on a specially designated planet adjacent to it. At that moment, a specialized spacecraft would arrive to take Zhou Yi to the competition. The thought of competing so soon ignited a fervor within him. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in battle. Having recently mastered a formidable technique, he was eager to test his current combat prowess. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to cultivate the principles of the Hunyuan Gi-Ju, managing to quell his restless spirit. Before long, the following day arrived. After a full day of cultivation, Zhou Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing within them. He nearly succumbed to the surge of battle intent, almost transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now capable of seamlessly accessing the Super Saiyan form, Zhou Yi could instantly transform at will. He ascended to the rooftop of the hotel, where the spacecraft from the Tianfu Douwu field awaited him. As one of the 5 premier powers in the cosmos, the Tianfu Douwu field was undoubtedly exempt from the regulations of the Yinlan Star. Boarding the spacecraft, it soared into the sky, heading towards the Silver Weapon Star, designated as the battleground. The entire planet of Silver Weapon Star would serve as the arena for their duel, with a time limit of 10 days. Should no victor emerge by then, both combatants would be deemed losers. There would be 3 cosmic-level referees monitoring their battle throughout. Zhou Yi's competition officer began to explain various important aspects of the match. To Zhou Yi's surprise, an entire planet had been designated as the battlefield, a grand gesture indeed, with 3 cosmic-level referees to oversee the proceedings. Cosmic-level beings were no trifling matter. Those at the planetary level could wander the cosmos, while stellar-level individuals possessed considerable strength, and cosmic-level beings could govern an entire star domain. The mobilization of 3 cosmic-level experts for a single match could only be orchestrated by a superpower like the Tianfu Douwu field. As Zhou Yi arrived at Silver Weapon Star, the entire Yinlan Star domain commenced live broadcasting of the match. The Destroyer, a stellar-level 3rd rank with a record of 0 wins and 0 losses, was set to face the Pirate King, a stellar-level 9th rank with an impressive record of 180 wins and 5 losses. One audience member remarked, somewhat incredulously, that the Destroyer must have offended someone to be pitted against such a ruthless opponent right from the start. The Pirate King Ward was known in the Yinlan Star domain for his ferocity and brutality, relishing the opportunity to eliminate his opponents without mercy. In contrast, Zhou Yi was merely a newcomer at the stellar level 3rd rank. The higher the rank, the greater the disparity between each minor level, making battles against opponents of significantly higher rank exceedingly challenging. Moreover, this was a competition of the Golden Axe, where no weaklings dared to participate. Each contender was an entity of combat prowess far exceeding that of their peers. The mere fact that the Destroyer, at stellar level 3rd rank, was entering the competition was itself a curious anomaly. Initially, the viewership had surged with the appearance of a newcomer, but began to plummet rapidly, for audiences were disinclined to watch a battle devoid of suspense. In a confrontation between a stellar level rank 3 and a stellar level rank 9, the disparity is utterly overwhelming. Even Zhou Yi's odds have skyrocketed to an astonishing 100, setting a record for the highest odds in the illustrious history of the Golden Axe stellar competitions. At this moment, Lizzie is intently observing Zhou Yi's match, having staked all her remaining assets on his victory. Soon, the match commences. Zhou Yi is released from the spacecraft, entering Silver Weapon Star, while the Pirate King Ward does the same from the opposite side. 3 cosmic judges descend from the heavens, each assuming a distinct position. Zhou Yi loosens his body, twisting his neck and hopping lightly on one foot. The title of Destruction God carries an impressive weight, yet a stellar level rank 3? I am mistaken. At this juncture, upon sensing Zhou Yi's aura as that of a rank 3, Ward erupts into mocking laughter. Are you out of your mind, coming here to seek your demise? Perfect. Allow me to fulfill that for you. With that, Ward, his face twisted in malice, charges towards Zhou Yi. Is he a member of the human branch, the ape tribe? Zhou Yi observes his opponent with keen interest. Ward is covered in thick black fur, towering an impressive height of 3 meters, with robust, elongated arms and a formidable presence, clearly embodying the path of a martial artist. As Ward approaches with reckless abandon, Zhou Yi immediately smiles faintly. In the next instant, Zhou Yi's hair and eyebrows transform into a radiant golden hue, standing upright with vitality. However, his aura is no longer the chaotic tempest it once was. Having mastered the harmonization of heaven and earth technique, Zhou Yi now exercises exquisite control over his own energy. Even in the Super Saiyan state, he can maintain this control. With a resounding thud, Ward's fist, imbued with tremendous energy, hurtles towards Zhou Yi. Yet, with a mere subtle sidestep, Zhou Yi deftly evades the blow. What? Ward finds it hard to believe. Logically, Zhou Yi's speed should pale in comparison to his own. Yet he appears to evade the attack with such ease. It seems this boy possesses some hidden talent. However, one punch will not suffice. I shall unleash hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of punches. For Ward, at his current level, a single second is more than enough to throw 1,000 punches. The air crackles with intensity as Ward's fists transform into phantoms, creating the illusion of countless strikes raining down upon Zhou Yi. In response, Zhou Yi's form seems to dissolve into a blur, his evasion speed so remarkable that it challenges the very perception of reality. As Ward's attacks intensify, his astonishment grows. Despite exerting all his strength, he cannot even graze the hem of Zhou Yi's garment. This is utterly preposterous. Is the current stellar level truly this formidable? It almost feels as if he is the rank 3, while Zhou Yi embodies the rank 9. Suddenly, Zhou Yi begins to grasp the significance of the first layer of the harmonization of heaven and earth technique. The exquisite sensation of complete self-mastery is utterly delightful, akin to the seamless experience of playing single-player games on a top-tier 4080 graphics card. Suddenly, Zhou Yi extended a hand and grasped Ward's fist. What? Ward was taken aback. In the midst of his rapid strike, Zhou Yi had effortlessly caught his fist. Ward hastily attempted to retreat, only to discover that his fist could not be withdrawn. As a member of the human branch known as the Ape Men, Ward prided himself on his strength. Yet at this moment, the power he held in such high regard seemed laughable before Zhou Yi. This is impossible. In a state of panic, Ward unleashed his strength, launching a powerful punch at Zhou Yi. Bang! Zhou Yi's speed surpassed his own, delivering a swift kick that sent Ward plummeting from the air, crashing down and creating a deep crater in the ground, leaving him buried several meters underground. This was precisely why the Celestial Axe Combat Arena utilized an entire planet as its battleground. The destructive power of stellar-level combatants was far too immense for ordinary venues to accommodate. Meanwhile, spectators of the match gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Did I misread the pre-match data? This destroyer must be a stellar-level 9th rank. No, Pirate King Ward is the 9th rank, but how could he be so weak? Could it be a fixed match? Damn it, I placed a hefty bet on Ward. This is the Celestial Axe Combat Arena, one of the universe's top 5 powers. How could they host a rig match? It appears this destroyer possesses real talent. No wonder a mere stellar-level 3rd rank dares to compete. Hold your horses. I've seen Ward's past matches. He hasn't even unleashed his full power yet. Ward emerged from the depths, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yi's previous strike had not been light, inflicting some minor injuries. He acknowledged that he had underestimated this destroyer. He anticipated such combat prowess from his stellar-level 3rd rank. Thus, he had to take this seriously, lest he risk losing the match. A surge of flames erupted around Ward, a manifestation of his unique ability. Every practitioner awakens a special power upon breaking through to planetary rank, corresponding to the fundamental laws that constitute the universe. Zhou Yi had once awakened such a power, yet his cultivation path diverged from this, focusing instead on pure physical cultivation to overcome myriad laws. Ward's unique ability was the manipulation of fire. Explosive fire fist. Ward soared into the sky, with a massive fireball coalescing around his fist, resembling a miniature sun, and then he struck downward with tremendous force. Zhou Yi did not flinch. He was confident in his defensive capabilities. Golden waves of energy enveloped Zhou Yi's fist as he met the attack head-on. Boom! The two fists collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of flames. The ground surrounding them shattered, and all nearby flora and fauna were reduced to ashes. Even the 3 cosmic-level judges squinted, for the force of this collision had the potential to affect beings of immense power. Before long, the dust settled, revealing the scene within. There stood Zhou Yi, one hand grasping Ward's head, suspended in midair. Tilting his head, Zhou Yi cast a scornful glance at the nearby live camera, smirking with disdain. A 9th-tier stellar being? Merely that. He then turned his attention to the incapacitated Ward and remarked, "It's time for you to reflect." With that, he released his grip, allowing Ward to plummet. The distance was insufficient to cause him harm. In the next moment, one of the judges approached Zhou Yi and declared, "Destruction God, victory!" In a bar within the virtual realm, a crowd had gathered to watch the live broadcast of this match. Bang! One individual crushed his glass in disbelief, unable to fathom how a 9th-tier stellar being could be defeated by a mere 3rd-tier novice. He had wagered an astounding sum of over 100 million on Ward, as the odds were too low to yield significant returns without placing a hefty bet. The outcome left him utterly destitute. Such an arrogant brat, a 9th-tier stellar being. Is that all you amount to? He muttered as he dialed a contact. Arrange a match for me. My opponent shall be this audacious destruction god. This man was, in fact, a contestant of the Golden Axe stellar tier. Not just in the bar, but throughout the entire Silver Orchid elementary cosmic nation. Many were captivated by the live broadcast. Some were astonished that Zhou Yi, a mere 3rd-tier stellar being, possessed such strength. Others deemed Ward pathetically weak for failing to best even a 3rd-tier opponent, labeling him a failure. Many were enraged, as the match had cost them their fortunes. Damn destruction god, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Only a select few, who had bet against the odds, reveled in Zhou Yi's victory, having wagered on him and reaped substantial rewards due to the astonishing odds presented by his first-time participation as a 3rd-tier stellar being. Some became instant millionaires, while others met their doom atop the terraces, with the arena itself emerging as the greatest beneficiary. Zhou Yi's unexpected triumph allowed them to amass untold wealth. Upon returning to Silver Orchid Star, Lizzie exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Zhou Yi, I placed all our money on your victory, and now we've directly gained 20 million Silver Orchid coins. Excellent. Indeed, competing is the quickest way to make money." Zhou Yi responded joyfully. "By the way, next time, let's mortgage the spaceship to the bank and go all in on my victory. If we're going to earn, let's do it in one grand sweep." Just then, Zhou Yi's communicator chimed. Upon answering, he heard, "Greetings, Mr. Zhou Yi, the destruction god. I am your exclusive match steward. First and foremost, congratulations on your victory. Your total earnings from this match amounted to 58 million Silver Orchid coins. Moreover, since you have secured your inaugural victory, you will be ranked in the combat power standings of the Golden Axe Stellar Championship, currently holding the 587th position. Oh, for 10,000. Zhou Yi was taken aback, astonished that he was merely ranked over 10,000. "Mr. Zhou Yi, this ranking is indeed commendable. There are at least over 100 million stellar warriors within the Silver Orchid Empire, placing your combat power within the top 0.001. Indeed, the universe is remarkably vast. The Silver Orchid Empire, though merely a nascent cosmic nation, governs several star domains and dozens of star systems, boasting a substantial population. By the way, Mr. Zhou, we have received a challenge invitation from General Lai, who is ranked 823rd in combat power." Chapter 61. The Mysterious Broken Sword. Do you wish to accept this challenge? Please note, you are permitted to decline only 3 times within a year. Decline? Why would I refuse? I accept the challenge. Arrange it promptly. Zhou Yi responded decisively. He welcomed the prospect of a tightly packed schedule. Even if no one dared to challenge him, he was prepared to confront others. Very well. I will expedite the arrangements for your match, the match steward replied before terminating the call. However, who exactly is this General Yi? To be ranked over 1,000. He must possess considerable prowess, likely surpassing that of Ward. Zhou Yi found today's match rather unsatisfying. Ward's abilities were so lacking that he had barely exerted himself before the battle concluded. Soon, Lizzie managed to gather pertinent information on General Yi. The Golden Axe matches are publicly broadcasted, making it quite feasible to acquire details about participating contestants. General Yi is, in fact, a general of the Silver Orchid Empire, tasked with guarding several mineral-rich planets. He is a fervent combat enthusiast, a true warrior at heart. With a record of 573 victories and 22 defeats in the Golden Axe Stellar Championship. His trademark is an exaggeratedly large sword. Zhou Yi perused General Yi's past match data and noted that he is not a pure human but belongs to the trance subrace within humanity. His skin resembles dry tree bark, green and resilient, providing remarkable defense. His skin can directly absorb solar energy, endowing him with formidable endurance in prolonged combat. Nonetheless, Zhou Yi harbored great confidence in his own abilities. On this day, he unusually refrained from entering the gravity chamber for training and instead opted to stroll through the streets with Lizzie. Having spent several days on Silver Orchid Star, he had yet to venture out for a leisurely outing. Lizzie, could you check what resources are required for the upgrade of the Demon Cloud Vine? Zhou Yi inwaited. Since depleting the last of the wood sprout essence, his Demon Cloud Vine had remained at planetary level 5, and he had been preoccupied with matches, leaving no time for upgrades. After all, Zhou Yi had already attained Stellar level 3, and the Demon Cloud Vine was struggling to keep pace. Sure, brother Zhou Yi. We just need to purchase some more wood sprout essence, which is not particularly rare in the universe, Lizzie replied. Zhou Yi arrived at the bustling marketplace of Silver Orchid Star, spending millions to acquire some wood bud essence and other materials essential for his cultivation. Now, having fused his mental prowess with his physical form, conventional resources aimed at enhancing bodily attributes no longer held any efficacy for him. Instead, he sought resources that could bolster his mental strength. Mr. Entropy had remarked on his robust bloodline, noting that his physical prowess was already on an upward trajectory. By merely augmenting his mental faculties, his physical attributes would likewise improve. In simpler terms, Zhou Yi's physique was already sufficiently formidable. What he needed was to rectify the deficiencies in his mental prowess. The enhancement of this shortcoming would signify an overall enhancement of his capabilities. However, you should acquire a weapon, interjected Lizzie suddenly. Zhou Yi had not wielded a weapon for quite some time. His last sword had been rendered unusable back on Earth. In that case, let's seek out a shop, Zhou Yi pondered, acknowledging Lizzie's point, as he would soon encounter increasingly formidable adversaries. It was indeed prudent to prepare another long sword. Make way, make way. Do not obstruct our path. At that moment, Zhou Yi was engulfed by clamor. The area was already bustling, with many people present. A group of young individuals clad in resplendent battle armor emerged from a high-end equipment store. Their haughty demeanor matched by the brutish way their attendants shoved aside the surrounding pedestrians. Who are these people? Their behavior is extraordinarily ostentatious. Zhou Yi frowned, questioning the scene before him. Lizzie, controlling a robotic form, had data flickering in its eyes, evidently searching for information. After a brief moment, Lizzie responded, "This group indeed possesses the credentials to be so arrogant. They belong to the Royal Genius Training Camp of the Silver Orchid Empire. Each of them ranks within the top 100 of the Golden Axe Stellar Rankings. Particularly, the individual at the forefront is the 8th Prince of the Silver Orchid Empire, who also holds the title of the second greatest genius of the Empire, ranked second in the Golden Axe Stellar Rankings, surpassed only by the Barbarian King." Zhou Yi observed with keen interest, contemplating that he might encounter these individuals in the future. So this Barbarian King, before Zhou Yi could finish, Lizzie anticipated his question and interjected, "Indeed, the Barbarian King, ranked first, is also a member of the Royal Genius Training Camp, and he is the 3rd Prince of the Silver Orchid Empire." Zhou Yi nodded, understanding that these individuals had been born into privileged circumstances, abundant in resources and talent, and paired with their own diligence, their accomplishments were to be expected. He then entered a seemingly ancient equipment store at the roadside. Initially, he had contemplated visiting the opulent establishment, but upon learning from those royal geniuses that even the slightly superior equipment there would cost over 100 million, he quietly abandoned the idea. His total assets amounted to just over 10 million silver orchid coins, so he thought better of it. Damn it, I must earn a substantial amount in the next competition, Zhou Yi silently vowed. Zhou Yi pushed open the shop door, triggering the bell above it. Feel free to look around, came an elderly voice from within. An old man with white hair reclined in a chair, not bothering to lift his head. Zhou Yi glanced around. The shop was filled with various items haphazardly arranged on the shelves, most of which appeared to be second-hand goods. He casually picked up a long sword, which, though intact, bore several nicks along its blade, suggesting a history of wear and tear. Embarrassed, Zhou Yi returned the sword to its place. Noting the layer of dust and the battered condition, no wonder there were few customers. Seeing that the proprietor showed no reaction, Zhou Yi prepared to leave quietly. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon Zhou Yi. Are you not going to select something to take with you? The young man felt his body immobilized under the weight of the aura. Golden light sparked in Zhou Yi's eyes, and a wave of golden energy erupted from him, causing his hair to stand on end in a golden hue. Instinctively reacting to the pressure, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ah, the old man's voice echoed again. And suddenly, the oppressive force vanished as if it had never existed. Try this sword. He gestured to a broken sword on a nearby shelf. The sword, entirely black and etched with intricate runes, was made of an unknown but remarkably resilient material. Zhou Yi held it in his hand, noting its decent quality, yet lamenting its status as a broken piece. How much do you have? I'll sell it to you. The old man insisted once more. Zhou Yi awkwardly placed the broken sword back down. I'm just looking. I didn't intend to buy anything. Less chatter. How much do you have? I'll sell it to you. The proprietor's tone was now tinged with an undeniable authority. Sir, we can't engage in forced sales. It's merely a broken sword. Zhou Yi replied, unwilling to spend money on a damaged item. Use that power you just displayed, the old man urged impatiently, seemingly dismissing Zhou Yi's lack of discernment. With no other option, Zhou Yi picked up the broken sword once more. In an instant, he transformed again into a Super Saiyan, the golden energy enveloping the black sword. The runes on the sword illuminated with golden lines, and the energy coalesced to complete the sword's form. What kind of weapon is this? Zhou Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This nameless broken sword could perfectly channel his energy, unlike previous weapons that merely enhanced their power by coating the blade with energy. Zhou Yi swung the now complete black sword a couple of times, producing a resonant hum, indicative of the impact on the surrounding space. A fine sword. He couldn't help but praise. Young man, how much money do you possess? The white-haired elder inquired once more. I have 8 million silver lawn coins. Zhou Yi replied candidly this time. Leave the money, take the sword. The elder's tone was as rigid as a machine. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi instructed Li Zi to hand over the funds, as this broken sword had cost just over 10 million silver lawn coins, a clear profit for him. Sir, may I ask the origin of this sword? Zhou Yi inquired with curiosity. I don't know. I picked it up for the battlefield. Now, if you have no more money, be on your way, the elder replied dismissively, waving his hand to signal Zhou Yi to depart. Reluctant, Zhou Yi pressed for more information. But the elder closed his eyes and ignored him, leaving Zhou Yi no choice but to exit with the sword in hand. What a peculiar shop. Though the proprietor exuded immense strength, Zhou Yi, attuned to the nuances of energy, could not discern the elder's precise power, indicating that the latter's cultivation level far surpassed his own. Despite being merely a broken sword, having acquired it for just over 10 million was a significant gain for Zhou Yi. At that moment, Li Zi remarked, it must be crafted from a rare and special metal. The exact composition evades detection. Zhou Yi chose not to dwell on it any longer, considering it sufficient as long as it served its purpose. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhou Yi received a message from his event steward, informing him that General Lai would require some time to arrive, thus the competition was scheduled for 10 days hence. This 10-day span would provide an opportunity to enhance the magic cloud vine. He hoped his next opponent would be formidable. In the previous match, he had not even had the chance to utilize his techniques, such as the Turtle School as Kamehameha, and he had failed to accumulate his combat energy adequately. Zhou Yi retrieved the wood bud essence from his spatial ring, beckoning the magic cloud vine to detach from him and begin absorbing the essence within. This plant life, characterized by its devouring nature, could elevate itself boundlessly to cosmic levels as long as resources were ample. Beyond that, it would depend on fortune. Before long, the 10 days elapsed. Throughout this period, Zhou Yi consistently nourished the magic cloud vine, which ultimately ascended to stellar level 6, surpassing Zhou Yi's own level. He boarded the spacecraft that would take him to the competition, with the venue set on the same isolated planet as before. Brother Zhou, Your popularity has surged tremendously, Lizzie exclaimed as she opened the event's live broadcast, which displayed the profiles of the two competitors. Destruction God, Zhou Yi, Stellar Level 3, Record, 1 win, 0 losses. General Lai, Stellar Level 9, Record, 573 wins, 22 losses. This time, the viewership had exceeded 200 million. A stark contrast to the mere tens of millions from the previous event. Surely, they cannot be here solely for me, considering General Lai's higher ranking and thus greater popularity. Zhou Yi contemplated aloud. As I glanced at the live-streamed barrage of comments, many were curious whether you could continue to triumph over the formidable General Lai. Your odds were somewhat lower. The previous match's odds were 1,200, while this time they stood at 1,150. Lizzie continued, "So, is everything arranged?" Zhou Yi inquired again, eager to seize the opportunity while the general was still relatively unknown and the odds were favorable. Otherwise, if the odds drop later, it will be less profitable. Lizzie signaled with an OK gesture, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, everything is in place. I have mortgaged the Kakarot to the First Bank of Huanyu, securing nearly 10 billion. And I am all in on your victory. You must not falter, otherwise, we shall find ourselves on the streets." "Fear not, leave it to me," Zhou Yi declared, shouldering the broken sword and soaring into the depths of Silver Martial Star, hovering in midair. The match begins. The referee wasted no time. Upon the arrival of both competitors, the announcement was made without further ado. "Destruction God, what a grandiose title. Do you realize you have cost me over 100 million silver long coins? This time, you shall pay dearly." Opposite him stood General Lai, his skin a vibrant green, crowned with fiery red hair, wielding a colossal blade that towered over him, wider than his face. "What a massive sword," Zhou Yi remarked, drawing his own fractured blade from his back. "Ha ha, are you here to amuse me? You dare to challenge me with such a pitiful weapon? Truly, a waste of talent matched with a broken sword." General Lai's laughter morphed into a menacing sneer. Zhou Yi, however, chose to disregard the general's taunts. In the next moment, a golden light shimmered in his eyes, his hair standing erect in a brilliant golden hue, an aura of golden energy enveloping his form. Simultaneously, this golden wave cascaded over the black broken sword, illuminating the golden inscriptions that restored the sword's blade. Zhou Yi pointed his sword at General Lai. "Come forth. Let me see if your combat prowess is as foul as your words. Go on, General Lai. Break this fool's legs. A mere third-tier stellar being dares to be so arrogant." General Lai, having competed for many years, had garnered a considerable fan base, known for his fierce and visually captivating combat style. "Go on, handsome, your looks are your strength." Naturally, Zhou Yi also had a modest following of admirers, as his appearance was indeed rare, rivaling that of anyone present. Wouldn't you agree, Yinzu? This time, Zhou Yi opted for an aggressive approach, with a resounding blast. The air around him exploded, propelling him at breakneck speed towards General Lai. With sword in hand, the golden energy revitalized the broken blade, and he executed a downward strike towards the general. "Come on." General Lai, undeterred, firmly gripped his massive sword and countered with an upward slice. Clang! The air erupted as the weapons of the two combatants clashed, a formidable shockwave radiating from their vicinity, causing the ground to fracture, a testament to the immense power of their collision. "Such incredible strength," General Lai exclaimed. Though Zhou Yi was merely a third-tier stellar being, his physical prowess exceeded that of General Lai by a notable margin. Branches sprouted from General Lai's legs, anchoring him to the earth, preventing him from being sent flying. As a member of the Treant race, his most formidable attributes lay in his defense and resilience. Chapter 63, A Family in Peril, returns swiftly. Upon breaking through to planetary level, General Lai awakened his wood-based abilities. At that moment, several green vines extended from his body, winding toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi swiftly swung his sword to sever the vines, but one vine, emerging from the ground, ensnared him. The vine struck with such speed that, despite his reflexes, Zhou Yi found himself unable to evade. The vine gripped his foot, pulling him towards General Lai, who simultaneously swung his great blade downward. Magic-piercing light cannon. Zhou Yi raised one hand, directing a beam of energy toward General Lai, while his other hand worked to sever the vine. With a clang, General Lai blocked Zhou Yi's energy beam with his blade, feeling a twinge of regret for missing a prime opportunity to severely injure Zhou Yi. This ability is truly vexing, utterly unpredictable. If not for the tournament's restrictions against using items beyond weapons and armor, Zhou Yi would have summoned the magic cloud vines to ensnare General Lai. allowing him to experience the sensation of being trapped. With his ability to summon vines, General Lai was indeed a formidable opponent in close combat. However, Zhou Yi was not solely reliant on melee tactics. He created some distance, hands poised, and unleashed a massive energy beam directed at General Lai. Turtle School, Energy Wave. The beam surged forward with incredible speed, catching General Lai off guard, who had not anticipated Zhou Yi's formidable long-range capabilities. Unable to evade, he could only raise his massive blade in defense. Boom! The Turtle School energy wave struck with tremendous force. Although General Lai managed to block the attack, he was still propelled backward by the impact. Zhou Yi immediately surged forward, following closely behind. Approaching General Lai, he delivered a swift downward strike. Caught off balance from being knocked back, General Lai hastily brought his blade to bear in defense. Clang! General Lai's massive sword was sent flying. Zhou Yi then concentrated his energy into a golden fist and struck downwards. Boom! General Lai was instantly driven into the ground, the earth cracking beneath him as if shaken by an earthquake. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. General Lai struggled to comprehend that he was unable to match Zhou Yi, left with little capacity to retaliate. What a disgrace, bringing shame upon our Silver Orchid Empire. In the palace of the Silver Orchid Empire, the 8th Prince, Zhou Yi, wore a grim expression. The fierce General Lai was indeed one of his subordinates. Although not a high-ranking general, he was still a commander of considerable authority. At that moment, however, he found himself utterly powerless against a third-tier stellar-level opponent, leaving him with a sense of shame. 8th brother, it appears your subordinates lack talent. With such worthless scum, I would have long since eliminated them. You are simply too kind-hearted to keep them around. Would you like me to lend you some capable individuals to manage those mining planets? Another prince remarked, dripping with sarcasm. There's no need for your concern, brother, the 8th prince retorted through gritted teeth. This accursed General Lai, this detestable Zhou Yi, had brought him to disgrace before his brothers. Go, arrange for Kale to face off against that ruinous Zhou Yi. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. Should he lose, he must present his head. The 8th prince commanded his subordinates. Kale was not one of his direct subordinates, but rather a genius from the royal elite training camp of the Silver Orchid Empire. Effectively under his command, Kale ranked 128th on the Stellar Combat Power leaderboard, and had already begun to awaken his domain abilities, making him more than capable of handling Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was gathering energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts directed at the beleaguered General Lai beneath him. These energy blasts, though less powerful than the Kamehameha wave, compensated with their rapid-fire capability. Applying relentless pressure, the general found himself pinned underground, unable to move, yet he refused to surrender. He could not fathom why he was unable to defeat a mere third-tier stellar-level opponent. Boom! 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 The energy waves continued to erupt from Zhou Yi's hands, exerting overwhelming pressure without requiring excessive force. Coughing up blood, General Lai had initially believed his defenses were robust enough to endure until he could seek an opportunity to turn the tide. However, Zhou Yi's relentless assault proved too formidable for him to withstand. I concede, General Lai declared, his face twisted with reluctance. Yet he understood that prolonging the conflict would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. Destruction God, victory, the referee announced immediately. Zhou Yi chucked it softly, deactivating his Super Saiyan mode, reverting his hair to its natural black, and flew back to his ship. Congratulations, brother Zhou Yi, on yet another triumph. Upon returning to the ship, Lizzie immediately lauded him. Then, leaning in closer to Zhou Yi's ear, she whispered, Brother Zhou Yi, we have struck it rich. This time, we've earned at least 1,000 billion silver orchid coins. Upon hearing this delightful news, Zhou Yi's face lit up with joy. This was even more exhilarating than his own victory in the match. The feeling of sudden wealth was simply magnificent. Congratulations, your combat power ranking has risen again. You will now replace General Lai's position. Thus, your current ranking is 1823, the match's dedicated steward informed Zhou Yi. He nodded in acknowledgement. His ranking had indeed improved significantly, and his opponents were growing increasingly formidable. But this was precisely the outcome Zhou Yi desired. With Lizzie in tow, he returned to the hotel, unable to contain his excitement. After countless disappointments, it was time for some good fortune, or so Zhou Yi mused to himself. Following his battle with General Lai, the energy for combat had once again accumulated in his mind to enhance his chances of drawing something exceptional. Zhou Yi had even taken a bath and lit a stick of incense. Heaven bless me, No, no, the god of Super Saiyan, grant me something splendid. After engaging in various esoteric rituals he deemed useful, Zhou Yi finally initiated the lottery. Beside him, Li Zi observed Zhou Yi's peculiar behavior with a perplexed expression, occasionally scanning his body. He seems perfectly healthy. Has his mind been compromised? Zhou Yi rolled his eyes and disregarded Li Zi, addressing the system within his mind. Let the lottery commence. In the next moment, the pointer on the wheel began to spin slowly. Tick, tick, tick. Before long, it gradually came to a halt. Majin Buu's devouring ability. Is this not a leap to greatness? It is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, Majin Buu is a formidable villain. One of his most powerful techniques allows him to devour his enemies to gain their abilities, albeit with a physical transformation that makes him resemble them. Zhou Yi examined the system's detailed explanation of this ability. Majin Buu's devouring ability. By consuming a portion of an enemy's body, one can randomly acquire a single innate ability from that enemy. To prevent the chaos of genetic and bloodline mingling, one may only consume up to 3 times. And starting from the stellar level, only once per major tier is permitted. It seems the system has imposed certain restrictions on this ability. If left unchecked, Zhou Yi might cease to be himself entirely. Amidst his excitement, Zhou Yi noticed a drastic change in Li Zi's expression. Li Zi, what is it? Zhou Yi inread it. You should see for yourself, Li Zi replied, opening an email from Luo Hong, which read, Family in danger. Return immediately. Zhou Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. He had expressly instructed that unless they encountered an insurmountable crisis, they should not seek him out. Clearly, Luo Hong, Yong, Le Wang, and others must be facing a dire situation. Thus, Zhou Yi had to return at once, for his grandfather still resided on Earth. Li Zi, we must depart immediately. Calculate the route. How long until we reach Earth? Zhou Yi commanded. Earth lies on the fringes of the Silver Sea star domain. It will take at least 3 months to return from here, Li Zi replied. Then we must not delay. Let us hasten our departure, Zhou Yi asserted. Just then, his communicator buzzed, indicating a message from the event manager. Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. We have received another invitation for a challenge match, this time from Career, ranked 128th in the Golden Axe Stellar Combat Rankings. I refuse, Zhou Yi declared. Before the event manager could finish speaking, Zhou Yi promptly declined the invitation, as he was eager to return to Earth and had no time for competitions. The event manager was momentarily taken aback. Was not Zhou Yi fond of participating in contests? Why the sudden refusal? Very well, I shall register your refusal, he responded. Meanwhile, Cly and the 8th Prince were immediately informed of Zhou Yi's rejection. What a coward. He dares not face the challenge. Surely he is intimidated by Cly's formidable ranking and fears defeat. The 8th Prince exclaimed, continuing to issue commands. No matter. Let us summon another challenger. Should he decline more than 3 times, he shall be declared the loser. Yet, this will not suffice to satisfy my anger. Send forth challengers to persistently invite Zhou Yi to battle until he concedes. If he remains obstinate, dispatch those of lower rank to harass him. Let's see if he will accept. If he only dares to accept challenges from the weaker, then he is merely a bully, and I shall see how he faces the competition thereafter. According to the regulations of the Golden Axe Stellar Competition, one could only challenge Zhou Yi once per month. Thus, the 8th Prince's strategy would permit Zhou Yi to delay for a maximum of 3 months. After that, failure to engage would result in a loss. Prolonged avoidance of combat would lead to a decline in his battle ranking, and his record would ultimately appear dismal. Even if Zhou Yi were to learn of the 8th Prince's scheme, he would scoff at it. He cared little for such trivial rankings. His purpose in competing was straightforward, to amass combat experience and energy, thereby enhancing his strength. A lower ranking could be advantageous, as it would yield higher odds and greater rewards. The interstellar vessel, Kakarot, surged into hyperspace. Zhou Yi felt a sense of urgency, for his grandfather remained on Earth. Yet, even with his anxiety, it would take at least 3 months to reach his destination. Thus, he forced himself into a meditative state. Meanwhile on Earth, in the North American continent, a colossal creature measuring an impressive 200 meters in length soared through the sky. This beast resembled a blend of a lion and a dinosaur. Possessing enormous golden eyes and a body covered in black scales, intricate golden patterns swirling around its black horn. The enormous creature hovered mid-air, opening its massive jaws, unleashing a tremendous suction force that drew countless metal structures into its maw. Humans below fled in terror and chaos. On another front, planetary-level powerhouses convened an emergency meeting. with Luo Hong joining as a newly advanced planetary-level psychic. What shall we do now? We have exhausted all options, and this beast still lives. A planetary-level powerhouse lamented. Emerging from the Pacific, the creature with the golden horn had devoured many cities, leading numerous other monsters to charge towards human settlements, emboldened by its presence. During this period, humanity has endeavored through various means. However, the nuclear bombardment proved ineffective. The formidable duo, Yi Hong and Lei Wang, launched a combined assault, yet suffered a devastating defeat. Both now confined to healing chambers. Even the advanced weaponry that Luo Hong unearthed from a relic, which obliterated the beast's cranium with a single shot, failed to secure victory. As the creature, after a period of recuperation, emerged once more to seek sustenance. Luo Hong, is there no possibility of employing advanced weaponry against it again? Upon hearing the inquiry, Luo Hong shook his head. We have already attempted that, but this beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. It has become highly alert and is impossible to approach. And what of Zhou Yi? Has the former world's strongest contacted us? At this moment, another planetary-level powerhouse asked eagerly. Luo Hong once again shook his head, stating, I have been unable to reach him despite sending an email. There has been no response. Damn it. Is he not the world's strongest? Why does he not appear at such a critical juncture to protect humanity? Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion? Could it be that he has quietly fled Earth out of fear? Let us not forget, he could very well be a monster himself. How could he genuinely come forth to safeguard humanity? Such discussions are futile now. We must proceed with Plan B. Abandon Earth and relocate humanity to other planets. Is there truly no alternative? At this moment, the conference erupted into a cacophony of disputes, with voices raised in discontent, some blaming Zhou Yi while others proposed new ideas. Struggling to find consensus. Brother Yi, where art thou? Luo Hong gazed at the tumultuous assembly, raising his eyes to the heavens in exasperation. Yet, he too could not conceive of another solution. With both Yi Hong and Lei Wang gravely injured, he alone was no match for the beast, and the others were scattered in their thoughts. Luo Hong, it may be time to prepare for Earth's evacuation. You are not a match for the Golden Horn Giant. Baba Na advised him. Previously, Zhou Yi had instructed Luo Hong to explore the waters beneath Mist Island upon attaining planetary status. There, Luo Hong encountered Baba Na and accepted the legacy of the Cloud Demon Star. His strength had indeed seen considerable advancement, yet regrettably, he remained no match for the Golden Horn Giant. Noticing Luo Hong's silence, Baba Na continued to persuade, this Golden Horn Giant belongs to the Celestial Beast clan, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodline races in the universe. It can attain planetary status at birth and ascend to the Realm Master level without encountering any bottlenecks. Humanity stands no chance against it. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong sighed deeply. But this is our homeland. Alas, the Golden Horn Giant has devoured the North American and Europa continents. And now it is heading towards the Zhou Yi continent, announced the planetary-level powerhouse, who had been monitoring the beast's movements. Luo Hong's expression shifted dramatically. The Zhou Yi continent is where his homeland resides, and his family is there. Without a moment's hesitation, he boarded a fighter jet and soared directly towards the territory of Xia. A true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. For the sake of his hometown and family, he is prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the Golden Horn Beast. Chapter 65, The Moment of Arrival. The Golden Horn Beast possesses remarkable speed in flight, having reached the stellar level. As one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the universe, its combat prowess is formidable, rendering it nearly invincible among its peers. The Golden Horn Beast is endowed with ancestral memories, inheriting 3 potent talents from birth, along with various cultivation techniques embedded within its lineage. This deep-rooted heritage accounts for its unparalleled strength within its tier, as its foundation is exceptionally profound. The first talent of the Golden Horn Beast, Enhancement, allows it to amplify its power twofold. The second talent, Clone, enables it to cultivate independent avatars within its inner world using materials infused with genetic essence. These clones can train and act autonomously, though it can only possess up to 3 at a time, one each at the planetary, cosmic, and realm master levels. The third talent, Devour, draws upon its metallic origin to rapidly elevate its strength by consuming metals and weaker foes. Currently, the Golden Horn Beast roams the world, voraciously consuming metals to expedite its growth and enhance its power. At this moment, the air raid sirens of Jiangning base city blared, prompting residents to seek refuge in shelters. Suddenly, the Golden Horn Beast appeared above Jiangning City, emanating an overwhelming gravitational pull from its maw. Numerous metal-laden structures were uprooted from the ground, soaring toward its gaping mouth, plunging the city into chaos. "Beast, how dare you!" A thunderous voice echoed from afar. A young man soared through the air, propelled by a metallic plate, launching a flurry of razor-sharp blades that sliced through the air, striking the golden horned beast. However, regrettably, the creature's armored scales proved too resilient. The metal blades failed to penetrate its formidable body. "Roang, be rational. You're no match for it. This golden horned beast has ascended to the stellar level, while you are merely at the 5th tier of planetary level," Baba Na implored. She had awaited 5 millennia for a worthy successor, and she could not bear to see Roang perish here. "You are not yet its equal. A gentleman avenges himself after a decade. I am confident you will reach the immortal level within 100,000 years, and then the time for revenge will come. 100,000 years I can endure. But can my family and friends?" Roang retorted, charging once more at the golden horned beast, his psychic weapon relentlessly slashing at the beast's hide. With a furious roar, the golden horned beast bellowed in irritation. Although Rohang's attacks inflicted no significant harm, the incessant clanging was bothersome. At that moment, the beast's golden horn shimmered with radiant light, and a beam of energy shot forth from it, hurtling towards Roang. The golden beam of light surged forward with blinding speed, leaving Luo Hong no choice but to transform his psychic weapon into a shield, raising it before him. A thunderous crash ensued. The assault from the golden horn behemoth was far beyond what Luo Hong could withstand, and he was sent flying, his psychic weapon shattered. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the protective black divine armor he donned, which absorbed much of the force, this blow might have taken his life. Sky Escape. The first attack form, Mountain Driller. Luo Hong's psychic weapon was composed of countless tiny blades, capable of shifting and combining into various forms under his mental control. In an instant, his weapon morphed into a rapidly spinning drill, charging towards the golden horned beast. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the mountain driller relentlessly assaulted the creature's body. Infuriated by Luo Hong's persistent onslaught, the golden horned behemoth swiped down with a colossal paw, scattering Luo Hong's weapon and hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. "No, Luo Hong, flee quickly!" Babana screamed frantically. The behemoth's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it loomed before Luo Hong. Its massive claw descended with lethal intent. Faced with a stellar-level beast that possessed a peak cosmic bloodline, how could Luo Hong, merely a 5th-tier planetary-level combatant, hope to contend? Was this truly the end? Before him, the world blurred into a carousel of lights. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and despair. He loathed his own weakness, his inability to defeat his adversary and protect his loved ones. If only he were stronger. As the enormous claw approached, Luo Hong resignedly closed his eyes. "Yige, I try my best." Bang! The immense claw suddenly halted midair, and after a moment of stunned silence, he opened his eyes. A man with golden hair and radiant golden aura stood before him, effortlessly blocking the beast's massive paw with just one outstretched arm. "Who are you?" Liu inquired, perplexed. Was there yet another formidable warrior on Earth whom he did not recognize, one capable of withstanding such a powerful assault? "Ah, Liu, long time no see. You've certainly grown stronger." Zhou Yi turned, smiling warmly at Luo Hong. "It's you, Ego." Zhou Yi, Babana, too, recognized the man who had previously spurned her. "How have you become so powerful?" She discerned that Zhou Yi had also reached stellar level. Yet the golden horned beast, with its unparalleled cosmic bloodline, was said to be invincible among its peers. The ease with which Zhou Yi had blocked the creature's assault left Babana in awe. Noticing Babana's astonished expression projected on Luo Hong's shoulder, Zhou Yi greeted her. Babana, long time no see. How have you been? I must say, being a martial artist is not a bad choice." Babana was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. She had previously lamented that Zhou Yi lacked vision for abandoning her formidable inheritance from the Cloud Demon Star, yet it now appeared that Zhou Yi, even without accepting the legacy, remained immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing the meticulously cultivated Luo Hong by a significant margin. "Enough of this idle chatter. I shall confront the golden horn behemoth," Zhou Yi declared, his aura surging as he forcefully repelled the beast's massive claws. "Luo Hong, you take charge of the aftermath. I will lure this golden horn behemoth into space to battle, to prevent any devastation to the cities below." With that, Zhou Yi unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the golden horn behemoth, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. Sensing that he had captured its attention, Zhou Yi soared into the void above. After all, the destructive capability of a stellar-level powerhouse is astonishing, and engaging in battle on Earth could easily obliterate an entire continent. Chapter 66. The Battle with the Golden Horn Behemoth. Zhou Yi hovered in the void outside Earth. The Golden Horn Behemoth mirrored his position. Sensing a threat from this human, he was formidable, more so than any other human. At that moment, the satellite that had been tracking the behemoth also recognized Zhou Yi. Wonderful. Is the true strongest of Earth, Master Zhou Yi, finally making his appearance. Upon Zhou Yi's arrival, all rumors were dispelled. His presence opposite the Golden Horn Behemoth signified his allegiance to humanity. He stood as their protector. Zhou Yi, be cautious. The Golden Horn Behemoth is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the universe. Incredibly powerful and renowned for its invincibility at this level, warned Lizzie. Is that so? My Universal Harmony technique is said to be an invincible path as well, and with my Super Saiyan bloodline, I wonder how I measure against this Golden Horn Behemoth. Let us see who is truly stronger. As he spoke, Zhou Yi waved his hand, sending several energy blades slicing toward the beast. The rapidly spinning energy blades cleaved through the air with a humming sound. With a thud, the behemoth's black scales, adorned with golden patterns and boasting formidable defense, remained unscathed even against Luo Hong's full-force assault with telekinetic weaponry. However, under Zhou Yi's energy blades, several deep gashes appeared. With a pained roar, the Golden Horn Behemoth bellowed in fury, astonished that this diminutive human dared to inflict harm upon it. Its massive wings unfurled with a powerful beat, propelling it swiftly to Zhou Yi's front, where its colossal claws came crashing down. Zhou Yi regarded the immense figure barreling toward him with disdain. Is being large truly impressive? He raised his fist, which rapidly expanded to the size of a truck. After Zhou Yi mastered the Hunyuan Guotian formula, his physical and mental powers became profoundly intertwined, enabling him to perform transformations to a certain extent. Although not as monumental as Mr. Entropy had claimed, greater than an entire star domain, he could still achieve considerable changes. With a thunderous strike, Zhou Yi unleashed a powerful punch upon the head of the Golden Horn Behemoth, momentarily disorienting it, akin to the sensation of inebriation. He did not relent, seizing the creature's tail and spinning it with great force. In a spectacular display, Zhou Yi hurled the massive body of the Golden Horn Behemoth in a circular motion, releasing his grip and sending the beast crashing into a nearby satellite. The impact produced a resounding explosion, obliterating the satellite in an instant. Shaking its dazed head, the Golden Horn Behemoth roared in fury, feeling as though it were being toyed with by this human adversary. Golden patterns upon its body began to shimmer, extending toward the majestic golden horn atop its head. Zhou Yi, be cautious. It's about to unleash a powerful attack, warned Lizzie, noticing the glowing patterns accumulating energy. Zhou Yi recognized the imminent threat of a formidable assault. In response, he clasped his hands, channeling energy into a luminous orb that materialized between them. Kamehameha Wave. This marked Zhou Yi's first release of the Kamehameha Wave since ascending to stellar rank, its potency notably heightened. At that moment, the Golden Horn Behemoth completed its charge, unleashing a colossal golden beam that soared skyward, aimed directly at Zhou Yi. Simultaneously, he released his Kamehameha Wave, directing an enormous beam toward the beast. Is there something wrong with this opponent for engaging in a beam struggle with me? Besides, I stand on the right side. This advantage belongs to me. Zhou Yi musit, bemused by the unprecedented challenge of facing an adversary willing to engage in a beam clash. In an instant, the two immense beams collided mid-air, creating a cataclysmic explosion at the point of contact. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, annihilating every satellite in its path, reducing them to mere ashes. Observers on Earth, closely monitoring the fierce battle, lamented, "This is disastrous. All satellites have been destroyed, leaving us unable to ascertain the outcome of the fight." As the two colossal energy beams continued to clash, Zhou Yi's expression turned grave as he concentrated all his energy to amplify his output. After a moment, the Golden Horn Behemoth faltered, and Zhou Yi's Kamehameha Wave surged past the creature's energy beam, striking it with overwhelming force. The Golden Horn Behemoth let out a pained howl, a significant portion of its body disintegrating into ash. However, as a creature of its kind, it would not perish immediately as long as its core remained intact. It could quickly recover by absorbing metals from its surroundings. A flicker of panic manifested in the eyes of the Golden Horn Behemoth as its massive wings trembled, propelling it downward toward the terrestrial realm with remarkable speed. Aware of its inferiority in strength compared to Zhou Yi, the creature chose to flee. Yet, how could Zhou Yi allow such an escape? This golden horn behemoth was merely in its developmental stage, and as long as it continued to consume various metals, it could rapidly evolve to cosmic levels, domain lord status, or even ascend to the realm lord tier. It was merely a matter of time. Therefore, Zhou Yi could not permit its getaway, for the repercussions would be dire. Zhou Yi pursued it relentlessly, but unbeknownst to him, the golden horn behemoth employed some arcane technique, achieving an astonishing speed that temporarily eluded Zhou Yi's grasp. This was a member of the celestial beasts, possessing one of the 12 peak bloodlines of the universe, and endowed with ancestral memories that rendered them devoid of any deficiency in skills or techniques. As Zhou Yi followed, he observed the golden-horned behemoth dive into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He too plunged into the abyss, entering the deep sea. An invisible sound wave emanated from the creature's maw, and moments later, the entire seabed erupted in chaos. Born at the planetary level, akin to the kingly tier of monsters, this behemoth had ascended to stellar rank by voraciously devouring various metallic shipwrecks. Upon exhausting the metal resources of the ocean floor, it commenced its ascent onto land to consume cities. Within the depths of the Pacific, it had long since established itself as the Lord of Monsters, commanding all creatures of the abyss. At that moment, the underwater denizens received a command: eliminate this human. The ocean had always been a realm beyond human reach, a paradise for monsters teeming with their multitude. Zhou Yi gradually halted in the water, sensing the shift in tranquility beneath the surface, as the currents grew tumultuous with countless abyssal creatures racing toward him. However, these creatures were all at the planetary level, posing little threat to Zhou Yi. The only challenge lay in their overwhelming numbers. He sensed no less than 1,000 oceanic planetary-level monsters converging in this vicinity. Even if faced with 1,000 foes, it would require a significant amount of time to dispatch them. This window of opportunity would undoubtedly grant the golden-horned behemoth the chance to conceal itself in the boundless depths. Although Zhou Yi had memorized the creature's aura, who could say whether its vast ancestral knowledge contained methods for concealing its presence? Locating the golden-horned behemoth again would prove exceedingly difficult. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi suddenly conceived a plan. He swiftly enlarged his form. But this time, he did not employ the ability of a unified celestial technique to alter his shape. Instead, he transformed into a giant ape. This was a power he had not utilized in quite some time, as he preferred to engage in combat in his human form. For the first time, in his Super Saiyan state, he transformed into a giant ape, with the once black fur now interspersed with strands of gold, and his eyes shimmering with the same golden hue. Upon transforming into a colossal ape after achieving stellar-level power and entering the Super Saiyan mode, Zhou Yi's stature grew to nearly 200 meters in height. With a tremendous clap of his enormous hands, he crushed a swarm of planetary-grade monsters that had rushed to impede him. A fierce roar erupted from the giant ape Zhou Yi, its essence simple yet profound. This battle was a contest for supremacy between the colossal ape and the golden-horned beast, two monarchs of the monstrous realm, and the minions had no right to intervene. Thousands of planetary-grade monsters stood frozen, awestruck by Zhou Yi's formidable presence, which rivaled that of the golden-horned beast. Indeed, should the golden-horned beast engage in combat with humans, they would spare no effort to assist it. However, in the case of a conflict between two sovereigns, they would refrain from participation, waiting instead for the emergence of a singular leader. With another thunderous roar, Zhou Yi commanded the attention of the surrounding monsters, who trembled and parted to clear a path, no longer obstructing his advance. With a tremendous figure gliding swiftly through the ocean depths, Zhou Yi pursued the golden-horned beast. "You cannot escape," he declared, turning to his companion, Li Zi. "Inform Luo Hong to come. This opportunity rightfully belongs to him, and only he, as the strongest psychic master of Earth, can seize it." "Understood, Brother Zhou Yi," Li Zi replied. As an intelligent entity, Li Zi could materialize beside Zhou Yi as long as he was in possession of electronic devices. At that moment, the golden-horned beast's speed diminished significantly, as it was employing a burst of explosive techniques that could not be sustained for long. Zhou Yi swiftly closed the gap, confronting the golden-horned beast directly. As it prepared to resist, Zhou Yi unleashed a powerful punch that sent the beast crashing to the ocean floor with a cacophony reminiscent of an underwater earthquake. Seizing the opportunity while the golden-horned beast lay wounded and vulnerable, Zhou Yi rained down blow after blow, causing blood to flow and scales to scatter. The golden-horned beast emitted whimpers, a plea for mercy. Zhou Yi shook his head. In times past, he might have contemplated recruiting the golden horned beast as an ally, but now, he had grander designs for it. With a foot planted firmly on the beast's head and one hand grasping its wing, Zhou Yi exerted his strength. With a sharp crack, he severed one of the golden horned beast's wings, stowing it away in his spatial ring. The creature writhed in agony, yet Zhou Yi's grip was unyielding, rendering it utterly helpless against his might. Raising his foot, Zhou Yi seized the beast by the neck and began to ascend towards the ocean's surface. "Brother Yu, Luo Hong has arrived," Li Zi suddenly remarked. Upon receiving Li Zi's message, Luo Hong reached the designated coordinates deep within the Pacific Ocean. "I wonder why Brother Yi summoned me here. Has he already dealt with that golden horn beast?" Luo Hong speculated, astonished by Yi's prowess in overcoming a creature renowned for its invincibility at the same level. "Defeated the golden horn beast? Could it be that he was wounded and called for your assistance?" retorted his intelligent companion, Babana. Despite being impressed by Zhou Yi's rapid power enhancement, still harbored lingering sentiments regarding his earlier rejection. Suddenly, a tumultuous commotion erupted on the ocean's surface. "Liuong, we must flee. Something colossal is emerging from the depths, and it's approaching at an alarming speed. Aside from that golden horned beast, I cannot fathom what else it could be," Babana urged urgently. Just as Luo Hong prepared to escape, two enormous silhouettes burst forth from beneath the waves. A gigantic ape, comparable in size to a skyscraper, emerged, brandishing the formidable golden horned beast that had once driven humanity to the brink of despair. "This is impossible," Babana exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to accept the existence of a creature even more powerful than the golden horned beast. Luo Hong stood frozen, sensing an eerie familiarity in the black and gold-haired giant ape. "Luo Hong, it's me." The giant ape spoke, revealing itself to be Zhou Yi. "Brother Yi." Luo Hong suddenly recalled that Zhou Yi had once transformed into a giant ape and triumphed over more than 10 planetary-level powerhouses, ultimately becoming humanity's strongest champion. "Zhou Yi." Babana's astonished voice echoed. "What on earth are you?" Even she, an intelligent life form who had traversed the cosmos for countless years, had never encountered a human capable of transforming into a monster, let alone defeating the so-called invincible golden horned beast. This is no ordinary creature. It is the golden horned beast, a being of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the universe. Zhou Yi, rendered speechless, chose to disregard her incredulity. He unceremoniously cast the unconscious and injured golden horned beast onto the ocean surface before reverting to his human form. "Luo Hong, this golden horned beast is now in your care," Zhou Yi stated. Luo Hong had been his sole true friend since their school days, and he recognized Luo Hong's own significant potential, despite currently being far stronger. He knew that in the event of a future crisis, he might require Luo Hong's assistance. After all, he vaguely remembered that Luo Hong was destined to become a true deity of the universe. "Entrusted to me? Brother, what does this mean?" Luong inquired, puzzled. He sensed that the golden horned beast was still alive. If it were to awaken, he feared he would not be able to control it. After all, his previous full-force strike could not even penetrate the scales of the golden horned behemoth. "Zhou Yi nodded, Luo Hong. I am aware that you have obtained the inheritance of the spiritual master from Yunma Star. This golden-horned behemoth possesses one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the universe. It is immensely powerful, even if one relies on time to cultivate. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, it can undoubtedly progress to the Realm Master level." "Realm Master level? Such strength?" Luo Hong exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that he had expended considerable effort to reach the planetary level. Beyond that lies the stellar level, the cosmic level, the domain lord level, and only then the Realm Master level. This clearly illustrates the formidable nature of the golden-horned behemoth's bloodline. Indeed, it is an extraordinarily powerful bloodline that must not be squandered. You can seize its essence, which will greatly aid your future cultivation path, Zhou Yi stated, directly addressing the crux of the matter. "Seize its essence?" Both Luo Hong and Babana echoed in unison. "Yes. How could I have overlooked this? The inheritance of the spiritual master from Yunma Star indeed contains the secret art of essence seizing. However, if I seize its essence, then Luo Hong remained in a state of bewilderment. "Then you would become the golden horned behemoth," Zhou Yi reiterated, directly resolving Luo Hong's inquiry. No, absolutely not," Luo Hong quickly protested. "I'm already married and have a wife, not to mention my family. How can I interact with them if I transform into a monster?" Luo Hong, when did you get married?" Zhou Yi inquired, perplexed. He had been away from Earth for barely a year and was astonished to learn that Luo Hong had already tied the knot. While he himself had yet to settle down, Luo Hong scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Hee, brother, it's been almost half a year. She's my high school classmate. I tried to call you back then, but I couldn't get through. Zhou Yi had mentioned entering seclusion, not that he was leaving Earth, so Luo Hong was unaware. Communication throughout the universe relies on the virtual worlds provided by the Ring Universe Virtual World Company, making it impossible to reach him through Earth's methods. If it weren't for Luo Hong's determination to explore every avenue in attempt to send Zhou Yi an email, they might never have reconnected, and he would have been unable to return to Earthstar. Before Zhou Yi could even begin to explain, Luo Hong's intelligent companion Babana interjected. Luo Hong. The golden-horned behemoth possesses 3 grand innate abilities, one of which is the ability to create clones. When the time comes, you would only need to condense a human clone. Babana fervently hoped that Luo Hong could seize the essence of the golden-horned behemoth, as its bloodline was exponentially stronger than that of humans. After seizing its essence, Luo Hong would be able to navigate his path of cultivation with greater ease and reach new heights. He would then be able to revitalize Yunma Star and avenge its former master. Luo Hong cast a puzzled glance at Babana, then at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi nodded, affirming the truth in Babana's words. However, seizing essence does entail risks, so you must consider it carefully. Suddenly, Luo Hong recalled the sense of helplessness he felt when facing the golden-horned beast prior to Zhou Yi's arrival. That feeling of frustration stemming from his own inadequacy to safeguard his loved ones. A thought struck him. All tragedies arise from the inadequacy of those involved. After a moment of silence, Luo Hong resolutely declared, "Let us proceed. I refuse to find myself in a situation where I cannot protect my family due to insufficient strength. Moreover, I eagerly await the day we fight side by side. Very well, let us conduct this within my spacecraft. It should offer greater safety than Earth. We mustn't delay. Inform your family, and let us commence," Zhou Yi replied, instructing Li Zi to maneuver the cockroach spacecraft to retrieve them. Although Luo Hong had inherited a superior immortal-class ship from the legacy of the Cloud Demon Star, it was unfortunately damaged and currently beyond repair on Earth. Zhou Yi directed the spacecraft to the far side of the moon, a location difficult to detect. Luo Hong entered a training room with the unconscious form of the Golden Horn Beast. With Babana, an intelligent life form that had once accompanied immortal-class beings for millions of years. Providing guidance, Zhou Yi felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the Cloud Demon Star excelled in the realm of mental prowess. Zhou Yi, too, sought a training room. Preparing to embark on his own plan, he retrieved the wings of the golden-horned beast from his spatial ring. Activate ability, Devour. A vortex materialized before Zhou Yi, drawing in the wings of the golden-horned beast. This was an ability he had previously drawn from the system, Majin Buu's Devour ability, which allows one to absorb a portion of another's body to randomly acquire a unique talent. However, to prevent genetic chaos, one could only devour a maximum of 3 times, with each major tier allowing only one absorption starting from the stellar level. Currently, Zhou Yi was at the stellar level, permitting him 1 opportunity to devour. Seated cross-legged, Zhou Yi felt changes occurring within him after absorbing the wings. His skin intermittently sprouted black scales interwoven with golden patterns, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Time passed, and finally, Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes. It worked. A segment of inherited memory appeared in his mind, revealing one of the 3 innate talents of the golden-horned beast, the clone ability. This ability allows for the cultivation of clones, using substances containing genetic material within one's internal world. These clones exist independently, capable of individual training and movement. However, one could only possess a maximum of 3 clones, with opportunities to cultivate 1 clone at the planetary, cosmic, and realm master levels. Excellent. This is precisely the talent I desired, Zhou Yi exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations, brother Zhou Yi, on acquiring another formidable ability. However, what race do you intend for your first clone? Li Zi inquired curiously. I haven't quite decided yet, Zhou Yi responded, scratching his head. What formidable races exist within the cosmos? Zhou Yi pondered before posing the question. A flicker of data illuminated Li Zi's eyes, and she responded. There are 6 paramount races in the universe, one of which is humanity. The others are as follows. The mechanical race, possessing the most advanced technological prowess in the cosmos. The insectoid race, known for their formidable reproductive and adaptive capabilities, making them the most populous. The ethereal race, whose numbers and intellect rival that of humanity. endowed with remarkable talents. The infernal race, beings birthed in the perilous realms of the universe, regardless of whether they are energy-based, corporeal, or mineral entities, and the crystal race, renowned for their unity and formidable collective strength. Additionally, the universe harbors numerous unique life forms, each with distinct characteristics, albeit in exceedingly scarce numbers. Zhou Yi listened intently. Let us not rush this matter. I will gather more information in the universe later to explore suitable options for avatars. Now, let's see how Luo Hong is faring. With that, Zhou Yi made his way to the meditation chamber where Luo Hong was located. He found Luo Hong seated cross-legged on the ground, devoid of breath. Nearby, the golden-horned beast lay with closed eyes, its breath somewhat erratic. Zhou Yi glanced at Babana, who stood guard, and inquired, "What is the situation?" Babana, with a mix of joy and concern, replied, "It has been successful. However, Luo Hong is still acclimating to this new body, and the golden-horned beast has sustained severe injuries, requiring the consumption of vast amounts of metal to recuperate. The consolidation of a human avatar will also need to await the healing of its wounds." Zhou Yi nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "In that case, let us proceed to Venus. I recall it is abundant in metallic resources that can aid in Luo Hong's recovery." Chapter 69, A New Crisis. The cockroach ship soared directly to Venus, where ample metallic deposits awaited, enabling Luo Hong, who had recently taken over the golden-horned beast, to restore his vitality swiftly. Moreover, Luo Hong would require significant energy to consolidate a human avatar. Babana mentioned, "It will take approximately half a year for Luo Hong to achieve this." Zhou Yi nodded, deciding that during this interval, Luo Hong should remain there. "I will announce on Earth that the golden-horned beast has been vanquished to alleviate public fear. Therefore, its visage must not reappear on Earth." Just then, Li Zi, with a grave expression, turned to Zhou Yi and exclaimed, "Brother Zhou Yi, something has happened on Earth." "Something has occurred?" Zhou Yi's heart raced, perplexed. What could possibly transpire on Earth now? He had just resolved the crisis with the golden-horned beast. There should be little left that could threaten humanity. Although there were numerous planetary-level monsters in the ocean, they were all aquatic creatures, significantly weakened on land. And other human planetary-level powers were more than capable of dealing with them. A group of individuals who call themselves cosmic adventurers possesses formidable strength, with 5 stellar-level warriors among them, rendering others powerless in comparison. At this moment, Li Zi spoke again. "Cosmic adventurers? How is that even possible?" Before Zhou Yi could respond, Babana exclaimed, "My former master has already sealed and concealed the space in this region of the solar system. It should be undetectable, a feat accomplished by an immortal powerhouse." After contemplating for a moment, Babana continued, "Unless they possess spatial coordinates or a new wormhole has emerged, but that would require a considerable amount of time to traverse. Let us investigate further." Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that to comprehend the situation, they must first go and see for themselves. The cockroach swiftly took off, heading toward the Earth. Dior Lanshan is a member of the Lanshan family, the governing clan of the mid-tier cosmic nation, the Red Dragon. However, he was not held in high regard within his family, prompting him to embark on an adventure in the cosmos with a select group seeking opportunities. In essence, he sought planets that had yet to give rise to interstellar civilizations, intending to capture the local inhabitants and sell them into slavery, as habitable planets could fetch a handsome price. While traversing the Silver Sea Star domain, Dior's vessel unexpectedly discovered a wormhole. After passing through it, they traveled for 2.5 years before finally reaching the solar system and discovering the beautiful habitable planet known as Earth. True to custom, Dior and his subordinates did not immediately announce their arrival. Instead, they chose to covertly observe and investigate the specifics of this planet to avoid encounters with formidable adversaries. After a period of stealthy investigation on Earth, their findings grew increasingly alarming. The value of this planet was exorbitantly high, inciting fear within Dior's heart. The treasures found on Earth were more valuable than he could have ever imagined. Even acquiring just one of them would elevate the Lanshan family's standing significantly. After careful deliberation, Dior decided to report back to his family. Dior directly entered the virtual realm, seeking an audience with the family head. Upon his arrival at the Lanshan family's virtual domain, he was met with disdain. "Dior Lanshan, though you hail from the direct line of the Lanshan family, your talents and strength are insufficient. You are not qualified to meet the family head," a steward remarked within the virtual world. "Esteemed steward, I truly have a matter of great importance to convey. Please allow me to report." Dior Lanshan humbly bowed, expressing his respect. The steward, unimpressed, retorted, "What could you possibly have that is of importance? Esteemed steward, this matter is indeed crucial. It pertains to some rare products I unexpectedly acquired. I beseech you." Dior insisted as he presented the prepared gifts. "Well, you do show some understanding. I shall make an exception and relay your message," the steward conceded, nodding as he accepted the gifts. A flicker of gloom passed through Dior Longcham's eyes. Once this matter is accomplished, he would undoubtedly earn the favor of the family head, and those who have looked down upon him would surely pay the price. Before long, Dior was ushered into the room, where a formidable figure sat majestically in the chair above, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. "Speak, what is it?" Dior lowered his head, unable to meet the family head's eyes. The head of the Longchamp family was a legendary figure in this star domain, renowned for his record of 100 consecutive victories in the infamous Tianfu martial arena, where the mortality rate was a staggering 100%, earning him the title of Martial King. His strength was formidable. Although he had not yet broken through to the domain master level, his prowess as a ninth-tier cosmic entity, complemented by his impressive achievements in the Tianfu competition, rendered him nearly invincible among cosmic beings. Dior momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure and spoke hastily. "My lord, during my ventures in the cosmos, I stumbled upon a wormhole, and upon traversing it—" "Get to the point. I don't have much time," the family head interrupted decisively. "I discovered a juvenile golden horned beast." Under the immense pressure of the family head's formidable presence, Dior exclaimed, "What? A juvenile golden horned beast? Are you certain? You're not jesting with me, are you?" The head of the Longchamp family, Lo Longchamp, responded with astonishment. The golden horned beast was one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the universe, with sufficient resources. It could reach the domain master level upon maturity, and its combat prowess was so great that it was regarded as invincible among domain masters. Despite years of toil in the universe, Lo Longchamp had only attained the 9th tier of cosmic strength. The rarity of the golden horned beast was evident. If he could tame it, the Longchamp family would gain a peak domain master-level combatant, propelling them across several tiers. One could say that the value of a single golden horned beast equaled the combined wealth of thousands of Longchamp family assets. At that moment, Dear Longchamp spoke again, "My lord, that's not all. I have also discovered other treasures on this planet, each of which holds value comparable to that of the golden horned beast." Dior dropped another bombshell. "What? There are other treasures of equal value to the golden horned beast?" Lo Longchamp was taken aback even further. What kind of planet was this? To him, the golden horned beast was already priceless. To think there were more such treasures on this planet? Had Dior stumbled upon the private garden of a super strong being? After several breaths, Lo Longchamp managed to calm his turbulent emotions. He could already envision how smooth his path would be after acquiring these treasures. The road to greatness lay before him. "Dior, is it? Please, sit down and tell me more about this planet," Lo Longchamp said, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 70. Who will prevail? Master of the house, we have discovered an immortal-class mechanical spaceship on this planet. Upon hearing Dio's words, even with his mental preparation, Roland was taken aback. Goodness, an immortal-class spaceship of the mechanical race is indeed as valuable as the golden horned behemoth. It must be noted that the mechanical race is one of the 6 pinnacle races of the universe and boasts the most advanced technology. Their spacecraft are unparalleled, without exception. Moreover, this particular ship is of the immortal grade, equivalent to a divine level. For an ordinary person, this vessel is nothing short of a divine artifact, and its worth is beyond imagination. Additionally, Master, there is something else that I cannot identify. With that, Dio summoned the recorded footage. The scene revealed an ancient forest, within which lay a colossal hive-like structure emanating a faint glow. Upon witnessing this, Roland's pupils constricted. While others may not recognize it, he certainly did. He had once faced a formidable opponent from this race during the Celestial Axe competition. This is the Zerg's mother nest. The Zerg is also one of the 6 pinnacle races in the universe, and their most formidable trait lies in their reproductive capabilities. Such a mother nest, given sufficient resources, can continuously spawn Zerg warriors. Unlike humans, who are feeble at birth, Zerg warriors emerge battle-ready. Considering the scale of this mother nest, it is at least of the Realm Lord level, meaning the Zerg warriors it produces are also of that caliber. The thought sent a shiver down Roland's spine. What would it feel like to be besieged by countless Realm Lord level adversaries? It is crucial to note that the strongest member of his family, the Roland clan, is merely a 9th tier cosmic being. Having fought in the cosmos for many years has made him acutely aware of many terrifying realities. Of course, The current Roland is no longer the reckless youth who participated in the Celestial Axe competition. He has acquired wealth, established a family, and attained status, leading him to live with greater caution. Thus, he would never set foot on this peculiar planet. Initially, he believed that the treasures on this earth were so precious that he must personally retrieve them, as others could not be trusted. However, now he would rather die than venture there. If that Zerg mother nest were to awaken, not even a legion of Rolands would suffice. What is the strength of the natives on this planet? Roland pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Dio quickly responded, I have gathered intelligence. The strongest among them is a stellar-level being, with several dozen planetary-level warriors. Roland was somewhat surprised. A planet possessing such a valuable artifact, yet housing such lowly natives. Even inferior to Dio's adventurer team, which boasts 5 stellar-level experts. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Roland decided to dispatch aid, primarily to ensure that the treasures would safely arrive in his possession. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lon Mountain spoke, If what you say is indeed true, I can grant you the position of a senior elder with substantial authority within the Blue Mountain family. Concurrently, I shall dispatch an elite team from our family, led by a cosmic elder, to provide you with support on Earth. Understood. Upon hearing the words of the family head, Dio's face lit up with joy. This was precisely what he desired. He swiftly took his leave, intending to first stabilize the situation on Earth, awaiting the reinforcements from the family before transporting treasures, such as the Golden Horn Behemoth. The steward hurriedly followed Dio, calling out to him, Dio, allow me to extend my early congratulations. This is merely a small token of my esteem. With a broad grin, the steward returned the gifts that Dio had earlier bestowed upon him, adding some of his own possessions. Dio straightened his posture, his heart brimming with delight at the recognition he craved. He patted the steward on the shoulder, flashed a crooked smile, and without uttering a word, accepted the gifts before departing from the virtual realm. The steward exhaled a sigh of relief. Having received the items was satisfactory. He never anticipated that the previously disregarded Dio would achieve such a turnaround. Upon exiting the virtual universe, Dio Blue Mountain returned to his spaceship and immediately instructed his subordinates. Let us proceed to the planet and swiftly subdue the most formidable natives here. Then, we shall mobilize their manpower to search for traces of the Golden Horn Behemoth. Unbeknownst to Dio, the Golden Horn Behemoth had already been dealt with by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, aboard the Kakarot, returned to Earth, where he observed a colossal black spaceship hovering above the headquarters of the Earth Alliance on the Europa continent. The ship projected a massive inscription. From this moment forth, Earth is under my control, the might of the cosmos, Dio Blue Mountain. Those who defy shall face annihilation. Descending from the ship, Zhou Yi flew towards the displayed message, bemused by its audacity. Upon spotting Zhou Yi, Dio emerged from his vessel, accompanied by his subordinates. Poor natives, are you the only one brave enough to confront us? Where are the others? Dio scoffed, looking down upon the natives of Earth. It seemed that in the face of danger to their homeland, they lacked the courage to stand against him, likely hiding in some obscure corner. Zhou Yi remained speechless. The number of formidable warriors on Earth was limited. Yi Hong and Lei Wang were still incapacitated in the healing chamber after their battle with the Golden Horn Behemoth. Luo Hong had just taken control of the behemoth and was recuperating on Venus. As for other planetary-level warriors, their presence would do more harm than good. Is it merely you few? I alone am sufficient, Zhou Yi asserted, gesturing toward the heads of his adversaries. There were 5 stellar-level and 10 planetary-level opponents, with Dio Blue Mountain being the most formidable at the 9th tier of stellar level. Ha! I can hardly contain my laughter. What does this native dare to say? Dior appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, clutching his stomach and laughing exaggeratedly. Boss, this brat claims he can take on all of us alone. One of Dior's subordinates chuckled. Kid, have you lost your mind? You, a mere stellar level 3, think you can challenge our group? Did a gym teacher teach you math? We have 5 stellar level warriors, each of a higher rank than you. Dior mocked, fully aware that even their weakest member ranked at stellar level 5. Yet, this Zhou Yi, a trifling stellar level 3, dared to declare he could face them all. Such delusions. Dior and his comrades regarded Zhou Yi with utter disdain, laughing at his audacity. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. If they intended to fight, why waste words? Have you come from Dunhuang with so many murals to paint? Chapter 71. Time is of the essence. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, a malevolent grin spread across Dior's face. This insolent youth dared to be so arrogant alone, truly unaware of his impending doom. Initially intending to toy with him, it seemed fate had other plans. Kid, I truly hope your strength matches your bravado. Bring it on. Show him some color. Don't kill him immediately. I want to savor torturing him and see if his bravado holds firm. With a wave of his hand, a stellar level 5 subordinate soared toward Zhou Yi, believing that one would suffice to handle him. Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly, and in the next moment, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a brilliant golden hue. He had now mastered the ability to effortlessly activate and deactivate his Super Saiyan mode at will. With increasingly refined control over his energy, no longer exuding a chaotic aura with each transformation. Thus, Dior and his companions failed to notice any change in Zhou Yi beyond his hair color. The stellar level 5 warrior approached, reaching out to seize Zhou Yi, intending to grip his neck and impart a lesson. Bang! Zhou Yi, glowing with golden energy, retaliated with a punch, striking preemptively with astonishing speed. A fleeting golden fist flashed, and then there was silence. Dior's subordinate stood dazed, staring at the gaping wound on his chest, unable to comprehend what had transpired, before helplessly plummeting from the sky. A stellar level 5 powerhouse, unable to withstand even a single punch from Zhou Yi, was instantaneously vanquished. What? Dior and the others were taken aback, having underestimated Zhou Yi, and thus had not focused their attention on the battle. It was only when their fallen comrade hit the ground with a resounding thud that realization dawned upon them. This mere stellar level 3 Zhou Yi had indeed annihilated a stellar level 5 warrior with a single blow. This subordinate was a core member of Dior's elite team. Losing even one was a profound blow. Dior glared fiercely at Zhou Yi, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Let us all attack together. This land's only formidable native stands before us. Once we eliminate him, wealth and status await." He was determined to rally his subordinates, lest they be intimidated by Zhou Yi's prowess and hesitate to strike. Zhou Yi smirked, "Eliminate me? With just these few?" Dior unsheathed his long blade and charged at Zhou Yi, undeterred by the fact that Zhou was merely a third-tier stellar being. He was convinced that he could easily handle such a minor threat. The group seemed far too weak, prompting Zhou Yi to feel no need to draw his sword. He believed that even General Lai could dispatch them single-handedly. With a swift kick, he sent Dior, who was brandishing his weapon, flying. This leader was worth keeping alive, but the others were expendable. Zhou Yi was no paragon of virtue. He harbored little sympathy for those invading his homeland. In a flurry of punches, he swiftly eliminated the remaining stellar warriors. The defeated foes, terrified, turned tail and fled, astonished by the formidable combat prowess of the native. How could a mere third-tier stellar being annihilate others of the same rank with such ease? Were the natives truly this ruthless? They realized they must escape while Zhou Yi was occupied with his victims. After all, life is precious, and once lost, all is lost. Freeze! In the next moment, Dior's escape was abruptly halted. Why can't I move? Panic surged within him. Run, damn it! What is happening? Zhou Yi interjected. Perhaps you still have a chance at survival. He swiftly incapacitated Dior by breaking his limbs, rendering him powerless, and then hoisted him by the neck back onto the spacecraft for interrogation. At that moment, regret flooded Dior's mind. He should have remained hidden, waiting for his family's reinforcements. Yes, he still had hope, as long as he survived until help arrived. Wealth and status would still be his. Zhou Yi, you cannot kill me, Dior implored, fearful that any delay might seal his fate. Oh, pray tell, why should I spare you? Zhou Yi inquired, reclining in a chair, toying with Dior's once prized sword, adopting an expression that suggested he might strike at any moment. I have already reported the situation to my family. The Lanshan clan commands the entire Lanshan star domain. You cannot contend with us. Soon, our clan's elites will arrive. If you spare me, I can ensure your safety when they come. Zhou Yi chocolate décisivity. Elites? How formidable could they be? Like you? Impossible. My family has dispatched cosmic-level warriors, and I am a direct descendant. Spare me, and your safety is guaranteed. Dior hastily retorted, realizing that he must compel Zhou Yi to take the matter seriously. The stronger his support, the greater his chances of survival. Oh, a cosmic-level powerhouse? Quite formidable indeed. It appears I must relocate all the people and treasures from Earth. Zhou Yi remarked, seemingly flustered. You are running out of time. The family spacecraft is faster than mine. They can arrive here in no more than 6 months. Zhou Yi smiled faintly, recognizing the naivety of the young man who divulged information so readily. With a flick of his hand, the demon cloud vine emerged, ensnaring Dior and confining him within a compartment of the spaceship. Binding a half-damaged Dior was no challenge for a stellar-grade demon cloud vine. After securing Dior, Zhou Yi's expression turned grave. A cosmic-level powerhouse was likely beyond his current capabilities, and he suspected that numerous reinforcements would soon arrive, making it impossible for him to face them alone. Lizzie, do you have any suggestions? Zhou Yi invited. Brother Zhou Yi, I investigated this family. The Lanshan family is the most powerful force in the Qihong Intermediate Cosmic Nation, located in the Lanshan star domain. Their head, Luo Lanshan, is reputed to be invincible beneath the domain lord level. He has achieved an astonishing record of 100 consecutive victories in the Tianfu Combat Arena's cosmic level competition. Earning the title of Combat King, Zhou Yi fell into deep contemplation, recognizing that the Tianfu competition was his next goal. The fact that Luo Lanshan had achieved 100 consecutive victories spoke volumes about his strength, considering that each match in the Tianfu competition had a 100 mortality rate. The rules dictated that the match would only end upon the death of one party. We must strategize carefully. The Luo Lanshan behind this is evidently not a fool like Dor, Zhou Yi stated after a moment of thought. Thus, Brother Zhou Yi, I have two recommendations. First, you should expedite your strength enhancement. Second, you should accumulate wealth to purchase high-strength slaves, thereby augmenting the overall combat capability of Earth. Zhou Yi nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the only feasible course of action. However, with only 6 months remaining, time was exceedingly tight. Chapter 72, finally drawn. Zhou Yi first arrived at Venus, where Luo Hong remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet to recover. He briefed Babana on the current situation. Babana understood Luo Hong's nature and asserted that he would never abandon Earth, promptly stating, "Money is not an issue. My former master left a considerable fortune for Luo Hong, ample enough to purchase some high-tier combat slaves. However, there's a complication. Luo Hong must personally go to the bank to withdraw the funds, as the bank's verification method relies on the unique psychic wave fluctuations of our cloud demon star. But given Luo Hong's current condition to withdraw money, he would need to venture to a planet teeming with humans, and it was impossible for Luo Hong to go in the form of the golden horn giant beast. He would likely be seized by a powerful entity before even reaching the bank. Given the rarity of the golden horned giant beast, even an immortal level powerhouse might attempt to capture him. Thus, in order to access the funds, Luo Hong would first need to manifest a human avatar, but that would likely consume too much time. It appears he must rely on himself, as Luo Hong may not arrive in time. Thus, I entrust the situation on Earth to you. I have dispatched some healing resources to Yi Hong and Lei Wang, which should assist in their swift recovery. After conveying his instructions, Zhou Yi departed in his spacecraft, bound for Elon Star, where he intended to earn money through relentless competition. Otherwise, his hometown, Earth, would likely be in peril. Aboard the spacecraft, Zhou Yi gazed at the system within his mind. Following battles against the Golden Horn Giant Beast and Dio, his combat capabilities had once again reached their zenith, allowing for a lottery draw. System, initiate the lottery, Zhou Yi commanded mentally. In an instant, the pointer on the lottery wheel commenced its rotation. The next moment, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishingly simple. The pointer had landed on Super Saiyan mode 2. This was truly remarkable. Ha ha ha! Zhou Yi exuberantly danced within the confines of the spacecraft. Lizzie watched in bemusement as her brother Zhou Yi once again exhibited his eccentricity. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Yi possessed the system. She only knew that he periodically engaged in such outbursts, either lamenting incomprehensible phrases or, as in this instance, celebrating joyfully. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhou Yi hurried to the training room to attempt to activate the Super Saiyan 2 state. The ability drawn from the system would grant him immediate access to this power, though mastery would require time. Just as with Super Saiyan 1, Zhou Yi had undergone extensive training to achieve instantaneous activation and stabilization of that form. In the training room, Zhou Yi's energy surged violently. This time, his aura took on a jet-like form, intermittently emanating radiative sparks. The surrounding air was compressed and released due to Zhou Yi's transformation, generating a formidable energy field that radiated outward. At that moment, Zhou Yi's golden hair lengthened again, standing straight up. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was a success. Lizzie observed from the side, noting the ferocity of Zhou Yi's aura. It was evident that he had yet to achieve perfect control over the state, struggling to manage his energy. Nonetheless, she could distinctly sense that Zhou Yi in this form was significantly more powerful than before. Before long, Zhou Yi reverted to his normal form. This state was too taxing on his stamina. Even with his current physical condition, he could maintain it for only about a minute. However, Zhou Yi speculated that in the Super Saiyan 2 form, he could rival some of the weaker cosmic level warriors. With this newfound confidence, He felt more assured about the upcoming competition against Genax. Li Zi, please check how many challenges have been received during my absence, Zhou Yi inquired. Brother Zhou Yi, you have received a total of 7 challenge invitations. However, as you have declined more than 3 this year, 3 matches have resulted in automatic losses, causing your ranking to plummet to 7,889. There is still 1 recent challenge invitation that has not exceeded the response time. Should I accept it on your behalf? Li Zi inquired. Oh, who is the invitation from? Zhou Yi asked. It is from a challenger ranked 880th, Li Zi replied. How absurd, Zhou Yi exclaimed. Sensing that these challengers, with their declining ranks, were clearly trying to vex him. His absence from combat during this period had led to automatic defeats, further diminishing his standing. Decline it. What value is there in battling someone ranked over 10,000? They'd be easily dispatched with a single blow. Is there a way to ascertain who is orchestrating this? Zhou Yi pondered before asking again. A flurry of data flashed across the spaceship screen, eventually settling on one individual. Ah, this person looks familiar, Zhou Yi thought, struggling to recall their identity. This is the 8th prince of the Silver Orchid Empire. The challengers who previously approached you have all been closely associated with him. Moreover, he had previously sent you an email seeking to recruit you, Li Zi explained. Zhou Yi vaguely remembered receiving an email from this 8th prince, but at the time, he was preoccupied with returning to Earth and had little regard for such matters. The 8th prince, feeling slighted by Zhou Yi's indifference, was determined to teach him a lesson, believing that someone so proud and talented needed to be humbled. However, with Zhou Yi refusing to engage in challenges, the 8th prince found himself at a loss and resorted to creating disturbances to compel Zhou Yi to accept a challenge. Li Zi, initiate a challenge on my behalf against this 8th prince. How dare he attempt to irritate me? He must be taught a lesson he won't soon forget. Meanwhile, the 8th prince received the challenge invitation from Zhou Yi and shattered the wine glass in his hand. This troublemaker Zhou Yi has disregarded my invitation and rejected Crayer's challenge. After a mere slight punishment, he now dares to challenge me. He truly lacks awareness of the gravity of his actions. It seems I have been absent from competitions for too long, and people have forgotten the might of the King of Strength. In that case, let me personally teach this impudent fool a lesson. The 8th prince rose, his gaze icy as he commanded his subordinates. Make the arrangements. I shall accept his challenge. This is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that the Silver Orchid Empire is not solely defined by the barbarian king, but also boasts a king of strength equally formidable. Brother Zhou Yi, the 8th prince has accepted the challenge. If you triumph over him, your ranking will soar to 2nd place, enabling you to apply to participate in the Golden Act competition of the Crimson Dragon Intermediate Cosmic Nation. Upon hearing Li Zi's words, Zhou Yi nodded, realizing this would indeed save him considerable effort. Due to the generally poor rankings, those at the top are unlikely to accept challenges from lower-tier competitors. Zhou Yi also cannot continuously challenge a single opponent in a short span of time, unless one possesses a multitude of subordinates, much like the 8th prince, who employs such distasteful tactics. How long is the competition? Zhou Yi inquired once more. The day after tomorrow. In Chapter 73, titled Confronting the King of Combat. The 8th prince, a contender in the Golden Axe Stellar Competition and a 2nd-ranked competitor from the Silver Orchid Empire, garners significant popularity. His participation has ignited fervor throughout the entire Silver Orchid Empire, as it has been quite some time since a top-ranked individual has graced the arena. As Zhou Yi boarded the spacecraft destined for Silver Marshal Star to partake in the competition, Li Zi observed the live data beside him. Wow, Brother Zhou Yi, by the end of this match, you will surely be renowned, Li Zi exclaimed, for even before the match had officially commenced, the viewer count had soared to 2 billion. Zhou Yi felt indifferent about fame. His primary concern lay elsewhere. How is it? He asked Li Zi. Rest assured, Brother Zhou Yi, I have placed all my bets on your victory. Zhou Yi felt relieved. His total assets had now exceeded 100 billion Silver Orchid coins, and following this competition, he could be considered moderately wealthy. After winning, could I perhaps acquire a few cosmic-level slaves? Zhou Yi jalgulated. However, Li Zi shook her head. Not quite enough. A cosmic-level slave requires over 100 billion Red Dragon coins, which is equivalent to trillions of Silver Orchid coins. Zhou Yi gasped in disbelief. What are you thinking? Brother Zhou Yi? Those are cosmic-level slaves. Cosmic-level powerhouses are akin to lords of small factions in the universe. Look at Luo Lanshan. He is considered an invincible entity at the cosmic level, capable of dominating an entire star domain. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi agreed. Cosmic-level beings are certainly not to be trifled with. If cosmic-level slaves are so exorbitantly priced, how much more costly would those of even greater strength be? Zhou Yi pondered it. Above the cosmic level, slaves cease to exist, or rather, there are no slaves traded in such volumes. Slaves are controlled via biological chips. Should they dare defy their master's commands, the chip will detonate their heads. However, beginning from the domain lord level, souls can exist independently of their physical forms for a time, possessing the ability to destroy biological chips using their spiritual power. Unless some secret methods are employed to directly control their souls, Lizzie elucidated. Such exorbitance. I must seize the opportunity to earn money. Zhou Yi resolved. While Zhou Yi and Lizzie engaged in light conversation, the spacecraft had already ascended above Silver Marshal Star. The eighth prince from the opposing vessel emerged, ostentatiously greeting the cameras from various angles. Zhou Yi observed for a moment. This eighth prince was a quintessential human, clad in gleaming silver battle armor and wielding a long axe, emanating a presence far more formidable than the previous General Lai. At this moment, the viewing screen displayed the information of the two contestants. Demon God, Zhou Yi, Stellar Level 3, Record, 2 wins, 3 losses. Power King, Demos, Stellar Level 9. Record, 1235 wins, 3 losses. The disparity between these two was astounding. How could they possibly be adversaries? A perplexed spectator inquired. It is said that His Highness the Eighth Prince took note of Zhou Yi's talent and sought to recruit him, but to his astonishment, Zhou Yi demonstrated ingratitude, repaying kindness with malice, leaving the Eighth Prince no choice but to personally teach him a lesson. Is that so? This fellow truly lacks self-awareness. Long before their match commenced, the Eighth Prince had already manipulated public opinion. Otherwise, how could he have so brazenly entered the arena? His aim was to reap both fame and fortune. Zhou Yi, is it? Should you deign to submit, I might spare you, the Eighth Prince declared, brandishing his long axe while pointing at Zhou Yi. Are you the horsekeeper? Spare me? Enough of your prattle. I have no time to waste. The Eighth Prince had an inflated sense of self-worth, reminiscent of his previous distasteful antics. And Zhou Yi merely wished to conclude the match swiftly and return to counting his earnings. The match began. The moment the referee announced the start, Zhou Yi's hair and pupils transformed into a brilliant golden hue, completing his Super Saiyan transformation in an instant, while the blade of his broken sword morphed into a golden energy blade. With a deft movement, he swiftly closed the distance to the Eighth Prince's position, leaving behind a series of sonic booms. Yet even the sound could not keep pace with Zhou Yi's speed. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? The Eighth Prince's expression twisted into a snarl as he gripped his massive axe, bringing it down with tremendous force. Freeze! Suddenly, the Eighth Prince's form became momentarily immobilized. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's sword blade was poised before the Eighth Prince. Earthbind! In an instant, a layer of earth coalesced around the Eighth Prince, encasing him like a clay statue. Zhou Yi's sword struck the surface, as if cleaving through soft clay, absorbing much of the force. However, the Eighth Prince was not spared either. Zhou Yi's tremendous strength sent him hurtling away. As he was thrown back, the Eighth Prince's heart raced with astonishment at Zhou Yi's formidable power. Known as the Power King, he was not only strong, but also adept at manipulating earth-based abilities, able to control clay that could absorb a portion of the impact. In this exchange, it was rare for anyone to surpass him in strength. You cannot breach my defenses, boy, the Eighth Prince remarked nonchalantly, though internally astonished by Zhou Yi's might. He could not reveal such vulnerability, as it was a psychological tactic, with the ability of a turtle shell and ranked eighth. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Old Tortoise, Zhou Yi taunted directly. Engaging in psychological warfare? Who's afraid of whom? Back in the day, I was known online as the Keyboard Immortal. I fear nothing. The next moment, the Eighth Prince glared furiously, coming from noble lineage. He could not tolerate being belittled by another. You seek death. The Eighth Prince, wielding a long axe, charged aggressively towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi simulkit disdainful. A slight provocation had ignited the prince's anger, revealing his fragile mental composure. Zhou Yi, equally armed with a sword, met the prince head-on. In a clash where swords typically falter against axes, it was Zhou Yi's superior strength that sent the Eighth Prince flying once more. Was the prince indulging excessively of late? The audience, watching the live broadcast, were baffled. The so-called King of Strength had never before faltered in power during battle. Yet in this encounter, the Eighth Prince seemed remarkably weak, especially against an opponent who was merely a third-tier stellar-level warrior. At this moment, an onlooker, equally engrossed in the match, remarked, I had a premonition that Zhou Yi was extraordinary. I placed all my bets on him. Another retorted in disbelief, "You dare to bet against the prince? You deserve to lose your villa by the sea." The crowd gasped upon hearing the bet placed on Zhou Yi, as his best ranking had merely been around 1,000, whereas the 8th prince had long held the 2nd position on the leaderboard. To the spectators, this appeared to be a mere slaughter of the weak. However, the tide could turn unexpectedly. "Very well, you have successfully provoked me." The 8th prince was seething with rage. He had intended to orchestrate a flawless educational battle, but finding himself at a disadvantage in the first 2 encounters had left him humiliated. "The loss of my dignity must be avenged with your blood." Zhou Yi Sukofut, recognizing the prince's inflated sense of self-importance. Earth Domain. The 8th prince unleashed his ultimate move, the Domain. Chapter 74, Victory. Zhou Yi's heart raced. Those capable of manifesting a domain at this stage were undoubtedly prodigies. The awakening of a domain was not merely a product of effort, but a testament to one's innate talent and comprehension. As the 8th prince's domain spread, Zhou Yi felt an oppressive stickiness enveloping him, akin to clay binding him and hampering his movements. Yet, this domain seemed less potent than those of Yi Hong and the Thunder King, perhaps merely a nascent awakening. Zhou Yi contemplated this as he assessed the situation. "Prepare to perish, Zhou Yi. Within my domain, you shall find your movements greatly hindered." The 8th prince reveled in his superiority, believing his awakening to be a mark of unparalleled genius, one that had allowed him to dominate countless talents from the Silver Orchid Empire. Zhou Yi assumed a low stance, hand poised, Kamehameha. At the very moment the 8th prince lunged forward, a colossal beam of light surged from Zhou Yi's hands. No! The 8th prince's domain shattered instantaneously. A referee's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself in front of the 8th prince, raising a hand to block Zhou Yi's Kamehameha. Another referee promptly declared, "Destruction God, Zhou Yi wins." "No, I have not yet succumbed. I can still fight," declared the 8th prince, his face a mask of defiance. At that moment, the cosmic referee raised the very hand that had withstood Zhou Yi's attack before the 8th prince. The prince's pupils contracted as he incredulously uttered, "How is this possible?" Upon the referee's hand appeared scorch marks, indicating that Zhou Yi's previous assault had indeed inflicted damage upon a cosmic-level expert. Returning to the spacecraft, Lizzie exclaimed with exuberance, "Brother Zhou Yi, we have struck it rich." Zhou Yi offered a faint smile, yet remarked, "It is still far from sufficient." At this juncture, his dedicated match steward announced, "Congratulations. Your current ranking is 2nd in the Gold Axe stellar-level competition of the Silver Orchid Empire. Including your fixed bonus for this match, your total earnings have reached 100 million Silver Orchid coins." Zhou Yi nodded, his demeanor unperturbed. While this sum might be substantial for an ordinary individual, to him, it was merely a drop in the ocean. "Please assist me in applying for the competition in the Crimson Dragon Empire. There are no worthy opponents left here." Zhou Yi stated, already having secured the 2nd position in the Silver Orchid Empire. It was time to ascend to a grander stage. The Silver Orchid Empire was merely a nascent cosmic nation, while above it lay the intermediate cosmic nation, the Crimson Dragon Empire. Ascending further, one would encounter the advanced cosmic nation, the Qian Tung Cosmic Nation. "Very well, you have met the qualifications to apply for the next tier. A competitor must achieve 100 victories or rank within the top 100 of a region to qualify for the next level of competition." The steward continued, "You have also received a challenge invitation from the reigning champion of the Silver Orchid Empire, Kingman. Would you like to accept it?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi replied, "Forget it, decline the invitation. I am pressed for time." He surmised that the gap between the 1st and 2nd places was negligible, rendering it unnecessary to expend time in that endeavor. Zhou Yi was eager to compete in the Crimson Dragon Empire, where he anticipated encountering more formidable opponents and a broader stage, as well as the potential for greater earnings. "Understood. You may proceed directly to the capital planet of the Crimson Dragon Empire, Crimson Star, where a dedicated team will be ready to assist you." Meanwhile, in the palace of the Silver Orchid Empire, a cosmic-level expert knelt respectfully and reported, "Your Highness Kratos, Zhou Yi has declined your challenge." The 3rd prince of the Silver Orchid Empire, Kratos, who was practicing with his bare torso exposed, replied without turning, "No matter. There will be another opportunity for us to face each other. Soon, that competition will commence." He added, "By the way, inform my 8th brother not to provoke that individual. A talent of such caliber is not something an ordinary faction can nurture." Kratos had already conducted an investigation into Zhou Yi when his brother had faced him in competition. However, Zhou Yi remains an enigma, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any information about him. Attaining such a level of mastery at such a tender age cannot solely be attributed to talent. Substantial resources are equally essential. Furthermore, Zhou Yi spacecraft is a cosmic vessel produced by the Red Dragon Empire. Given the nature of his eighth brother, he would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor privately. And should he provoke the forces behind Zhou Yi, the repercussions could be dire. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi remains blissfully unaware that he has inadvertently circumvented a potential conflict. At times, a more ostentatious demeanor can avert troubles, as astute adversaries may fill in the gaps with their imagination. Zhou Yi once again procured a variety of resources necessary for his cultivation before departing Silver Orchid Star aboard his spacecraft. The destination, Red Dragon Star. As the ship entered a state of faster-than-light travel, Zhou Yi retreated to the gravity chamber to commence his training. Simultaneously, he acquired a substantial quantity of wood sap essence for the evolution of the magic cloud vine. Presently, Zhou Yi's total assets have soared to 100 trillion silver orchid coins, which convert to over 10 billion red dragon coins. When translated into the more prestigious Qian Tung coins, it amounts to several million. Of course, a 9th-tier cosmic-level slave would require over 100 million Qian Tung coins. Dao Lanshan remains detained aboard the ship without any unusual activity, as the magic cloud vine keeps watch, rendering the need for sustenance unnecessary. A stellar-level powerhouse can endure long stretches without food or water, clad in a super-gravity training suit. Zhou Yi's body now endures a gravitational force of 200 times that of normal, augmented by the gravity chamber of the spacecraft. Simultaneously, he is transformed into Super Saiyan second form, fervently pursuing his training. The system in his mind merely provided him with an opportunity to become strong. He must exert considerable effort himself, lest he become nothing more than a brute with power. At that moment, the spaceship suddenly jolted. "Brother Zhou Yi, something's amiss. Our ship has been pulled out of faster-than-light travel by some kind of force field," Zhou Yi suddenly alerted. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. He hurried to the control room, where the cockroach had exited its faster-than-light state, and its speed was gradually diminishing. Before him, 3 spacecraft loomed ominously in the void, encircling the cockroach. "What is happening?" Zhou Yi asked Zhou Yi, bewildered. "Brother Zhou Yi, we may have encountered interstellar pirates." To pull a ship out of faster-than-light travel requires at least a realm master-level powerhouse, or a quantum field tractor beam, which necessitates pre-arranged navigation coordinates. In either case, it indicates that our visitors harbor ill intentions, Zhou Yi explained anxiously. Chapter 75, Cosmic-Level Powerhouse. Zhou Yi prepared to forcefully break through and control the ship. Zhou Yi instructed. "Zhou Yi, my brother, I fear it is futile. Our adversaries can even draw us out of faster-than-light flight." Just as Li Zi spoke, 2 figures descended from spaceship, standing resolutely in midair. Cosmic-level powerhouses. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted. He had sensed their presence. Undoubtedly, such strength belonged to cosmic-level beings. Have the interstellar pirates grown this formidable? The quantum force field attractor suggests these are no ordinary marauders. "Come fort, Zhou Yi," one of the cosmic-level beings called out. Zhou Yi's expression shifted suddenly as a realization struck him. He hurried to the location where Dio was imprisoned. "Was it you orchestrating this?" Zhou Yi questioned, his tone frigid. Dio chuckled. "And what of it? Surprised, aren't you? I've turned the tables." At that moment, a robot controlled by Li Zi began scanning Dio. "Brother Zhou Yi, he has a signal chip on him. Were you not a direct descendant of your family?" Zhou Yi inquired, puzzled, for typically only slaves bore such implants. Dio, with a hint of resignation, replied, "What of being a direct descendant? I'm still under the family's control. Were it not for this, upon discovering the treasures on Earth, I would have sought to leverage this opportunity to ascend rather than barter the treasures for resources to cultivate and become a powerful being, living freely. You families are indeed ruthless, treating your own with such severity." Zhou Yi gritted his teeth in anger. He seized Dio by the throat and exited the spaceship. Faced with the 2 cosmic-level powerhouses, Zhou Yi harbored little confidence in overcoming them. "I can surrender Dio to you, provided you let us depart," Zhou Yi asserted. Gripping Dio tightly. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's terms, the adversaries erupted in laughter. "You, a mere 6th-tier stellar being, wish to negotiate with us? We would rather you eliminate Dio. Perhaps then the elder position promised by the head of the family could be mine." One of the cosmic-level beings, Bell, retorted. Zhou Yi glanced at Dio, incredulous. Did they not come to rescue him? Dio's face turned ashen. It seemed not just he, but all his subordinates would likely perish. The treasures on Earth were far too precious, and they were not trusted by the family head. Should word leak out, it would not only be Dio's demise, but the entire Lanshan family might not withstand the repercussions. Lizzie, what do you think? Zhou Yi quietly inquired through his earpiece. Brother Zhou Yi, I have gathered sufficient data. Do you see those 3 machines beside the spaceship? They're the quantum force field attractors, which have sealed the surrounding space. If we destroy them, we can pilot the ship to safety. Zhou Yi continued to stall while discreetly surveying his surroundings, confirming the positions of the 3 machines. Could they not simply let us go in silence? I would gladly offer all my wealth, amounting to over 10 million Qian Tung coins, remarked the cosmic-level powerhouse Bell. In a moment of surprise, you certainly know how to make money, but regrettably, the master has ordered your demise to prevent any leaks. Upon losing contact with Dior, Luo Lanshan realized something must have happened to him, prompting an immediate dispatch of personnel to intercept the location of Dior's chip, even employing the precious quantum force traction device. He feared Zhou Yi might recklessly divulge matters concerning the Earth Star, which would sever any ties to the valuable treasures there from Luo Lanshan. Enough, young man. You have been granted ample time for your final words. Now, it is time to depart. With that, a cosmic-level powerhouse charged forward while another stood resolutely with arms crossed. Refraining from action, Zhou Yi hastily hurled Dior away, but to his dismay, Bell struck with a single punch, obliterating Dior, who perished at the hands of his own allies. Super Saiyan 1. A golden glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he transformed. The air around him surged violently, crackling with electric sparks. Super Saiyan 2. Transformation. Just as he completed the transformation, Bell appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Zhou Yi had no time to evade and crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom! Zhou Yi was sent hurtling backward by the force of the blow. He shook his slightly numbed arms, reflecting inwardly. What immense strength! Truly, a cosmic-level powerhouse. The disparity between stellar and cosmic levels is significant. Had it not been for my successful activation of Super Saiyan 2, I might not have been able to withstand even one punch. Bell was taken aback as well. He sensed something peculiar about Zhou Yi. He had effortlessly obliterated Dior, a 9th-tier stellar being, yet this mere 6th-tier stellar Zhou Yi had managed to block his fist. Bell examined his own fist, noting that the power behind both punches was identical. Suddenly, with a hint of greed, he exclaimed, "It seems you possess something of great value." In his eyes, Zhou Yi's ability to withstand his attack could only be attributed to some defensive treasure he possessed. And indeed, Zhou Yi had such an item. The recent journey had not only elevated Zhou Yi's rank by 2 tiers, but the Demon Cloudvine had also rapidly upgraded, reaching the 9th tier of stellar rank after consuming ample resources. Thus, in the state of Super Saiyan 2, bolstered by the protection of the Demon Cloudvine, Zhou Yi could endure the strike of a cosmic-level powerhouse with only a slight numbness in his arm. Whoosh! In the next instant, Bell reappeared before Zhou Yi. How swift! However, Zhou Yi's body instinctively responded, once more executing a block. This time, he deliberately directed his trajectory towards one of the quantum gravitational field tractors. From the outset, Zhou Yi was acutely aware that if his adversary consisted of only a single cosmic-level powerhouse, he might entertain the notion of engaging in battle. Yet, facing 2, retreat was undoubtedly his foremost option. As a mere 6th-tier stellar-level warrior, Zhou Yi had not succumbed to the hubris of believing he could contend against 2 cosmic entities simultaneously. After being propelled away, Zhou Yi's body twisted and regained balance, swiftly turning to strike a quantum gravitational field tractor with a punch. Suddenly, another cosmic-level warrior, Nick, materialized before him, mockingly declaring, "Kid, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? I have been prepared for you all along." Damn it, Zhou Yi silently drew sit, taken aback by the revelation. In light of this, he had no choice but to resort to his B-plan. Chapter 76, B-Plan. In the next moment, Zhou Yi exited the Super Saiyan mode. Devoid of its enhancements, his combat prowess reverted to that of a stellar-level warrior. Demon Cloudvine, bind me, Zhou Yi commanded. Although the Demon Cloudvine did not comprehend the reasoning behind this command, it adhered to its master's orders without question. Have you given up, boy? Are you surrendering without a fight? Nick, perplexed by Zhou Yi's actions, was left in a state of confusion. At that moment, Zhou Yi exclaimed, "What do you see in my eyes?" Caught off guard, Nick instinctively gazed into Zhou Yi's eyes. What? In the next instant, he felt a spark emanating from Zhou Yi's gaze. Suddenly, his perspective shifted. He saw himself. What was happening? He was witnessing his own body from across the way. Then, he observed his own form hurtling towards him, grasping his head. Body exchange. This was a capability Zhou Yi had not employed in quite some time. Upon locking eyes with an adversary, he could swap their bodies. This was precisely why he had intentionally exited the Super Saiyan mode, without its enhancements. He was merely a slightly stronger 6th-tier stellar warrior. The Nick who inhabited his body would not activate the Super Saiyan mode, especially considering that Zhou Yi's body was currently ensnared by the stellar-level 9th-tier demon Cloud Vine, rendering it immobile. As Nick, now within Zhou Yi's body, emitted muffled sounds, desperately attempting to articulate something, the demon Cloud Vine sealed his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, now occupying the cosmic-level warrior's body, addressed another cosmic entity, Bell. Let us proceed. He is under control. Though Bell had not fully grasped the events that had just transpired, he trusted his brother, for he indeed observed Nick had subdued Zhou Yi. Come closer. This young man has just divulged some secrets to me. Zhou Yi, in the guise of the cosmic-level warrior, remarked as Bell slowly approached. At this moment, Zhou Yi's body writhed with increasing intensity, yearning to articulate something. Yet, the magical vine tightened its grip. Suddenly, two cosmic-level powerhouses stood side by side. In a swift motion, Zhou Yi unleashed a punch that pierced through the defenseless chest of Bell. Bell's mouth fell agape, his face a tableau of disbelief. He could not fathom why his brother would suddenly turn against him. With wide eyes, he struggled to comprehend how Nick could attack him so abruptly, delivering a fatal blow that sent him crashing to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Inside Zhou Yi's body, Nick writhed in a frenzy but found himself utterly unable to escape the bonds of the magical vine, forced to witness the demise of his brother helplessly. Zhou Yi did not immediately revert to his original form. Instead, he commandeered Nick's cosmic-level body and stormed into 3 spacecraft, unleashing a massacre. The accompanying subordinates were merely planet-level and star-level beings, no match for Zhou Yi. However, he refrained from damaging the vessels, opting instead to store them within his spatial ring. Although these ships were slightly inferior to the Kakarot, they were still of cosmic grade and could fetch a handsome price. He also collected the valuable quantum field manipulators. Now, how shall I deal with you? Zhou Yi approached Nick, who had yet to return to his original body. Li Zi, do you think I could control him using a biological chip? This way, I would have a cosmic-level subordinate, Zhou Yi inquired. Certainly, Li Zi affirmed. But I have slain so many, including his dear brother. I fear he may risk death to retaliate against me. Zhou Yi expressed his concerns. Brother Zhou Yi, the slave chip will automatically monitor the mental waves of the slave. Should any ill thoughts arise against the master, it will trigger an alarm. And you can detonate the chip at any time, Li Zi elucidated. Is that so? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment, deciding to first gauge Nick's attitude. He commanded the magical vine to loosen its hold on Nick's mouth and said, I present you with 2 options, to sacrifice yourself loyally for the family. Or, I choose the second option. Nick, now within Zhou Yi's body, interjected hastily. This young man was remarkably peculiar, even as a cosmic-level powerhouse. He had never encountered such tactics. Regardless, Nick was desperate to avoid death, the image of Bell's demise still haunting him. In an instant, the fear of mortality dominated his thoughts. The second option is to become my slave, Zhou Yi continued. Slave? Nick murmured, his expression fraught with conflict. Although a slave lived, to him, it felt akin to death. Fear not. I only require your servitude for a century, after which you shall be set free, Zhou Yi added. Suddenly, hope ignited within Nick's heart. The thought of being a slave without freedom was difficult to bear, yet if it were merely for a century. As a cosmic-level powerhouse with a theoretical lifespan of around 100,000 years, 100 years would merely be a fleeting moment in the vast expanse of his existence. Are you serious? Nick inquired with a hint of skepticism, doubting Zhou Yi's benevolence. Rest assured, I have no need to deceive you. You are aware that I'm only 19 years old. A century from now, I will have ascended to an unimaginable level. Do you truly believe a cosmic-level slave would hold any value for me? Zhou Yi replied with a serene smile. What? You are merely 19. In an instant, Nick felt as though the years he had endured were akin to living as a dog. It was important to note that he had taken thousands of years to reach the stellar level and over 5,000 years to attain the cosmic level. Yet, this young man who had effortlessly subdued him was only 19. Nick was left in utter disbelief. The comparison was disheartening. I am willing to be your slave, and I hope you will honor your promise to grant me freedom after 100 years. In the next moment, Nick made his decision. Following such a prodigious talent was not a waste of his potential. However, Zhou Yi did not immediately revert to his own body. Although Nick had expressed his willingness to surrender, it was prudent to remain cautious. At present, Zhou Yi lacked a biological chip and would have to wait until they reached the Crimson Dragon Star to implant a chip into Nick's body before switching back. By the way, you don't have a family-implanted tracking chip like Dio, do you? Zhou Yi suddenly inquired, hoping to avoid any misfortune. The next encounter might well be with the head of the Luo Lan clan. Nick shook his head. No, I do not have one. After all, I am a core combatant at the cosmic level. While Dio was born into the direct line, he holds no actual power. Before long, a month passed. The scene of the Crimson Dragon Star finally appeared outside the spaceship's window. Viewed from space, it was a planet adorned in hues of red and blue, with the blue representing the oceans and the red signifying the unique vegetation of Crimson Dragon Star, from which its name derived. Chapter 77. The competition begins upon entering Crimson Dragon Star. Zhou Yi first procured a biological chip for the use of slaves and implanted it into Nick's body before finally reverting to his own form. Nothing feels quite like my own body, Zhou Yi mused. If not for the urgency of the situation, he would have preferred to avoid such a risky maneuver, as the dangers of body swapping were considerable. A careless exchange could result in inhabiting a feeble creature, such as a chicken, duck, goose, or dog, which would be disastrous. By the way, Nick, which tier are you at the cosmic level? After returning to his body, Nick became Zhou Yi's first cosmic level subordinate. Master, I am at the second tier of the cosmic level, Nick replied respectfully. There was no alternative, as a guest under another's roof. His life now rested in Zhou Yi's hands, as Zhou Yi could take it at any moment through the biological chip. Do not address me as master, it feels rather peculiar. Simply call me by my name, or perhaps our young lord will suffice. Zhou Yi shuddered slightly. He truly disliked the title of master. Very well, sir. Nick contemplated for a moment and selected what he deemed a more respectful form of address. Let us proceed to the Sky Axe Martial Arena to register. With that, Zhou Yi led Nick toward the arena. The Sky Axe Martial Arena on the Crimson Dragon Star was far grander and more magnificent than its counterpart on the Silver Orchid Star. Unlike the arena on Silver Orchid, which utilized a desolate planet as its battleground, the Crimson Dragon Star employed a world of the Realm Master. This so-called world of the Realm Master is a miniature universe formed within the body of a Realm Master-level warrior, boasting territories that rival those of a planet, and capable of manifesting unique zones according to the Realm Master's will. The combat environment here could be even more intricate than that of a ready-made small planet. Upon entering the Sky Axe Martial Arena, Zhou Yi noticed that the crowd was considerably larger than that at the Silver Orchid Arena. As the Crimson Dragon Empire was a medium-sized cosmic nation, encompassing hundreds of lower-tier cosmic nations, a status far removed from that of the Silver Orchid Empire. Zhou Yi approached the staff and conveyed his purpose. Have you ascended from a lower-tier cosmic nation? The staff member inquired. Zhou Yi nodded in affirmation. Please direct your attention to the apparatus over here to scan your information. Following the staff's instructions, Zhou Yi complied and scanned his bodily information. In an instant, the screen displayed the details entered for Zhou Yi at the Sky Axe Martial Arena. Destruction God, Zhou Yi, from the Silver Orchid Empire. Ranked second among the stellar-level warriors of the Silver Orchid Empire, record 3 wins, 3 losses. The staff member regarded Zhou Yi with a perplexed expression. Is this individual truly from a lower-tier cosmic nation? Typically, those who ascend from such nations have fought thousands of battles. Yet, this Zhou Yi is only engaged in 6 matches. If he were undefeated, that would be one thing. But with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, what absurdity is this? A 50% win rate to achieve second place in a lower-tier cosmic nation? Surely, this Silver Orchid Empire is rather weak. The staff member harbored a sense of disdain, but nonetheless completed Zhou Yi's registration. The rules pertaining to the competition have been sent to your communicator. You may review them at your convenience. After speaking, the staff member gestured for Zhou Yi to take his leave, clearly unimpressed and unwilling to engage in further conversation. Zhou Yi, possessing a magnanimous nature, chose to disregard the slight and departed without a second thought. Li Zi, please arrange for a battle promptly. Time is of the essence. Zhou Yi calculated that he had been away for 3 months, with just over 3 months remaining until the Lanshan family support arrived on Earth. According to Nick, Lanshan had dispatched over 100 stellar-level warriors and 5 cosmic-level warriors, among whom the most formidable was a 9th-tier cosmic-level warrior. Luolan Mountain is indeed renowned for its cosmic-level invincibility, accompanied by numerous formidable beings of similar caliber. One wonders about the status of Luo Hong. Thus far, He has yet to communicate with Zhou Yi, presumably still engaged in the process of consolidating his human avatar. Not long after, Li Zi responded, "Brother Zhou Yi, everything has been arranged. Your match is scheduled for tomorrow, and your opponent is Hulk, ranked 18, 753 in the stellar tournament of the Crimson Dragon Empire." Zhou Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The opponent's ranking seemed rather low, rendering the bout somewhat unexciting. Unfortunately, Brother Zhou Yi, the Crimson Dragon Empire boasts an overwhelming number of competitors, many of whom have ascended from lesser cosmic nations, along with a plethora of native contenders. Moreover, the regulations here prevent challenges against opponents of significantly higher ranks. One may only invite adversaries within a 1,000 ranking margin, Li Zi explained, her tone tinged with helplessness. Having recently emerged from the Silver Orchid Empire, the rankings from that realm hold no weight here, and given Zhou Yi's lackluster track record, his position languishes at the bottom, necessitating a gradual ascent through the ranks. The following day arrived swiftly, and Zhou Yi found himself on the cusp of his inaugural match in the Crimson Dragon Empire. He made his way to the Tianshu Combat Arena on Crimson Dragon Star, where the entrance to the realm of the Domain Lord was situated within the arena itself. Spectators observed the matches through a virtual world. However, the viewing experience in the Crimson Dragon Empire was notably advanced, fully simulating the combat environment. Audiences could freely select their viewing perspective, even immersing themselves in the viewpoint of a chosen contestant, enhancing the sense of presence. Naturally, such a premium viewing method came at a higher cost, but for many, it presented an invaluable opportunity to learn the art of combat. As participants of this caliber were inherently skilled, making them excellent subjects for study. The entrance to the Domain Lord's world manifested as a swirling vortex of time and space. Guided by a domain-level referee, Zhou Yi stepped through. This realm was divided into several regions: the Fiery World, Frost World, Thunder World, Endless Ocean, and the Great Mountains, among others. Each area corresponded to distinct principles, embodying the fundamental elements that constitute the universe: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. Successfully luring an adversary onto a battlefield that favors one's strengths significantly increases the odds of victory. Such arenas not only test foundational combat prowess, but also require strategic acumen and multifaceted combat capabilities. Under the referee's guidance, Zhou Yi arrived at a grassy field, the designated starting point for the match. Soon, he encountered his opponent, adorned in resplendent battle armor that bore more resemblance to formal attire. With a rather peculiar appearance reminiscent of Voldemort, complete with a pronounced nose and eyes. Ebony throat, hailing from planet 616, record 383 victories, 106 defeats. The wristbands in your possession will transmit location information to your opponents every hour. The duration of the competition may last up to 10 days. Should a victor not be determined within this time frame, both participants shall be declared losers. At this moment, the referee spoke. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. This competitive environment was markedly more open, no longer confined to the traditional duel-style combat. It demanded a broader spectrum of combat proficiency, incorporating elements of evasion and concealment. In the next instant, the referee proclaimed once more, "The competition commences.